Chapter 1. Prince Satan. In the year 1501 of the Oceanic calendar, amidst the grand trade routes, lay the kingdom of Babylon. King Douglas Denver, the 13th monarch of the realm, was seated at his desk, engrossed in his reading. The radiant sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow upon the tulips on his desk, rendering the king languid and in a remarkably relaxed and leisurely mood. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" Suddenly, an urgent voice pierced the tranquility as the royal steward Kyle hurriedly entered the room. "Prince Satan has dared to challenge the mighty gorilla." "Kyle, you ought to maintain the decorum befitting your position as royal steward," King Denver remarked, furrowing his brow as he leaned back into his chair, adjusting to a more comfortable posture. Abruptly, he froze, springing to his feet and nearly toppling the chair behind him. "What did you say? My precious son Satan has gone to confront a gorilla?" A flicker of astonishment crossed King Denver's face as he hastily made his way towards the royal training grounds. "Though I have long recognized his extraordinary talent, it is indeed hard to fathom that he would challenge a fierce gorilla at the tender age of 6. "Wait for me, Your Majesty," Kyle called out, trailing closely behind the king, his mind racing with apprehension. "Shouldn't it be you maintaining the royal decorum?" As they proceeded, the palace guards saluted their king, but Denver had no time to acknowledge their greetings, striding purposefully into the beast-fighting arena. In the center of the arena, a bare-chested young boy was locked in a standoff with a gorilla towering over 3 meters high, while cheers and shouts of encouragement erupted from the surrounding guards. "Go, Your Highness! Give it your all, Prince Satan! Prince Satan, tear it apart!" At that moment, Titan, the captain of Satan's guard, approached the king with a bow. "Shall I intervene and halt the prince's challenge?" "Please, Your Majesty, give your command." Not at all. The king waved his hand dismissively, declining Titan's suggestion. "I too am curious to see how far he can go." In the arena, Satan stood poised, his legs slightly bent, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. The stark height difference made the gorilla appear as a colossal beast, and if he could not leverage his speed, defeat was inevitable. The gorilla glared at the diminutive figure before it, letting out a threatening roar as it lunged forward. Satan inhaled deeply, sidestepping to the right, narrowly evading the gorilla's assault. With a thunderous crash, the ground where the gorilla struck instantly caved in, creating a half-meter deep crater and sending debris flying. Satan's eyes twitched. The brute strength was overwhelming, and a blow like that could easily shatter bones. The gorilla commenced a frenzied onslaught, the arena reverberating with the deafening sounds of impact as the ground fractured beneath them, dust swirling into a thick haze that obscured the view of those outside. Satan fought desperately to evade the tempest of blows, narrowly escaping the gorilla's fists time and again. Suddenly, a figure shot out from the swirling dust, crashing violently against a nearby rock formation and creating a significant commotion, leaving behind a human-shaped indentation. "Ah, Prince Satan, are you all right? Stay strong, Your Highness." The shouts of encouragement rang out from the sidelines. King Denver felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, but did not intervene. He had faith that his beloved son would not yield so easily. The stones surrounding the indentation exploded as Satan emerged from the rubble beast. "You have provoked my wrath." Satan's eyes blazed with fury, a smile curling his lips as his bloodied face reflected a menacing visage in the sunlight. "I am destined to rule the seas. How could I possibly lose to a brute like you here?" Clenching his fists, he advanced step by step towards the gorilla, his small figure emanating a palpable aura of intimidation. The gorilla, seemingly taken aback, began to retreat as though confronted by a formidable adversary. A golden dragon-shaped inscription began to materialize upon Satan's chest, his blood coursing with newfound vigor, emanating wisps of mist as his muscles swelled, his strength multiplying several-fold. The myriad of wounds across his body healed at an astonishing rate, restoring him to full vigor, and his presence grew even more formidable than before. With a stomp, he vanished from his position, reappearing in an instant before the gorilla, delivering a crushing blow to its abdomen that sent the massive creature hurtling away without pause. He relentlessly pursued, landing punishing strikes that caused blood to spray in every direction. The arena echoed with the sounds of bones breaking and the tearing of flesh. "My heavens, what is happening?" How has Prince Satan suddenly gained the upper hand? One guard exclaimed in disbelief. Are you astonished? It is said that the Douglas royal family possesses traces of dragon blood. Mature members of the royal lineage can awaken this bloodline, gaining the physique of a dragon, significantly enhancing their strength, speed, and stamina, thus becoming top-tier warriors of the seas. The prince must have activated his bloodline early, granting him such an extraordinary surge in power, a knowledgeable guard explained kindly. That is truly remarkable. It is known that a guerrilla requires a squad of 30 soldiers to be defeated, yet the prince is merely 6 years old. A tremendous crash resonated as Satan seized the gorilla's leg. Smashing it into the ground, the gorilla lay battered, its bones shattered, barely clinging to life, its eyes reflecting a desperate plea for mercy. Satan's lips curled into a wicked grin as he stomped the ground and leapt high. Delivering a fatal blow to the gorilla's neck with a sickening crack, he ended its suffering, blood splattering across his trousers. Cheering erupted from the guards like a tidal wave, while Satan, feeling dazed, sank onto the corpse of the gorilla at last. I possess a semblance of combat prowess in the world of the Pirate King. What a struggle it has been. In truth, Satan did not belong to this world. His soul hailed from Earth. Inexplicably merging with the newly born Satan in this realm upon realizing he had traversed into the world of his beloved Pirate King, his very soul trembled with excitement. Considering that this was a world riff upon a vessel adorned with the flag of the world government, a man in his 30s, clad entirely in a suit, disembarks under the protection of his entourage. He descends the steps along a red carpet, a satisfied expression gracing his face. He is none other than the younger brother of the contemporary king of the Babylon kingdom, a senior official of the world government, and the most formidable member of the Douglas family, known as the Dragon of Magic, Douglas Mingjia. Just as Mingjia revels in the joy of returning to his homeland, a resounding boom of cannon fire shatters his good mood, his countenance darkening instantly. From where is the bombardment? There are pirate ships invading. Your Highness, the lookout in the crow's nest atop the main mast of the ship reports loudly. The emblem of the pirate flag belongs to the Crocodile pirate crew. There are 2 wanted criminals aboard. Captain Maneater Soya, with a bounty of 43 million berries, and Vice Captain Bloodthirsty Hunter Grib, with a bounty of 30 million berries. Mingjia scoffs disdainfully. Mere insignificant characters dare to wreak havoc in Amsterdam. On the pirate ship, Captain Soya commands his crew, fire with all your might. Let them know the might of the Crocodile pirate crew. Yes, Captain Soya. The pirate lackeys scurry across the deck, hurriedly uncovering the cannon barrels and adjusting their aim, unleashing a barrage of scorching black cannonballs towards the harbor. However, most of the shots miss, merely stirring up sprays of water on the surface of the sea. Look, someone's running across the water. One of the pirate lackeys suddenly exclaims in astonishment. How is that possible? The other pirates retort in disbelief, yet, the very next moment, they are left utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before their eyes. A young girl, approximately 10 years old, dashes towards the pirate ship across the water, nimbly weaving through the cannon fire, her footsteps freezing the seawater beneath her. Even the splashes caused by the cannonballs freeze into disordered ice pillars behind her. Her speed is astonishing in the blink of an eye. She has traversed the area of cannon fire and approaches the pirate ship with a powerful stomp. She leaps into the air, executing a front flip that lands her atop the fearsome crocodile figurehead of the pirate vessel. Is it you wretches who dare to act recklessly in the harbor of Amsterdam? The girl, wielding a sword nearly as tall as herself, nonchalantly brushes aside her sky-blue bangs with one hand, disdainfully addressing the crew as if the imminent danger posed by the vicious pirates is of lesser importance than her hairstyle. You little brat, how audacious! Captain Soya, thoroughly incensed by the girl's contemptuous demeanor, pushes aside his surrounding subordinates and strides toward the bow of the ship, drawing the katana resting at his waist as he approaches. I am the man-eater Soya, with a bounty of 43 million. I will use your body as my feast. The girl seems revolted by Soya's words. Wrinkling her brow with a flick of her wrist, several ice spears materialize in the air beside her. You have invaded the territory of the Babylon Kingdom. I, Princess Douglas Esdeath of the Babylon Kingdom, hereby sentence you to death. With that declaration, Esdeath sweeps her sword, sending the suspended ice spears hurtling towards the horde of pirates. Soya deflects the ice spears aimed at him, but is forced back by the sheer force of their impact in the next instant. He is horrified by the scene around him, though he has managed to block the ice spears. Many of his subordinates have not been so fortunate. Numerous pirates are impaled against the wooden deck, sustaining fist-sized wounds that spatter blood. Those who are instantly killed are considered fortunate, while those struck in non-fatal areas emit heart-wrenching screams, paralyzed with fear, unable to move lest they worsen their injuries and bleed out further, producing even more ear-piercing wails. Devil, this is terrifying. The surviving pirates retreat in fear, some screaming in a state of panic, while the more cowardly among them leap into the sea, desperate to distance themselves from the demonic girl. The hot blood sizzling upon the ice spears produces a hissing sound, releasing a strong metallic scent. Esdeath, inhaling the almost palpable scent of blood in the air, displays a look of enjoyment on her face as she charges towards the remaining P. Regardless, the minor minions have been mostly cleared away. Now, allow me to guide you to the afterlife. Suya straightened up, resting his massive sword on his shoulder, moistening his parched lips with a flick of his tongue, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying ferocity. Little ghost, I shall rend you apart. Your tender form will surely prove delectable. No, 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 Captain. We have already suffered substantial losses. You cannot consume her. After all, she is a princess of the kingdom. If we merely capture her, we can extort a sufficient ransom to recover our losses. The first mate, Gribu, interjected. Let us capture her first, Captain Suya declared, once again charging towards Esdeath, with Gribu closely trailing behind, ready to assist in the ambush. This time, Esdeath did not evade Suya's strikes. Instead, she met him head-on. Brandishing her sword, the deck resonated with the clashing of blades, and although Esdeath appeared small in stature, she held her ground against the pirate Suya. Their duel was vibrant, with sword energy spilling forth from their combat, leaving deep gashes on the deck. Meanwhile, Gribu stealthily circled their battleground, evidently seeking an opportune moment to strike. At that instant, a lightning-fast shadow appeared before Gribu, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying, crashing through several layers of the ship's deck and landing onto the distant ice, producing a thunderous echo that even fractured the frozen sea beneath. Trapped in the ice, Gribu's eyes bulged as he coughed blood, his face a mask of shock. He struggled to rise from the shattered ice but found himself powerless, as if his body had become a tattered doll, no longer belonging to him. Ultimately, he succumbed to unconsciousness, unaware of his fate. In a flash, the fearsome figure, the bloodthirsty bounty hunter with a 30 million belly price on his head, vanished, only to reappear atop the main mast of the pirate ship, approximately 30 to 40 meters away. With hands in his pockets and dressed impeccably, he exuded an air of nonchalance. It was none other than the most formidable member of the Douglas family, Magus Douglas, a high-ranking official of the world government, who had just arrived at the port of Amsterdam. How dare you interrupt my niece's battle? You are nothing but an uncouth wretch, unworthy of existence, Magus remarked, casually seated on the main mast, observing the clash between Esdeath and Suya below, as if their life-and-death struggle were merely a child's play. The battle intensified, sword energy flaring and murderous intent saturating the air. Suya, a notorious pirate navigating the Grand Line, demonstrated his ruthlessness. His experience from countless skirmishes rendered him deadly, often resorting to desperate measures. Even as he faced Esdeath's onslaught, he aimed to inflict significant harm, forcing the highly aware Esdeath into a stalemate. Hey, Esdeath, focus. Wrap this up quickly, otherwise we'll miss your brother's birthday party. Magus yawned, finding their struggle tedious. The two combatants clashed swords once more, momentarily pushed apart by the force of their strikes, breaking free from the circle of combat. Enough chatter. Esdeath glanced up at Magus, but she smoothly sheathed her sword. Have you finally given up, little girl? Suya, too, had heard Magus's words, and the sight of Gribu being incapacitated instilled a profound fear in him. No longer did he dare to boast of tearing Esdeath apart. His only hope now was to escape with his life. If you let me go, I promise to leave at once and never return to the kingdom of Babylon. How about we consider this matter settled? Settled? Letting you go? Esdeath bared her teeth, a wicked smile illuminating her face. What do you take the Douglas family for? Do you truly believe our territory can be trampled upon by anyone? She stepped back a few paces, pointing at Suya. Besides, a lowly creature like you does not require Uncle Magus's intervention. I can handle you with ease. Our earlier exchanges were merely to refine my swordsmanship. Now, it will not be so simple. With that, she stomped her foot, leaping into the air, shouting, "Perish in the forest of ice thorns." Instantly, the sea boiled, and countless icy spikes erupted from the surface, easily piercing the ship's deck and hurtling towards Suya. His eyes widened in horror as he desperately defended himself, but the relentless onslaught of the ice thorns seemed endless, each spike tearing through his flesh, drawing forth streams of crimson blood. At last, Suya's strength waned, and he could no longer evade the piercing ice. He was impaled by massive spikes. His lifeless body suspended in midair, blood cascading onto the ice below, staining the once resplendent spikes with a glaring crimson hue. As Suya fell, the seemingly infinite forest of ice thorns ceased to expand, and the once mighty pirate ship was reduced to splintered debris. The bloodied ice formations shimmered under the sun, displaying a surreal array of colors. Ah, the forest of ice thorns. What a beautiful yet perilous technique. Magus descended from above, surveying the chaotic battlefield with admiration. Chapter 4. The Devil Fruit. The Grand Line is renowned for its unpredictable climate, with sudden snowstorms, torrential rains, and thunderous lightning. At times, one might witness a clear sky in one moment, only to be engulfed by monstrous waves the next. Countless seafarers have perished beneath the overwhelming might of the Grand Line. Yet an even greater number of adventurers continue to plunge into the sea, crafting their own legends. This is the allure of the Grand Line, and the essence of the maritime adventurer's pursuit of freedom. However, the large island of Rain, home to the Kingdom of Babylon, is famed as the spring island of the Grand Line, where the seasons remain perpetually mild, and the scenery is picturesque. It serves as a vital node and cargo hub within the Grand Line. Here, the bustling port city of Amsterdam thrives due to trade, along with the culinary capital of Heisenberg, which attracts numerous top-tier chefs, and the pride of Babylon, the imperial city of White Dragon, renowned for its sky garden. In the royal gardens of White Dragon City, a small family gathering was underway. Attentive maidens served exquisite dishes, retreating in an orderly fashion. At that moment, a well-dressed young boy, around 6 years of age, entered the corridor. The surrounding maids promptly curtsied. The visitor was none other than His Highness, the sole prince of the Kingdom of Babylon, Prince Satan. Clad in a tailored white suit, he sauntered in with his hands in his pockets, sunlight gently illuminating his tousled black hair, creating dappled patterns of light. Adorned with golden spectacles, he exuded a scholarly charm. His previous wildness from the gladiatorial arena nowhere to be found. A polite, benign smile graced his face as he dutifully acknowledged the maid's greetings. At this juncture, King Denver and Uncle Magus entered the gathering hall. Upon seeing Satan, Magus swiftly appeared by his side, lifting him into his arms while playfully pinching his still chubby cheeks. Laughing heartily, "Did you miss me, little Satan? I made a special trip just to attend your birthday party." Satan, in a moment of exasperation, pouted. The unfortunate plight of being transformed into a child lay in the inability to resist the unreasonable oppression of elders. "Please, put me down, Uncle Mingjia. I am no longer a mere child, and do refrain from pinching my cheeks, otherwise I shall be compelled to bite." His teeth, white as snow, glistened as he wore a fierce expression, as if poised to take a bite at any moment. Struggling to break free from Mingjia's embrace proved futile, leaving him to express his frustration in a huff. The laughter of King Denver and Mingjia erupted, unable to contain their amusement. "You claim you are not a child? Only a child would resort to biting," Mingjia exclaimed, chuckling as he exaggeratedly waved his arms. Satan seized the opportunity to escape his grasp, casting a significant roll of his eyes. A shiver involuntarily coursed through his body, prompting an unsettling doubt within him. Had he, after so long in a child's form, allowed his inner self to be assimilated by this youthful exterior? How terrifying. The family gathered around the dining table, and Satan glanced around, curiously inquiring, "Uncle Mingjia, wasn't my sister supposed to pick you up from the port? Didn't she return with you?" "Ah, your sister," Mingjia teased. "She just single-handedly obliterated a second-rate pirate crew, far more formidable than you. She must be off to change her clothes now. After all, little Satan, you wouldn't want your birthday celebration to be tainted with the sin of blood, would you?" "TCH. Satan shrugged in displeasure, casually digging into his ear as if to extract non-existent earwax, before responding nonchalantly, "I have indeed put in considerable effort, however. The innate ability of my sister to manipulate ice is truly disheartening. Yet, she remains so indifferent, consistently refusing my requests for her to make me ice cream." Satan muttered in frustration. "However, I am certain that one day I shall surpass her, becoming a being more formidable than my sister. When that time arrives, I shall compel her to obediently craft ice cream for me, as a true scion of the Douglas family ought to do. Ahem. Before Satan could finish his words, a sudden ice spike erupted from the drink before him, threatening his throat and startling him into silence. Behind him, a chilling voice broke the tension. Little Satan, you are being mischievous again. It seems I must place you in a block of ice to cool off. No, dear sister, Satan quickly raised his hands in surrender. You must have misheard me. I was merely proclaiming how beautiful you are, like a flower, with skin as fair as snow. Humph, such flattery. Esther's remarked as she took a seat beside Satan. With a wave of her hand, the ice spike before Satan transformed into shimmering crystals, dissipating into the air. On Satan's face, beads of cold sweat glistened, a testament to his exceedingly proud demeanor. Indeed, whether one is a stunning beauty or a charming one, the preoccupation with one's appearance reigns supreme, and the flattery of beauty is simply irresistible. A cunning smirk danced upon his lips, betraying his scheming nature. At that moment, King Denver clapped his hands, drawing the family's attention to himself. Very well, everyone is gathered. Present the gifts. 2 guards approached, each bearing a tray. And Denver first lifted a sword from the first tray, offering it to Esdeath. This is the sword that your father specifically selected for you. The most suitable one for your stature. The exquisite sword, Durandal, was a noble ceremonial blade, measuring 26 meters in length. Its scabbard, forged from gold, was adorned with several brilliant diamonds, radiating a dazzling brilliance. At the top of the hilt, a sapphire the size of a pigeon egg sparkled under the sunlight, epitomizing royal elegance. As she drew the sword, one could see its double-edged blade, crafted in a chaotic floral pattern, its edge razor-sharp. The air around it felt a sudden chill, confirming it was indeed the blade she had longed for. What a magnificent gesture! The renowned sword Durandal, a masterwork of the great blade, truly complements your essence, Esdeath. Ming observed with rapt attention. After all, in this world, renowned swords are commonly recognized, with only the supreme great blade, and the fine blade holding such esteemed status. Most are owned by legendary swordsmen. Hence the appearance of any unclaimed masterpiece inevitably stirs a great commotion. King Denver's choice to present a grand sword as a gift to his daughter was undeniably a remarkable display of generosity. Satan gazed in astonishment at the gift intended for his sister, followed by a surge of secret delight. After all, the presents bestowed upon her were truly remarkable. As the protagonist of the day, she was sure to receive nothing but the finest offerings. Lost in these thoughts, King Denver handed Satan the second gift, a delicately wrapped small box. Satan cautiously opened the box, his mouth agape in astonishment. Inside lay a peculiar light red fruit, adorned with spiraling patterns, resembling a pineapple. This was the treasure of the sea, the devil fruit. Chapter 5. The Malevolent Vision. The devil fruit is a unique maritime treasure within the world of One Piece, bestowing upon its consumer extraordinary powers and transforming them into a devil fruit user. These fruits are classified into 3 primary categories based on the abilities they confer: Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia. Logia-type devil fruits allow the user to become a natural element or phenomenon, rendering physical attacks ineffective. They are widely regarded as the most formidable of the 3 types, nearly invincible. Paramecia-type devil fruits grant the consumer special abilities that often manifest as transformations of the body or influence over objects they touch. Unlike Logia users, those who consume Paramecia fruits remain fundamentally human, unable to alter their essence. Zoan-type devil fruits enable the consumer to transform into various animals, encompassing 3 forms: human, beast, and hybrid. Since Zoan fruits primarily enhance physical prowess, many believe they are the strongest in close combat. However, all devil fruit users share a common vulnerability. Upon consuming a devil fruit, they become cursed by the sea, rendered as landlubbers who fear water. Despite this significant weakness, the allure of extraordinary power attainable by consuming a devil fruit drives the price on the black market to a minimum of 100 million berries for any fruit. Certain exceptional fruits can even fetch astronomical sums, reaching tens of billions of berries. Before Satan lay a devil fruit, a birthday gift, explaining his profound astonishment. King Denver observed his son's shock with a satisfied expression. It is well known that the Douglas family has produced generations of formidable warriors, attributed to the inherited bloodline of dragons, granting them inherent physical strength. With diligent training, they can attain the prowess of naval officers, further augmented by the dragon techniques that accompany their lineage. Nonetheless, this legacy serves merely as the backbone of the family, not as a foundation upon which a kingdom can rely. King Denver continued. The Zoan-type devil fruit significantly enhances physical strength, making it the most suitable for you. This particular fruit is the bear fruit, a top-tier Zoan variety. And it is my gift to you. Thank you, Father. Satan expressed his gratitude without delay. I have observed the challenges you face today, which signify a semblance of self-preservation. After you consume the demon's fruit today and adapt for a week, I shall escort you and your sister to the Naga island, situated near the doldrums, where you will cultivate your skills for several years. Upon hearing the remarks, Satan had yet to voice his opinion when Uncle Mingjia exclaimed with astonishment. You truly possess a resolute heart. Although they are endowed with exceptional talents and possess some degree of strength, they seem rather feeble when faced with the likes of an ancient island such as Naga Island. They might even meet their demise, dear brother. King Denver cast a sidelong glance at Mingjia, expressing his discontent with a huff. You two have trained on Naga Island, so you should comprehend that only through the fierce battles of life and death can their innate abilities be fully awakened. Moreover, if they cannot withstand such trials, it merely indicates their limitations. He then turned to the siblings, inquiring about their thoughts. Not a problem at all. I have longed to encounter the monsters of the ancient island, though I fear some may become a burden. Esdeath replied without hesitation. Humph. Who is to say who the real burden is? Satan retorted defiantly. Then it is settled, Mingjia. It falls upon you to escort them, and I entrust you with the task of imparting the dragon techniques as well. After a year, I shall send Titan to teach you the cultivation of domineering power. Do not let me down. Understood, the siblings replied, showing no signs of fear regarding the trials on the ancient island. As night descended, Satan remained motionless before the mirror for half an hour, repeatedly grasping the devil fruit before him, mustering the courage to consume it, only to abandon the endeavor time and again. He gazed at his own handsome visage reflected in the mirror, his hair disheveled, and in a fit of agitation, he shouted. Though I yearned to grow stronger swiftly, the thought of my handsome face transforming into that of a furry bear inexplicably incites a desire to curse. While Satan was in a frenzy over whether to consume the devil fruit, an unexpected transformation occurred. Suddenly, several green tendrils sprouted from his hand, swiftly plunging into the devil fruit before him. The air filled with the sound of gulping, and by the time Satan realized what had transpired, all that remained of the devil fruit was a crumpled peel lying on the table. The tendrils, having devoured the fruit, rapidly retreated back into Satan's body as if nothing had occurred. What on earth just happened? Satan, momentarily bewildered, pinched his thigh, the sharp pain serving as a stark reminder that the events that had just transpired were not mere illusions. Ha ha ha. At last, I am free. A surge of green light erupted from Satan's being, swirling around the room and emitting a cacophony of raucous laughter. Satan, taken aback, plopped down onto the ground. What on earth is this? Is it an illusion? It must be an illusion. Everything is merely a figment of my imagination. With great determination, Satan closed his eyes tightly and shuffled backward, muttering to himself, when I reopen my eyes, surely nothing will have transpired. Upon opening his eyes, he found, indeed, nothing was amiss. It was all an illusion. He patted his chest in reassurance, but in the next moment, he was startled into a scream by the sudden appearance of a green light before him. Oh, for heaven's sake, why the outcry? I have resided within you for 6 years, and I even know the color of your undergarments, yet you still scream. The sudden shriek of Satan ceased abruptly as he beheld the hovering emerald light before him. It was a diminutive sprite, approximately 20 centimeters in height, adorned in a garment woven from lush, verdant leaves, intricately carved with elaborate, ornate patterns. Its arms, calves, and ankles were embellished with nearly 10 distinct opulent ornaments, exuding an air of nobility. With fluttering long eyelashes, endearing large eyes, a delicate nose, sensuous lips, elongated pointed ears, and a refined visage, complemented by 3 pairs of translucent wings fluttering behind. Every feature compelled admiration from those who beheld it. Yet why was it male? Satan muttered to himself. What did you say? The sprite flapped its wings and approached Satan, its voice laced with a palpable threat. I am acquainted with the sprite clan. But how can you possibly be male? Satan's incredulity was evident. The sprite glared at Satan, hands on its hips, exuding a playful charm. Yet the subsequent outburst shattered its composed demeanor. Curse you, foolish mortal. Which race exists without males? I am the male deity of the sprite clan, the master of thievery. Born as a male. 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 It bears repeating thrice for emphasis. Chapter 6. The Evolution of Life. Satan sat at the table, sipping a drink, while the mischievous sprite Xie Jian similarly cradled a cup, relishing his beverage. It was evident that Satan had grown accustomed to his presence. According to Xie, he was a deity of the elven clan within the divine realm, tasked with overseeing thievery. It was no surprise that his exquisite appearance was coupled with an undeniable air of roguishness, for he was indeed the progenitor of professional bandits. A fierce conflict erupted between the deities of chaos and order over the coveted seed of the Tree of Life, resulting in the spoils being pilfered by the cunning Xie. What more was there to say? The audacious Xie was relentlessly pursued and utterly obliterated by the united forces of the two divine factions. Nevertheless, with a mindset of a thief never leaves empty-handed and a malicious intent of if I cannot possess it, neither shall you, a fragment of his lingering soul escaped into the turbulent currents of time and space, fortuitously landing in the world of One Piece. During his sojourn through Earth and the realm of Mingjia, he stealthily seized the souls of Satan and Esdeath, thereby transporting them into the One Piece world. However, it appeared that Esdeath's soul had sustained some damage, leaving Satan with the entirety of his previous life's memories intact. Stripped of divine power, Xie had no choice but to reside within Satan, harboring the seed of the Tree of Life. Over the expanse of time, the seed germinated within Satan, intertwining with him and bestowing upon him vigorous vitality and formidable regenerative abilities. Meanwhile, Xie, having become the spirit of the Tree of Life, remained trapped within Satan until, fortified by the power of the devil fruit, he was finally liberated. As you have remarked, am I now inextricably linked to the Tree of Life? The notion of harboring a tree within me sends a shiver down my spine. How infuriating it is to think that the tree I painstakingly acquired has now fallen into your hands. I am tempted to bestow upon you a couple of slashes. Xie, as anticipated, cursed vehemently. Oh dear. Let us not dwell on such trivialities. You two have emerged unscathed, becoming the spirit of the Tree of Life. Moreover, the Tree of Life is now me, and I am the Tree of Life. Should you slay me, your existence would also cease. Satan consoled the wicked vision. For humanity is invariably drawn to beauty, and the allure of wickedness is indeed beguilingly captivating, tragically beautiful. After hearing Satan's words, the wicked vision could not help but feel disheartened, flapping its wings as it perched upon Satan's hand, before erupting into a fit of manic laughter. However, the thought that the foolish denizens of the divine realm had ultimately fallen prey to its cunning brought it immense joy. Such a malicious disposition, Satan silently scoffed, as the prospect of cohabiting with such a mischievous sprite left him feeling overwhelmed. Hey, wicked vision. You keep insisting that the Tree of Life is a treasure of the divine realm. What is its extraordinary nature? The wonder of the Tree of Life lies in evolution. Its essence is a pure embodiment of the primal source of wood. Thus, as long as it consumes a small part of any plant, it can fully evolve, and now, this ability belongs entirely to you, my little imp. That is simply splendid, Satan chuckled bashfully. However, since you are fused with the Tree of Life, harnessing its powers will require your physical stamina. Therefore, the stronger your physique, the greater your capacity to evolve plants. Indeed, I am about to undertake trials on the ancient island of Naga. I will seize the opportunity to diligently train my physical prowess and enhance my strength. Moreover, the Tree of Life possesses its own spatial realm, effectively granting you a mobile warehouse. Yet, similarly, the stronger your physique, the more vibrant the Tree of Life's vitality, and thus, the larger the storage capacity. Marvelous! Satan exclaimed with unrestrained excitement, as the joy of such a discovery was akin to finding a fortune. However, this is not even the greatest benefit for us. With an air of superiority, the wicked vision gazed at Satan, wearing a self-satisfied expression that seemed to say, "Beg me, and I shall reveal it to you. Come on, wicked vision. Just tell me already." Satan feigned a compliant demeanor, while internally chastising himself for his own childishness. Yet, when the prospect of extraordinary gains was at stake, what were principles anyway? Could they be consumed? Satan admitted his ignorance. Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall graciously enlighten you. The wicked vision basked in its moment of ostentation, puffing up with pride. Because I previously shared your memories. As long as there are devil fruits to provide the power of rules, I can use life magic to nurture other characters from your memories of the second dimension. In other words, provided there are enough devil fruits, your beloved characters from the second dimension could materialize before you, one by one. How does that sound? Exciting, isn't it? Satan paused momentarily, emitting a drawn-out exclamation of surprise. I adore you, evil vision. This is the delightful surprise I have longed for. I knew it. Your aspiration has always been to unite with all your beloved two-dimensional characters, forming a prestigious and formidable family that instills fear in others. You truly understand me, Evil Vision. Tears of sorrow streamed down Satan's face, touched as he was by the shared memories. Outside the window, the full moon hung high in the sky, casting a serene glow, heralding the imminent arrival of a new era for the sea's gallant heroes. Upon discovering that the devil fruit consumed by Satan was not the Zoan-type bear fruit, but rather the Paramecia-type wood fruit, the members of the Douglas family were taken aback, left to ponder the possibility of mutations in devil fruits. The devil fruit encyclopedia seemed utterly unreliable. King Denver could only shake his head in exasperation and decided to send someone to gather various rare plants for his beloved son, hoping that Satan could better develop his fruit abilities. On this particular day, Satan was engrossed in studying the collection of rare plants gathered by the king when suddenly Captain Titan strode into the room. "Your Highness Satan, I have news regarding the devil fruit auction you asked me to keep an eye on. In 3 days, there will be a black market transaction on Bougainville Island, hosted by the underground faction, the Hussein family, where 2 devil fruits will be auctioned. If we leave now, we will arrive in time." "Understood. You may leave for now," Satan replied. But then a voice interrupted. "Satan, you have no funds to purchase 2 devil fruits. What do you intend to do? Will you give up?" It was the malevolent presence of Evil Eye, who inquired with ill intent. "Give up? Impossible. Besides," a devilish grin spread across Satan's face, who said, "I intend to pay, my dear god of thieves? Ha ha ha. Now this is the Satan I admire. Indeed. We shall execute our plan stealthily, hence we cannot bring the guards. However, we cannot manage solely by ourselves. We require assistance from others. Whom do you plan to recruit?" "Of course, my most beloved sister, the incomparable Princess Esdeath, who embodies both beauty and strength." "Wow, your flattery has startled me. But what good is it to praise her here when she cannot hear?" Evil Eye wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. "Enough nonsense. Can I not rehearse in advance?" Chapter 7. The Dock Conflict. The Grand Line is dotted with numerous islands, most of which host member nations under the world government, boasting formidable military strength and powerful figures, alongside naval bases, which typically deter ordinary pirate crews from acting recklessly. Conversely, islands controlled and divided by various underground factions have become prime locations for ordinary pirate crews to procure supplies and exchange information. Such islands, remote from the grip of the law, flourish with smuggling, black markets, and information trading. Assassinations and plundering are commonplace here. Bougainville Island is one such island, secretly governed by underground powers. To survive unscathed on such an island, one must possess an astute ability to read the room. Dahl, a native of Bougainville Island, frequently frequented the bustling dock areas, tavern streets, and underground auction houses, often serving as a guide for wealthy newcomers to earn a little extra. At that moment, a luxurious passenger ship docked at Bougainville Island, and tourists began disembarking. Peddlers eagerly approached the arriving guests, and amidst the crowd, Esdeath and Satan stepped off the ship. However, perhaps due to their youthful appearance, they did not project an image of affluence, and thus, no one was inclined to offer them guidance. Unfortunate Dahl, having failed to attract other customers, reluctantly approached the siblings, thinking that even earning 50 berries would suffice for a hearty pint of dark beer at the tavern, rather than returning empty-handed. "Esteemed guests, welcome to Bougainville Island. Do you require a guide? Whether you seek information or wish to place a bounty, I have connections," Dahl said with a cunning smile, as if they were unsuspecting lambs awaiting slaughter. "What 2 guests? There are 3 of us. Do you think I am invisible?" Before Satan could even respond, the malevolent thoughts perched upon his shoulder erupted in fury. A winged creature swooped down before Door, delivering a sharp slap before swiftly returning to its place. "How dare you disregard my presence? You must learn a lesson." Door, stunned, covered his face in bewilderment, thinking to himself, "Is it my fault that you possess such an insubstantial presence?" Of course, he would never utter such words aloud. "Have we forgotten the purpose of our arrival? We must remain discreet before taking action. Do you understand?" Satan cast a bewildered glare at the heretic before turning back with a grin, tossing a stack of belly to Dole, beckoning him to lead them to the auction house. "Yes, yes, please follow me," Dole responded with enthusiastic politeness, reflecting on the young master's courteous demeanor. Just as they were about to depart the dock area, a towering bald man, flanked by 7 or 8 thugs, obstructed their path. That's the notorious boss Tigerhead of the dock district, with a bounty of 8 million belly on his head. How on earth did you get tangled up with them?" He is a merciless demon capable of murder without a second thought. Dole retreated cautiously, clearly preparing for a hasty escape. Boss, it's that girl for sure. I wouldn't mistake her. She wields the exquisite sword Durandal, one of the famed great blades of the 21st rank, worth at least 50 million belly on the black market. One of the thugs informed the bald leader. Hey, you think you can steal our boss's treasured sword and just walk away? Hand it over now, shouted another thug. Yes. Yes, hand it over quickly, or we'll tear you apart. The raucous threats from the other thugs echoed, mocking the audacity of a mere child attempting to wield a sword. Ha ha ha, little girl, they called you little girl. Esdeath, that is simply intolerable. The heretic exacerbated the situation gleefully. Esdeath narrowed her eyes, a glint of menace flickering within them as her right hand rested upon the hilt of her sword, evidently preparing to strike. Wait, sister. Satan swiftly intervened to stop Esdeath, asserting that there was no need for his sister to take action against such insignificant characters. Moreover, he was eager to seize the opportunity to test his newfound abilities. Allow me to handle this. Satan took 2 steps forward, pointing at the bald man, and proclaimed, I am offering you a chance. Leave now, or I shall show you no mercy. The bald man, with a menacing twist of his neck, produced a cracking sound. I am curious to see how you intend to be ungracious towards me. Heh, you are courting your own demise. Do not blame me for it. Satan extended his hand forward and bellowed, Vines, constrict. In an instant, countless tendrils erupted from the ground surrounding the small delinquents, sweeping towards them and coiling around their ankles. The young ruffians struggled in a state of panic, attempting to evade their fate, yet they were ultimately ensnared by the relentless vines, bound tightly like rice dumplings, leaving trails of blood and eliciting agonized cries. Not too shabby. Satan mused with pride, reveling in the successful activation of his Tree of Life abilities. It became evident that he was a wielder of a devil fruit power. No wonder he exuded such confidence. A voice emerged from the vines, belonging to the bald man. But surely, you underestimate me. His muscles tensed instantaneously, and he summoned his strength. With a thunderous explosion, the vines constricting him shattered into pieces. Whatever means you possess, unleash them, he challenged. Utterly futile, Esdeath remarked with a discontented scoff. You truly bring disgrace to the Douglas family, she added, reveling in the chaos. Satan, his face darkened with rage, vanished from his original position only to reappear before the bald man. You insignificant pawn, simply succumb to your fate, he sneered, displaying an air of superiority. With a swift kick, he sent the bald man flying, then instantly pursued him midair, seizing his head with one hand and forcefully slamming it into the ground, resulting in a thunderous crash that left a massive crater in the floor. Following this, a cacophony of flesh meeting flesh ensued, blood splattering everywhere. At last, having satisfied his fury, Satan straightened up, stepping on the nearly unrecognizable head of the bald man, and leisurely pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his hands. Adjusting his glasses, he murmured to himself, Indeed, the fist embodies justice. Dahl was nearly left agape, realizing that this seemingly polite young man was, in fact, a formidable character. He respectfully escorted Satan and his companion to the entrance of the auction house, then hastily departed. Heaven bear witness, who would wish to linger with these 2 siblings harboring demons within? The pressure was immense. What a useless coward. The disdainful Yajian cast a sidelong glance at the retreating Dahl, then turned back to propose. Wait a moment, while I conjure chaos with my magic. You shall infiltrate to seize the devil's fruit and leave immediately. What say you? Why? Esdeath asked coldly, clearly displeased with Yajian's habitual bravado. Did you not say to avoid causing disturbances to spare our family from shame? Hence the need for stealth, Yajian replied. Are you unaware that there exists a thing called money? Esdeath retorted, tossing a handful of belly to the guards at the entrance, boldly striding into the auction house. Yajian faintly heard her mutter 2 words upon entering, country bumpkin. Chapter 8. The Valley of Carnivorous Flowers. Upon entering the auction house, Satan and his companion took their seats in the front row of the hall. At this moment, the auction had yet to commence formally, with guests trickling in. As it was a black market, most attendees donned masks and draped themselves in voluminous robes to obscure their glamorous identities from the sunlight. The rear of the auction hall featured a series of private booths, evidently reserved for the true dignitaries. Each booth was guarded by 2 sentinels, totaling 30 guards for the 15 booths. The hall was sparsely populated, with only a fraction of the seats occupied, yet over 20 armored knights patrolled the aisles. Additionally, nearly 100 fully armed warriors guarded the shadows and corridors surrounding the hall. when considering the formidable figures lurking in the background. The security for this black market auction was extraordinarily stringent. Soon, the auction commenced, and a captivating woman ascended the stage. Clad in a low-cut evening gown that accentuated her curves, her hair styled in an elaborate noble fashion, she exuded both allure and elegance. This was Kylina, the long-standing representative of the Hussein family responsible for the auction. Kylina, evidently seasoned in the art of auctioneering, knew precisely how to stir the emotions of her audience. She leaned slightly, cleared her throat gently, and clasped her hands before her chest, bowing gracefully. Some guests below instantly found their breaths quickening, the sound of swallowing clearly audible. However, Satan's attention was clearly not on the auction. He lounged lazily in his seat, feigning disinterest while discreetly observing the patrolling guards. Noticing that the guards retreated to the corners of the hall as the auction began, he visibly relaxed. "Are you all right?" Esdeath inquired, casting a concerned glance at the slightly tense Satan, gently holding his hand. "If you're not up to it, we can simply purchase what we need. Do not entertain any dangerous thoughts." Satan revealed a faint, forced smile. Indeed, no matter how perfect one's thoughts may be, a hint of nervousness inevitably arises when it comes to action. Yet, an inexplicable sense of pride swelled within him, compelling him to refrain from using his family's wealth to procure the devil fruit. Even though he was fully aware that King Denver would undoubtedly grant his request should he voice it, perhaps having been reborn with the memories of his past life, he felt a certain estrangement from his family in this world. His soul felt vast and desolate, resonating only with echoes of silence. As a flurry of chaotic thoughts flickered through his mind, Satan turned his gaze toward Esther's, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination. He spoke deliberately and with gravity. "Sister, I wish to seize what I desire through my own strength." Esther's tightened her grip on his hand, her expression earnest and imbued with an unprecedented gentleness. "Satan, you must remember that family is also a source of your strength, though I do not understand why you have made this decision. Your choice shall be my choice as well." After a brief pause, she added, "Very well, let us proceed as planned." Satan reclined in his chair, the shadow of his cloak obscuring much of his visage, lending him an air of somber mystery, rendering his expression imperceptible to onlookers. The auction proceeded at a leisurely pace, and at long last it was time for the pièce d'assistance. Kylina took the tray from the attendant's hands and placed it upon the auction block, bestowing upon the audience a captivating glance before cheerfully unveiling the crimson cloth that shrouded it. Upon the tray lay 2 glass boxes, within which resided the very coveted devil's fruit that Satan sought. Satan's expression grew grave as he clasped his hands together, channeling every ounce of his power. An enigmatic force surged from the ground beneath him, radiating outward. At the moment when all attention was captivated by the devil fruit on the auction stage, Satan abruptly rose, bellowing with fervor. The earth of the auction hall convulsed violently, and countless colossal carnivorous plants erupted from the depths below. Each man-eating flower towered at least 5 to 6 meters high, boasting gaping maws capable of devouring a human whole, revealing jagged, menacing teeth. The viscous drool that dripped from their mouths sizzled upon contact with the ground, corroding it into numerous pits of varying sizes. As soon as they emerged, these monstrous flora lunged at the nearest individuals, some unfortunate souls being torn asunder in an instant, their blood splattering across the floor. Others met a grimmer fate, swallowed whole by the ravenous plants, accompanied by terrifying sounds of crunching flesh. The auction hall was plunged into chaos, with guards and warriors scrambling to maintain order, desperately evading the assaults of the man-eating flowers. The auctioneer, Kylina, stood frozen in shock at the unfolding scene, seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil created by Satan. Esther swiftly approached the auction platform, drawing her sword to strike at Kylina, who, momentarily stunned, reacted swiftly to evade the blade's arc, though she was forced to retreat from the platform. At this critical juncture, a figure descended upon the auction stage like a bolt of lightning, our thieving god, Esdeath. In a flash, the devil fruit that had awaited auction vanished from sight. Kylina, preoccupied with dodging Esther's onslaught, was powerless to thwart Esdeath's act of thievery. A manic expression spread across her face as she drew a dagger from her long leg, simultaneously deflecting Esther's strikes while unleashing a frenzied cry. "Who are you to dare disrupt Lord Hussein's domain? Seeking death, are you?" With the fruit in hand, Esdeath swiftly rejoined Satan's side, exclaiming, "Quickly retreat. The mission is accomplished." Satan, momentarily easing his tense spirit, once again brought his hands together to unleash a formidable technique. The essence of the wood spirit manifested in tendrils that ensnared and strangled, spreading forth with remarkable tenacity to impede the enemy's pursuit as he rushed toward the exit of the auction house. Observing the success of the malevolent scheme, Esdeath launched a rapid series of attacks, creating distance while unleashing several ice spears to repel Kylena, seizing the opportunity to leap from the fray and escape. The siblings, united in purpose, unleashed their full might, executing powerful moves that tore through the encirclement of warriors, ultimately breaking free from the auction house and fleeing towards the dock area. If they could reach the boats there, their mission would be deemed successful. However, at that very moment, a thunderous voice echoed from behind them, declaring, in Lord Hussein's territory, "You dare to create a disturbance and think you can simply depart?" A shadow approached with lightning speed, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, and in an instant, it closed in on Satan, delivering a punch that he barely managed to block by turning his body and raising his arm. Yet, the overwhelming force shattered his defenses. The sound of splintering bones resonating as his arms were crushed, sending his body hurtling backward, crashing through several buildings. "Prepare to meet your end, arrogant wretch." Before Satan could regain his composure, a shadow loomed closer, a colossal fist magnifying in his vision. At that moment, Esdeath stood resolutely before Satan, and the shadow's fist struck her with tremendous force. "No, sister." In the gaze of Satan, the image of Esdeath, bloodied and hurtling through the air, fills the scene with a crimson hue, his eyes almost bursting with rage. Chapter 9. The Ape King Titan. "I sincerely apologize, dear sister." Severely injured, Satan finds himself buried beneath the rubble of shattered structures, his heart laden with profound regret. He had underestimated the formidable powers of this ocean, foolishly aspiring to challenge the established order of the underworld with mere strength. Ultimately, he has paid the price for his arrogance. Satan was engulfed by a profound sense of powerlessness. His combat prowess seemed utterly insignificant in the face of that shadow's fists, which radiated explosive destructive force. Even his once proud regenerative abilities were rendered utterly futile due to the immense drain on his stamina, and thus, the malevolent thoughts once again seeped back into his being. Not far away, Esdeath lay incapacitated, having shielded Satan during the recent battle, now battered and bruised, drifting into unconsciousness. Never before had he yearned for strength so intensely. The shadow approached once more, its threatening fist cracking ominously, poised to extinguish the lives of the young siblings. Should fate grant him another chance to live, he vowed to command the entirety of the ocean, ensuring that his family would never again suffer harm. Satan squinted his eyes and swore deeply. The sunlight gently caressed him, creating a tender ripple. "Even in sorrow, I do not wish to appear too disheveled," he mused. A dark shadow loomed before Satan, its massive form obscuring his vision. "Bid farewell to the world, young man. Go to hell and repent for your arrogance." The shadow's fierce fist descended upon Satan. Not so fast. A figure darted in from the distance, intercepting the attack aimed at Satan with a powerful punch. The clash of their fists unleashed a tempestuous wave, sending Satan and the surrounding debris spiraling away. Struggling to open his eyes, Satan recognized his savior as his loyal captain, Titan, who had never seemed so formidable before. The two figures collided with ferocity, their fists striking with a thunderous roar akin to hammering steel, each blow slicing through the air, stirring up gales and delivering devastating impacts. The entire street lay in ruins, ravaged by the aftermath of their battle. In the next moment, they separated again, their clothes in tatters, manifesting their disarray. Titan glanced back at the severely injured prince and princess, then turned his fierce gaze upon the shadow. "Nicholson, do you truly wish to provoke the royal family of Babylon?" "Humph. They broke the rules themselves. I bear no blame," Nicholson retorted. "Let us conclude this matter." "Surely, you do not wish to test King Denver's wrath?" Nicholson's expression faltered. He could not report to Lord Hussein without demanding double the spoils as restitution. "Then there is nothing more to discuss." Titan scoffed, a palpable aura emanating from him, causing the very air to tremble. His upper body swelled rapidly, transforming into the form of a colossal ape, towering over 3 meters, his body brimming with explosive muscle. His presence escalating dramatically. "In that case, prepare to meet your demise." Titan re-engaged with Nicholson, his transformed state granting him the upper hand. Each punch sent tremors through Nicholson's arms, his muscles seemingly on the verge of shattering as he was forced to retreat, armed with the might of a great ape. Titan enveloped himself in the aura of Haki, appearing before Nicholson in a flash, delivering a crushing blow to his chest. Nicholson's ribcage caved in instantly. His body hurtled hundreds of meters away, the tremendous impact obliterating half a street behind him and carving a deep trench 100 meters long. crumpled on the ground. Severely wounded, Nicolso Satan, with a sense of frustration, rowed the boat vigorously, exclaiming, "This is child abuse. I am still a minor." Mingjia sat up and glared at him. "Do you have any objections?" "No, absolutely none." Satan conceded with a lack of backbone, continuing to paddle the small vessel swiftly. "Now that's more like it," Mingjia remarked with satisfaction, reclining once again. "Do not think I am bullying you. Rowing is also a form of cultivation." After a brief silence, Satan suddenly turned his gaze towards Mingjia. "Uncle, I have a question to ask you." "Go ahead." "The other day on Phuket Island, my sister and I were utterly defeated by our opponents with overwhelming superiority. I am quite puzzled about what level my strength is in the vast ocean." "The fact that you can ask this question indicates that you have learned a significant lesson," Mingjia replied, sitting up and leaping down from the top of the boat canopy. He patted Satan's shoulder and settled down beside him. "Allow me to explain the hierarchy of strength in the sea in detail. I had initially intended to wait until we reached Naga Island for your training to share this with you." Satan perked up, sitting upright with a grave expression. Clearly, he was no longer willing to suffer from ignorance. In the ship's cabin, Esdeath also quietly straightened herself. The vast ocean, teeming with countless races and diverse combat styles, along with various peculiar devil fruits, rendered battles rife with uncertainty. Thus, it would be more accurate to assert that there exists no universally acknowledged standard of power upon the seas. However, for a long time, people have held a strong recognition of the naval ranks and bounty notices. Mingjia continued, explaining that within the Navy, there are divisions of non-commissioned officers, junior officers, senior officers, and flag officers. With each elevation in rank comes a corresponding increase in strength. As for pirates, naturally, the higher the bounty, the stronger the individual, posing a greater threat to the world government. Satan, if we were to measure combat prowess, you would be comparable to a naval lieutenant, while Esdeath, you would achieve the strength of a lieutenant colonel. Haha. As for your adversary, Nicuson, he possesses the might of a brigadier general. The disparity is substantial. Therefore, there is no need for you both to feel disheartened. You are still young, and among your peers, you are already remarkably gifted. With diligent training, surpassing him will be inevitable, Mingjia concluded. Chapter 10, The Might of Haki. Upon hearing Mingjia's explanation, Satan and Esdeath exchanged glances, each sensing the determination in the other's eyes. That Uncle Titan must possess the strength of a rear admiral, as I witnessed him defeat that Nicuson. "And uncle, what is your rank?" Mingjia pondered for a moment, seemingly evaluating Titan's combat capabilities. After a brief pause, he responded, "In terms of physical combat, he should be on par with Nicuson, possessing brigadier general strength. Coupled with his devil fruit abilities and Haki, he can be considered an ordinary rear admiral. As for my strength, you will have the opportunity to discover it in due course." "What is Haki?" Esdeath inquired from the cabin. "Haki is a latent power inherent to all humans, akin to an instinctual ability associated with presence and intimidation. This power exists as an innate force. However, the vast majority of individuals remain unaware of it, unable to harness it throughout their lives. Haki is categorized into three types: Kinbunshaku, observation Haki; Busashoku, armament Haki; and Haoshaku, conqueror's Haki. Generally, individuals can awaken and enhance these abilities through rigorous training. In the Navy, those at the rank of Rear Admiral are proficient in both armament and observation Haki. Observation Haki allows one to sense the aura of their surroundings intensely, enabling detection of enemies beyond the line of sight or even foresight of their movements. It can be likened to a form of mind reading, or the power of hearing. As long as one is alive, their body emits a unique sound, through which they can predict an opponent's next actions and position, with practice expanding this range. Those who attain higher levels of observation Haki can even hear the thoughts of others and engage in persuasive discourse. With continuous training, it is even possible to glimpse fragments of the future. "Impressive," Satan exclaimed. "And what about armament Haki?" Armament Haki enhances one's defensive capabilities, functioning like an invisible armor. It can also be transformed into offensive power, allowing one to contend with devil fruit users and even make contact with the physical forms of Logia-type fruit users. Additionally, it can be enveloped around weapons to augment their destructive force. As for Conqueror's Haki, it can intimidate or even incapacitate foes through one's own spirit. However, if not controlled properly, it can affect those around as well. Conversely, if Haki reaches an advanced state, it can exert an overwhelming pressure. This rare Haki is a gift bestowed upon only one in hundreds of thousands, representing the qualities of a king. Unlike the former two, Conqueror's Haki cannot be honed through training. It can only be strengthened through the personal growth of the wielder. Esdeath displayed a look of astonishment, her cerulean eyes widening in surprise and yearning for the unknown power. Meanwhile, although Satan was already familiar with Haki from his past life, he felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Mingjia's explanation. Mingjia observed the astonished duo with satisfaction, clearing his throat to regain their attention before continuing. However, it is likely that due to our bloodline, members of the Douglas family will not awaken Conqueror's Haki. Satan let out a piercing scream and stood up in excitement. How could this be? We possess the dragon bloodline, reputed for its unparalleled combat prowess. Sit down. Ming cast a dissatisfied glance at Satan. Indeed, our bloodline is the strongest, although we cannot awaken the Conqueror's Haki. There have been historical records of our kin awakening the dragon might, a power that is utterly comparable to the formidable strength of the Conqueror's Haki. Dragon might? Just as Satan was about to inquire further, the sea suddenly roiled violently, and a centipede-like sea king, measuring over 100 meters in length, burst forth from the depths, stirring up waves towering over 10 meters, charging toward the small boat. Satan had never encountered such a colossal sea creature, leaving him momentarily astonished. At that moment, Mingjia spoke. No amount of explanation can compare to witnessing it firsthand. Observe closely. With the application of his armament Haki, he raised his fist. An imperceptible aura coalescing around his wrist, transforming his fist into a blackened mass, as if encased in armor. Sara, Jeppo. In an instant, his form vanished from the small vessel, reappearing in midair, where he seemed to tread upon the very essence of the atmosphere, racing toward the sea creature ahead. As he approached the massive entity, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at its head. His diminutive stature, barely 2 meters tall, appeared insignificant compared to the 100-meter-long sea beast. Like an inconsequential ant. However, in the next moment, perceptions would shift dramatically. Upon impact, an immense force erupted from his fist, sending visible shockwaves radiating outward. The creature's colossal form contorted and deformed under this overwhelming power, its muscles and bones entangled in chaos, while the water beneath it collapsed, revealing a vacuum spanning nearly 100 meters. The might of a single punch was truly terrifying. After delivering his strike, Satan effortlessly returned to the boat, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. The surging waters surged forward, propelling the small vessel a considerable distance away. After what felt like an eternity, the sea's surface finally regained its tranquility, the floating corpse of the sea creature serving as a stark reminder to Satan and his sister that this was no mere illusion. Regaining his composure, Satan gazed at Mingjia with eyes filled with admiration, sparkling with awe. Incredible. He found himself at a loss for words to express his astonishment. Understanding the disparity in their strengths, he resolved to diligently practice on Naga Island. Mingjia, somewhat disdainful, pushed Satan away. You must realize, those 100-meter-long sea creatures are merely small fry. For true warriors, they are but playthings. Any admiral in the Navy could dispatch them with ease. So do not be so astonished. Satan, with a face full of indignation, lowered his head in silent resentment, pondering the height of pretentiousness. Did he really think there were numerous naval officers of the rank he held? He discreetly raised a middle finger. Mingjia, content, stretched lazily, choosing to overlook his small gesture. Estes took up an oar and began to row the boat, and Satan's attempts to intervene were firmly rebuffed. She gazed earnestly at Mingjia, declaring, I shall become a formidable force, unyielding to your strength. With the combined efforts of Estes and Satan, the small vessel bravely navigated the waves, finally reaching the ancient island of Naga before nightfall. From deep within the island, the sounds of beastly roars echoed, and fierce winds howled. As Satan set foot on the island, he involuntarily shivered, only to reveal a fervent grin on his face. This would undoubtedly be an intriguing trial. Are you afraid? Mingjia inquired. No, I am merely trembling with excitement, he replied. Chapter 11. The Ancient Island, Luja Island of the Grand Line. This is a small tropical island, nearly 10 square kilometers in size, belonging to the private estate of the Hussein family. It serves as the headquarters of the Lion King's organization, one of the dark forces controlling the Grand Line. The island is adorned with towering coconut trees, and at its center stands a luxurious manor, brimming with life, concealing the deep-seated evils lurking beneath the surface. At that moment, in a dimly lit chamber beneath the manor, a shadowy figure reclined comfortably in a rocking chair. Eyes softly closed, exuding a tranquil demeanor. Previously a formidable presence on Buggy Island, Nikasong now knelt respectfully before him, reporting with utmost deference. Upon completing his report, the figure remained unresponsive. Nikasong cautiously glanced up, seeking any hint of emotion on his face, but found none. "My lord?" Nikasong tentatively called. The figure slightly sat up, casting a sidelong glance at Nikasong, emitting a cold grunt. His expression suddenly turned stern, eyes reflecting a dark glimmer in the flickering candlelight. "So, you let them go," he stated, his voice gravelly and laced with an intense aura of pressure. "And they suffered no consequences for it." "It was my error, Lord Hussein," Nikasong acknowledged, fully aware that Hussein was not inclined to entertain any explanations. "No one takes anything from my grasp without paying a price. Do you understand? Should we send someone to assassinate them? What benefit would that yield? Provoking a powerful kingdom is hardly a wise course of action." Hussein shot a glare at Nikasong before muttering to himself, "The Lion King's organization does not engage in losing ventures. Are we to let it go at that? This auction has become a laughingstock among underground forces. If we cannot reclaim our dignity, our organization's influence in the shadows will greatly diminish," Nikasong pressed, unwilling to believe that Hussein was oblivious to this reality. If the organization did not act, he feared they would have no chance to redeem their honor. "Curtail your speculations, Nikasong. The Babylon Kingdom possesses at least 2 subcommanders of considerable strength, and facing them directly would yield no favorable outcome." Hussein lowered his voice, emitting a chilling laugh reminiscent of an owl in the night. "However, even the mightiest lion must occasionally rest. This matter will not simply be dismissed." On Naga Island, near the coastline, a fire blazed brightly as Satan and Esther's grilled their food. A massive triceratops carcass sprawled behind them, measuring several meters in length. "What manner of island is this? How could dinosaurs still exist here?" Satan, while roasting food, emitted incredulous exclamations. "You do not know this? It seems you have not paid attention in your royal education classes." Suddenly, Mingjia appeared behind Satan. "Wowah!" Satan emitted an exaggerated scream. "Please refrain from appearing unexpectedly behind others. It can be quite terrifying." "TCH, little devil." Mingjia took a seat and said, "Esther's, you explain it to him." "Indeed." Esther's replied calmly. "Due to the peculiar climate along the Grand Line, there exist certain islands whose ecosystems hark back to prehistoric times, collectively referred to as the Primal Islands. Given the inhospitable climate, the creatures that thrive on these islands are extraordinarily formidable." Mingjia displayed a smirk of schadenfreude. Naga Island is a quintessential example of a primal island. There are over 600 species on the island that surpass your capabilities, and deep within, there are sovereign-level creatures capable of wielding Haki. Thus, starting tomorrow, your period of ease shall come to an end. You will establish a rudimentary camp by the seaside, as most animals on the island tend to avoid the coastal areas, rendering this spot temporarily safe. Each day, you are required to venture deeper into the island to engage in combat, returning to the camp at night to rest and recuperate. I shall guide you for a month, after which you must remain until you can independently defeat a sovereign-level creature from the depths of the island to conclude your trial. Do you understand? Understood. Both Satan and Esther's replied in unison. By the way, Satan, there is something you might find inconvenient to address. Yet I must inquire, why do you require an additional devil fruit? In truth, one can only consume a single devil fruit. Ingesting a second would result in one's demise. Mingjia asked with a serious expression. Satan revealed a hint of hesitation, however, upon recalling the numerous times Esdeath had shielded him on the shores of Phuket. He felt a sense of relief. In this world, if one could not even trust their own family, what purpose would life serve? Furthermore, when the figures from his dreams eventually came to fruition, they would inevitably learn the truth. I understand this may sound utterly absurd. Yet the reality is that after consuming that mutated devil fruit, I not only acquired the power to manipulate plants, but also gained an extraordinary ability. Satan must find a way to render his explanation more plausible. What power? Esther's is equally intrigued. By exchanging a devil fruit, I can summon formidable beings from another world using my life force. What? How is that possible? Mingjia and Esther's were taken aback, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Furthermore, another world? Such a thing cannot exist. Indeed, it is true. A voice emanated from within Satan, and the malevolent spirit, Shejin, emerged, startling them once again. I am the god of thievery from the elven race in the divine realm, Shejin. Mingjia swiftly approached Satan, grasping Shejin's head and pulling him from Satan's body for a closer inspection. There is nothing particularly special about him. Satan, how is it that he can reside within you? Mingjia was quite curious. While the abilities granted by devil fruits are indeed diverse and peculiar, such an extraordinary capability is truly astonishing. Release me, you wretch. You have offended me. Xiejin wriggled free from Mingjia's grasp and landed on Esther's shoulder. I detest boorish men, he declared disdainfully. Glaring at Mingjia before turning to flatter Esther's, you are the most enchanting woman I have ever encountered. Your cerulean eyes are as pure as amber polished by time. Your skin as delicate as that of a newborn, and your vivid red lips are as enticing as the first green shoots of spring. From the moment I laid eyes on you, my heart was profoundly pierced by your beauty. Allow me to compose a love sonnet for you. Stop. I do not appreciate silver-tongued men, Esther's interrupted Xiejin's elaborate praise. However, I graciously accept your compliments. The corners of Satan's mouth twitched as he turned his head, feigning unfamiliarity. How utterly embarrassing, indeed. Moreover, my dear sister, how is it that I had not perceived your haughty demeanor until now? Such revelations elucidate your prior conduct, remarked Mingjia. Rest assured, I shall elucidate the matter to your father, and additionally, I will utilize the channels of the world government to keep an eye on the news regarding the devil fruits. You need only focus on your training here. Indeed. Chapter 12, The Crimson Fireball. Xiejin, may we commence the process of gestation now? Xiejin flapped his wings and returned to Satan's side. In truth, from the moment we seized the devil fruit, I had already initiated the process of gestation. However, it necessitates a substantial conversion of your vitality to sustain it. Given your current physical prowess, it will require at least half a month before they can manifest. The anticipation is palpable. I wonder how formidable the beings from another world shall be, Mingjia smiled. You may find yourself disappointed. For the limitations of Satan's physicality will prevent the gestated beings from surpassing his strength. They will merely possess their own unique talents, Xiejin elucidated. Even so, I remain eager with anticipation. Very well, let us take our rest. Tomorrow we shall commence our devilish training. As Satan and his companions began their training on Naga Island, a piece of intelligence quietly circulated among the underground factions. It was rumored that the Kingdom of Babylon had discovered a vast gold mine on Naga Island and had already commenced extraction in secrecy. The sea roiled restlessly, and a conspiracy against the siblings Satan was silently unfolding. Half a month later, on Naga Island, deep within the jungle, Satan cautiously concealed himself amidst the branches of a grand tree, his breath shallow and his spirit taut with tension. Though he remained on the periphery of the island, the abundance of formidable creatures was overwhelming. He had just narrowly evaded the pursuit of a flying mantis, his mind rife with exasperation. Truly, what kind of mantis possesses the ability to unleash sword-like energy? It was utterly preposterous. After a brief respite, he silently descended from the tree, continuing his stealthy journey deeper into the island. The creature perched upon his shoulder, a manifestation of malevolence, appeared at ease, seemingly taking a leisurely stroll. At that moment, an ominous sensation surged within him, prompting Satan to leap aside with alacrity. A thunderous explosion erupted from the very spot where he had just stood, as he propelled himself away with a single hand against the ground. A cacophony of explosive sounds resonated from behind him as a swarm of diminutive, crimson calves charged forth. These creatures, known as the Red Fireball calves, were unique to the island. They lived in packs, coordinating their hunts with remarkable synergy. Despite their small stature, their explosive power was formidable, each assault akin to being struck by a miniature naval cannon, piercing the earth to depths of several meters. Satan found himself in a precarious predicament, deftly evading the frenzied onslaught of the wild bulls, narrowly escaping death time and again. He could even detect the pungent odor of each bull as it tore through the air. Fortunately, the fiery bulls could launch a powerful attack only once, after each assault. Their immense force would bury them deep in the ground, requiring considerable time to emerge and prepare for their next strike. This provided him with a much-needed respite. Hey, Satan. This is utterly fascinating. I absolutely relish this exhilarating battle for survival, the wicked spirit taunted as he circled around Satan, although stripped of his divine powers. As the god of thievery, he found short-range teleportation to be a trivial matter, effortlessly dodging the bull's attacks. Damn it, I've had enough. Satan's anguished roar was not in accordance with my style of evasion. With a swift motion, his right hand curved slightly, transforming into a dragon's claw, as he concentrated all his inner strength into it. When a brawny bull charged towards him, he leapt high into the air, colliding fiercely with the beast. The sound of a thunderous explosion echoed as Satan was thrust back several paces, while the bull, propelled by an even greater force, flew backward, crashing through numerous trees and raising a cloud of dust. An increasing number of crimson fireballs encircled him, rendering his situation ever more perilous. Furrowing his brow, Satan recalled the 6 techniques taught by the underworld master. Among them, the defensive technique known as paper drawing allowed him to dissipate his entire strength, deftly evading attacks directed at him by interpreting the fluctuations in the air caused by his opponent's movements, making it particularly suitable for countering group assaults. Satan gently closed his eyes, and the world seemed to fall into a profound silence. He could more readily perceive the subtle fluctuations of the air around him. Even the gentle rustling of the leaves became discernible. A wild bull charged towards him from a distance, creating a delicate tremor in the air. Satan instinctively sensed this nuance. At the moment the bull was about to collide with his body, he completely relaxed, as if shedding all weight, evading the bull's onslaught like a mere scrap of paper. More bulls surged in from various directions, unrelenting in their assault, yet Satan remained attuned to the intricate waves of air. His form danced like a leaf caught in the wind, deftly dodging each attack, embodying the paper drawing technique from the elite martial arts of the world government's advanced system. It was also a nascent manifestation of observation Haki. As the chaos subsided, the majority of the charging bulls, overwhelmed by their own momentum, were buried in the earth, momentarily incapacitated. Only then did Satan allow himself to relax and catch his breath. A piece of good news, Satan. At that moment, the malevolent voice perched upon his shoulder suddenly spoke. What? Satan was exceedingly curious about what significant news could compel the wicked to interrupt his battle. After a fortnight of gestation, they were now ready to descend. Is this truly the case? What a delightful surprise it is. Satan was positively elated. Shall we summon them forth immediately? Indeed, I have long awaited this moment. The expression on the visage of the wicked was one I had anticipated. Let us commence. With an unprecedented seriousness, he invoked the life force, his hands clasped together, murmuring incantations as he levitated before Satan. The vast life elements in the air converged frantically towards him, causing the surrounding trees to wither and disintegrate into fine powder, dancing in the wind. A verdant summoning circle manifested in the air before him, intricately designed in the shape of a hexagram, suffused with a dense, mist-like vitality. Suddenly, Satan felt his strength plummet. A wave of emptiness overtook his body, compelling him to collapse onto the ground. As he gazed upward, two indistinct figures gradually emerged within the summoning circle. They stood at a height of 1.3 meters, appearing as a pair of girls around 8 years of age. The girl on the left was adorned in a violet school uniform, her waist-length hair cascading down her back. A bright red sash and tie accentuated her attire, while red arm guards adorned her arms. In her right hand, she wielded a katana with a crimson scabbard, intricately etched with complex runes. Her demeanor was aloof, her features exquisite, yet it was her striking scarlet eyes that captivated all who beheld her, drawing one into their depths with an irresistible allure. The girl on the right donned a similar black school uniform, though her hair was somewhat shorter, reaching only to her shoulders. She too held a katana of a similar design, but her scabbard was black. Her charming visage mirrored that of her sister, equally enchanting without the need for embellishment, save for the stark contrast of her inky black eyes. Chapter 13. The twin sisters. They were none other than the twin sisters, Akane and Kuro, from the world of Crimson Eyes. The elder sister, Akane, was the ace of the assassination organization known as Night Raid, wielding her katana, Mirakumo, which delivered a lethal strike. Should one be cut by this blade, the wound would become tainted with a curse, leading to swift death, with no antidote available. While potent, it bore a weakness. Akane had to exercise utmost caution when handling it, for a mere cut to her finger would result in her own demise. In combat, if she failed to directly strike her opponent, the incantation would remain dormant. Her younger sister, Kuro, was a member of the Imperial Capital's Special Police Force, Hunters, possessing the Imperial artifact known as the March of the Dead, Yatsuhashi. This weapon allowed her to manipulate those slain by its blade, commanding up to 8 corpses as puppets, which would retain their former state and act freely. However, the more puppets she controlled during the activation of Yatsuhashi, the greater the toll it took on Kuro's own abilities. Once her power was dispelled, the corpses would revert to their ordinary state. "Young master," they exclaimed in unison as they stepped forth from the summoning circle. "Ah, welcome, my dear family." Satan reluctantly rose to his feet, the corners of his lips curling into a semblance of joy, though his demeanor remained fatigued, unable to conceal the delight within. Courteous greetings could wait. The next wave of the rampaging bull herd was imminent, as the ominous reminder indicated. "What is the enemy? Simply cleave through them," spoke the indifferent Red Eye, effortlessly dispatching an attacking bull with a swift strike. "Leave it to us, young master," declared the Black Eye, brandishing his blade, summoning forth 2 imposing puppets that materialized before the group. They were none other than the second members of Black Eye's 8 houses, Destaguru and Caesar the giant frog. Destaguru, in his former life, was a superlatively dangerous being, a colossal monster serving as a material for imperial artifacts, with unparalleled destructive power. In contrast, Caesar the giant frog was a formidable amphibious threat, possessing a potent dissolving liquid within its belly. As the bull herd launched another assault, Destaguru positioned himself as a bulwark, his formidable presence absorbing the impact of the bulls that struck him as if they were merely playful scratches. With a casual swipe of his claws, he sent several red fire bulls flying. Meanwhile, Caesar the giant frog lingered slightly behind, unleashing jets of dissolving liquid that brought down the airborne bulls with a sizzling sound of corrosion, occasionally extending its long tongue to snatch a few bulls and consume them. Thanks to their formidable defense, even any stragglers would be effortlessly dispatched by the red eye. Truly capable, Satan has become a mere spectator, involuntarily expressing admiration. Soon, the battle concluded, and the once troublesome herd of wild bulls was effortlessly subdued by the two sisters. Take a moment to rest, young master. Heitong kindly patted Satan's shoulder, curiously observing the surroundings. Well then, let us pause here for a while. Satan casually replied that at the moment the two sisters arrived, he had expended too much energy and still felt somewhat languid, as if his very essence had been drained. No, we cannot rest here. Chi Tong surveyed the chaotic battlefield, inhaling the scent of blood in the air, and calmly interjected, "The stench of blood is overwhelming. It could easily attract more formidable predators. The young master is in a weakened state and requires recuperation. We should avoid unnecessary confrontations." "The young master greatly appreciates your sagacity," Xiejian said, flapping his wings and hovering before Chi Tong, striving to assert his presence. "I concur with Chi Tong's assessment," Satan remarked. "Let us depart from this place swiftly." "Indeed." "Young master," Heitong responded cheerfully. "Wait for me a moment." Chi Tong returned to the battlefield, selecting several intact corpses of the Crimson Fire wild bulls before rejoining the group. "Hey, what purpose do these corpses serve?" Xiejian questioned, baffled by Chi Tong's actions. "I have a keen interest in their meat," Chi Tong replied, seemingly salivating, her crimson eyes sparkling with anticipation. "These little creatures, despite their diminutive size, possess remarkable explosive power. Their muscular strength must be substantial. They would undoubtedly make for an exquisite barbecue." Satan suddenly felt a twinge in his back. "Is this the moment to showcase your gluttonous nature? Just moments ago, you seemed entirely dependable." Observing Chiong laboriously selecting the most succulent cuts of meat, attempting to carry off more prey, Satan approached her with a bemused expression and waved his hand, drawing all the savage bulls into his spatial realm. Who touched my meat?" Chiong exclaimed, her expression fraught with indignation. "Hey, rest assured, I have secured everything for you. We'll retrieve it once we return to camp." "That sounds more acceptable. Beware of ambush." At that moment, Shejin's loud shout interrupted them. A beam of green light shot directly at Satan, and with remarkable reflexes, Chiong stepped in front of him, drawing her blade to intercept the green light. The sound of steel clashing resonated sharply as the green light was deflected, landing a short distance away. "It was that flying mantis. Surprisingly, it had caught up to them again," Shejin remarked in astonishment. "Chiong, be cautious. That creature is quite formidable and can unleash blade energy," Satan cautioned, recalling the relentless pursuit he had endured before encountering the Chihua savage bulls. "Leave it to me, young master," Chihong replied confidently. "I possess considerable experience in hunting dangerous species." Holding Muramesa, she advanced with a defensive posture, the blade angled at 45 degrees. Her steps were minuscule, as if to avoid disturbing the prey, yet it was a strategic maneuver to prepare for the impending strike. Indeed, as she had claimed, her hunting expertise was evident. The flying mantis seemed to sense the threat, its wings flapping rapidly, and its forelimbs produced a menacing sound reminiscent of clashing blades. Suddenly, the mantis charged forward, raising its scythe-like forelimbs to strike at Chihong. In response, Chihong pivoted slightly, using her right foot as a pivot point, and deflected the mantis's slash, carving a deep trench into the ground. With a spinning slash, she executed a full rotation, sending the mantis hurtling away, crashing through a swath of trees. "Did you take it down?" the black-eyed one inquired. "It's not that simple." Indeed, the very next moment, a green light surged forth from the trees again, swirling with a deadly brilliance, shattering tree trunks into splinters in its wake. Chihong's expression turned grave as she positioned Muramesa before her and charged forward. A visible layer of dark energy emanated from the blade, a dense aura of resentment formed from the corpses it had previously slain. True. Entombment. As Chi Hong and the flying mantis crossed paths, a flicker of blade light flashed, and she came to a halt, slowly sheathing Muramasa. Behind her, the mantis shuddered violently, a gaping wound appearing on its chest, spewing forth a torrent of blood as it plummeted from the sky. Chapter 14. Seizing the honey, a gentle breeze wafted through the air beneath the full moon. The island under the cover of night exuded an exceptional tranquility, starkly contrasting with the raucous camp. At the coastal camp, a welcome gathering was underway for Chi Hong and the black-eyed one. "Hey, Chi Hong, return my meat." Xiejin's voice echoed from afar. "I merely sampled it for you." Chi Hong feigned innocence, yet the flavor had been irresistible. "I might as well finish it." Indeed, indeed. The elven race should content themselves with a vegetarian diet. Satan chimed in, relishing the moment. However, unbeknownst to him, Chi Hong stealthily pilfered a generous piece of meat from his plate, swiftly consuming it before sitting upright, feigning innocence. "Wow, you young ones are indeed full of vigor." "I envy you," Mingjia remarked with a smile as he observed them. He then turned to inquire of the taciturn black-eyed one. "Little sister, why aren't you joining in the fun?" Satan turned his gaze back and noticed Black Eye holding an empty bag with Black Eye inscribed upon it, looking rather dejected. Xiejin flew over, urging, "Black Eye, come and savor the delicacies. This is a welcome feast prepared especially for you." Ignoring him, Black Eye approached Satan, tugging at his garment with one hand while clutching the empty bag with the other, softly reminding him, "Master, my snacks are gone. I wish to have some candy." "Ah, I thought it was a grave matter," Satan replied nonchalantly, shrugging. "Tomorrow, I shall have the guards in the kingdom deliver a ton of candy for you." "How does that sound?" "Well, really?" Red Eye asked in astonishment, her black eyes seemingly sparkling with golden light, her spirits lifting instantly. She shook Satan's arm, exclaiming, "I knew Master was the best." Although it was rather disheartening to say, "I must remind you, Satan, that during your trial, the kingdom will not provide you with any resources. Everything must be resolved by yourselves." Mingjia wore a faint smile, yet without hesitation, interrupted their affectionate exchange. "Ah, is that so? But the candy is for Black Eye. Can't we make an exception?" Satan queried, unwilling to relent. "No, you must manage on your own," came the firm response. Black Eye's spirits plummeted once more, her fingers nervously fidgeting as if deeply aggrieved. "Black Eye, would you care for honey?" Estes approached, gently patting Black Eye's shoulder and inquiring. "There should be honey available on the island." "Right. How did I not think of that?" Satan exclaimed in regret, turning to his sister. "You are the most reliable." "Of course, it's possible," Black Eye replied joyfully, her mouth almost watering at the thought. Thus, it was happily decided that tomorrow, the young master would take them to steal honey. Xiejin shouted in excitement, "Since you are enjoying yourselves here, I shall not intrude further. I will return to the kingdom tomorrow." "Ah, Uncle Mingjia, must you leave so soon? Were you not meant to teach us for a month?" Satan asked in confusion. "The world government requires my attention. Regardless, you have already learned dragon techniques and 6 styles. It is time for you to train on your own. Additionally, I shall seek opportunities to procure other devil fruits for you." Meanwhile, as Satan and his companions dined on Naga Island, King Denver was also enjoying dinner at the palace on Rain Island. "Your Majesty, General Gabriel requests an audience," a servant announced. "Let him enter." King Denver replied with vigor. A young general entered, his golden hair and imposing presence marking him as Gabriel, the lion general responsible for intelligence in the Babylon kingdom. "What brings you here?" King Denver inquired. "Your Majesty, we have just received word from our spies that rumors are circulating in the underground factions about our discovery of a gold mine on Naga Island. Pirate crews have already begun to prepare for an expedition. Prince Satan and Princess Estes are currently training on Naga Island. What shall we do?" King Denver leisurely dabbed at the corner of his mouth with a napkin before responding, "Do not concern yourself. Let them have their fun. Even the most lively of insects are merely playthings for the mighty dragon. There is nothing to worry about." "Yes, Your Majesty," Gabriel replied, astonished, as he slowly withdrew, pondering who truly was the dragon. The following day, on Naga Island, after a prolonged search, Satan and his companions finally discovered a grand beehive. At this moment, they were deliberating on who should undertake the task of stealing honey. "I believe Satan is the most suitable candidate," Esther's declared without hesitation. "Why me?" Satan inquired, perplexed as he gazed at Esther's, convinced that it should be Evil View, the god of thievery, who would go instead. "It is because you possess the strongest physique and remarkable regenerative abilities," Evil View chimed in gleefully. "Even if you were stung by bees, you would heal swiftly." "What kind of logic is that?" Satan protested, his frustration mounting. Just because I have great healing capabilities, does that mean I should be the one to go? Indeed. The others echoed in unison. Moreover, you are the only man among us. Esther's provided another reason. But Evil View is also a man, Satan grumbled in dissatisfaction. No, he can only be considered half a man, came the retort. Satan hesitated, but soon found himself captivated by the innocent gaze of the black-eyed child, who seemed to convey that his reluctance was nothing short of a transgression. Their eyes locked for 3 seconds, and at last, Satan conceded defeat. All right, I shall go. He relented, prompting a chorus of subdued laughter from the others. Satan, clutching a large ceramic jar, swiftly darted towards the beehive nestled high in the branches of a distant tree. With remarkable agility, he leaped between the branches, drawing nearer to his target in the blink of an eye. Just then, he was enveloped by a swarm of bees, sensing the impending threat. Young master, give it your all, came the encouraging voices from below, filled with fervent support. We have faith in you, young sir. This is sheer folly, another voice chimed in. Remember, when you flee, steer clear of our direction. Was this truly his elder sister? In that moment, a torrent of chaotic thoughts surged through Satan's mind. Satan, beset by the relentless onslaught of the swarm, swiftly infiltrated the hive. One by one, the bees, in a valiant effort to defend their abode, launched an assault against the intruder, leaving numerous welts upon his forehead and body. In a moment of desperation, Satan cleverly summoned his abilities, allowing tendrils of vines to sprout from his body and envelop him, which provided him with a modicum of relief amidst the relentless assault of the swarm of bees. He valiantly filled a clay jar with honey, then swiftly leapt from the towering tree, fleeing into the jungle, pursued tirelessly by a multitude of bees. Distant cries echoed, revealing Satan's plight, yet the young master mused that Satan was indeed a good person. The malevolent observer, witnessing Satan dart into the jungle, awarded him a substantial good person card. I concur, responded Esdeath. I too agree, chimed in Red Eye. What is your perspective, Black Eye? The malevolent observer inquired of the silent Black Eye. Biting her finger, Black Eye adorably replied, I believe the jar of honey that the young master seized will only suffice for me for a week. Chapter 15. The Pirate Alliance 3 years ago, in Rogtown. The legendary pirate King Joel D. Roger, who once possessed everything in the world, uttered a final proclamation before his death that sent the entire world rushing to the sea. Do you seek my treasure? If you desire it, you may have it. Seek it. I have placed everything there. Consequently, people set sail, embarking on the Grand Line, heralding the dawn of the age of exploration. 3 years have since elapsed, and an increasing number of pirates have ventured into the sea, pursuing fame, fortune, and power. In recent months, whispers of the Babylon Kingdom discovering a vast gold mine on Naga Island have spread widely among the underground factions of the Rain Sea. Numerous pirate crews, alerted to this news, flocked to the Rain Sea, and after several initial crews met their demise on Naga Island, the reports only gained credibility. The avaricious pirates, rather than feeling intimidated, became increasingly fervent in their quest for treasure. On the supply island of Cain, situated closest to Naga Island, a multitude of brutal pirates gathered, transforming the once tranquil Cain Island into a veritable den of chaos. At this moment, a pirate ship gradually approached the port of Cain Island, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd on the docks. Wow, it's the Ghost Cat pirate crew. Yet another heavyweight pirate crew has arrived. Indeed, their captain, the Grim Cat Willow, has a bounty of 76 million. It is said he hails from the West Blue and has committed heinous acts of island slaughter before entering the Grand Line. However, he is not the strongest. Have you forgotten who currently reigns over the island? True enough, the formidable Baku came in is one of this year's pirate supernovas, boasting a bounty of 130 million berries. It is no wonder so many pirate crews have rushed to answer his call. Captain Willow disembarked with several crewmates, disregarding the raucous chatter of the dockworkers and making straight for the Black Queen Tavern on the island. Captain Willow, must we truly heed that fellow K-man's summons? Although he is powerful, we are formidable as well. I still believe that operating independently is more advantageous, remarked the first mate, the swordsman known as the Beheader Varon, whose bounty stands at 60 million berries. We must first gauge the situation. After all, the Babylon Kingdom is no ordinary nation. It ranks among the leading powers within the world government's member states. If the gold mines rumors hold any truth, Naga Island must be heavily fortified. Have you not seen that the initial pirate crews have been completely obliterated? Captain Willow chuckled coldly. He was renowned for his composure and would not recklessly expose himself. Let us investigate. If there is an opportunity to profit from the chaos, we shall seize it. If not, we will retreat swiftly. I have a foreboding feeling that this venture will not be as simple as it appears. Understood, Captain, the crew members responded in unison. At the shores of Naga Island, a scene of devastation unfolded as a pirate ship gradually sank into the depths. This is endless. How many pirate ships have met this fate? Why are they all flocking to Naga Island? Satan complained with a frown. After more than 3 months of training, he had become adept at the 6 styles and dragon body combat techniques, his strength now incomparable to before. His physique had grown sturdier, his skin bronzed to a healthy wheat color by the scorching sun, and he had reached a height of 1 meters, making it hard to believe he was merely a boy on the verge of turning 7. This marks the 7th pirate crew we have vanquished this month, young master, Akatsuki remarked as she sheathed Miramesa. She and Kuratsuki had fully adapted to their new life, and over these past 3 months, they had also learned numerous new sword techniques from Esdeath, enhancing their own abilities. It feels as though there is a conspiracy at play. It is unusual for so many pirate crews to assault the same island with such frequency, Satan pondered. I, for one, welcome their arrival, Kajiki said, grinning widely. For each time, he could scavenge a wealth of spoils from the wrecked pirate ships. Ouch! Why did you hit me? Satan exclaimed, clutching his head in confusion as he looked at Esdeath. Who told you to act without thinking? I had already spared some for interrogation, Esdeath replied. It is said they received information from an underground faction that our Douglas family has discovered a massive gold mine on Naga Island. How could that be possible? Satan inquired with a hint of skepticism. Surely, someone must be spreading rumors with the intent to undermine our Douglas family. The crux of the matter is that Naga Island will undoubtedly attract more formidable pirates in the near future. Esther spoke gravely. This island is perilous at present. Yet, what of it? Here, on this island, whomever arrives shall become our prey. Satan appeared restless, eager to test the results of recent training. Prepare yourselves for a thrilling hunt, Esther's declared, her demeanor cold and seemingly unfazed by the impending challenge. We adore hunting games, master, echoed the voices of the red-eyed and black-eyed duo in unison. The young master sensed the tantalizing aroma of spoils. At this moment, within the Black Queen Tavern on Cane Island, a gathering of pirates was underway. The tavern resonated with the raucous laughter and occasional curses of numerous pirates clinking their mugs, creating a lively atmosphere. However, the first floor was filled with mere pirate lackeys, while the truly renowned and esteemed pirates congregated on the second floor. Among them stood a towering figure, a pirate of 3 meters in height with an exceptionally robust upper body, raising his glass as he addressed the crowd. I appreciate everyone gathering here for my sake. Together, we shall accomplish this venture. I assure you, each of you will receive your rightful share in absolute fairness. He was none other than the rising star of the pirate world, brawler Yinsaman, with a bounty of 130 million berries. Too kind, Captain Yinsaman. We are all here for your esteemed reputation. Command us without hesitation, bellowed a burly man, wielding a serrated sword and standing at 2 meters tall. He was the lone pirate, Waiter Kérez, with a bounty of 85 million berries. Indeed, it is solely due to my faith in Captain Yinsaman's prowess that I have come here, responded a man with a full beard, feigning a delicate demeanor, eliciting chills among the listeners. He was the captain of the transgender pirate crew, known as the transgender brawler Annie, with a bounty of 50 million berries. Additionally, there were notorious pirates such as Sniper Long Gun Bill, with a bounty of 55 million berries, the formidable fisherman shark Cockroach with a bounty of 30 million berries, and the long-handed fighter destruction cannon Cebalou, boasting a bounty of 63 million berries, all responding to the call. Yinsaman downed his drink in one gulp, shattering the glass with a resounding crack, and proclaimed loudly, "Then let us indulge in our recklessness. Tomorrow, we set sail for Naga Island to seek our fortunes." The other pirates enthusiastically echoed their agreement, the atmosphere electrified with excitement. Chapter 16, The Fierce Battle at the Shore. 3 days later, on Naga Island, at the shore. A few individuals are resting in the camp when a hurried report arrives from the lookout, Black Eye. Young master, a large fleet of pirate ships is approaching. How many pirate ships are there? There are a total of 31 ships, each bearing a distinct pirate flag. It appears that the pirates have united. It seems we are about to face a war. Satan rose, his expression one of disdain. Let us proceed according to plan. First, we shall greet them, then lead them into the jungle. At that moment, aboard the pirate ship led by the Allied forces, the lookout at the top of the mast reported below. Captain Hyman received the news that there were no signs of military protection on the island, but a small encampment could be seen, with smoke rising into the air. Anchored directly offshore, commanded Highman, his fists clenched, producing a cracking sound. Captain, it might be prudent to send someone else to scout the area, just in case. After all, if anything happens, it won't be our own men at risk, suggested a pirate with a small mustache, mindful of the previous pirate crews that had gone missing. Highman pondered momentarily before instructing the merman pirate crew to scout ahead while the other ships anchored and awaited news. Yes, Captain, I shall make the arrangements. Shortly thereafter, the merman pirate ship advanced toward the island. Before long, Captain Annie of the merman crew, accompanied by over 100 followers, disembarked onto the shore. Nothing seems amiss, Annie observed, scanning the beach for any anomalies. You 5 remain with the ship, the rest, follow me. They ventured further inland, gradually approaching the jungle, when suddenly, a towering ice wall blocked their path. Hey, Captain, there's a wall ahead. It's made of ice. How strange. The pirate lackeys clamored. Just as Captain Annie was about to unleash her fury, 4 children unexpectedly appeared atop the ice wall. Hey there, little ones. Who are you? And why do you obstruct my way? Captain Annie, her beard bristling, balanced on one foot, hands above her head forming a heart shape, executed a classic ballet move, twirling several times while sweetly inquiring. Her crew stepped back in embarrassment, appalled by the spectacle. I ought to slay him. This is utterly disgraceful. Satan cried out in indignation from her shoulder. The 4 children atop the ice wall stumbled slightly, recognizing that while being mermen was not their fault, scaring others while being one certainly was. Fools! Do you not know this island belongs to the Babylonian kingdom? An enraged Satan shouted, his humiliation turning to fury. Oh, so you are from the Babylonian kingdom? It seems the intelligence was accurate. Annie continued her spinning, excitedly exclaiming, I shall be rich. I shall be rich. I've had enough of you. You are utterly revolting. Satan could not contain his fury, while the crimson-eyed and black-eyed individuals furrowed their brows, their eyes emanating an enigmatic brilliance. Wasn't this supposed to be a hunting game? Why had they encountered such peculiarities? I sensed a palpable malevolence from the world around me. The Ice Emperor, Esdeath, wasted no time. With a mere flick of her hand, countless ice spikes materialized in the air, hurtling towards the pirates. Indeed, it seemed wisest to eradicate the repugnant creatures without hesitation. The pirates scrambled to evade the icy onslaught, and although Annie's behavior was disgraceful, her strength was commendable. With a powerful shout, she unleashed her beastly fist technique, creating a whirlwind that deflected most of the ice spikes, leaving only a few unsuspecting pirates injured. As the assault commenced, Satan bellowed and leapt from the ice wall, charging towards Annie. Countless crimson jujube with spikes erupted from beneath the pirates' feet, impaling many who were caught off guard, their bodies suspended mid-air, spilling streams of blood. Esdeath and the crimson-eyed individual soon followed, plunging into the throng of pirates. Meanwhile, the black-eyed individual remained atop the ice wall, brandishing her blade. Members of the 8th House, Dastagiru and Caesar the Giant Frog, re-entered the fray, while another member, Natarla, stood protectively before her, shielding the spellcaster. The massive and formidable Dastagiru effortlessly swatted away several pirates with a casual swipe, and the pirates' attempts to retaliate were utterly futile. Caesar the Giant Frog spewed corrosive liquid, causing grievously wounded pirates to emit heart-wrenching cries. It extended its long tongue, ensnaring a pirate and swallowing him whole, leaving him irrevocably dead. The arrival of these 2 monstrous war beasts inflicted tremendous casualties upon the beastly pirate crew. That little girl is controlling the monsters, shouted the vice-captain of the beastly pirate crew, pointing at the black-eyed individual atop the ice wall. Eliminate her. Indeed, eliminate her. Several powerful pirates echoed, charging towards the black-eyed figure. They would not succeed. Esdeath intercepted them, wielding Durandal with prowess, weaving through the pirates and transforming those struck by her sword into frozen statues that shattered upon impact. True. Spinning slash. True. Swallowtail slash. True. Burial. At that moment, the crimson-eyed individual found herself encircled by numerous pirates. She nimbly dodged amidst the chaotic assaults, occasionally retaliating. Any pirate grazed by her Murakumo sword succumbed to dark energy that erupted from their wounds, dying instantly. Satan, on the other hand, intercepted the beastly fist wielder, Annie. Mastering the art of beastly combat, Annie moved with agility, her body spinning in circles, delivering punches and kicks that produced tremendous explosive sounds in the air. Satan, determined to prove his strength, did not shy away from a direct confrontation with Annie, engaging her in a fierce exchange of fists and martial prowess. The battleground reverberated with the sound of flesh meeting flesh, as combatants were intermittently sent flying, crashing into the ground and creating deep craters, only to collide once more in relentless fury. In the distance, aboard the pirate ships near the shore, lookout men, witnessing the tumultuous battle, reported back to their captains, prompting the vessels to weigh anchor and advance toward the coastline. At that moment, a gunshot rang out from the mast of one pirate ship, where the sharpshooter Bill blew the smoke from the barrel and rose to his feet. Black-Eye felt a tightness in her chest as she instinctively raised her weapon to defend herself. However, the formidable bullet, imbued with overwhelming power, effortlessly pierced through the body of Natalia, who had shielded Black-Eye, and after being intercepted by the 8th room, it still blossomed into a crimson flower upon Black-Eye's chest. Her body fell weakly backward, and the once invincible Diastaguru and Caesar the giant frog were instantaneously reduced to mere corpses. Witnessing Black-Eye's injury, Satan's eyes filled with rage, and with a furious roar, he sent Annie flying away with a powerful punch before dashing towards the fallen Black-Eye, cradling her and retreating into the jungle. Withdraw. Into the jungle. Esdeath and Red-Eye swiftly disengaged from the battlefield, making their way toward the dense foliage. Chapter 17, The Terrifying Naga on Naga Island. Deep within a hidden cave in the jungle, Black-Eye lay in Red-Eye's embrace, her complexion pale and her brow furrowed as she endured excruciating pain. Esdeath carefully froze the area around Black-Eye's wound, delicately opening it to extract a bullet, though her demeanor remained composed. Her slightly trembling hands betrayed the turmoil of anxiety and fury within her, as the bright red blood starkly stained her pristine fingers. Satan stood by, supporting as a visible green mist surged from his hands towards the body of the black-eyed individual. This essence was the life force belonging to the Tree of Life, which, after several months of cultivation, had become capable of being transmitted to others to aid in healing. As the life force continued to nourish the body, fresh granulation tissue slowly emerged from the wounds, and the grotesque injuries began to mend, bringing a gradual flush to the black-eyed one's complexion. At last, the healing concluded, and the black-eyed individual stabilized, peacefully resting in the embrace of her sister. The crimson-eyed sister remained silent, cradling the black-eyed one's head tightly against her chest, enveloping her in a profound embrace. With her head slightly bowed, her long tresses cascaded over the delicate features of the black-eyed individual, swaying gently in the breeze that filtered through the opening. The black-eyed one seemed to sense a subtle tickle, furrowing her brow momentarily before drifting back into a serene slumber, evoking an overwhelming sense of tenderness. Satan's complexion turned slightly pale as he picked up the bullet stained with the blood of his black-eyed kin, clenching it tightly in his palm before turning to leave, his entire being enveloped in a fierce and ominous aura. Family outweighs all. Anyone who dares to harm my family shall meet their end, he silently vowed. Meanwhile, at the seaside, Yinkaman was leading a throng of pirates onto the island. Dozens of pirate ships anchored and the ruffians, under the guidance of their officers, disembarked in a chaotic manner, congregating into a large mass on the beach. At that moment, Captain Annie of the she-male pirate crew returned to the shore with a cadre of battered remnants. Yinkaman, I have suffered significant losses, Captain Annie lamented, spinning around and voicing her grievances from afar. What is the situation? Several renowned pirate captains gathered around, and Yinkaman, narrowing his eyes at Annie, suppressed his disgust and inquired. We encountered 4 children, Annie replied, halting her movements. I can confirm they are from the kingdom of Babylon. TCH. Cares, wielding a serrated blade, thrust it into the ground and leaned on the hilt, disdainfully remarking, You truly are useless. A few children have caused you such grievous losses. Indeed, utterly inept, echoed the other captains, jeering. Such weaklings have no right to share in our spoils. Humph. Annie scoffed, seemingly indifferent to her fallen subordinates. They are not ordinary children. Underestimate them, and you shall await your demise. Silence. Yinkaman's furious roar silenced the crowd. Each of you lead your men to search the island. Signal if you encounter anything. Turn Naga Island upside down. Captain Yinkaman, I have a thought, said the shadow cat, Willow. Since Captain Annie has encountered formidable children, there may be even stronger presences on the island. Wouldn't it be prudent to unite our forces in search rather than risk being picked off individually? You are overly timid, Willow, retorted Cockarose, a fishman pirate, interrupting before Yinkaman could respond. Exactly. How long would it take to search if we pooled our forces? I refuse to team up with anyone else. The other pirate captains echoed the sentiment, unwilling to share their hard-earned spoils at such a critical moment. Yinkaman, too, harbored his own cunning thoughts. Even if there were indeed strong adversaries on the island, bringing along other pirate crews would only serve as a hindrance. Scattering could potentially divert the attention of any powerful entities, thus enhancing his own chances of claiming the gold. Consequently, he declined the proposal for a united search. Each pirate crew began to venture deeper into the jungle under the guidance of their respective captains. In the jungle, Willow tread cautiously with his subordinates, his ears perked up, attentively listening for any signs of danger. "Captain, is it really necessary to be this cautious?" asked the executioner, Varan, perplexed. "If there were a military force, they should have intercepted us before we landed. Now that we are on the island, there shouldn't be any danger, right?" Willow halted, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. "I do not believe we can so easily claim the gold. Only by remaining alert can we survive longer." Just as Varan was about to inquire further, Willow shoved him aside and shouted, "Scatter!" Boom! A figure hurtled from the distance, creating a massive crater where Varan had just stood. Dust and debris flew as Varan's heart raced, narrowly escaping death. Boom! 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 A series of figures surged towards the pirate group, crashing into them with thunderous impacts. The stronger subordinates managed to evade, while the weaker pirates were instantly obliterated, blood and flesh scattering. It was an assault from the Revfire bull herd, which swiftly decimated the Shadow-Cap pirates, leaving them with heavy casualties. The waiter, Cares, casually ambled deeper into the forest, occasionally unleashing a gust of blade energy to clear a path through the trees. Suddenly, he stopped, his expression turning grave, adopting a defensive stance with his serrated blade. A colossal red elephant, nearly 10 meters tall and several times the size of an ordinary elephant, emerged from the foliage, glaring menacingly at the diminutive figure blocking its path. TCH, just because you're big doesn't mean you can be arrogant. Cares relaxed slightly. He had slain even larger sea creatures before. So while he was astonished by the elephant's size, he was not intimidated. One sword style, Thunder Slash, with a swift motion. Cares unleashed a blade of energy towards the elephant, leaving merely a white mark on its hide. The elephant, unscathed, disdainfully glanced at the small challenger before swinging its trunk, sending the bounty hunter Cares soaring through the air. He crashed through numerous trees, scattering with chips, and vanished from sight in an instant. Captain Sabaru of the Long Arm tried, renowned for his formidable punches, led his crew through the underbrush. With an extra joint in his arms, he could deliver blows with explosive force. Suddenly, a green flash darted into the pirate ranks, accompanied by a whistling sound as the blade swept through, instantly dismembering numerous unsuspecting pirates, painting the ground in blood. As it passed by Sabaru, a clash erupted, producing a thunderous explosion, and the assailant landed unscathed in the distance, a flying mantis. At that moment, the various pirate crews traversing the forest were simultaneously assaulted by the indigenous creatures of Naga Island. After years of silence, the island revealed its fearsome fangs to its invaders. Chapter 18, The Pursuit of Bill. How delightful. Yinkaman sent a charging velociraptor flying with a single punch. This island is indeed full of surprises. I hope it brings me ample amusement. Yinkaman, we have suffered considerable losses, grumbled Kakaroz, the shark fishman. Though he had previously behaved like any other pirate captain, he was, in fact, a staunch supporter of Yinkaman. Not long after entering the jungle, he had rejoined Yinkaman with his crew, relying on Yinkaman's overwhelming strength to advance swiftly towards the island's center. While both he and Yinkaman remained unharmed, their subordinates faced greater peril. Do not worry, Kakaroz. Such an intriguing island is rare, especially one with a gold vein. If we can reach the center before the others, we will have enough gold to summon as many followers as we desire, Yinkaman declared confidently, turning to his crew with a loud command. Increase your pace. When we seize the gold, everyone will share in the bounty. Yes, Captain Yinkaman. The pirates roared with fervor. Their enthusiasm rekindled as if the countless companions who had met their tragic fates along the way were rendered insignificant. From the moment they embarked on the path of piracy, who among them had not risked their very lives, treading upon the stained remnants of blood? Meanwhile, Satan and Crimson Eye deftly navigated around the majority of the pirates' search zones. Hastening toward the coast, the enigmatic figure of Xiejian perched upon Satan's shoulder, his elongated elfin ears quivering slightly as he attentively discerned the sounds carried by the wind. Distress cries echoed from various directions, indicating that the pirates had scattered into the jungle. How I yearned to witness their plight firsthand. It must be a spectacle of extraordinary proportions. Do not rush, Xiejian. Let us first sever their escape routes. There will be ample time for the hunt thereafter. Satan's expression was dark and brooding. I must capture that sniper and dismantle him piece by piece. Young master, Qiang called softly, her crimson eyes filled with concern. Ever since Heidong was injured, Satan's emotions had remained suppressed, causing her great worry. Do not worry. Satan discerned the apprehension in Qitong's eyes and forced a smile, albeit a reluctant one. He paused in his stride, reaching out to tuck a few strands of Qitong's long hair behind her ear. Sunlight filtered through the leaves above, cascading onto him in a mosaic of shimmering spots, highlighting his pearly white teeth that inexplicably exuded a strong scent of blood. In that very moment, the sharp crack of a gunshot rang out. Satan's mind buzzed as time appeared to slow down in that very moment. Everything around him seemed to come to a standstill. Even the dust particles drifting in the air were distinctly visible. An invisible aura erupted from his being, radiating outward, and in its wake, every subtle detail was perceived within the depths of his consciousness. This was the awakening of his observation Haki, the power of hearing. Satan slightly inclined his head as a bullet, imbued with an air of dominance, grazed past him, creating a series of neat holes in the trees behind. He swiftly turned his gaze towards the distant tree, where the sniper, armed with a long rifle, missed a shot and promptly leaped down, fleeing into the distance. Indeed, it was a case of searching tirelessly for something only to find it effortlessly. Satan's emotions surged violently, and a series of golden, dragon-like inscriptions emerged from his chest, swiftly spreading across his face, ultimately enveloping much of it in an aura of mystery and menace. He momentarily stomped the ground over 10 times, harnessing the explosive speed generated by the recoil to propel himself forward. His form flickered in and out of existence within the air, each appearance drawing him significantly closer to Bill. Bill darted through the forest with great haste, acutely aware of the ever-approaching figure behind him, his inner dread intensifying with each moment. Occasionally, he would glance back and fire a shot, hoping to impede his pursuer's progress. Yet Satan, endowed with the awakened observation Haki, effortlessly evaded the bullets, further amplifying Bill's sense of panic, as if he could almost taste the oppressive atmosphere thickening around him. "Repent, you scoundrel!" The figure of Satan flickered into existence behind Bill, his right hand clawed like a dragon, the blood energy coalescing and hardening like tempered steel, fiercely lunging towards Bill's vulnerable back. As a seasoned sniper, Bill possessed a modicum of mastery over his own imposing aura. Sensing the menacing wind slicing through the air behind him, alarm bells rang within his mind. There was no escaping this. Why was it so swift? He roared internally, his observation Haki perceiving the imminent attack, yet his body could not match Satan's velocity, leaving him unable to evade. He could only slightly pivot, using the barrel of his gun to offer a feeble defense. The dragon's claws of Satan instantly shattered the sniper rifle, its relentless grip lunging toward Bill. As Bill staggered, he emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Blood splattered, creating a crimson mist that hung in the air, as Satan ruthlessly tore off Bill's right arm at the root. Following this, a vicious kick sent the wailing Bill soaring, crashing through countless trees, accompanied by the sickening sound of shattering bones. The Hellcat pirate crew, having suffered grievously from the assault of the Crimson Bull herd, found their numbers decimated. Captain Willow, having narrowly escaped the territory of the ferocious bulls, turned back only to be overwhelmed with despair. Out of over 100 crew members, fewer than 10 had survived, each bearing wounds that told tales of their ordeal. Realizing the terror of Naga Island, Captain Willow unhesitatingly signaled a retreat, hastily making his way toward the coast with his first mate, Valen, and their remaining men. Just as they approached the shore, a figure crashed through the trees, landing before them. What now? Another attack? This is terrifying. Panic erupted among the crew. Calm down. It's just a person. There is no need to panic, Valen admonished. Ah, it's Long Gun Bill. Indeed, it is he. How could he be so brutally beaten? Willow remarked as he looked down at Bill, who lay on the ground, bloodied and maimed, a pitiful sight. Devil. Truly a devil. Help me. Save me. Bill cried out, struggling to sit up. Squinting through his pain, he barely recognized his comrades and managed to utter fragmented pleas for assistance. Someone is coming. Valen suddenly alerted. Willow glanced up, spotting a figure emerging from the woods. The individual moved gracefully through the air, emitting a series of thudding sounds, standing aloft with a menacing golden dragon insignia etched across his face. Though his expression remained obscured, the cold light emanating from his dark eyes fixated on Bill's form as if regarding a corpse, exuding an aura both deep and demonic. It was none other than Satan, the one pursuing Bill. Are you his accomplices? Satan inquired, his voice imbued with an oppressive resonance, reverberating like the clang of iron, chilling to the core. Those who heard him could not help but shudder, instinctively retreating a step. Willow appeared similarly ensnared by the abyssal presence of this figure, his silence betraying an inscrutable intensity in his gaze. Chapter 19. An unexpected alliance. Willow fixated on Satan's silhouette, his thoughts swirling in tumult. Indeed, it was this formidable aura that commanded submission. He stepped forward, extending a hand to uplift the wounded Bill. Satan narrowed his eyes, a perilous gleam illuminating their depths. Poised to annihilate them all. With a sharp crack, Willow twisted Bill's neck, discarding his lifeless body onto the ground. Vivid crimson blood pooled around him, saturating the air with a thick, metallic scent. Bill's corpse lay sprawled on the earth, his pupils dilated in shock, his expression etched with disbelief. Unable to comprehend why Willow had chosen to end his life, Satan's pupils suddenly constricted, astonished by the scene before him. With a thud, Willow, the captain of the Phantom Cat Pirates, whose bounty stood at 76 million, unexpectedly knelt down. His forehead pressed deeply against the ground, palms flat upon the earth, devoid of any semblance of resistance. "I wish to follow you, my lord. I am willing to atone for my previous transgressions at any cost," he declared. In that moment, a figure with crimson eyes surged forth from the jungle, halting behind Satan, gazing at the kneeling Willow with an expression of bewilderment. A sudden gust of wind swept through the forest, causing the leaves to rustle as it tousled Satan's fine black hair, seemingly dissipating the malevolent aura surrounding him. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. "Captain, why? Why are you doing this, Captain Willow? We would rather die than see you humiliated." Willow's crew stood in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom their captain's submission to a mere child of less than 10 years. Only the first mate, Varlon, wore a contemplative expression, silencing the murmurs of his bewildered comrades. The golden dragon inscription on Satan's face gradually faded away, and the dense aura of malevolence surrounding him seemed to vanish in an instant. He descended from the sky, revealing a seemingly innocuous smile. "Why do I not appear to be a significant figure?" he mused. "Indeed?" the young master inquired with palpable curiosity. Human beings possess varying degrees of innate talent. Some, despite their relentless efforts, can only aspire to be subjects, while others are born as sovereigns. Willow slowly lifted his head, his expression grave and his demeanor respectful as he glanced at Satan before continuing. "Our journey from the Western Sea has deepened our understanding of this truth. Although we have been fortunate to survive the trials of the ocean, I can feel my strength waning. Relying solely on our own capabilities is no longer sufficient for us to advance. You, however, are different. At such a young age, you possess extraordinary talent. One day, you shall undoubtedly become a formidable force whose name resonates throughout the heavens." Willow gazed at Satan with fervor, bowing his head repeatedly. "Please accept us. Allow us to follow you." The first mate, Valen, also knelt, and one by one, the survivors of the grim cat pirate crew followed suit, their eyes fixed intently on Satan. Since this was the captain's decision, they resolved to abide by it, come what may. Time seemed to freeze. Mere seconds felt akin to years. At last, Satan approached, standing before Willow, with sunlight streaming from behind him, casting an imposing silhouette. "Stand up," he commanded. Satan commanded. Willow obediently rose to his feet, a fervent expression gracing his visage. In the next instant, Satan clenched his fist into a claw, swiftly approaching Willow, delivering a blow that pierced through his chest and abdomen. Satan withdrew his hand from Willow's wound, crimson blood dripping rhythmically to the ground, staining the patches of grass beneath. Blood oozed from the corner of Willow's mouth as he collapsed, his chest awash in the deep red hue of his life essence. A look of astonishment mingled with a tinge of sorrow graced his face. The onlookers gaped in disbelief, while Valen, gripping his sword with one hand, prepared to unleash a counterattack, only to find the blade of a crimson-eyed adversary pressed firmly against his throat. "Master is at work. Others, remain quietly still," came the command. "Do you understand why?" Satan inquired coldly. "Is this the consequence of my arrival on this island?" Willow, true to his self-proclaimed title of the calm pirate who acts only after careful consideration, instantly grasped Satan's meaning. "Your arrival has caused harm to my family. Originally, I would not spare any of the pirates who landed here. However, as you are the first to voluntarily ally with me, I shall reluctantly grant you an opportunity. Though punishment is inevitable." "Yes, my lord," Willow replied, enduring the excruciating pain with utmost respect. "Now, you are one of us." Satan displayed an innocuous smile, his pearly white teeth gleaming, as he effortlessly lifted Willow. "Evil sight, tend to his wounds." Yes, I shall restore your vitality forthwith." Evil sight soared before Willow, gesturing with a flourish, as a rich essence of life surged into him, visibly mending the penetrating wound in Willow's abdomen at an astonishing rate. Having chosen to follow me, your first task awaits. Speak, my lord. Go and annihilate all pirate ships, sparing none but yourself. I desire their complete demise here. Satan turned and departed, leaving behind a towering silhouette. Qiang, clutching his sword, followed closely, his crimson eyes shimmering with an inexplicable brilliance. Master, you are formidable. Indeed, my lord, Willow replied. His subordinates silently rejoiced, for Captain Willow had once again made a sagacious decision. The air was filled with the resonating shouts from the jungle, where the servant Kalis was locked in a fierce duel with Esdeath. Powerful sword Chi surged forth, scattering through the surroundings, shattering vast swathes of the forest. Drawing the blade, White Dragon. Suddenly, Esdeath bellowed, unleashing a sword Chi that transformed into a massive white dragon, charging towards Kalis. A chill ran down Kalis's spine. This woman was truly ferocious. He brandished his serrated blade in defense, yet was violently hurled away by the force of the sword Chi, crashing into several large trees. His attire tattered and bloodied. Struggling to rise, he gasped for breath, attempting to regain his composure. -10°/. Esdeath pressed her advantage, swinging her sword with precision. Wherever the blade passed, trees were encased in ice. Although Kalis attempted to fend off the chilling strike, he was still struck, his body numbed, his senses dulled. Leaning on his serrated sword, regret coursed through him. He must have been mad to meddle in the affairs of the Babylonian kingdom. He needed to devise a means of escape from this island. As Esdeath charged at him again, Kalis swung his blade in a desperate attempt to counterattack, propelling himself away in a bid to flee the battlefield. At that moment, a figure darted past him, and a long knife pierced through his heart from behind. Kalis emitted a defiant roar, striving to turn and discern the identity of his assailant, but was powerless to do so, his lifeless body gradually slumping to the ground. I shall preserve his corpse, said Heidong, slowly sheathing the blade with an icy demeanor. Chapter 20. The Bone Demon descends 10 days later. In the central region of Naga Island, a thunderous crash echoed as Inchue was flung through the air, colliding with trees and collapsing to the ground. Blood spilling from his mouth, he struggled to rise, panting heavily, his gaze fixed on the colossal entity before him. Previously, he had led the Sharkman Kakaro's and numerous subordinates toward the island's center, evading countless horrific creatures along the way. One by one, his men fell victim to relentless assaults, leaving only himself and Kakaro's to break through the numerous obstacles and reach the central area of the island. What he had anticipated to be a raucous quest for gold had turned into a nightmare. He encountered one of the 3 apex monsters on the island, the leader of the ape horde, the ape king Blue Simian. In a day-long struggle, even with his mastery of dominance, he found himself at a disadvantage, utterly overwhelmed by Blue Simian's prowess. Before him, trees toppled as a massive blue gorilla, towering over 8 meters, leaped into view, bounding before Inchue. Each leap soared over 10 meters high, as it pounded its chest, emitting a derisive roar. A wave of helplessness washed over Inchue as he scrambled to escape. He no longer possessed the strength to continue the fight. All he desired was to flee this island teeming with monsters. Kakaro's followed closely behind, hastening his retreat. Despite being a fishman with innate strength surpassing that of humans tenfold, on this island, he was merely a slightly stronger prey. Behind them, the ape king Blue Simian unleashed a contemptuous roar, shaking the very mountains and forests. Naga Island, beach. The dozens of pirate ships that had once anchored nearby had vanished without a trace, leaving only fragments of driftwood bobbing in the waves, silently narrating their fate. The 4 figures of Satan stood nonchalantly upon the sandy shore, surrounded by a scattering of lifeless bodies, each bearing a distinct expression of demise. Among them lay the remains of the metamorphic pugilist Annie and the devastating cannon Sabalil. They had evaded various monstrous assaults in the jungle, yet ultimately, they could not escape the judgment of Satan that lay in ambush upon the beach. As for the dark feline Willow and the executioner Veron, who had allied themselves with Satan, they had been granted passage from Naga Island, emerging as the sole survivors of this pirate incursion. It is predictable that the terror of Naga Island will transform into legend within the annals of future maritime chronicles. Satan, fully gestated, is now poised to summon once more. With a sinister grin, the entity upon Satan's shoulder declared that this time his gains were unparalleled, as dozens of pirate ships had bestowed upon him a treasure trove of spoils. However, the most astonishing find was a devil fruit acquired from one of the vessels, heralding the arrival of a formidable ally to the Tulip family. Ah, can we summon him now? I am truly eager to witness the moment a being from another realm descends, Esther's remarked with keen interest. Akame and Murasame exchanged glances, their beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. Although they too were descendants, the prospect of welcoming a newcomer as seniors was indeed an exhilarating prospect. Hee, it's time for the show to begin. The entity declared nonchalantly, waving his hand. The green six-pointed star summoning array reappeared, and in a flash of verdant light, a boy of around 8 years materialized within the summoning circle, standing at 3 meters tall. His exquisite features were highlighted by 2 symmetrical red birthmarks on his forehead and a pair of light green, profoundly deep eyes adorned with brown shadows beneath. Yet, the most striking aspect was his shoulder-length silver hair, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Clad in a purple kimono with a sash cinched around his waist, he stepped lightly out of the summoning array, exuding an air of haughty confidence. He was none other than Junmaru, a prodigy of the Kagaya clan from the world of Naruto. As the wielder of the Bone Pulse bloodline limit, Junmaru possessed the extraordinary ability to manipulate bone growth cells and bone-destroying cells, even controlling calcium concentration to form bones at will. His formidable skeletal structure granted him an impenetrable defense against conventional physical attacks, and when he countered, his bones transformed into the mightiest of spears. "Welcome to our ranks, Junmaru." Satan took a few steps forward, joyfully greeting, "Young master." Junmalu's indifferent visage revealed the slightest hint of a smile. "It is my honor to serve you." "Wow, what an adorable little boy," Chitong remarked, gazing at Junmalu as he emerged from the summoning circle, unable to restrain her admiration. "I hope he possesses sufficient strength to keep up with us." Haitong raised her blade, offering Junmalu a provocative smile. "You shall not be disappointed," Junmalu replied, turning his gaze towards Haitong, his expression exceedingly earnest. "I will undoubtedly become the most useful tool for the young master." No. Junmalu, not a tool." Satan approached Junmaru, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, his gaze imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. "You are our family, do you understand?" "Family?" A hint of shyness colored Junmaru's face as he responded, "Yes, sir." "Indeed, Junmaru, from this day forth, you shall be an essential member of our family." Black Eye reiterated, blinking playfully. "Welcome aboard." Esther adjusted her sword and offered a formal gesture of welcome to Junmaru. "Now, let the feast commence. We require a celebration." Excitement radiated from the mischievous presence of evil, who landed on Junmaru's shoulder, exclaiming joyfully, "Oh!" Others echoed the sentiment, and soon a lively welcome banquet began within the camp. Red Eye continued to swoop like a gust of wind, snatching meat from the plates of others. Should anyone falter in their vigilance, they would find their plate utterly bare. Black Eye delightedly munched on a bag of treats inscribed with her name, and upon noticing Junmaru's approach, she promptly covered the opening of her bag, stating earnestly, "I shall not share with you." Evil, flapping its wings, settled upon a fruit platter, each hand holding a large, delectable piece of fruit, savoring them with unrestrained exuberance, devoid of the ethereal elegance expected of the fairy folk. Meanwhile, Satan, having developed a hearty appetite from recent training, unabashedly gnawed on an enormous beast leg nearly half a meter long, relishing the feast with gusto. "Hurry, Junmaru. If you dawdle, there may be none left for you." Evil teased, reminding everyone that the guest of honor was indeed Junmaru. Only Esther maintained the regal grace befitting royalty, seated at the dining table, meticulously slicing her steak with knife and fork. Yet, her watchful demeanor revealed the caution born from past experiences of being outmaneuvered by Red Eye. As it was Junmaru's first time participating in such a raucous gathering, he appeared somewhat out of place, his expression betraying a sense of unease. "What are you waiting for?" Black Eye piled a generous portion of food onto Junmaru's plate, emphasizing, "It is precisely because we care for one another that we can be so unabashed. That is what family truly means." "Indeed, that is what family is," Junmaru replied, lifting his gaze to bestow a radiant smile upon Black Eye. "How could anyone exist in solitude in this world without feeling lonely? This warm sensation is truly delightful." Chapter 21. The Dance of Bones. Though it may seem somewhat disheartening to mention, I must remind you that, according to previous intelligence, among the formidable pirates currently on the island are the notorious Brawny Fist, High Man, and the Shark Fishman, Cockarose, both carrying bounties exceeding 100 million. Esther raised her head. "A bounty of over 100 million signifies a different echelon of strength. It is not yet time for us to let our guard down. Rest assured, sister." Satan withdrew his gaze from the food. We languished on the beach, awaiting our time. They would inevitably emerge from the forest and to leave the island. One must seek a boat here. I shall not be careless. Since Chui Man is a master of physical arts, who shall we send? Allow me to take charge." Satan wiped his mouth. I am eager to discover the limits of my abilities, and to engage in combat with a master of formidable martial prowess would surely aid my growth. Naturally, should I be defeated, I would rely on you, dear sister, to come to my rescue. Humph, young master, please allow me to participate in the battle. Upon hearing this, Jumara lifted his head, his expression earnest. I too wish to contribute to our family strength. Then, the matter of the fishman cockroach shall be entrusted to you. No problem, Jumara replied resolutely. 2 days later, Inshiman and Cockroach finally escaped the terrifying jungles of Naga Island and arrived at the beach. What happened? Where's our ship? Cockroach exclaimed in astonishment. Come out, you little rascals. Did you think that your sneaky antics would go unnoticed by me? Inshiman roared in anger. It is one thing for me to be defeated by that wretched gorilla, but to have you little brats daring to stir trouble on my territory is utterly beyond comprehension. Ah, discovered so swiftly. Should I commend you for being a notorious pirate across the Grand Line? The corners of Satan's mouth curled into a disingenuous smile as he stepped forward, offering hollow compliments. Esdeath and her companions trailed behind, each fully prepared for the impending confrontation. It seemed that the others had already perished. Simon chuckled, remarking, "What an audacious little fool, oblivious to the peril ahead. Indeed, they have ventured into another realm, awaiting your arrival. Have you not heard their calls?" Satan's laughter grew ever more resplendent. Ha ha ha. With a maniacal cackle, he forcefully propelled himself forward, his body soaring like a cannonball. Standing over 3 meters tall, his rapid advance ruptured the air, creating a thunderous explosion of sound. As Satan's pupils constricted, golden dragon patterns swiftly spread across his entire body. He clenched his fist and charged forward. With a thunderous roar, a tremendous sonic boom erupted from the point of their collision. Satan was sent flying by a single punch from the diminutive giant, Inshui Man, whose strength was on an entirely different level. Young master, the crimson-eyed and ebony-eyed exclaimed in astonishment, preparing to draw their sword and charge forth. Do not approach. This battle is mine alone. Satan rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and let out a fierce roar as he charged forward once more. His courage was commendable, yet the disparity in strength was insurmountable. As a triumphant smile spread across the face of Chui Man, she once again swung her fist with great force, sending him flying and creating a deep crater upon impact with the ground. Satan crawled out of the pit, his bloodied visage grotesquely fierce. Have you not dined today? Ashiman, your fists are merely sufficient to tickle me. With that, he charged forth once more. The dragon patterns on his face stained with crimson, glistening brilliantly under the sun. Since Ashiman had found his adversary, allow me to dispose of you. The fishman cockroach, observing that Inuyashiman had the upper hand in battle, displayed a relaxed expression as he approached the others, his hideous shark-like face twisted into a menacing grimace. As he walked, he secreted a few drops of viscous liquid from the webbing between his palms, flinging it forth like bullets toward the crowd, a technique potent enough to pierce through steel shields. Before anyone could react, Jumara swiftly positioned himself in front of them all, raising his hand as bony spikes erupted through his skin, forming projectiles that he launched with the power of his corpse bloodline. A cacophony of explosions resonated through the air as Jumaro intercepted Kakuro's liquid projectiles with his bone bullets. Quite capable, aren't you, little one? Kakuro snarled, baring his jagged teeth, but prepare to meet your demise. Fishman Karate, 1,000 fists. With his left palm thrust forward and his right fist ready at his waist, he unleashed a visible shockwave aimed directly at Junmaru. From Junmaru's left shoulder, a bone sword emerged slowly. He deftly wielded it, executing a series of fluid, unextravagant movements that harmonized with the weapon's nature. Not only did he gracefully evade Kakuro's fierce assault, but he also penetrated Kakuro's body repeatedly, inflicting grievous wounds. Impossible. How can an ordinary human surpass our formidable fishmen? Kakuro's roared in fury, his innate strength far exceeding that of an average human, and he could not fathom being bested by a mere child. Fishman Jujitsu, 2,000 fists. Kakuro's evaded Junmaru's bone sword and retaliated with an even more ferocious attack. Junmaru met the assault with his sword, their bodies recoiling from the clash, creating distance between them. Truly, the strongest of the corpse bloodline. Even with a 2,000 fists assault capable of breaching steel, he remained unscathed. Now let us conclude this battle, Junmaru declared, utilizing his bloodline to sprout numerous bones from his knees, elbows, and chest, providing both high defense and striking power in close combat. Kakuro's found himself at a disadvantage in the confrontation, and a cunning thought crossed his mind. After a fierce exchange, he propelled himself toward the sea, sprinting a few steps before plunging into the water with a splash. Haha. We fishmen are the noblest of races. We can breathe and fight freely even underwater. You must be a devil fruit user, correct? I know the sea is your weakness. This battle is mine to win. Kakarose surfaced, taunting Junmaru on the beach. Junmaru cast a sidelong glance at the arrogant Kakarose, emitting a cold chuckle as he stepped toward the water's edge. Stay calm, Junmaru. Fishmen gain tremendous combat prowess in the water. Do not fall for his trick. Esther's cautioned from a distance. Fear not, princess, Junmaru replied with a strange smile. His aura shifting into something enigmatic. He approached the shoreline and, with a single step, walked upon the water's surface as if it were solid ground, advancing without sinking. How is this possible? Gasped Akatsuki and the others. Junmaru inched closer to the astonished Kakarose, issuing a soft reprimand. I apologize for disappointing you. Water combat is not my weakness either. Chapter 22. The battle concludes. Kakarose stared in shock as Junmaru drew near, then dove deep into the water, concealed beneath the surface. Kakarose launched himself like a cannonball towards Junmaru, propelled by the ocean's currents, his speed escalating dramatically, generating immense force. Even if you do not sink, what does it matter? You will be shattered under my might. Standing atop the water's surface, Junmaru quietly sensed the movements beneath through his chakra. Just as Kakarose was about to breach the surface, Junmaru sprang into action. Corpse bloodline, iron flower dance. A bone whip extended from his body, ensnaring Kakarose mid-air, immobilizing him. With his bone cells rapidly multiplying within, he formed a spiraled white bone spear in his right hand, leaping high and, in Kakarose's incredulous gaze, pierced his heart with a single thrust. Withdrawing the spear, all the bones retracted into Junmaru's body, and Kakarose's lifeless form plummeted into the water with a splash, vanishing from sight. Wow, truly impressive, exclaimed Akatsuki and Kurohitsuji in admiration. Remarkable combat prowess, even the frost-faced Esters commended. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted as Satan was once again sent flying by Inuyashiman, his body resembling a rag doll, covered in terrifying wounds. Satan, Esters cried out in alarm, drawing Durandal, her murderous intent barely contained. Do not interfere, sister, he is my prey. Satan rose, leaning on his knees, blood dripping from his face onto the ground, his body marred beyond recognition. Despite his apparent physical deterioration, his eyes shone with a heightened intensity. The pupils seemingly stained crimson, exuding a feral, bloodthirsty gaze. Little demon, you must be nearing your limit. As Cayman approached, it became evident that he too was not in optimal condition. During his previous confrontation with the island's sovereign, the Crimson Ape, his internal organs had sustained severe trauma, and the subsequent desperate flight had exacerbated his injuries. With no time to recuperate, he now faced the challenge posed by Satan. Although he had gained the upper hand in their previous clashes, his body was on the brink of collapse, teetering on the edge of exhaustion. The recent sight of his last subordinate, Kakarose, being vanquished by Juanma-Lu only deepened his unease, prompting thoughts of retreat. Ha! Satan revealed a mocking smile. Your fists no longer possess the strength they once did. It seems that it is you who is nearing your limits. As for me, I am far from being finished. In the instant of life's return, healing takes place. Satan rose to his full stature, enveloped in a rich aura of vitality that tightly embraced him. As his wounds began to heal one by one, soon, the mist of light dissipated, revealing Satan's form, which appeared nearly unscathed. Save for the myriad of bloodstains adorning his body, betraying no further signs of injury. Kame's pupils dilated in alarm. This was Dire, a creature with such formidable regenerative abilities, and his own strength waning rapidly left him in a precarious situation. Come, let us inflict harm upon one another. Satan gazed at the visibly altered expression of Incumin, a maniacal laughter erupting from his lips. The golden dragon patterns once again spread across his body as he charged forward with a clenched fist. Do not underestimate me. I am the formidable Incumin with a bounty of 130 million. He roared as he surged forth. The two collided with immense force, yet this time, Satan did not find himself hurled away. At last, in his fully restored state, he matched Incumin blow for blow. Look, Incumin, you are nearing your limit. Satan's demeanor grew increasingly frenzied, his eyes transforming into a deep crimson hue, while the blood coursing through his veins surged at an extraordinary velocity. Power coalesced in his hands, which nearly resembled genuine dragon claws, as he lunged forward with ferocity. With each impact, the air between them seemed on the verge of tearing apart, resonating with a thunderous roar, while the shockwaves from their blows left the beach in disarray. Each collision inflicted severe internal injuries upon their bodies. However, unlike his opponent, Satan's vitality surged, swiftly mending his wounds, rendering him stronger with each strike. In contrast, the injuries sustained by his adversary only compounded, culminating in a decisive moment when, with a powerful blow, Satan sent his foe sprawling, beginning to seize the upper hand and turning the tide of battle. "Young master, give it your all," Black Eye exclaimed, exhilarated to witness Satan gradually reclaiming the advantage. Satan and Yinchuan stood opposite each other, both panting as if they had exhausted all their strength. "This is the final move. Yinchuan, you are the most formidable martial artist I have encountered to date. If you can survive the impending attack, I shall grant you your freedom." Satan fixated intently on Inchiman, whose formidable physique commanded his respect. Had it not been for the latter's prior injury, and had Satan not been endowed with the life force provided by the Tree of Life, victory would have been utterly unattainable. It seems he had underestimated his opponent. Thus, a decisive confrontation was inevitable. With his armed color hardened and a fierce resolve in his heart, Inchiman inhaled deeply, an invisible aura rising around him. He forced himself to concentrate, enveloping his upper body in a hardened layer of armed color, transforming his physique into a deep ebony hue that glimmered with an eerie light, revealing a body as unyielding as steel. "Drink," he proclaimed. "The dragon's body possesses thrice the strength of steel, and the bow of the ship is ready." Satan let out a fierce roar, his aura surging once more, as the essence of the dragon coursed through his veins. It was as if a rare power had been infused within him. His muscles swelled dramatically, and the air pressed against his skin emitted a suffocating hiss, rising in thick clouds of mist. In an instant, the two vanished from their original positions, only to collide fiercely in midair a moment later. The point of impact sparking with the intensity of lightning, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds. The clash persisted for several seconds, neither combatant yielding to the other, until they were both sent sprawling by each other's immense force, crashing into the sand and creating two massive craters, sending waves of sand cascading around them. "Young master, are you all right?" Akihito and Kuriko rushed over, their expressions fraught with concern. There lay Satan at the bottom of the pit, his muscles torn, drenched in blood, utterly immobile, save for the slight movement of his eyes, which indicated he was still alive. Kuriko gently lifted Satan's body, cradling him in her arms. Her gaze fixated anxiously on his wounds. She lowered her head, her countenance darkened, and without uttering a word, tears slipped silently from the corners of her eyes. "Young master, why must you exert yourself so recklessly? We worry for you." "Do not worry, Kuriko." Satan reluctantly lifted his hand to wipe away the tears from the face of the black-eyed girl. A green mist began to emanate from his body, and his wounds gradually healed at a visible pace. He turned his gaze to his concerned family surrounding him and revealed a radiant smile. "Congratulate me. I have triumphed." The red-eyed girl said nothing and leaned down to give Satan a warm embrace. "You are being too stubborn." Esther's turned her head defiantly. Junmura stood quietly to the side, yet his eyes reflected as much worry as anyone else's. "Xie Jian, go and check on Jin Shui Man. If he has survived, heal him and let him go. He is a respected warrior." "TCH, don't think you can command me just because you won," Xie Jian retorted before turning away. After a considerable pause, a distant shout from Jin Shui Man echoed. "Kid, you will surely become the ruler of the seas. I await the day of your ascendance." Chapter 23. 6 years later, time swiftly passed, and 6 years flew by. Since the dawn of the great age of exploration, an increasing number of pirates have surged into the Grand Line, through countless battles and eliminations. Those who managed to navigate to the latter half of the Grand Line, the New World, are formidable pirates, each capable of ruling their domain. Among these formidable pirates, stand at the pinnacle, known to the world as the Four Emperors. The Four Emperors, often referred to as the Emperors of the Sea, reign over the New World with an imperial presence. They are Edward Newgate, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, known as the strongest man in the world, possessing the power to annihilate the world, his strength rivaling that of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. Alongside Roger and Shiki the Golden Lion, they were known as the three legendary pirates before the Great Pirate Era. Shanks, captain of the Red-Haired Pirates, a former intern of the Roger Pirates, who established his own crew, wielding powerful conquerors Haki and excelling in swordsmanship. Kaido, captain of the Beasts Pirates, recognized as the strongest creature in the world, renowned for his propensity to engage and won on many battles, having clashed multiple times with the other four emperors and the Navy. Charlotte Lin Lin, known as Big Mom, the only female among the 4 emperors who possesses an insatiable appetite for sweets and the powers of the soul fruit. At the age of 5, she destroyed a giant village, swiftly defeating the giant's hero, earning her the title of the Natural Destroyer. Near the shores of Naga Island, a luxurious golden yacht, approximately 150 meters in length and adorned with 5 decks, approached the coast. The vessel, named the Sainting, proudly displayed the flag of the Kingdom of Babylon, a symbol of royal prestige. As the yacht docked, attendants swiftly laid out a red carpet, and 2 elegant women descended the gangway, accompanied by the attendants. Leading the pair was a noble woman in her 30s, clad in a fitting azure gown and a purple cape, crowned with a phoenix headdress. Her demeanor was graceful and regal, for she was Her Highness, Princess Catherine, the younger sister of the current king of the Flower Kingdom and the mother of Satan and Esther's. Slightly behind her, supporting Princess Catherine, was a younger woman dressed in casual attire, radiating youthful exuberance. Approximately 20 years of age, she was Douglas Tequila, the younger sister of King Denver of the Babylon Kingdom and the aunt of Satan and Esther's. I can hardly wait to see my precious son. After 6 years apart, he must have grown into a young man. Princess Catherine lamented to Tequila, her eyes glistening with tears. Though your brother is a good king, he has been too strict with the children, never allowing me to visit during their training. Fear not, sister-in-law, Satan and Esther's will surely take care of themselves. Moreover, the fact that your brother permitted us to visit indicates they have passed their trials and can return home with us. We shall ensure they spend ample time with you. I long to see them. Princess Catherine and Princess Tequila traversed the beach, moving closer to the jungle towards Satan's camp. As they passed through the forest, an enraged roar erupted, and a colossal blue gorilla, towering over 8 meters, charged toward them, exuding a foul wind. It was none other than the leader of the island's dominating beasts, the blue ape. Just as the blue ape was about to pounce on Princess Catherine and Princess Tequila, a series of footsteps echoed through the forest. Each step resonated like a heartbeat, carrying a tremendous weight, as if the very air had solidified. The blue ape hesitated, its massive paw suspended midair. With a rustle, a young boy emerged from the thicket, standing about 1.7 meters tall, his features sharply defined and brimming with vitality. His tousled black hair lay rebelliously atop his head, and the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves cast a glow upon him, causing him to squint slightly. His body was a tapestry of sinewy muscles, and his bare torso was adorned with numerous scars, exuding an inexplicable aura of strength. He was Douglas Satan, a 12-year-old who had trained on Naga Island for over 5 years. Hey, they are my guests. Satan addressed the blue gorilla, which, upon hearing the voice, emitted a soft whimper and immediately prostrated itself on the ground, motionless, its face adorned with a human-like expression of deference, as if confronted by a formidable adversary. Satan. It seems you have become the new sovereign of the island, teased Princess Tequila, a half-smile gracing her lips. It appears our dear Satan has grown into quite the young man. Dear aunt, please do not jest with me. I am surely no match for you yet. Satan responded with a casual nonchalance, swiftly approaching Princess Catherine and offering a deep bow. Mother, he said. With a sigh, she exclaimed, "Oh, let me see you." Princess Catherine embraced Satan tightly, placing a gentle kiss upon his forehead, her hand tenderly caressing the various wounds upon his body, tears welling in her eyes. She clutched him once more, holding him close as she softly patted his shoulder. You have endured much suffering these past years, my dear son. Satan's face displayed a bashful expression as he gently extricated himself from his mother's embrace, his cheeks faintly flushed. Mother, I am no longer a child, and besides, and is watching. Catherine regarded the slightly shy young man before her with an amused smile, lightly tapping his head. Even as you grow older, you will always be my dear son. What is there to be shy about in a mother's embrace? Moreover, your aunt would never mock you. Princess Catherine turned to give Tequila a gentle glare, as if reproaching her for interrupting this tender reunion. Isn't that right, Lon? Yes, indeed, your highness. I saw nothing at all, Tequila replied, sticking out her tongue and making a cute grimace before turning away to feign ignorance. Hey, aunt, your acting is so fake. Esther's emerged from the forest, commenting as she walked. At 16, she had blossomed into a graceful young lady, nearly matching Satan's height, with flowing blue hair cascading over her shoulders and azure eyes radiating an enigmatic brilliance. She carried the long sword Durandal at her waist, her elegant legs clad in light-colored boots, exuding a cool demeanor that was strikingly heroic. Wow, so beautiful, Princess Tequila exclaimed, giving Esther's a big hug. Even our little princess has grown into a stunning beauty. She playfully patted Esther's curvaceous chest, comparing it to her own. Incredible, even your chest has grown so much. Esther's broke into a cold sweat. Princess Tequila certainly exhibited no semblance of a senior. Not far behind Esther's, Kamanryu and the sisters Akane and Kuriko blushed in unison, embarrassed by the exchange. What? Aunt Tequila is getting married? Satan exclaimed in shock aboard the royal cruise ship Saint Ting, headed for the kingdom of Babylon. He clasped his hands behind his back, theatrically circling around his Aunt Tequila, who possesses the audacity to wed the most renowned thorny rose of the Douglas family. I commend his bravery. What do you mean by that? Tequila teased, tugging at Satan's ear, her voice trailing off. Are you questioning my allure? She shot a glance at Esther's and twisted Satan's ear again, gathering her hair with a proud demeanor. Although I may not have my sister's ample bosom, I am still a beauty adored by countless suitors. Indeed, you are a great beauty, but could you refrain from mentioning me, Aunt? Esther's grumbled while cutting fruit. It's not my fault I've grown up. Satan, stop your antics, Catherine laughed lightly. Your future uncle is one of the kingdom's most enigmatic 7 guardian knights. What? Even Esther's was taken aback. Are they not the notorious 7 deadly sins knights known as the Iron Wall of the Kingdom? I have heard they are formidable yet notoriously unruly and difficult to get along with. Not at all. They are quite delightful and not hard to engage with. Princess Tequila retorted, evidently caring about her family's opinions. All right. Everyone take a seat. Catherine beckoned to the somewhat reserved Akane, Kuriko, and Kamanryu. Though the title 7 deadly sins may sound demonic and is feared by common folk due to legends, as royalty, you must harbor no prejudices against them. For they are the most loyal knights of the kingdom of Babylon, Catherine said with a serious expression. The ancestors of the 7 deadly sins were vassals of the first generation of the Douglas royal family, who contributed significantly to the establishment of the kingdom of Babylon and pledged to protect it for generations, adopting the 7 demon gods from ancient mythology as totems to pass down, even forsaking their true names. Because each generation of knights possesses extraordinary strength, their battles resemble those of demons, leading to their gradual designation as the 7 deadly sins. And they are lauded as the Iron Wall of the kingdom. It is not surprising that the royal family often forges marital ties with the knights. I see. I was unaware of all this. Satan exclaimed, his expression one of enlightenment. Which knight will be marrying my aunt? Of course. It is the strongest and most handsome among them, Princess Tequila proclaimed proudly. Indeed, Tequila is correct. The knight she is to wed is Lucifer, the pride knight among the 7 deadly sins. He has consumed the rare devil fruit of the Zoan type, transforming into a 6-winged angelic form. Though he is only 22 this year, he already possesses the combat prowess of a top vice admiral, making him the strongest of all the 7 deadly sins knights in history, Catherine elaborated. Incredible, Aunt. You have truly chosen a remarkable husband, Satan exclaimed. An angel? Such legendary abilities are truly fascinating. Esther's, however, was clearly more skeptical. What is so strange about that? The mischievous being perched on Satan's shoulder scoffed. I am a living deity from the divine realm, after all. He flapped his 3 pairs of nearly transparent wings, adding, and I possess 3 pairs of wings. Yet you all are not astonished. Indeed. How adorable. Princess Tequila exclaimed, snatching the creature from Satan's shoulder and cradling it in her hands. Little one, how about you accompany me from now on? She poked the being's belly with her finger, then turned to Satan, asking, where did you acquire this pet? It's so cute. Who are you calling a pet, you little brat? You are the pet, and your entire family are pets. The creature retorted, indignant. I am a spirit deity. This is blasphemy against the divine. Uft. You look decent but have a foul mouth, making you quite unfun, Princess Tequila dismissed, placing the creature back on Satan's shoulder. Listen. There's the sound of cannon fire, Kamanryu called from the side, leaning against the ship's railing. Everyone rushed to the railings, indeed hearing the distant sound of cannon fire. We have now entered the Rain Sea, which is firmly within the territory of our kingdom of Babylon. Who dares to act recklessly here? Satan expressed his dissatisfaction, suggesting, perhaps it would be worthwhile to take a look. There might be some excitement to witness. The Tequila Princess, intrigued, turned to command the ship's guards to hasten their pace. Soon, 3 nautical miles ahead of the Saint Ting, they discovered 3 vessels engaged in a fierce exchange of fire. On one side were 2 pirate ships flying the Jolly Roger, while on the opposing side was a patrol ship displaying the flag of the Babylonian kingdom. The 2 parties were several hundred meters apart, with gunners unleashing a barrage of searing cannonballs at each other. However, due to the considerable distance and the choppy waves, most of the projectiles fell into the sea, sending up plumes of spray. It is our patrol ship. I shall go to their aid. As Satan caught sight of the banner, he prepared to take action. Young master, allow me to go instead. I find it more convenient to battle upon the sea. Beside him, Junmaru sought to join the fray. No need. The tequila princess firmly declined, having discerned a figure on the deck of the patrol ship. Prepare yourselves for a splendid spectacle. The ever-observant Princess Catherine, aware of the true nature of the situation, bore a knowing smile. Indeed, Satan merely observed. At that moment, the distance between the opposing forces closed to approximately 200 meters. On the deck of the patrol ship, a man clad in a white suit leapt into the air, and suddenly, a brilliant light enveloped him, revealing 3 pairs of exquisite white wings sprouting from his back. One wing soared directly towards the pirate vessel. How beautiful! Truly, he is a 6-winged angel. The girls aboard the ship exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with admiration. The angel of wings hovered above the pirate ship, crossing his arms and gesturing downward. Countless white feathers burst forth from his hands, raining down upon the pirate ship. Each feather that landed triggered violent explosions, sending forth tremendous shockwaves that made the surrounding waters boil with relentless turmoil. Soon after unleashing his assault, the 6-winged angel returned to the patrol ship, descending onto the deck and transforming into a young man clad in a tailored suit, with hands in his pockets and an air of arrogance. He turned to stride towards the cabin. Behind him, the once mighty pirate ship had vanished, leaving only a tranquil sea occasionally stirred by fragments of splintered wood stained with mottled blood. He was none other than Lucifer, the leader of the 7 deadly sins knights of the Babylonian kingdom. Chapter 25. An unexpected encounter with Fujitora, the St. Ting cruise ship, under the escort of the patrol vessel, swiftly arrived at the port of Amsterdam, accompanied by their guards. Princess Catherine and her entourage returned to the royal city of White Dragon. Meanwhile, Satan, having spent 6 years on a deserted island, decided to indulge in a few days of leisure in Amsterdam, hoping to broaden the horizons of his companions, Crimson Eye, Black Eye, and Junmaru, who had accompanied him since his arrival in this world. Young master, where are we headed? Black Eye inquired, beaming as she followed Satan with a large bag of sweets in her arms. Shoo! Satan turned his head, adopting an air of mystery. Of course, I am headed to the casino. It is said to be a veritable paradise for gentlemen. Oh, is the young master really going to gamble at such a tender age? Chihong inquired, perplexed. Satan's expression suddenly fell, and he replied solemnly, it is precisely because of my youth that I must embark on this journey. The more the world deems something to be incredible, the more delightful it becomes to pursue. He tilted his head, displaying an air of irreverence. Isn't this the joy of daring to tread upon the forbidden, Junmaru? I do not comprehend, young master, Junmaru replied with utmost seriousness. After a brief pause, he added, however, since it is the young master who speaks, it must undoubtedly be right. TCH, I am quite amused by your logic. Is it merely the whim of a child wishing to broaden his horizons? Why affect such pretentious airs? Sneered Yajian with disdain. Ah, Yajian, could you refrain from undermining me? It is quite embarrassing, I remarked. Young master, I shall not mock you, Akatsuki interjected earnestly. Amsterdam, being a port city and a significant hub on the great trade routes, experiences immense foot traffic, which has given rise to infamous districts, such as the red light area and tavern streets, where a diverse array of individuals and pursuits converge. Satan and his companions arrived at the renowned gambling street, a thoroughfare teeming with gamblers and a diverse array of rogues. The air was filled with the sound of whistling from disheveled men, oblivious to their impending doom, who would jeer at the passers-by with crimson and ebony eyes. It took several forceful interventions from Satan to quell the audacious antics of these insignificant miscreants. Satan entered a casino, drawing the curious gazes of the attendants as he made his way into the hall. At that moment, a resounding cheer erupted from a distant gaming table, capturing Satan's attention. Who could it be? In that instant, he was profoundly astonished, momentarily frozen in place. Seated at that table was a towering middle-aged man, standing at an impressive height of 3 meters. He donned a light purple bathrobe, cinched with a dark purple sash, and wore a matching purple cloak. His feet were clad in wooden sandals, and he wielded a cane sword. His arms were wrapped in bandages, and protective gear adorned his hands. With his eyes closed, he bore an X-shaped scar on the left side of his forehead, while his short black hair framed his face, accentuated by a circle of facial hair. "What's the matter, young master?" inquired Qitong, who followed closely behind, noticing the change in Satan's expression. "It seems you have encountered a significant figure." Satan took a deep breath, attempting to calm his astonished spirit. It is important to note that the man seated at the gambling table was originally an enigmatic master, unknown to anyone in the original narrative. However, within 2 years, he ascended to the rank of admiral in the Navy through extraordinary prowess, earning the terrifying moniker of a formidable monster. He possessed the ability to manipulate gravity and wielded exceptional swordsmanship. This man was none other than Fujitora, the future admiral of the Navy, and could be considered the strongest adversary Satan had encountered since his traversal into the world of One Piece, thus explaining his profound astonishment. Satan composed himself and approached the gaming table, observing the unfolding scene. Fujitora, the seasoned gambler, despite his blindness, consistently triumphed at the table, much to the chagrin of the increasingly agitated players who had wagered against him. "Hey, are you cheating?" one of the gamblers erupted, rising from his seat and slamming his hand on the table. "Yes, return our stakes at once, or you will regret it," the others echoed, encircling the seated Fujitora, their intentions turning ominous. "Hey, you are being unreasonable. It is clear that you have lost. How can you bully a blind man?" The fiercely principled Heidong could no longer stand by and rushed through the crowd to shield Fujitora. "Little brat, mind your own business. Go home and suck your thumb." The gamblers jeered in unison. Dissatisfied with the disrespect towards his sister, Akitomi furrowed his brows, his crimson eyes radiating a formidable aura as he unsheathed Murakumo, preparing to make a move. "Thank you, young lady. However, being blind is, in some ways, a blessing. The world is rife with sordid and despicable beings that are difficult to bear," Fujitora remarked calmly, still seated, as he patted Heidong's shoulder in gratitude. "Gravity field," he exclaimed softly, slightly drawing his cane sword. Suddenly, the gravitational force around him intensified to its maximum, pinning the surrounding gamblers to the ground, rendering them motionless. As he sheathed his sword, the ground beneath them caved in, leaving the gamblers trapped in a pit, their fates uncertain. "Young lady, your murderous intent is excessive. You must cultivate your heart." Fujitora turned to Akitomi with a gentle gaze. Although his eyes were devoid of sight, his words carried an inexplicable, persuasive power that compelled Akitomi to sheathe Murakumo, her expression contemplative. "Ahem, dear uncle, shall we have a wager?" Satan pulled out a chair opposite Fujitora and sat down, resting his chin on his hands, gravely inquiring, "Why not?" Fujitora, still wearing a gentle smile, looked at Satan with keen interest. Just as they were about to commence their wager, not far from the Rain Sea, where the kingdom of Babylon is located, a pirate ship made its appearance. "Oh ship, I am but a vessel." This peculiar pirate ship sailed along while singing, and notably, the flag hoisted atop its mast displayed the image of a top hat and a collar adorned with fur, paired with a lipstick-smeared, waving skull. This was none other than the singing ship of Charlotte Linlin, known as Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, animated by her soul fruit. Having ascended to the rank of a 4 emperor, Big Mom sought to perfect her dream nation, a place where all races could coexist harmoniously, leading many of her forces to the Grand Line in pursuit of various exotic species and delectable sweets. At that moment, aboard the singing ship, Charlotte Linlin was conversing with a man cloaked in black. "I am quite pleased with the species you have delivered recently. Both the fairy and long-arm races are rare. Do you have any further information regarding exquisite desserts or precious species?" "It is my honor to serve you," replied the man in black, bowing deeply in respect to Big Mom. In the nearby kingdom of Babylon, there lies a city of gastronomy named Heisenberg, renowned for its exquisite pastries. As for precious species, the royal family of Babylon possesses dragon lineage, and a union could surely yield offspring to your satisfaction. Is that so? What delightful news! Big Mom Charlotte Linlin exclaimed joyfully, as drool dripped from her lipstick-coated lips, corroding the ground beneath her. Chapter 26. The appearance of Mammon in the illicit casino of Amsterdam. The gamble between Satan and Fujitora continued unabated. Satan sat there, resting his chin on his hand, a sorrowful expression etched upon his face. He had wagered against Fujitora in 12 games, and astonishingly, he had not won a single round. The onlookers behind him, with their dark eyes, erupted into snickers. "Young master, it appears you truly lack the talent for gambling," one remarked. "Oh, spare me," he retorted. Satan rubbed his head in frustration, his hair a disheveled mess. He gazed earnestly at the closed eyes of Fujitora opposite him, casting a sidelong glance at the gamblers ensconced in the deep pits around them. "Uncle, I can now comprehend why they would be driven to such indignation," he remarked with a chuckle. Fujitora let out a hearty laugh, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. "Young one, shall we continue?" he inquired. "No need," came the reply. "I have come to realize the profound depth of your gambling prowess. There is no further need for me to subject myself to humiliation." Satan parted the chips before him and, with a serious expression, addressed Fujitora, saying, "When I truly possess the qualifications, I shall return to seek your guidance." "Such ambition." "Young one, I shall await your challenge," Fujitora replied. With that, he rose, leaning on his cane sword, and left at a leisurely pace. Each time the cane struck the ground, it resonated with a profound authority, causing the onlookers to disperse. Satan and his entourage subsequently departed from the casino. "Young master, is that gentleman truly remarkable in his gambling skills?" queried Junmaru, who typically spoke little, his tone imbued with an unusual intensity. "That is the unique aura of a formidable individual. I admire your astuteness," replied the unyielding Xiejian, offering his perspective. His unerring success in gambling stems from his exceptionally potent observation Haki. Perhaps the blind possess an innate ability to hear more acutely than others. "So, you mean he has been cheating all along? No wonder the young master can never win," Black Eyes mused, coming to a sudden realization. "No, it cannot be said that he has cheated." Satan paused, his expression grave, and said, "He did not deliberately employ Kenbunchika Haki. Rather, his overwhelming presence has become instinctual, granting him a semblance of foresight. Thus, in the recent wager, I was not truly qualified to participate. No wonder you chose to gamble against him. It was ultimately a means to assess your own strength. I had thought you were concealing a penchant for masochism. How absurd." Satan stretched lazily, his demeanor exuding confidence. Although this defeat was absolute, he had nonetheless witnessed the true magnanimity of a formidable adversary, and he had earned that adversary's recognition. One day, he vowed, he would rise to become a powerful being equal to, if not surpassing, that of his rival. "Young master, we are being followed." Just as Satan was lost in contemplation, Junmaru, trailing behind, uttered a swift warning and instantly vanished from sight, dashing into the distance. As Satan turned back, he suddenly caught sight of a dark figure leaping between a towering tree and a nearby house, 100 meters away, swiftly fleeing into the distance. The figure moved with remarkable agility and extraordinary speed. However, in terms of sheer velocity, he could not match the prowess of Junmaru, a skilled ninja. With a mere instant technique, Junmaru quickly closed the distance and delivered a powerful kick from above. Just as the figure contemplated resistance, a long blade was pressed against his neck, wielded by the arriving Aikido. "Who are you, and why have you been following us?" Satan, his visage contorted with rage, found himself taken aback. Barely a day had passed since his departure from Naga Island and return to Amsterdam, yet he had already attracted unwanted attention. The shadowy figure, realizing that escape was no longer an option with Satan and his companions closing in, suddenly straightened his posture and severed his own neck with the long blade pressed against it. Qiong, momentarily stunned by his fearless acceptance of death, quickly turned her gaze as the curse of Murakumo took effect. The shadow had succumbed to death, irrevocably lost. Satan uttered a curse, realizing that he faced a determined foe. An unsettling sense crept over him, as if ominous events were on the horizon. "Junmaru, examine the corpse," he commanded. "Yes, young master," Junmaru replied. He examined the shadowy figure's clothing and discovered only a lion's head tattoo on the left arm, with no other markings. Additionally, he unearthed a badge adorned with the same lion's head emblem. "Young master, there are no further clues," Junmaru reported as he presented the badge to Satan. However, given the insignia, it is likely that this individual was part of an organized group. This does not seem to be a mere coincidence. "We are being watched." "I am aware," Satan mused. "Humph, I sense the approach of death. What shall we do, young Satan?" "The information is insufficient for a proper assessment," he replied. Satan replied, "However, there are certain pieces of information that elude us, yet undoubtedly, someone possesses the knowledge." "Who?" you inquire. Black Eye curiously asked. "Why, it is the local tyrant." Satan retorted with a malicious grin. "You see, the underbelly of Amsterdam is clandestinely governed by the Knights of the Seven Deadly Sins. As fortune would have it, we have recently come into possession of their whereabouts. Let us pay a visit to the current ruler of this illicit territory, Mammon, the embodiment of greed." Satan, accompanied by others, wandered through the streets and soon arrived at a clandestine tavern, pushing the door open to enter. From the outside, the establishment appeared utterly unremarkable, marked only by a small sign reading Red House hanging by the door. However, upon entry, one would discover a hidden world within. The tavern boasted an expansive interior, filled to capacity with an eclectic array of patrons at numerous tables, the atmosphere vibrant and tumultuous, teeming with life. Satan pushed aside the drunken patrons obstructing his path and made his way directly to the bar. "Good day. May I inquire whether you seek to indulge in libations or conduct business?" The young bartender, lifting his gaze, replied politely. "Our proprietor has mandated that any business transactions require a minimum purchase of 1 million belly in beverages. Otherwise, we cannot accommodate you." "And what of drinking?" Satan asked. His curiosity piqued. Upon entry, a consumption of 1 million belly in drinks is obligatory. The bartender responded matter-of-factly. "This establishment is a den of iniquity. I shall report you." Satan retorted. "Indeed, we are a den of iniquity, as per our owner's decree. Please proceed with a payment of 5 million belly." The bartender stated with an air of certainty. Satan slammed the royal insignia, symbolizing his identity, onto the bar counter. "Take me to Mammon." The bartender's pupils dilated, and his demeanor shifted to one of respect as he slightly bowed. "I did not expect a member of royalty. Please, follow me." The bartender led them into the corridor behind, revealing a space that was even more expansive than the tavern itself, where the presence of numerous formidable beings was palpably felt. Soon, they emerged from the corridor into a quaint garden. "Please wait a moment. I shall report to Lord Mammon." The bartender left Satan and his companions at the entrance of the garden and ventured inside alone. "I didn't anticipate that Lord Mammon would be of such high stature," grumbled Satan with a hint of dissatisfaction. Just then, a peal of laughter, as melodious as silver bells, echoed, captivating everyone's attention. "I did not expect the esteemed young Master Satan to grace us with his presence. I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. Please, do come in." A woman clad in a crimson dress stepped forth from the garden, her cheaphouse slid up to her thigh, revealing her alabaster skin. Her every smile and frown stirring profound emotions. She was none other than the enchanting seductress, the underground queen of Amsterdam, a prodigy of the fairy clan, and the sole female among the 7 deadly sins knights, known as Greed, Lady Mammon. Chapter 27. A gentleman's revenge. In the garden of the Red House Tavern in Amsterdam, Mammon settled into a wrought-tan chair, gently brushing her long hair from her shoulder, revealing a beguiling smile. She then glanced at the lion-headed insignia that Satan had retrieved from their pursuer. "Are you suggesting that you were being followed?" "Indeed," Satan replied, perplexed. "Curiously, I only returned to Amsterdam today. Do you have any information?" "This is the insignia of the Lion King organization. The ones tracking you are likely spies from there," Mammon asserted, raising the emblem in her hand. "As for why they have fixated on you, I am uncertain. However, the Lion King organization has recently increased their activities, and it is rumored that they have kidnapped several rare species. I suspect this is connected to the sudden arrival of Big Mom from the New World to the Grand Line." Satan sat upon his chair, resting his head in contemplation. "Speaking of the Lion King's machinations, I recalled that my sister and I had indeed seized 2 devil fruits at a black market auction 6 years ago. Yet it seemed improbable that we would be targeted upon our arrival on the island. This did not quite add up, for the Ren Sea was beyond their dominion." "Mammon, dear Mammon." A sudden shout interrupted their discourse. It was Sinan approaching. Mammon cast a glance at the figure entering from the garden and offered Satan an apologetic smile before explaining, "He is a candidate for our generation's 7 deadly sins. The previous gluttony perished in the recent war, leaving him as the last scion of the Baelander clan. At that time, he was merely 4 years old and has since been raised by the other members of our circle. As he has yet to come of age, he has not assumed the title of gluttony. Moreover, he is a descendant of the kingdom's heroes, and your loyalty to the royal lineage shall be etched in the annals of your family." Satan straightened his posture, praising and scrutinizing the approaching Baelander Sinan. He was a diminutive figure, standing at a mere 1.6 meters, a portly little fellow clad in a short-sleeved shirt adorned with vertical stripes, complemented by white shorts and an exaggeratedly large crimson cape. His face still bore traces of baby fat, rendering him quite endearing, while his small eyes squinted almost shut. As he ambled along, gnawing on a chicken leg held aloft in his right hand, his expression one of pure indulgence, as if intent on indulging in gluttony to the utmost. "What's the rush, little Sinan?" Mammon rose, affectionately ruffling his hair. Sinan deftly evaded Mammon's hand. "Don't ruffle my hair, it'll stump my growth." In that fleeting moment as he turned, Satan clearly discerned the bold inscription of gluttony emblazoned upon his crimson cape. Just moments ago, word had reached him that a significant cadre from the Lion King organization had arrived in Amsterdam. Who? Nicholas, one of the 4 senior officials. What? Nicholas? Before Mammon could voice his thoughts, Satan sprang to his feet, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes as he demanded answers. Indeed, it is he. Sign-in confirmed the information with certainty. Suddenly, Satan spread his arms wide and let out a maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha, what delightful news. He turned to gaze at Junma Lu and the Akatsuki sisters. It appears we have business at hand. In the dead of night at the Lion King's stronghold in Amsterdam, the Matsuko Manor, Nicholas reclined comfortably in his chair, listening to his subordinates report. So, the spies tracking the royal family have been eliminated? Yes, Lord Nicholas. Utterly useless. Nicholas waved his hand dismissively, sending his subordinate away while he pondered silently. It seemed the directive to closely monitor all royals of dragon lineage had stirred unnecessary alarm. At that moment, a thunderous crash echoed through the manor as the grand entrance collapsed. The members of the Lion King's organization were roused from their slumber and gathered near the entrance. What on earth is happening? Nicholas bellowed as he emerged from his chamber. His subordinates quickly stepped aside, clearing a path for him, revealing the fallen entrance and the shattered walls. Little Chubby, your method of opening doors leaves much to be desired. As the dust from the collapsed entrance gradually settled, 5 figures emerged from outside the manor. At the forefront stood Satan, flanked by Junma Lu, Akatsuki, and by Long De Air, with Sign-in lined up behind them. So, it's you little rascals causing trouble? Nicholas's expression tightened as he advanced, his fists clenched with an audible crack, clearly unable to contain his mounting fury. After all, it was a tremendous disgrace for anyone to be confronted in such a manner, especially at the renowned Lion King's organization along the Grand Line. TSK, Nicholas. You haven't changed a bit. Satan also stepped into the manor, his face adorned with an enigmatic expression. Do you recognize me? Who exactly are you? Nicholas appeared utterly perplexed. Hee. It seems you have forgotten. Satan emitted a chilling laugh, his gaze fixed intently on Nick Coulson, his fists clenched tightly, eyes ablaze with fury. After all, the matter he deemed a profound disgrace had been effortlessly forgotten by the other party, which was indeed the most infuriating aspect. 6 years ago, on the shores of Phuket, does that ring a bell? Satan's expression darkened further. Ah. Nick Coulson mused for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Aha, I remember now. You are the audacious wretch who was left on the brink of death after I dealt you a beating. His demeanor shifted to one of cold disdain. What is this? Are you weary of living? This time, no one will come to your rescue. Seeking death, how dare you show such disrespect to the young master? Behind Satan, Junmaru's fury was palpable as he charged forward in an instant. The skeletal tendrils of the corpse-bone lineage shot forth from his fingers like bullets, aimed at Nikke-san. With a disdainful shift of his body, Nikke-san effortlessly evaded each projectile, yet his subordinates were not so fortunate. Several unfortunate minions, unable to dodge in time, were struck by the bone projectiles, their bodies pierced in an instant, leaving behind gruesome wounds and pools of blood. You are utterly audacious, little demon, Nikke-san declared, rushing forward. His armed Haki hardened as he prepared to engage Junmaru in a fierce exchange of blows. However, Junmaru's strength faltered slightly amidst the tempest of punches, and a single misstep sent him hurtling through the air. Utilizing the bloodline limit, Junmaru unleashed a flurry of bones from his body, surging forward once more. These bones, when engaged in close combat, not only bore the capacity to absorb impact with remarkable defense, but also delivered punishing strikes to the adversary, rendering Nikke-san's hardened fists ineffective against their formidable protection. Just as Junmaru ensnared Nikke-san, 2 figures with crimson and obsidian eyes surged into the fray, blades glinting ominously. Blood erupted as severed limbs flew, marking the commencement of an unrelenting massacre. Amongst the chaos, some terrified underlings sought to flee, but with a mere wave from Satan's aid. Sign-in, the ground beneath them morphed into colossal hands that ruthlessly crushed their foes, grinding them into the earth. In an instant, the Pine Nut Manor transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Chapter 28. 10 years is not too late. Amsterdam, Pine Nut Manor. Nikke-san's muscles were taut as he narrowly evaded Junmaru's onslaught once more, retreating a few steps while warily observing Satan and his companions from a distance. The ground around him was drenched in blood, littered with the bodies of the fallen. In less than a few minutes, the minions within the manor had been decimated by the onslaught of the crimson-eyed figures. This time, He had underestimated the situation. He had not anticipated that the little demon would be accompanied by such formidable allies. He needed to devise a plan to capture that little demon. Little demon, he sneered. 6 years ago, I left you in tatters, and you only escaped thanks to the great ape King Titan. Will you rely on others once more? Nikasun's sarcastic taunts were directed at Satan, though his gaze inadvertently flickered towards Junru, revealing a hint of apprehension. This adversary was exceptionally strong. His fluid movements, devoid of any unnecessary gestures, posed a significant threat. Nika-san, is this the extent of your resolve? Satan slowly shed his outer garment and approached with a mocking glint in his eyes, casually tossing the coat behind him. Deep down, perhaps he was already afraid. Yet knowing that you sought to provoke him, why not indulge you? Satan's aura surged ominously, suddenly transforming into a piercing intensity. As invisible waves of energy emanated from his being, his gaze brimming with murderous intent and an overwhelming sense of oppression. 6 years ago, when you offended my sister, I had already decreed your death sentence. You ought to be grateful for having survived this long. Junmaru and Akane retreated, distancing themselves from the battlefield. With the young master preparing to strike, their presence was no longer required. Are you certain? Sister Mammon entrusted me with the task of protecting the young master. Seinen hesitated, stepping back, seeking reassurance from Akane. After all, Nicholas held a senior position within the Lion King's organization. Surely, the young master wouldn't push himself too hard. Silence, just observe. Junmaru snapped, irked by Seinen's doubts regarding the young master's prowess. Smooth talker. As others withdrew from the arena, Nicholas felt a slight easing of tension within him. Yet he continued to defiantly retort. Satan ceased to speak, stomping his foot, his body launching towards Nikyusen like a cannonball. As he surged forward, golden dragon patterns began to spread across his entire form. The blood within him surged rapidly, doubling in velocity, and in an instant, Satan materialized before Nikyusen, brandishing his right foot, hardened by the armament Haki, to strike down upon him. So swift, Nikyusen's pupils constricted, and he crossed his arms above his head to shield himself from Satan's leg axe. A thunderous crash resounded where their limbs collided, sparks flying, and the surrounding air crackled with the sound of electric discharges. How formidable! His strength was vastly superior to before. In that fleeting moment of contact, Nikyusen felt his body sink heavily, and he couldn't help but marvel at the sheer force of their stalemate. Satan's dragon patterns flickered, amplifying his power as he pressed downwards with renewed vigor. Nikyusen's form sank further, his legs bending slightly under the immense pressure, nearly unable to withstand the force. The ground beneath him fractured, fissures spreading like a web. The pressure intensified, and at last, Nikyusen could no longer endure Satan's overwhelming strength. His body slackened, and he was forcefully driven into the earth by Satan's leg axe, sinking into the soil. A massive crater, over 20 meters in diameter, formed around him, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Satan executed a formidable backflip, landing deftly on the precipice of the great pit. Such prowess, such might. The onlooker, Seinen, was rendered speechless by the terrifying impact of Satan's strike. Nicholas slowly rose to his feet, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, his internal organs grievously injured from the force. He gazed up at Satan, who stood imposingly above him, a wave of dread washing over him. This was a level of power beyond his grasp, an alarming rate of growth. Truly, a terrifying beast. I confess, I underestimated you, young one. Nicholas steadied himself, wiping away the blood from his lips, an inexplicable smile creeping onto his face, yet his expression gradually turned serious. However, one must not underestimate me either. We are the Lion Kings of the Dark Realm. He let out a frenzied roar, his blood surging with fervor, boiling within him. A crimson aura enveloped his form as his muscle swelled, his physique expanding dramatically, his eyes turning a blood-red hue, seemingly devoid of reason. In the next instant, his body transformed into a streak of red light, hurtling towards Satan. Dragon body battle axe. Satan regarded the approaching Nicholson with a disdainful expression. He lifted his right leg, raising it high above his head into a split stance, and as Nicholson closed the distance, he brought his leg crashing down with tremendous force, hardened by an overwhelming aura. His right leg struck Nicholson's head like a battle axe, producing a resounding boom as the ground beneath them caved in, forming a massive crater. Trapped within this pit, Nicholson found himself gasping for breath, teetering on the brink of consciousness. The crimson light in his eyes faded, leaving his expression clear yet weary. He exerted himself in a futile attempt to rise, struggling repeatedly, but to no avail. Satan leapt into the crater, crouching before him. Now, you are but a shadow of your former self. You no longer possess the merit to contend with me. Satan gazed upon the feeble Nicholson before him, suddenly engulfed by a wave of disinterest. The once formidable adversary, capable of effortlessly dispatching him, now appeared little more than a slightly larger insect. Cough, cough, he remarked. Truly impressive indeed. The heir of the dragon lineage lives up to its reputation. No wonder you have attracted attention. Nicholson, with great effort, tilted his head to meet Satan's gaze, his expression steeped in despair. What did you say? Who dares to plot against the Douglas family? The gaze of Satan grew perilously menacing. Ha ha ha. Nicholas suddenly erupted into a frenzied laughter, howling wildly. I am well aware that my demise is imminent. Yet your arrogance shall not endure for long, ha ha. The Douglas family will undoubtedly accompany me in my burial. I shall await you in the depths of hell, awaiting your arrival. As he continued to shout, blood was incessantly coughed forth. Satan gazed at the frenzied Nicol, his brow furrowing in realization that no further information could be extracted. In that case, let us escort you to the depths of hell to atone for the offenses you once committed against our family. Satan rose to his feet and brought his foot down upon Nicholas's head with a resounding thud. The sound echoed as Nicholas's skull shattered like a ripe watermelon. Blood and brain matter splattering in all directions, staining Satan's trousers. Humph. Having offended my sister, it is indeed a mercy for you to perish so swiftly. Satan clapped his hands and, as if nothing had occurred, leapt out of the pit, his gentle smile returning to his face. However, the crimson blood staining his trousers appeared particularly glaring in the bright moonlight. Truly, he was a terrifying young master, with a disposition that was exceedingly malevolent. Witnessing this scene, Balongdel, Sinan murmured softly, followed by a hushed, deep chuckle. Yet, it was precisely such a character that made him worthy of being my leader. I have come to adore your concealed arrogance. Chapter 29. A wedding disturbance 3 days later, the capital of the Babylon Kingdom, White Dragon City, was enveloped in a sea of joy. Today marked the joyous occasion of Princess Tequila Douglas of the royal family and the night of the 7 deadly sins, Pride Lucifer. The citizens of the capital were abuzz with discussion, as if the very air was infused with an amorous ambience. After all, as the princess of the kingdom, Tequila was immensely popular, not only for her delicate beauty but also for being a formidable wielder of devil fruit powers. The populace often heard tales of her vanquishing invading pirate crews. Naturally, the citizens harbored the utmost respect and heartfelt blessings for their beautiful princess, who ensured their safety. Satan emerged from the study of his father, King Denver, preparing to don his attire for the forthcoming wedding. The recent encounter with his father replayed vividly in his mind. Satan, you have finally grown up. I am truly proud of you, King Denver remarked, gazing at his son, who stood nearly at eye level with him. A look of contentment gracing his features. Our Douglas family has welcomed another man capable of standing on his own. Father, your praise makes me fear I might become conceited, Satan replied, scratching his head in modesty as he seated himself across from King Denver. Ha ha, you cheeky rascal, King Denver boisterously laughed, retrieving 2 boxes from his drawer, a triumphant expression illuminating his face. Behold, this is a reward for your diligent training. Oh, devil fruits, Satan exclaimed, astonished as he opened the boxes. These are quite rare, aren't they? Shouldn't you be cultivating a few more generals instead, father? Accept them, King Denver replied with a smile. As the future king, you must begin to cultivate your own cadre. That Kominari and the Akagane sisters are excellent choices, and that lad Sinan should accompany you as well. A king of our Babylonian kingdom cannot afford to lack sufficient strength. Satan, regaining his composure, swiftly donned an elegant suit and proceeded to the grand hall in the Garden District to attend the wedding of his sister-in-law, Tequila. Following closely behind him were several companions, including Jun Marlu. Upon arriving at the wedding venue, they were greeted by the bustling activity of diligent attendants and guards. As the ceremony had yet to commence, they took their seats among the guests, saying, with Lucifer marrying my aunt this time, I presume all members of the 7 deadly sins will be in attendance? Upon seeing them, my curiosity about the other members of the 7 deadly sins was piqued. Indeed, I share your interest, replied the young master. The sinister notions upon Satan's shoulders often emerge unexpectedly. Did you just utter something, young master? Sinan swallowed the morsel of meat he had just bitten into with great effort, turning his head to gaze at Satan with a face full of confusion. Ever since he encountered Chi Tong, he had finally met his match. It seemed that the moment he let down his guard, his food would be snatched away by the other. Well, consider it as though I have said nothing at all. Satan appeared somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, interrupting others during their meal is quite discourteous. Yet, one cannot help but question the absence of decorum when one is perpetually indulging in food. One by one, the guests began to take their seats. Among the honored guests were King Denver and Princess Catherine, accompanied by the wrath of the 7 deadly sins, Samel, and the envy of Leviathan. Samel, a burly middle-aged dwarf with a mane of fiery red hair, boasted a beard and eyebrows of the same vibrant hue. His long beard was intricately braided, cascading down his chest, and his muscular physique was imposing, with a massive iron hammer resting beside him, exuding an air of intimidation. In contrast, Leviathan appeared somewhat unremarkable. He was a slender young man with a golden ponytail, perpetually sporting a contemptuous smirk. Soon, all the guests had arrived, and the wedding commenced in earnest. Princess Tequila emerged, accompanied by her maid of honor, Esdeath. Dressed in her wedding gown, she appeared exceptionally delicate and beautiful, eliciting enthusiastic applause from the audience. The groom, Lucifer, donned a pristine white suit, adorned with a rose in his lapel, and wore a composed smile as he took Princess Tequila's hand, leading her toward the altar without a trace of the reputed arrogance attributed to him. Under the guidance of the priest, they exchanged vows of love and rings. Just as the ceremony proceeded smoothly, the grand hall's doors were suddenly flung open with a thunderous crash, and several guards were hurled inside, collapsing onto the corridor, their fates uncertain. 2 figures then strode in, drawing the attention of all present, who turned to witness the commotion, including the priest, who was compelled to pause the proceedings. "What is happening? Could it be an abduction?" exclaimed the excited onlooker, reveling in the unexpected drama. "Silence!" The devil roared in displeasure, demanding to know who dared to disrupt the royal wedding. His gaze darkened as he turned to observe the 2 figures entering, and upon recognizing them, his pupils constricted in shock. How could it be them? This was trouble indeed. The figure in the forefront was tall, with crimson short hair and a muscular build. His long legs were adorned with scars on each cheek, while a pink, ghostly tattoo graced his left arm. He wore a white scarf resembling a flower, black gloves, and black jeans with a white knee pad on his left leg, complemented by spiked black boots featuring spurs at the back. His ensemble exuded a distinctly dark, metallic vibe. He was none other than Charlotte Katakuri, the second son of the Big Mom Pirates Charlotte family. Trailing behind him was a gentleman clad in pink from head to toe, wearing eggshell-shaped trousers and wielding a cane. His sunglasses and the tray-like hat atop his head, which balanced a cup of hot tea, only added to his eccentricity. He was none other than Baron Tamago, a fighter of the Big Mom Pirates. Upon recognizing the 2 men, King Denver, seated in the VIP area, furrowed his brow slightly. However, before he could utter a word, Samel, sitting beside him, had already charged out with a hammer in hand. "Daring to cause chaos in the Douglas family? You seek death," he bellowed, his mustache bristling with fury. His exaggerated muscles swelled as he wielded the enormous hammer, which crackled with blue electricity, striking down towards Katakuri. Katakuri appeared unfazed by Samel's onslaught, maintaining his stoic demeanor as he advanced. Suddenly, Baron Tamago accelerated, bypassing Katakuri, and with a spinning kick, he struck the descending hammer. A thunderous crash echoed as Samel was sent flying back, crashing to the ground and carving a trench, stopping not far from King Denver. Meanwhile, Baron Tamago was jolted back by the force of the impact, electricity sparking from the hammer causing him to twitch uncontrollably. "Is this the hospitality of the Babylon kingdom? I am bearing my mother's orders." Katakuri's voice rang out coldly, devoid of urgency. "Are you prepared to welcome war?" Chapter 30. The King's Intimidation to Guests. Upon hearing Katakuri's words, fell into stunned silence. Who in the world was unaware of the Big Mom Pirates, one of the 4 emperors? Founded on familial bonds and blood relations, Big Mom, Charlotte Lin, had established the vast Charlotte family, boasting 43 husbands, 39 daughters, and 46 sons, comprising 129 core members. They ruled over 34 islands, with their headquarters on Cake Island, under the governance of various ministers, forming what the world referred to as Toto Land. The Big Mom Pirates stood as one of the most formidable forces globally, engaging them in battle with sheer folly. Amidst the stunned silence, a figure soared from the dais like a flash of light, suddenly appearing above Katakuri. "You dare to disrupt my wedding? You shall pay dearly for this." The figure radiated blinding white light, nearly blinding all present. He unleashed a powerful strike towards Katakuri with his right leg, hardened by Haki, embodying the force to split mountains. "Lucifer, the Knight of Pride." "Humph, you know not what you speak," Katakuri replied, narrowing his eyes as he raised his leg to counter. In an instant, his leg swelled to 3 times its normal size, enveloped in Haki, colliding violently with Lucifer's attack. A tremendous shockwave erupted, whipping the surroundings into chaos. After a brief stalemate, Lucifer found himself at a disadvantage, being sent reeling back to the ground, barely managing to regain his footing, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He wiped the blood away, his gaze turning dangerous. Indeed, Charlotte Katakuri, the foremost of the Big Mom Pirates' suite commanders, was formidable. Katakuri, having brushed off the attack, returned his leg to its normal size, barely swaying as if the confrontation had been trivial. As a mochi fruit user, he possessed the extraordinary ability to transform his body into mochi, altering its shape, extending, and even separating to evade attacks. King Denver, seated upon his throne, furrowed his brow slightly. Even Lucifer, the strongest present aside from him, appeared to be at a disadvantage. The might of the Big Mom Pirates was indeed formidable. Catching his breath, Lucifer prepared to charge again, intent on eliminating the nuisance disrupting his wedding. Just then, an invisible, terrifying aura surged from behind him, exuding an overwhelming presence and murderous intent. "Stop, Lucifer," King Denver commanded, sitting upright. A chill enveloped the hall, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over everyone. Cold sweat dripped down their backs. This was the wrath of King Denver. The atmosphere grew tense, silencing all. Even Katakuri, who had seemed indifferent since entering, now glistened with cold sweat, his expression alert. King Denver remained composed on his throne, exuding an air of indifference. Yet none dared underestimate him. His presence was suffocating, akin to a bottomless abyss. "Impressive, little devil. It seems your father is the true monster," whispered the sinister voice in Satan's ear. "Silence and observe." Satan was internally shaken, astonished by the formidable display of power from King Denver. He had never witnessed such might. The mere aura emanating from the king was sufficient to intimidate the notorious pirate Kakuri, who bore a bounty of 900 million berries. As silence enveloped the room, King Denver reclined back in his chair, his oppressive presence ebbing away like a receding tide, allowing everyone to exhale in relief and relax. "State your purpose, Charlotte Katakuri." "The kingdom of Babylon is not a place where you can act recklessly." After a brief pause, the king continued, "Unless you possess adequate justification, you shall remain here today." A cold sweat broke out on Katakuri's back. It appeared his previous demeanor had been too brash. Who could have anticipated that a nation within the Grand Line harbored such a terrifying figure? This indeed underscored the strength of the dragon's bloodline, affirming his mother's wisdom in her decisions. With this thought, Katakuri adopted a respectful expression. After all, regardless of the circumstances, true power commands reverence. He stepped forward and bowed to King Denver. "Your Majesty, I come as an envoy, bearing no ill will, but rather to convey a message from my mother." "What message?" King Denver replied coldly. "I have heard that the kingdom of Babylon possesses the culinary capital, Heisenberg, and thus my mother wishes for your kingdom to provide 20 tons of desserts each month." Katakuri spoke calmly, though he dared not utter his mother's exact words. "Humph. Such matters should not necessitate your presence as the foremost of the stars. A mere envoy would suffice for communication. I am here for a more significant matter." "What matter?" "An alliance by marriage." "What did you say?" King Denver was momentarily taken aback. "You, a pirate, seek to forge a marital alliance with a member of my world government-affiliated nation? Is it fair to say that Big Mom acts without consideration?" "Indeed," Katakuri affirmed, ensuring the king had not misheard him. "My mother received news that the Douglas royal family of the kingdom of Babylon possesses dragon blood. Hence the idea of a union arose. To demonstrate her regard for your esteemed nation, she has proposed a marriage between Charlotte Smoothie, the 14th daughter of the Charlotte family and one of the suite commanders, who bears a bounty of 732 million berries, and the eldest son of the Douglas family." "Douglas Satan." "What?" Satan, who had been quietly observing the unfolding situation, was utterly bewildered. "How could it possibly be me?" "Ha, little Satan. It appears you have indeed become the subject of a marriage proposal, though I never expected the bridegroom to be you." The wicked grin of the onlooker was unmistakable. Seated beside Satan, Saint Anjan Maru and a few others wore expressions of constipation, desperately stifling their laughter. "You just mentioned that you received news of the Douglas family's draconic lineage." King Denver leaned slightly forward, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. "I wish to know who divulged this information to you." It was Hussein from the Lion King's agency. The tidings from the culinary capital of Heisenberg also originated from him. Katakuri was incensed, realizing that Hussein's intel had omitted King Denver's true strength, leading to his current embarrassment. After a brief contemplation, he unhesitatingly betrayed Hussein. If King Denver were to seek retribution against the Lion King's agency afterward, he would undoubtedly find delight in it. Oh, so that is how it is. King Denver reclined back into his chair, continuing, "The Babylon Kingdom shall not provide desserts for free, but we are open to your procurement. As for the marriage alliance, you may inform Big Mom that it is utterly impossible. The Douglas family will not ally with pirates. That is non-negotiable." His response was resolute, leaving no room for discussion. "Then I shall take my leave, and I sincerely apologize for the interruption." With a bow, Katakuri swiftly turned and departed with Baron Egg. Chapter 31. Turbulent waves. The wedding of Princess Tequila of the Babylon Kingdom concluded, and guests began to disperse. Meanwhile, the events of the ceremony rapidly spread to various clandestine forces through the whispers of certain schemers. In the depths of the Great Sea Route on the Luja Island, the headquarters of the Lion King's agency lay hidden underground. Crash, crash. The sounds of shattering objects echoed throughout the chamber. "Damn it, that scoundrel Katakuri dared to betray me. I had thought the Big Mom pirate crew could forge a lasting alliance." Hussein roared like an enraged lion. "Boss, there's no need to be angry. We are merely exploiting each other. Trust is not a factor here," advised Heather, a senior official of the Lion King's agency. Even so. I have always been the one to betray others. It's quite irksome," Hussein replied as he sat back in his chair, suddenly bursting into laughter. "But it matters not. I do not believe Big Mom will tolerate Denver's refusal. It seems a war is inevitable. The Babylon Kingdom will not have the time to trouble me. Spread the word. We must seize the opportunity to reap ample benefits from the conflict." "Understood, boss," Heather acknowledged before retreating. In the background, Hussein muttered to himself, "If I can manage to obtain the corpse of a direct descendant of the Douglas family during this chaos, unveiling the secrets of the draconic bloodline would be a tremendous boon." Somewhere on the Great Sea Route, a vast, floating nation formed by enormous sea snails, known as Germa 66, the mercenaries of the evil army. Germa 66 is a scientific combat unit active across the globe as mercenaries, capable of traversing the Red Land with formidable and efficient combat prowess. The Germa Kingdom is unique as a nation without fixed territory, typically operating with numerous ships that unite to form the kingdom. Its populace consists mostly of men, all soldiers, forming the fearsome army of Germa 66. At the pinnacle of this nation and military is the Vinsmoke family, who once ruled the entire North Sea by force and now maintain stable relations with the world government and navy. At this moment, within the castle known as the Warhouse, king of the Germa Kingdom and commander of Germa 66, Vinsmoke Judge, was perusing a piece of intelligence. "The Babylon Kingdom may soon engage in war with the Big Mom pirate crew. This is splendid news." "Father, what does this have to do with us?" queried Vinsmoke's fourth son, Vinsmoke Ichiji, in confusion. "Surely they will not enlist us for battle." "Fool, who said we are to join the fray?" Judge glared at his son before continuing, "We merely need to seize the opportunity during the war to capture a direct descendant of the Douglas family as a test subject. If we can unravel the secrets of the draconic bloodline, our research on genetic factors will be significantly advanced, and the strength of our military will soar. At that point, the time will come for us to reclaim dominance over the North Sea." Energized, Judge descended from his throne, spreading his arms wide, laughing maniacally, as if the entire North Sea lay prostrate at his feet. On another expanse of the Great Sea Route, a luxurious warship floated, over 150 meters in length. The vessel boasted more than 120 16-pound cannons on its deck and sails, with a massive 32-pound bow cannon at the forefront. Warriors and combatants, armed to the teeth, moved about the deck, vigilant and prepared. The ship's sails displayed a blood-red thornbird emblem, while the flag hoisted on the mast was that of the world government. This vessel was the flagship of the notorious slave-catching organization, Thornbird, long engaged in capturing rare human species to provide precious slaves for the celestial nobles. Thornbird enjoyed the protection of the celestial dragons, allowing them to fly the world government's flag, rendering them immune to naval intervention, truly the dregs of the seas. In the captain's quarters, the leader of Thornbird, Child, listened intently to reports from his subordinates. "The Babylon Kingdom is on the brink of war with the Big Mom pirate crew? What a splendid opportunity." Stroking his small mustache, he issued commands. "Dispatch several slave ships to the Rain Sea. Such chaotic regions are ripe for capturing valuable slaves. If we can seize some powerful slaves to sell to the celestial dragons as gladiators, we shall amass a fortune." "Yes, Captain," His subordinates replied eagerly before hastily departing, as if countless berries were summoning them, each becoming fervent with anticipation. As dark forces around the world stirred in response to the impending clash between the Babylon Kingdom and the Big Mom pirate crew, a family meeting convened within the palace of the Babylon Kingdom. War is now inevitable, proclaimed King Denver from his elevated position, his voice resonating with authority, as if carrying the clang of swords. Our Tulip Douglas family has never known the habit of surrender. Hence, this meeting is convened to discuss our response strategy. If the Big Mom pirate crew truly intends to wage war, the port city of Amsterdam and the culinary capital of Heisenberg will undoubtedly be their primary targets. Lucifer, who had already become a son-in-law of the Douglas family, was the first to speak during the assembly. The aerial garden of White Dragon City is the heart of the nation. It must be fortified with strong guardians, or we risk losing the morale of our troops. Esther's added, indeed, preparations for war cannot be delayed any longer. Lucifer, you and the other 7 deadly sins knights must immediately lead 100,000 troops to Amsterdam for defense and ensure vigilant maritime patrols. King Denver commanded. Then turned to his sister, Princess Tequila, with a look of regret. I am truly sorry. There will be no time for your honeymoon. You two shall accompany the forces to Amsterdam. Esther, you, along with General Gabriel and the mighty King Titan, are tasked with fortifying Heisenberg. Although it seems unlikely that Heisenberg will become the principal battlefield, one must not let their guard down. After all, Big Mom is a madwoman who would go to any lengths for her desserts, and no one can predict whether she might appear in Heisenberg. Rest assured, father, I shall not be careless. Esther adjusted the long sword at her waist, her expression resolute, showing no sign of anxiety regarding the impending war. Father, what about me? Satan appeared restless. Let us venture to Amsterdam together. My sacrificial abilities, combined with Satan's power over wood, are more conducive to a direct confrontation, especially since the likelihood of Amsterdam becoming the primary battleground is significantly higher. Suddenly, Princess Catherine interjected. Turning her gaze towards King Denver, she continued, as for you, the only one capable of facing Big Mom directly, it would be prudent for you to remain in the capital for now. Once we ascertain Big Mom's main offensive direction, we shall call upon you for support. Thus, the decision was made. King Denver pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement with Princess Catherine's counsel. He then rose solemnly and rendered a military salute to all present. Long live the Tulip family! Long live the Tulip family! The others rose in unison, solemnly pledging their allegiance. Chapter 32. The onset of war. As time passed, news spread, and the atmosphere throughout the kingdom of Babylon grew increasingly tense. The cities on Rain Island, close to the coast, received evacuation orders from the royal family, prompting ordinary citizens to retreat inland. While the royals and military fervently prepared for battle, the world government and the Navy headquarters also received requests for wartime assistance from the kingdom of Babylon, and they dispatched formidable forces towards the Rain Sea without hesitation. However, as one of the 4 emperors of the New World, would the formidable Big Mom truly grant the kingdom of Babylon sufficient time to prepare for war? 2 days later, in the coastal waters surrounding Amsterdam, 3 patrol boats flying the flag of the kingdom of Babylon were conducting routine patrols. With the sin of war looming, the soldiers on board remained on high alert. For as the outermost line of defense for the kingdom, none wished to lose their lives carelessly, especially against the formidable opponent rumored to be Big Mom. From the lookout atop the patrol boat's mast, 3 soldiers were scanning the distant sea with telescopes. Look, a ship has appeared, one lookout suddenly shouted, prompting the others to turn and peer through their binoculars. They beheld pirate ships emerging from the horizon, boldly heading towards Amsterdam. The flag of the leading ship depicted a top hat and a collar adorned with fur, with a lipstick-wearing skeleton waving, unmistakably the emblem of the Big Mom pirates. Upon recognizing the pirate flag, one lookout's legs trembled in fright. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Sound the alarm! Another lookout shouted, leaning over the edge of the lookout tower. The enemy is the Big Mom pirates, and over 20 pirate ships are approaching. On deck, the soldiers braced themselves for battle, drawing their weapons and preparing for combat, while the communication officer rushed to the communications room to send a warning to the kingdom. As the wielder of the soul fruit, Big Mom possessed the ability to manipulate souls at will, allowing her to imbue various objects with life, creating what are known as homies. She could also command these objects to obey her, granting her dominion over weather and natural phenomena. Among the 20 pirate ships under Big Mom's command were not only her key officers, but also a myriad of homie soldiers. At that moment, as the Babylonian patrol ships detected the big MOM fleet, a homie chess piece soldier aboard Big Mom's flagship, the singing ship, shouted excitedly, "Mama, Mama. We have arrived at Amsterdam port. We can already see the patrol ships of the Kingdom of Babylon." On the deck sat Big MOM, a colossal figure many times larger than the average person, clad in a flowing pink dress, her bloodshot eyes exposing her fervor. With thick lipstick and pale purple eyeshadow adorning her face, saliva occasionally dripping from her wide mouth. In her left hand, she wielded Zeus, the thundercloud, and in her right, Prometheus, the sun, with the formidable Napoleon hat atop her head, all-powerful homies. Renowned for its culinary delights, the nation was bound to be exceptionally delectable when it came to baking. Upon hearing the report from the homie soldier, Big M lifted her gaze to the distant sea, saliva dripping from her mouth and corroding the deck beneath her with wisps of smoke rising from the damage. "Let us make the first move, Thunder." Big MOM infused her essence into the thundercloud, causing dark clouds to rapidly gather above the Babylonian patrol ships, looming ominously, crackling with electricity. What is happening? Why is the weather changing so suddenly? My goodness, the thunderclouds are gathering. It's far too dangerous. Quick, change course, or we'll be struck by lightning. Panic ensued among the soldiers aboard the patrol ships, incredulous gasps echoing through the air. Suddenly, the thunderclouds above began to churn violently, and enormous pillars of lightning crashed down from the heavens, striking the patrol boats with devastating force. In an instant, the three vessels disintegrated into dust, their crews unable to even utter a cry before being obliterated, evaporating into the ether. The waves roared, drowning out any trace of their existence. Meanwhile, the port of Amsterdam had transformed into a fortress of war. The civilian harbor had been entirely closed off, and defensive walls were erected in the vicinity, each equipped with formidable artillery. Officers at various ranks directed the operations with urgency, issuing commands to ensure that the defenses were impeccable. Countless soldiers moved methodically between the barriers, transporting shells and ammunition to various cannons, uncovering the artillery, and adjusting angles for the final preparations before the battle. Behind the defensive walls stood a towering command center, rising 100 meters high, overseeing the frontline battlefield. Within the command post, personnel listened intently as the telephone bug relayed the alarm: "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Over 20 ships of the Big MOM pirates are approaching." Then, with a scream, the telephone bug fell silent, its eyes drooping, providing no further information. "Report, patrol ship number 3 has lost contact." "Report, patrol ship number 6 is unresponsive." "Patrol ship number 5 is unaccounted for." "Patrol ship number 1. With each report from the communication officer, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Despite the extensive preparations for the impending war, its actual arrival was still profoundly shocking. Undoubtedly, war had come. Princess Catherine, the highest-ranking individual present, calmly commanded, "Immediately issue a war alert to all citizens, instructing everyone stranded in Amsterdam to evacuate at once. Tequila, you and the lazy knight Belial will represent the royal family and lead the escort to ensure the safety of the populace." "Yes, sister," Princess Tequila replied, gripping Lucifer's hand beside her before turning away, her demeanor composed, betraying none of her usual frivolity. Lucifer gestured to the towering lazy knight Belial, a 2-meter-tall, bald giant brandishing a massive wolf-toothed club. With a squint, he indicated his understanding of Lucifer's intent, following Princess Tequila as they departed. As Princess Tequila departed, Princess Catherine continued to issue commands. "The guardianship of all defensive walls at the front shall be entrusted to you. You shall command all." "Yes, Your Highness," Lucifer replied, signaling for the dwarf warriors Samuel and the envious Leviathan from the 7 deadly sins to remain and protect the princess. He then gestured for the others to follow him to the front lines of the defensive walls. Chapter 33. The tsunami crisis. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, as the atmosphere at the port of Amsterdam grew increasingly tense. The defensive walls near the coast were lined with fully armed soldiers, with officers interspersed among them, periodically encouraging the troops and bolstering their morale. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Even the sound of a soldier nervously swallowing, the clattering of teeth, and the trembling of legs became sharply pronounced. At that moment, Satan and Lucifer ascended the platform atop the second defensive wall, and the soldiers below fixed their gazes upon them in unison. Satan stood upon the elevated platform, the cold wind tousling his hair, which defiantly bristled in the weighty atmosphere. gazing down at the multitude of soldiers, whose eyes reflected either trepidation or fervor. A surge of pride welled within him. What a big MOM. I shall never concede defeat. Warriors, I am Douglas Satan, Prince of the Tulip family. He stepped forward, positioning himself at the most prominent point of the platform, as a beam of light suddenly pierced through the overcast sky, illuminating him. In that moment, he appeared to be encircled by a radiant halo, shining with unmatched brilliance. Your Highness, Your Highness. The soldiers below erupted in fervent cheers. I wish to convey to you that our stand here against the enemy holds profound significance. This is no ordinary battle. The Babylonian kingdom must declare to the world that, regardless of who the adversary may be, we shall never compromise. We shall never yield. Never yield. Never yield. The soldiers roared, brandishing their weapons in a fierce display. The scars upon their backs were the marks of a warrior's shame. Fight to the death. Victory shall be ours. Satan raised the specially selected weapon from the royal armory, the dragon-spiraled staff, and bellowed with fury. Victory, victory, victory. The soldiers' cheers surged like a tsunami, parting the dense clouds overhead and allowing golden rays of sunlight to cascade down, illuminating every face and elevating their spirits to unprecedented heights. At that moment, a fleet of pirate ships emerged from the sea, boldly approaching the harbor. Soon, the pirate vessels drew near, entering the range of the cannons. The soldiers swiftly removed the cannon covers, adjusted the barrels, and unleashed a barrage of heated cannonballs towards the invading ships. However, due to the tumultuous waves, most cannonballs missed their targets, erupting into towering columns of water around the pirate vessels. Even when some cannonballs found their mark, the Big Mom pirates had formidable warriors aboard each ship, who skillfully intercepted the incoming projectiles with bursts of sword energy and other bizarre attacks, resulting in thunderous explosions in the air. The cacophony was deafening. On the flagship of the pirate fleet, Big Mom set aside her dessert, grumbling in displeasure. Mother, do not fret. We shall soon reach the shore. Such child's play can be obliterated in an instant, remarked Katakuri, the 10th son of the Charlotte family and one of the 4 commanders, as he effortlessly sliced through a few airborne cannonballs with a flick of his sword, dismissing the threat. As a powerful pirate with a bounty of 600 million berries, Katakuri, known as the Biscuit Knight, held little regard for the nations of the Grand Line. Towering in stature, he wore a helmet adorned with a row of mane-like decorations and horns embellished with biscuit motifs. His armor, patterned like black and white biscuits, bore the initials BS, while his sharp, elongated mustache and sword gave him the appearance of a general, complete with a flowing cape and a large biscuit shield on his back. Do not underestimate them, Katakuri. The kingdom of Babylon is not to be trifled with. They possess their share of strong warriors, cautioned the leader of the 4 commanders. Katakuri then turned to admonish his younger siblings behind him. You all must remain vigilant. Do not falter. Really, how embarrassing, Brother Katakuri. When did you become so timid? It's disgraceful to be your equal among the 4 commanders, retorted Snack, another commander, as he casually twirled his long sword. Surely, a diminutive nation in the Grand Line cannot possess strength that rivals Mother S. Enough, enough. Let us not bicker. Regardless of the opponent, caution is always prudent. Our purpose is to establish dominance. Excessive losses would be counterproductive, interjected the youngest commander, Smoothie. I trust Brother Katakuri's judgment. After all, he is the strongest among us. If he is not a match, only Mother can deal with that so-called king, added Charlotte Smoothie, the 14th daughter of the Charlotte family, the juice minister, and the only female among the 4 commanders. Tall and slender, adorned with a hat and scarf, her waist-length white hair cascaded elegantly. Clad in patterned black thigh-high boots and gloves, she exuded a remarkable beauty. Silence. You are unbearable, roared Big Mom, tossing a screaming dessert into her cavernous mouth, her impatience palpable. With a glance towards the heavily fortified Amsterdam harbor, she savored her treat. A storm would be most fitting at this juncture. An intangible wave of soul energy surged from Big Mom into the surrounding sky and sea, granting her dominion over the entire maritime expanse. The weather around Amsterdam began to shift dramatically. Clouds descended, torrential rain poured, and fierce winds howled, as if the world were enveloped in a tempest, punctuated by flashes of lightning. Before long, the cannons on the defensive walls were drenched, rendering their prepared gunpowder and cannonballs ineffective. The elaborate defenses painstakingly constructed by the Kingdom of Babylon appeared ludicrous in the face of Big Mom's might, easily dismantled. Simultaneously, the sea around the pirate ships churned violently, producing towering waves that surged forth, culminating in a massive tsunami nearly 100 meters high, rushing towards Amsterdam with ferocious intensity. As the long-range defenses failed, soldiers on the walls were engulfed in panic. This was merely the beginning of their terror, when they beheld the tsunami controlled by Big Mom approaching the harbor. Some timid soldiers felt despair consuming them. This is a deception, is it not? Can such a monstrous force truly be withstood? We are doomed. This tsunami is far too powerful. Amsterdam will be obliterated in an instant. Chapter 34. Defensive counterattack. Amsterdam trembled beneath the storm summoned by Big Mom, resembling a small boat on the verge of capsizing. Meanwhile, atop the high tower behind the defensive walls, Princess Catherine donned an elaborate priestly robe, her expression solemn as she knelt in prayer. Her hands crossed before her chest, fingers curved like orchids, she gently closed her eyes, uttering a series of mysterious, complex invocations, her face radiating earnest devotion. Gradually, beams of light pierced through the tempestuous skies, illuminating her figure as her prayers quickened in pace, urgency evident in her voice, her body trembling as though drained of immense energy. As her supplications crescendoed, the light enveloping her grew broader, swiftly expanding outward. This illumination swept over the tower, blanketing the defensive walls and radiating further afield. Wherever the light reached, the previously raging storm began to subside, and the soldiers bathed in its glow felt their spirits rejuvenated, shedding all negativity as if cleansed by sunlight. When the radiance enveloped all of Amsterdam, the tempest summoned by Big Mom was entirely quelled, and the sky once again gleamed brilliantly. After accomplishing this feat, Princess Catherine appeared relieved, her face glistening with sweat as she slumped to the ground, clearly exhausted. Even as the kingdom's most powerful priestess, dispelling a storm of such magnitude was no simple task. Though the storm had been dispersed, the tsunami instigated by Big Mom still roared towards them, leaving no one able to relax. The towering wave loomed ever closer, pressing down like a wall, causing many soldiers to tremble in fear. Now, Asmodeus. At that moment, Lucifer, atop the defensive wall, called out with fervor, soaring into the air to confront the oncoming wave. Understood, boss. As the Knight of the Seven Deadly Sins, Asmodeus, stood by the elevated platform, he rose and strode boldly towards the crashing waves. Originally a wanderer of the Grand Line from the mighty giant race, he had followed the first head of the Douglas family and had become a member of the Seven Deadly Sins, enduring to this day. With his exceptional racial advantages, he had surpassed 3 centuries in age while still boasting vigorous vitality, making him a venerable elder among the Sins, towering at 35 meters. With a thick beard and clad in a steel-horned helmet, he wielded a colossal 40-meter-long greatsword. With each step, he could cover vast distances, quickly reaching the front line of the defensive wall, positioning himself before all. Behold the might of the Elbaf giant's great swordsman, Asmodeus bellowed, laughing maniacally as he regarded the impending tsunami with disdain. Gripping his sword with both hands, he gathered his strength and executed a sweeping strike towards the oncoming waves. A massive azure sword aura surged forth from his blade, racing towards the waves. To the astonishment of all, the towering 100-meter wave was cleaved in two, transforming into a suspended mass of seawater. Following suit, Lucifer, hovering in the air, unleashed a barrage of radiant arrows formed from countless white lights, which cascaded down like a rain of arrows onto the severed waves, producing a series of thunderous explosions. The waves erupted into droplets, cascading down like heavy rain upon the sea. Indeed, the Seven Deadly Sins Knights, renowned for their impenetrable defenses, are formidable, exclaimed the soldiers in the rear, cheering in exhilaration at the divine power displayed before them. We are saved. Such incredible strength is beyond belief. Victory shall undoubtedly be ours. However, Lucifer was not content with merely obstructing the tsunami. His pride demanded that he deliver a stern warning to the Big Mom pirate crew. With a flap of his wings, he soared towards the singing ship of Big Mom. Observing Lucifer's intent to attack, Asmodeus swung his great sword once more, releasing another massive sword aura directed at the singing ship. The sword aura carved a deep chasm in the sea, forcing the waters to retreat, unable to return even after the sword aura had passed. Impressive. He has successfully thwarted Mother's assault, remarked Snag, a hint of surprise in his voice. Now this is getting interesting, exclaimed Kreja, eagerly moving towards the ship's bow. The thrill of severing the head of a fiercely resisting enemy brings me immense pleasure. As he walked, he detached his cookie shield from his back and flung it forward. The shield floated before the ship, swaying in response to Kreja's commands, with new cookie shields appearing with each movement. Before long, a multitude of cookie shields formed a protective wall before the singing ship, standing firm against the incoming strike. Although Mingjia shields were crafted from cookie fruits, under the powerful hardening of his Haki, they transcended steel, becoming the ultimate defense. The sword aura, capable of cleaving through tsunamis, collided with the cookie shield, creating a momentary standoff. The force of the clash created a massive pit in the surrounding sea. Yet the cookie shields remained unbroken. Eventually, the sword aura was partially absorbed by the cookie shields, altering its trajectory and shooting high into the sky, scattering the clouds. With a clap of his hands, Mingjia caused all the shields to disintegrate into cookie crumbs, vanishing into the air. As Asmodeus' attack was thwarted by Mingjia, Lucifer soared above the singing ship. With a flourish of his wings, he unleashed countless feather-like photons that rained down upon all the pirate ships. Such arrogance, grumbled Katakuri, displeased. As he swung his hand, his right arm transformed into glutinous rice, rapidly expanding to shield the singing ship directly above. Lucifer's photon feathers pierced the glutinous mass, resulting in a series of explosions, scattering the rice and creating deep craters on its surface. Yet, with a writhing motion, it restored to its original form, leaving Katakuri unharmed. However, while the singing ship enjoyed Kakuri's protection, other pirate ships were not as fortunate. Some, lacking sufficient defense, had their masts shattered amidst Lucifer's bombardment. Mingjia and Katakuri acted in unison to counter Asmodeus' and Lucifer's assaults, yet Snag, equally resolute, leaped into action. With a powerful leap from the deck, he soared high, his body enveloped in Haki, his skin turning a deep violet. He executed a downward kick, striking the unprepared Lucifer. Lucifer's body shot towards the coast, crashing through 2 layers of defensive walls and creating a massive crater upon impact, enveloped in a cloud of dust. Chapter 35. The intervention of Satan. As dust swirled and smoke filled the air, the flames of war raged on. A figure emerged from the rising cloud, Lucifer, who had been sent flying by Snag's kick. His previously pristine suit was now slightly wrinkled, revealing a hint of disarray as he leaped back onto the defensive platform. What is the status, Lucifer? It has been confirmed. Big Mom is indeed aboard the ship. I can notify His Majesty the King for assistance. The pirate ships gradually advanced towards the coast, while Asmodeus continued to unleash wave after wave of sword auras, causing the sea to churn violently. This time, he shifted his focus, no longer targeting the well-fortified singing ship. The sword auras sliced through the sea. Any pirate ship lacking formidable defenders would be cleaved in two by the onrushing sword energy, subsequently swallowed by the waves, leaving behind a colossal whirlpool. Within this brief period of approaching the shore, 3 pirate ships, poorly defended, had already been claimed by the depths at Asmodeus' hands. What an arrogant scoundrel! All cannons. Target the giant. Fire, commanded a clever pirate captain. Cannons aboard the ships were aimed at Asmodeus, unleashing a barrage of scorching cannonballs. Despite his efforts to slice through the projectiles with his strikes, his massive frame rendered him unable to evade entirely, resulting in several cannonballs exploding against him. That fool will become a target, Lucifer scoffed, turning to Mammon. You go help him. Ugh, what a hassle. I detest brutes, Mammon replied, playfully tossing her long hair back. She extended her hands, forming circular motions, releasing nearly transparent light rings that enveloped Asmodeus' colossal form. In an instant, Asmodeus' figure became ethereal in the eyes of all, as the cannonballs aimed at him veered off course, narrowly missing him and exploding around him. What an impressive psychic attack, Sister Mammon, gasped Satan, astonished. To alter the trajectory of so many cannonballs in an instant is truly remarkable. Let us join the fray. Satan felt a surge of fervor coursing through his veins. He turned to greet Aikido and the others before leaping down from the high platform, charging towards the front lines. Behind him, Aikido, Kuroto, Kimaru, and Sinon followed closely. Pirate ships arrived one after another at the shore, and both pirates and homie soldiers created by Big Mom surged onto the land. Despite the cacophony of gunfire, with many falling victim to bullets, the survivors continued to rush towards the defensive wall like an unrelenting tide. As the enemy advanced, the soldiers atop the defensive wall, under the command of their officers, met the assault with unwavering resolve. It was as if 2 tumultuous waves collided, and in an instant, blood splattered, with injured soldiers and pirates alike falling in defiance upon this searing and merciless battlefield. Come on, little brats. I can let you escape 39 meters. Boomed the massive Asmodeus as he maneuvered through the throng of pirates, his voice echoing with madness. He wielded a 40-meter-long katana, its razor-sharp edge cleaving through foes. inflicting devastating losses upon the enemy. Satan stood upon the foremost defensive wall, gazing at the battlefield before him, awash in blood and strewn with severed limbs. A pang of sorrow pierced his heart. Those fallen soldiers were the most loyal bastions of his family. How could they be so easily depleted by the soldiers of Homais? That scoundrel, Big Mom. To minimize casualties, it seems I must also conjure soldiers. Evil vision, assist me, Satan whispered, addressing the malevolent thoughts resting upon his shoulder. No problem. Let us alter the course of the battlefield. Such grand spectacles are precisely to my liking. The malevolent thoughts responded with a grin. Yet their demeanor was unusually grave. Ancient trees catalyzed. Satan leaped from the defensive wall and crouched upon the ground, his hands pressed firmly against the earth. A vibrant vitality surged from his palms into the depths below. In no time, saplings burst forth from the soil around him, rapidly ascending under the influence of this life force, soon transforming into colossal ancient war trees towering nearly 100 meters high. At last, it is my turn to take the stage, he chuckled. Evil vision soared from Satan's shoulder, hovering in midair. With the incantation of the secret elven technique, activate treefolk. The ancient war trees rooted in the ground began to sway and writhe as if imbued with life. Their trunks twisted and contorted, gradually revealing indistinct human faces, while branches morphed into arms and roots extricated themselves from the soil to form legs. Before the astonished gazes of all, dozens of ancient war trees transformed into over 30 towering giants in less than a minute. They stood in a row, emitting a bewildering roar that nearly obscured half the sky. Even without launching an assault, they instilled immense pressure upon the enemy. Ha ha ha! Advance, war tree folk, and crush them. Satan gazed upon the successfully awakened war treemen, his face alight with fervor, and commanded the treemen to surge forward. Their bodies, as unyielding as iron, were nearly impervious to blades and bullets. Even when struck by cannon fire, they merely bore the charred marks upon their skin. Towering in stature and fearless in combat, a mere swing of their arms or a kick of their legs effortlessly sent swathes of pirates and Hamid soldiers flying. Upon their entry to the battlefield, the tide of war shifted dramatically, and the newly landed pirates suffered devastating casualties in an instant. Meanwhile, Satan and his companions, Crimson Eyes among them, followed closely behind the war treemen into the fray. Satan wielded a 3-meter-long dragon staff, intricately entwined with a fierce 5-clawed golden dragon. The staff bore ferocious dragon heads at both ends, exuding an ancient charm, and was rumored to be crafted from the leg bones of dragons. He maneuvered through the enemy ranks with lethal intent, embodying the essence of a demon. Each swing of his staff sliced through the air, creating a sharp, piercing sound, accompanied by the sickening crack of breaking bones and anguished cries. Jumlalu's body sprouted over 30 half-meter-long bone spikes, forming a formidable shield while inflicting immense damage on his foes. Armed with a bone sword, he effortlessly dispatched enemies with fluid movements, devoid of any superfluous gestures. His agile and graceful motions resembled a whirlwind, leaving a trail of blood and lifeless bodies, each struck at vital points. The sisters with crimson and obsidian eyes, wielding imperial artifacts, flanked Satan, serving as his vigilant guardians. Their methods of slaying were ruthless, showing no mercy as they dismembered and decimated their adversaries amidst a storm of blood and carnage. As for the recently allied Balong Delsinan, he was no ordinary foe, a rare user of the dust fruit, a natural-type devil fruit. He could transform into dust to nullify physical attacks and manipulate the soil beneath him to launch astonishing assaults, thriving in the chaos of battle. Chapter 36. Fire from the sky. Upon anchoring the singing ship, Katakuri observed the battlefield, which had fallen into disarray due to the emergence of the war treants. Frowning, he declared, "We cannot allow them to continue unchecked. Let us advance." He beckoned his siblings and leaped from the pirate ship into the fray. Behind him, the members of the Charlotte family followed suit, each radiating formidable presence, clearly no weaklings. As the Charlotte family members dispersed into the battlefield, they charged towards the formidable warriors who dominated the scene. One war treant unleashed a powerful kick, sending pirates flying, only to stomp down again, creating a shockwave. Yet, its massive foot was halted midair by a long sword wielded by Charlotte Smuggy, one of the 4 stars, though her stature barely reached 2 meters. Dwarfed by the 100-meter-tall war treant, she remained unflinching, firmly blocking its assault with a single hand. The collision generated a gust that sent her white hair dancing in the wind, her serene face devoid of expression as she assessed the war treant with a disdainful snort. If mere size could ensure invincibility, the giants would have long since ruled the world. With a sudden surge of strength, she lifted the Trent's foot, swiftly following with a cutting sword energy that severed the Trent's massive limb. The colossal body of the war treant toppled backward with a thunderous crash, creating a deep crater as it fell, likely crushing numerous unfortunate souls beneath. As the war treant struggled to rise, Smuggy denied it the chance. She leaped onto its fallen form, sword in hand, her left palm pressed against the Trent's bark. Extract. With her command, the moisture within the treant was rapidly drained, transforming it into a lifeless chunk of dry wood. A gentle stomp sent the remnants scattering into a flurry of sawdust as she darted toward her next opponent. Meanwhile, another war treant confronted Charlotte family's fourth son, the Golden Minister, Charlotte Owen. Sporting a three-blade hairstyle and clad in a black cloak, gloves, and trousers, he resembled a professional boxer. He leaped high, delivering a powerful, Haki-infused punch to the Trent's chest, forcing the massive creature to stagger back, though it remained unscathed. I didn't expect such strong defenses, Owen muttered in surprise, quickly replaced by irritation. As his body temperature skyrocketed, his fist glowed with a fiery hue, resembling molten lava as he charged at the war treant again. A user of the heat fruit, he could rapidly raise his body temperature and ignite anything he touched. In this heated state, Owen's attacks were devastating, each punch scorching the Trent's bark and creating charred craters, while he deftly evaded its counterattacks, swiftly gaining the upper hand. It appeared that dismantling this treant was merely a matter of time. Katakuri advanced effortlessly through the battlefield, his mastery of observation Haki granting him near foresight, enabling him to deftly evade assaults from all directions. With each punch, his arms expanded several times their size, imbued with potent Haki, sending swathes of enemies flying with his might. The speed is still too slow. These treants are perfectly suited for war. I cannot allow the homies to be wiped out. It seems I must unleash my true power. Observing the battlefield's dynamics, Katakuri noted that, despite his family's and officers' efforts to hinder or destroy some of the war treants, many still wreaked havoc among the pirates. Utilizing the awakened state of his devil fruit, Katakuri transformed the ground into a sticky rice cake, launching elongated, 100-meter-long tendrils forward in an assault. In an instant, the enemies within a 100-meter radius were obliterated, leaving only a carpet of dismembered corpses and pools of blood. The once white rice cake now stained dark. Continuing his advance, Katakuri's barrage of rice cake tendrils wreaked havoc, even when facing the war treants, who were swiftly dismantled by the relentless onslaught. What a powerful technique. Let me test your strength. Katakuri's grand display of combat drew the attention of Balong del Sainan, who waved his hand, raising earthen walls from the ground to intercept Katakuri's rice cake tendrils. A tremendous crash ensued, enveloping the battlefield in a cloud of dust, prompting soldiers from both the Babylon Kingdom and Big Mom's pirates to retreat in fear of the monster's clash. Amidst the fervent chaos of battle, Big Mom, who had been seated upon the massive chair of the singing ship, stood up. If you can't even eliminate a few treants, what use is it to have you around? She chastised, glaring at the multitude of war treants still rampaging across the battlefield. Mother, please do not be angry. They're doing their best, came the reassurances. Charlotte Bre, the eighth daughter of the Charlotte family, stood close by Big Mom, offering her counsel. Her appearance was reminiscent of a witch, marked by a long scar across her face, violet hair, and a tall, slender figure clad in a flowing white dress and a green fur coat. She possessed the power of the mirror fruit, a formidable ability. With a disdainful huff, Big Mom infused the flames with her soul, harnessing their fiery might. The sky above the battlefield ignited in crimson hues as massive fireballs descended, engulfing the tree men in an inescapable embrace of living flames, swiftly reducing them to mere ashes. The once formidable tree men, who had posed a significant threat to Big Mom's pirate crew, crumbled under her overwhelming assault. Truly impressive, Mother, Bre exclaimed in genuine admiration. Enough chatter. Can the plan proceed? Big Mom demanded impatiently. I require ample time to indulge in my desserts and have no desire to squander it here. It is ready. Bre replied, descending from the ship. She extended her arms, causing the air before her to shimmer, and a colossal mirror materialized, suspended in midair, its surface rippling like the surface of water. Then I shall proceed. Inform Katakuri to take command and swiftly conclude this battle, Big Mom declared, stepping into the floating mirror. With a ripple, her figure vanished from the port of Amsterdam. Chapter 37. The second battlefield. As Amsterdam descended into chaos, the Babylon Kingdom, renowned as a culinary paradise, faced its own adversaries. Led by Esdeath, the Lion Gabriel, and the great ape King Titan, a formidable force of 30,000 fully armed soldiers, stood guard in Heisenberg. Yet, their foes numbered only two. A small vessel, adorned with the flag of Big Mom's pirate crew, docked in Heisenberg. Baron Egg, who had once accompanied Katakuri to deliver a message to the Babylon royal palace, disembarked respectfully behind an elderly man. This elder, short in stature, donned a round top hat and sported a bushy beard, presenting an unassuming appearance. He was the head chef of Big Mom's pirate crew, responsible for the confections of the Charlotte family and the only veteran member of the crew. In his youth, he had witnessed the 5-year-old Big Mom devastate half of a giant village on Elbaf, a sight that left him awestruck by her immense power. Thus, he joined her pirate crew, guiding her onto the path of piracy, and he held a position of great esteem within Big Mom's ranks. Lord Longbread. We have arrived at the culinary capital of the Babylon Kingdom, Baron Egg announced with respect. Indeed, we must secure sufficient desserts, otherwise, Linling's wrath will be unbearable, Longbread replied. At that moment, they were encircled by a battalion of fully armed soldiers. You are members of Big Mom's pirate crew. Leave the Babylon Kingdom at once. You are not welcome here. Gabriel, the lion, bellowed. Baron Egg tapped his cane on the ground and, exhibiting gentlemanly decorum, responded, General, I advise you to prepare ample desserts for us to take. Otherwise, no one can withstand Mother's fury. That is impossible, Esdeath interjected, stepping forward, prompting the soldiers to salute. The Babylon Kingdom shall never provide desserts to Big Mom's pirate crew. No wonder Linlin sent me here. It appears this place is untouched by her reputation, Longbread mused. Stepping forward, are you certain you wish to oppose us, little girl? Humph, the Babylon Kingdom shall not compromise. Open fire, Esdeath commanded coldly. Raising her hand as soldiers unleashed a hail of bullets toward the two intruders. What an impatient young lady, Longbread remarked nonchalantly, his hand sweeping through the air, transforming the incoming bullets into chocolate beans that fell harmlessly to the ground. In that case, let us resolve this in true pirate fashion. With a flick of his wrist, the ground beneath them morphed into cream, cascading outward like a tidal wave. Soldiers caught off guard were swiftly engulfed, choking to death beneath the creamy deluge. Esdeath and Gabriel retreated, dodging the advancing wave of cream. With a mighty leap, Esdeath struck down upon the oncoming wave, unleashing a brilliant blue sword aura that froze the air in its wake. The icy blast collided with the cream, halting its advance and encasing it in blocks of ice. Seizing the opportunity amidst Esdeath's attack, Gabriel transformed, revealing his true form as the lion beast, towering over 3 meters, his mane bristling as he charged at Longbread with claws gleaming ominously. Longbread, unperturbed by Gabriel's advance, met him head-on with a punch, his arm hardened by Haki, resulting in a thunderous clash that sent Gabriel reeling back, crashing into the ground with a resounding impact. Cough, cough, came Gabriel's pained voice from the crater he had created, revealing he was injured from a single blow. Esdeath's eyes widened in disbelief. She recognized Gabriel's strength as that of a Marine colonel, and now he was at a disadvantage. The might of Big Mom's crew was indeed formidable. As Esdeath contemplated the situation, a shadow lunged forward, delivering a fierce kick toward Longbread. Reacting swiftly, Longbread spun around, countering with a kick of his own. The resulting collision echoed through the air as both combatants staggered back, neither gaining the upper hand. It was only then that Esdeath recognized the assailant, the great ape King Titan. Engage him while I deal with Baron Egg. We shall eliminate him together afterward, Esdeath commanded, charging toward Baron Egg with her sword drawn. Meanwhile, Gabriel and Titan focused on restraining Longbread, keeping him occupied. Ah, it seems I have been underestimated, Your Highness. Did you truly believe I could be easily dispatched? Baron Egg remarked, sipping tea from his hat as he twirled gracefully, mocking their efforts. You will regret this. Esdeath retorted coolly, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes aimed at Baron Egg, remaining undeterred by his taunts. It appears that defeating you is the only way to fulfill Mother's orders. Thus, there is no other course. Baron Egg's expression grew serious as he cast aside his cane, deftly leaping and dodging Esther's relentless attacks. The moment he gained a bit of distance, he supported himself on one hand and began to spin rapidly, like a windmill in a tempest. His elongated legs, endowed with an additional joint, resembled a compass, their movements becoming increasingly fierce as they clashed against Esther's longsword, creating a sound akin to iron striking iron. Indeed, the officers of the Big Mom pirate crew were formidable warriors, truly worthy subordinates of one of the 4 emperors. Esther paused her assault, breathing heavily as she seized the opportunity to survey the battlefield nearby. She noted that even the combined efforts of Gabriel and Titan barely allowed them to hold their ground against the formidable Longbred. Fortunately, both of them were Zoan-type devil fruit users, which endowed them with superior stamina and recovery abilities, enabling them to endure the fight. She realized she must swiftly vanquish her opponent. Gripping her sword with renewed strength, a chilling aura emanated from her, causing the moisture in the air around her to crystallize into icy mist. The exquisite sword Durandal appeared to be encased in a thin layer of ice, glimmering with a blinding cold light under the sun. Chapter 38, The Egg Fruit. At the beach of the culinary city of Heisenberg, Esdeath and Baron Egg engaged in a prolonged struggle. She was determined to conclude the battle swiftly. However, Baron Egg proved to be a formidable adversary. While she maintained the upper hand, she lamented her inability to deliver a decisive blow. Leaning slightly forward, panting heavily, her expression grave, she held her sword horizontally in front of her, warily observing the formidable Baron Egg. His mastery of Haki was impressive, and his kicking techniques were exceptional. She needed to enhance the power of her strikes to breach his defenses effectively. As Esdeath pondered her strategy, a long-forgotten lesson from Princess Catherine flashed across her mind. There exists boundless power within the cosmos. The path of the priestess is one of harnessing that power. With sincere comprehension and devout prayer, one can invoke the natural forces, channeling the might of the heavens, allowing even the frailest of women to invoke celestial phenomena and wield tremendous power. A revelation dawned upon Esdeath. Was it possible to utilize specific incantations to summon the natural forces? This could indeed amplify her offensive prowess. With a sense of calm, she relaxed her body and gently closed her eyes, attuning herself to her surroundings. Baron Egg, observing Esdeath's transformation, felt a surge of astonishment. Had she surrendered? O daughter of the tyrant, and High Ice Emperor's divine sword, I extol thee in reverence, in the winter's night and summer's day, the frost-bitten scorpion and the misty snowbird. You command the symphony of spirit and light, coalescing the abyssal ice to sever the evil deities and malevolent specters. The path of icy slashing, curve of light. Suddenly, Esdeath began to recite the incantation, and as she opened her eyes, her aura surged violently. The innate icy power within her bloodline solidified upon the exquisite sword Durandal. With a swift whoosh, Esdeath vanished from her position, resembling a gust of wind as she passed by Baron Egg. In that fleeting moment, a powerful strike landed upon him. Esdeath halted abruptly, her back to Baron Egg. She sheathed Durandal. Behind her, Baron Egg's eyes widened in shock. A series of strange sounds escaping his lips as blood seeped from his wounds. His expression was one of disbelief as a gaping wound nearly split him in two, blood erupting in a fountain. At last, the sound of his collapsing body echoed behind her. Just as Esdeath exhaled in relief, her body instinctively slumped down, kneeling with her sword propped against the ground, struggling to rise. Indeed, utilizing the incantation for the first time had drained her mental energy significantly. She could scarcely imagine the effort her mother must have exerted to manipulate the celestial phenomena. With Durandal's support, she unsteadily rose to her feet, casting her gaze toward the distant battlefield where Gabriel and Titan were engaged with Longbred. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind rushed from behind, sending shockwaves through Esdeath's heart. With considerable effort, she managed to tilt her head just enough to evade a fatal blow, though a powerful kick struck her shoulder, sending her body hurtling through the air. Esdeath crashed violently into the ground, creating a sizable crater, yet her momentum continued, rolling several times until she collided with a wall. Feeling a searing pain as if her insides were ablaze, blood spilling from her mouth. Struggling to lift her head, she sought to discern the identity of her assailant. To her astonishment, her pupils dilated in disbelief. How can this be? How can one survive such a lethal strike? Ha ha ha, princess, did you not anticipate this? A gentleman of the long-legged tribe approached slowly, clad in pink attire and eggshell-patterned pants. It was Baron Egg, albeit with a strangely altered visage. I must commend your strike. Princess, it was indeed powerful enough to slay me. He paused, a smug satisfaction evident in his tone. However, I am a user of the special Zoan-type devil fruit, the egg fruit. Upon consuming this fruit, my body transforms into an egg-like structure. When faced with a mortal wound capable of splitting my body, I can hatch from the broken shell as a chick. Each time I am fatally wounded and hatch, my strength increases exponentially. Baron Egg, no? He should now be referred to as Chick Viscount, approached with an air of arrogance. I possess the ability of rebirth, while you, dear princess, do not. Thus, you might as well resign yourself to your demise. Regardless of how many times you are reborn, I shall simply cleave you down with a mightier strike. Esther's, barely managing to stand, drew Durandal once more, her expression colder than ever. Enough with the bravado. If I am not mistaken, you can only wield such a powerful strike a limited number of times, whereas I have grown even stronger than before. Chick Viscount advanced cautiously, preparing to conclude her life. O daughter of the tyrant, and high ice emperor's divine sword, I extol thee in reverence, in the winter's night and summer's day. The frost-bitten scorpion and the misty snowbird. You command the symphony of spirit and light, coalescing the abyssal ice to sever the evil deities and malevolent specters. The path of icy slashing, star of dawn. Despite barely being able to stand, Esther's uttered her incantation urgently. Before Chick Viscount could react, a flash of white light surged forth, and Esther's appeared behind him. Her blade once again cleaving through him, blood spraying forth as he fell to the ground. After executing her attack, Esther's laboriously turned to face the injured Chick Viscount. Her hands trembling slightly, blood seeping from her orifices. The exertion of 2 incantations had pushed her to her limits. Yet, fate had other designs. The fallen Chick Viscount convulsed violently, his body appearing to rupture, blood splattering as a new, more ferocious figure emerged, radiating an even greater aura, the Rooster Count. As the Rooster Count rose, drenched in blood, he embodied a fearsome presence, like an enraged demon. Determined to strike first, Esther's invoked, O daughter of the tyrant, and high ice emperor's divine sword, I extol thee in reverence, in the winter's night and summer's day. The frostbitten scorpion and the misty snowbird. You command the symphony of spirit and light, coalescing the abyssal ice to sever the evil deities and malevolent specters. The path of icy slashing, ice entombment. Esther's brought her sword down, unleashing a tangible blade of energy that tore through the earth, creating deep fissures and encasing the area in thick ice. This time, it must be resolved. Esdeath stood, propped up by her sword, her vision beginning to blur as blood flowed from her orifices, her mental energy severely depleted. Quite capable indeed. Little girl. Suddenly, a diminutive figure appeared atop the ice sculpture, mocking her. However, to thwart our big MOM pirate crew is simply impossible. Esdeath strained to open her eyes and beheld the captain cook of the big MOM pirate crew, the long-faced bread, who held a battered and seemingly lifeless figure, King Titan the Great Ape. Humph, go to hell and repent. Bread slammed Titan's body to the ground, and in the next instant, he appeared before Esdeath, kicking her away. Esdeath, devoid of any resistance, soared through the air and splashed into the sea, vanishing from sight. Chapter 39. The Mirror Passage. The capital of the Babylon Kingdom, White Dragon City, was shrouded in an atmosphere of war. The war alert from the front lines at Amsterdam plunged this beautiful city into utter panic. Ordinary citizens fervently prayed, hoping the kingdom's army could withstand the onslaught of the big MOM pirate crew, thereby escaping the chaos of war. This was the hope of the weak, and the sorrow of the weak. In the grand square of the White Dragon City Palace, battalions of royal soldiers swiftly assembled, forming a phalanx of 50,000. The soldiers raised their weapons, the atmosphere electrifying. King Denver, clad in battle armor and donning a vibrant red cloak, prepared to lead the kingdom's last line of defense to the battlefield. He aimed to initiate a full-scale war in Amsterdam to prevent the conflict from spilling over into more inland cities, thus inflicting greater damage upon the Babylon kingdom. Behind him, the palace guards gathered in the grand square, while a few maids meticulously cleaned, diligently polishing various precious ornaments with pristine cloths. This opulent display not only flaunted the illustrious history and glorious past of the Douglas family, but also seemed to disregard the final dignity of the royal family. Suddenly, a maid screamed in astonishment. The enormous floor mirror she was polishing rippled like water, causing her to collapse onto the ground in fright, while the surrounding maids cast wide-eyed glances at the unfolding scene. Before they could continue their gasps of disbelief, a leg emerged from the mirror, followed by an arm and a face. A chill swept through the room, prompting all the maids to shiver involuntarily. The initially stunned maid nervously shuffled backward, her heart filled with dread. A tall woman stepped forth from the mirror, adorned in a voluminous pink dress, with thick crimson lipstick and light purple eyeshadow. Charlotte Linlin, the captain of the big MOM pirate crew, the sovereign of the seas. What a splendid court this is. It must be extraordinarily delectable when set ablaze. Upon stepping out of the mirror, Big MOM surveyed her surroundings with an expression of disdain. At that moment, a subtle noise from a maid caught her attention, and she looked down to find several maids trembling at her feet. As Big Mom's gaze swept over them, One by one, they collapsed, lifeless. Having succumbed to her soul intimidation, only the initially startled maid managed to escape far enough to evade the soul's grasp. Upon meeting Big Mom's gaze, she turned in horror and fled. Death or escape? A voice echoed from behind, and her heart was filled with boundless fear as she stumbled forward in flight. At 60 years of age, Big Mom watched the fleeing ant with keen interest. With a mere wave of her hand, it seemed as though something sliced through the maid's body, and she crumpled to the ground, breathless. This was Big Mom's soul curse, a decree of life through questioning, where even a hint of fear would instantaneously extract one's soul, stripping it of years of life. The maid was thus deprived of 60 years of her lifespan in an instant. After dispatching the maid, Big Mom donned a childlike, innocent smile of satisfaction and strode towards the palace exit, her presence overwhelming. Those remaining in the palace were left defenseless, collapsing at her feet. The reason for Big Mom's sudden appearance in White Dragon City was entirely due to the efforts of Charlotte Bruley, the 8th daughter of the Charlotte family. Bruley, a wielder of the mirror fruit, could create a unique mirror world interconnected with all mirrors on an island, which also served as exits from this world. She utilized this mirror passage to transport Big Mom from Amsterdam to White Dragon City. It turned out that the Big Mom pirate crew had never focused their war efforts on Amsterdam. Big Mom's true plan was to utterly annihilate the Babylon Kingdom's capital, White Dragon City, thereby instilling terror in the hearts of all. In the Grand Square, King Denver was rallying the troops with a final motivational speech when suddenly, a thunderbolt as thick as a barrel descended from the heavens, striking the center of the soldier formation. King Denver reacted swiftly, disappearing from his position just before the lightning struck, reappearing midair directly beneath it. His muscles bulged, and his cloak billowed violently in the wake of the thunder's might. Clenching his right fist, he struck upwards at the descending lightning, creating a visible crimson shockwave that collided with the bolt, resulting in a cacophony of thunderous explosions as they annihilated each other in the air. After the attack, King Denver landed atop a stone pillar, his expression grave as he gazed at the palace exit. The sound of thunderous footsteps echoed, heralding the arrival of Big Mom. The soldiers in the square erupted into a cacophony of disbelief and shock. Yet none of this swayed King Denver atop the pillar. His face was solemn, his mind racing with thoughts. Had Amsterdam fallen? How could this be? There were numerous strong warriors and an army of 100,000 there. It was inconceivable for Big Mom to have defeated them so swiftly. Something must have gone awry. As King Denver pondered, several reckless soldiers brandished their weapons and charged at Big Mom. Stop. Cease at once. King Denver's eyes widened in fury as he leapt from the pillar, crashing down onto the square and landing in front of the advancing soldiers, causing the ground to fracture beneath him. He spread his arms wide, preventing the ignorant soldiers from walking to their doom. It was imperative to keep Big Mom at bay, and most importantly, to minimize casualties. All soldiers, evacuate the square immediately and swiftly assist in the evacuation of civilians. Remember, even at the cost of your lives, protect the safety of the people. The King of Denver gazed warily at Big Mom as she commanded the soldiers behind her. The soldiers responded with a loud chorus, systematically retreating from the square. The King of Denver slightly bent forward, and in the next moment, he charged fiercely toward Big Mom at the palace gate. His fist was not only enveloped in a dense layer of armament Haki, but was also shrouded in an inexplicable red glow. Faced with the advancing King of Denver, Big Mom grew cautious. With a fiery onslaught, she swung her massive fist toward him, flames and electricity swirling around it, demonstrating immense power. The two fists collided with a tremendous force, unleashing a cacophony of thunder and lightning, the shockwave scattering stones and debris, creating a vacuum around them. Chapter 40. The Glory of Warriors. As time progressed, the atmosphere of war intensified. In the frontline port city of Amsterdam, gunfire echoed and smoke filled the air. Flashes of blades and swords illuminated the chaos, transforming the area into a veritable meat grinder. Behind Amsterdam, a grand bridge spanning 100 meters connected to the interior of Rain Island, known as the Bridge of Glory. This bridge has long been a crucial passage for the Babylonian kingdom, marking the triumphant return to the royal capital after victories in war. Steeped in nearly a century of history, measuring over 400 meters in length and wide enough to accommodate 24 horse-drawn carriages side by side. It was initially a site of valor and pride. However, at this moment, throngs of civilians, previously stranded in Amsterdam, were nervously evacuating across the Bridge of Glory, seeking refuge on the mainland, becoming a lifeline for their survival. Princess Tequila led the soldiers in maintaining order, striving to ensure the safe passage of all civilians. Time seemed to stand still, each moment stretching unbearably long, as the anxious princess occasionally stomped her foot in frustration, releasing her inner turmoil and concern. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of waiting, all civilians had safely crossed the Bridge of Glory, reaching the inland area of Rain Island, and relief washed over the princess. Ah, what have I discovered? So many little mice trying to sneak away. A deep voice boomed amidst the clamor of clashing swords. As a figure approached the Bridge of Glory, he was tall, adorned with a helmet embellished with vertical mane-like decorations, and his armor resembled a black and white cookie pattern, with BS emblazoned on his belt. Sporting a long, pointed beard and wielding a sword, he donned a cape and bore a large cookie-shaped shield on his back, resembling a general. This was none other than Charlotte Cracker, one of the sweet commanders of the big MOM pirates, who had somehow circumvented the front lines. Princess Tequila's gaze sharpened with danger. The majority of the civilians had only just crossed the Bridge of Glory and were not far from danger. Should Cracker pursue them, the toll would be catastrophic. I must stop Cracker here, even if it costs me my life, she silently vowed. Block the Bridge of Glory. We will fight to the death. As she issued her command, Tequila charged toward Cracker. Yes, Your Highness. We shall defend the Bridge of Glory to the death, came the soldiers' fervent replies as they hurried to form an impenetrable wall in front of the bridge. As Princess Tequila sprinted forward, she began to transform. As a user of the Zoan-type wind fox fruit, she shifted into her fox-human form, greatly enhancing her speed. Like a bolt of lightning, she circled Cracker and launched her attack, her fox claws infused with Haki, each strike capable of piercing stone. The overwhelming velocity bestowed by the wind fox fruit rendered her assault dazzling and swift. Cracker, taken aback by the onslaught, had no opportunity to retreat, relying solely on his pretzel sword to defend against her strikes. Suddenly, Cracker sprouted a third, fourth, and even more arms, each wielding a pretzel sword, creating an impenetrable defense against Tequila's relentless attacks, which failed to inflict any harm upon him. As the barrage continued, Tequila began to tire, her strikes slowing. Twist, pretzel sword. As Tequila dashed forward once more, Cracker released a thrust that unleashed a spiral of sword energy, striking her squarely in the chest. Tequila was sent flying backward, performing a somersault before landing on the ground in a crouch, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. I am Cracker, a man made of cookie, able to conjure limbs at will, hence my title Thousand-Armed Cracker. Your speed is indeed impressive, but it cannot best me. Cracker boasted with pride, summoning even more arms to flaunt. With her eyes narrowing dangerously, Tequila readied herself to charge again. Just then, a powerful gust of wind swept behind her, and a large hand struck her neck, plunging her into darkness. Hey, what just happened? An internal conflict? Cracker exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld the lazy knight Belial, who had knocked out Princess Tequila. You don't mean to join us in the big MOM pirates, do you? Pfft, you overestimate yourself. Belial handed Tequila off to one of his subordinates, who swiftly carried her across the Bridge of Glory to safety. Such a task is not suitable for royalty, he remarked, hoisting his massive spiked club onto his shoulder. Now it's my turn to face you. TCH, merely the struggles of an ant, Cracker scoffed dismissively. Belial charged forward wielding his club, but Cracker was swifter. Double, twist, pretzel sword. Cracker lunged with two cookie-crafted swords, instantly piercing Belial's body, blood gushing forth from the wounds. Huh, now you can't defend yourself. Cracker taunted as Belial, bloodied but undeterred, bellowed and swung his club wildly, managing to strike Cracker, shattering him into pieces. That was too easy, right? Belial gasped in disbelief at the fragments of Cracker scattered around him. At least you possess a modicum of self-awareness, a voice emerged from the debris and smoke, revealing a new figure. He had purple hair, split into 3 clusters, with sparks dancing on the outer strands. A scar adorned his right eye, and he wore brown gloves. A single piece of armor on his right shoulder, and a pink cape, paired with loose trousers and brown boots, with a sword hanging at his waist. What you shattered was merely my armor, soldier. I loathe pain, hence my constant disguise. Most fail to recognize my true form. Cracker explained smugly, kicking Belial back. And I can conjure as many armor soldiers as I desire. With a clap of his hands, countless cookie crumbs transformed into cookie soldiers, charging toward the Bridge of Glory. The Babylonian soldiers, congested at the bridge, attempted to resist, but were swiftly overwhelmed, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies in their wake. It seems the hope of victory is still elusive. Beria observed the tragic scene before him with an impassive demeanor. However, his mission was to provide cover. Rising to his feet, he summoned all his strength and swung his spiked club with utmost force against the glorious bridge. With resounding cracks echoing through the air, the bridge, which had borne the Douglas family's glory for centuries, collapsed with a thunderous roar. At that moment, a sword tip pierced through his chest. The sacrifice of glory was the destiny of a warrior. Beria extended his arms wide and let out a mighty shout towards the crumbling bridge, leaning forward and plunging into the raging waters below. Chapter 41. An unexpected proposal. As the indolent knight Beria fell in sacrifice on the glorious bridge, his sovereign was battling fiercely in the capital, White Dragon City. The royal palace had been reduced to ruins, littered with debris and crisscrossed by gaping chasms. Deep within the palace, the sound of explosive clashes still reverberated. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the swirling dust, crashing heavily to the ground. It was King Denver. His armor was visibly dented, evidence of a grievous blow, his face marred with numerous scrapes and bruises, some areas already swollen, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, presenting a most disheveled appearance. The heavy footsteps echoed as the colossal figure of Big Mom emerged from the billowing smoke. Her form several times larger than that of an ordinary person, exuding an overwhelming presence. Her tightly clenched fists crackled with thunderous lightning, a formidable sight indeed. Truly, she was deserving of the moniker Steel Balloon, as her natural defenses surpassed that of steel, proving to be a formidable adversary. Slowly rising, King Denver regarded Big Mom with caution. The Douglas family was renowned for their prowess in close combat. However, facing the astonishing defenses of Big Mom seemed to offer little advantage. It appeared he needed to take this seriously. Standing tall, the dragon blood within him surged, igniting a fiery intensity that raised his body temperature, enveloping him in a veil of mist. The dragon bloodline of the Douglas family, when ignited through a secret technique, could instantly grant the host the physique and strength of a dragon, and those of exceptional talent could even amplify their dragon power severfold, burning the bloodline for threefold dragon power. King Denver uttered a low growl, a surge of formidable energy erupting from him, scattering debris and rubble in all directions. His body shimmered with a crimson glow as three ethereal golden dragon shadows danced around him, claws bared and emitting spine-chilling roars. This was the manifestation of his bloodline essence, a combination of his own might and the physical form of his lineage, possessing boundless destructive power. With the momentum reaching its zenith, King Denver unleashed a powerful punch, causing the air before him to seemingly collapse with a terrifying sonic boom, while the three golden dragon phantoms followed the trajectory of his strike. As they soared, the bloodline essence expanded, swirling forward, stirring the winds, and echoing with dragon roars, ultimately forming three colossal golden tornadoes that surged towards Big Mom. In the face of King Denver's overwhelming attack, even Big Mom, renowned as the Steel Balloon, was compelled to respond earnestly. She retaliated with a punch of her own, her fist crackling with the weight of thunder and fire. A tremendous clash of wind and lightning ensued, as the three successive golden tornadoes obliterated the lightning surrounding Big Mom's fist, crashing into her massive form and propelling her like a cannonball, shattering countless structures in her wake. Only then did King Denver manage to catch his breath. This was the first time since the battle began that he had truly landed a blow on Big Mom. A series of piercing screams erupted from the ruins, the volume nearly shattering eardrums as surrounding buildings crumbled under the strain of the cacophony. Truly formidable, no wonder the dragon bloodline is revered for close combat prowess. Emerging from the rubble, Big Mom bore a greedy expression, yet her demeanor was devoid of the calm she previously exhibited. Her once grand dress was now tattered, revealing numerous rents. "I have a proposal," she declared, unabashed. "Let us marry. If you agree, my pirate crew will withdraw entirely from the kingdom of Babylon." Big Mom continued unabated. "With our combined might, we could produce extraordinarily powerful offspring. My progeny include members of the three-eyed tribe, fishmen, and serpent heads. If we could also introduce dragons, it would be beyond thrilling." King Denver's face flushed crimson, nearly choking on his own breath, involuntarily shivering at the suggestion, nearly stumbling to the ground. "I've heard you have 43 husbands?" he inquired, his voice low and dark. "Are you concerned about that?" Big Mom misinterpreted, adding, "If it troubles you, I can dismiss them all. Though they each have their charms, they pale in comparison to your formidable presence." As she spoke, drool began to leak from her mouth, corrosive in nature, etching small craters into the ground with wisps of smoke rising from them. "I care not for your whims," King Denver erupted, his face dark as a pot's bottom, completely devoid of his usual calm demeanor. "You should consider your own dignity." "Go to hell," he shouted, unleashing his fury. King Denver's fists flew forward in a dual strike, sending 6 even larger golden tornadoes towards Big Mom, wreaking havoc in their path and gouging deep trenches into the ground. How dare you refuse me? Big Mom bellowed, her voice reverberating through the air as she charged into the golden tornadoes. No one can deny my demands. For the first time, Big Mom enveloped herself in armed color Haki, colliding with the swirling tornadoes like a cannonball. This time, fully prepared, she did not get blown away. Instead, she relied solely on brute force to disperse the swirling winds, her expression a mix of greed and madness. Finally, as the titanic clash subsided, Big Mom approached King Denver, her eyes bloodshot, filled with excitement and desire. Yield to me. Our union will surely produce the most perfect offspring. Her voice trembled with exhilaration, as if she had finally discovered a long-desired treasure. You shall not have me. The King of Denver involuntarily recoiled, his complexion pallid, perhaps due to the relentless strain on his veins. It was at this moment that he profoundly comprehended the terror of Big Mom, a raw, unadulterated crushing from soul to body. Chapter 42. The Lament of the King. The cawing laughter of Big Mom, akin to that of a night owl, resonated as her figure drew nearer, amplifying the pressure on the King of Denver. This madwoman. He clenched his fists, beads of sweat forming on his brow, knowing that only a more unreasonable attack could annihilate an unreasonable foe. His blood surged with increasing velocity, a tempestuous aura swirling around him. 7, 8, 9. Ever more golden dragon apparitions materialized, coiling and soaring, their roars echoing through the air. The crescendo of the golden dragon's finale, the 9 dragons' whirlwind, surged forth with greater might and ferocity, shredding everything in its path. Yet, the incessant whirlwinds proved to be a vexation. It seemed that victory in combat was the only means to subdue the enemy. Big Mom, with a look of impatience, declared, "Do not think for a moment that I shall show mercy." Faced with an even more formidable assault, Big Mom abandoned her previous reliance on brute defense and opted for retaliation. The Spear of Elbath, a technique learned in her youth on Elbath Island, was unleashed. From the mouth of her horned hat, Napoleon, she drew a colossal blade, slashing forth with a mighty stroke that sent forth a titanic sword aura, colliding fiercely with the golden whirlwind. The sound of grinding friction filled the air as sword aura and whirlwind annihilated each other, creating a massive crater hundreds of meters wide. Haha. Feel free to unleash any techniques you have left. Resist to your heart's content. Big Mom advanced, her demeanor brimming with arrogance, her massive sword resting on her shoulder, with Zeus in her left hand and Prometheus in her right. Each step she took made the ground groan under her weight, as if the very air had solidified in response to her overwhelming presence. What a monstrous being! It was evident that only through close combat could this matter be resolved. The King of Denver cursed under his breath, grappling with the frustration of facing such a resilient and shameless adversary. His gaze ignited with ferocity as his body began to transform, towering higher as he grew larger, sprouting a powerful tail and displaying a jagged array of fearsome teeth, swiftly morphing into a colossal Tyrannosaurus Rex over 20 meters tall. This marked the first instance of the King of Denver showcasing his devil fruit powers, bypassing the hybrid form to directly embody his beastly state, having consumed the ancient Zoan-type T-Rex fruit. This ability was among the pinnacle of Zoan powers, endowing its host with formidable physical prowess, while the ancient variety further amplified offensive capabilities, rendering the transformed user exceedingly savage and bloodthirsty. This transformation was the King of Denver's ultimate trump card, his greatest asset and source of authority over a nation. Now, in his enormous form, he stood in stark contrast to Big Mom, who was nearly 10 meters tall, unleashing a series of threatening roars as he charged at her with lethal intent. No wonder he dared to defy me. He possesses such an intriguing ability. This is exhilarating. Facing the now titanic King of Denver, Big Mom felt no fear. Instead, her interest peaked as she brandished her blade, determined not to yield. The clashing sounds of battle erupted, blades flashing and claws striking, as figures were knocked to the ground only to rise swiftly and re-enter the fray. This was a clash between behemoths, a deadly struggle of apex predators, unleashing unprecedented devastation that obliterated the Babylonian palace region, leaving it riddled with chasms and craters. Time marched on, and soon several hours had elapsed. Yet the brutal melee between the King of Denver and Big Mom raged on. The sky crackled with thunder, the atmosphere charged, while the ground had long lost its original form, undergoing cataclysmic transformation. With a thunderous roar, the two titanic figures separated, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. The King of Denver, now reverted from his dinosaur form, gradually diminished in size, returning to human shape. The incessant intensity of battle had compelled him to envelop his entire body in the armor of Conqueror's Haki to contend with Big Mom's monstrous constitution. However, the excessive drain of Haki, compounded by 3 prior instances of bloodline activation, had completely exhausted his stamina. He could no longer maintain his devil fruit transformation. Is it over? He lay supine on the ground, his body marred with blood and wounds, devoid of the strength to even draw breath, let alone rise again. I have failed to honor the illustrious legacy of my ancestors. He gazed upon the ruins of the palace that had borne the Douglas family's glory for centuries. A single crystalline tear cascading from his eye, striking the ground and splattering in desolation. As an unfilial descendant, I have failed to protect my family's honor. Bringing shame upon you all. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, the sound of Big Mom's gluttonous rage, accompanied by the crashing of collapsing structures. As she departed the ravaged palace area, intent on wreaking havoc elsewhere in White Dragon City, despite sustaining numerous injuries from her encounter with the King of Denver, Big Mom's wounds did not incite her wrath. Rather, her primary concern was missing her snack time. Big Mom suffered from a severe eating disorder, which would sporadically flare up, plunging her into a frenzy where she would wreak havoc indiscriminately. The only means to restore her sanity was to either consume the delicacies she craved or be defeated. During these episodes, she was impervious to reason, dismissing all words from others. This is disastrous. It's Big Mom's hunger-induced frenzy. The King of Denver's tears flowed more fervently as he heard the crumbling of buildings and the anguished cries of the populace. A man does not weep lightly. But this is a moment of profound sorrow. The thought of his cherished city and its people suffering under Big Mom's onslaught left him in anguish, his heart torn. Move. Move. At the very least, get this demon away from the city. The King of Denver roared in fury, struggling to rouse his exhausted body. Ah, a sacrifice of life. As the King of Denver let out a furious roar, his body began to crack and fissure, releasing billowing clouds of blood mist. His form swelled larger and larger until he transformed into a towering Tyrannosaurus Rex, reaching a height of 100 meters. The dinosaur charged forth like lightning, catching up with the rampaging Big Mom, and swallowed her whole before sprinting away from the city. He ran further and further, moving at a breakneck speed until he finally distanced himself from the urban chaos. However, the senseless Big Mom within him wreaked havoc on his insides, consuming the last remnants of his vitality. The consciousness of the King of Denver grew increasingly hazy, his steps faltering, and eventually, in a state of utter weakness. He collapsed to the ground, his pupils dilating. In the reflection of his eyes, a setting sun gradually descended, and his expression relaxed, revealing a faint smile. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the winds surged, an old king perished, while a new king arose. Chapter 43. The Awakening of Dragon Might. The biting wind howled like a blade, swirling through the battlefield of Amsterdam, mercilessly tearing apart fragments of clouds and stirring a mournful melody. After several hours of intense combat, the Big Mom pirates had breached multiple defenses, nearing the high tower that served as the frontline command center. What was once a formidable defense wall lay in ruins, scattered with bodies of all kinds, with the remnants of stone walls bearing the scars of battle and the dark red stains of blood silently narrating the brutality of the conflict. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and distant cries of battle echoed as the main battlefield shifted from the beach to the square beneath the tower, revealing the Babylon Kingdom's dire situation as they were forced to retreat behind several lines of defense. In the square below the tower, over 50,000 soldiers from both sides fought desperately. The warriors ensnared in this conflict unleashed their most potent attacks against one another, ruthlessly stripping away each other's lives. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Satan wielded his serpentine staff with deft precision, sending several pirate thugs flying with a single strike, painting the air with crimson streaks. After temporarily clearing the surrounding foes, Satan took a moment to breathe, his body growing weaker after hours of relentless fighting. He bore numerous grievous wounds, and even his monstrous healing abilities could not fully mend him. His clothing hung in tatters, loosely draping over him, and his once standing short hair was matted together, whether from sweat or blood, creating a disheveled appearance. He lifted his gaze to assess the nearby situation, noting that Balandel Sane had come face to face with Katakuri, the foremost of the stars of the constellation, and although he barely escaped with his life, he was severely injured, having been pierced through the abdomen by Katakuri's blow, rendering him temporarily incapacitated. The 8 black-eyed corpses that served as his marionettes had been completely destroyed, forcing him to draw his sword and engage in close combat. Together with his sister, the red-eyed figure, they stood back to back, forming a small defensive circle, each protecting the other's rear, managing to hold their ground. Only the combat prodigy, Jumaru, fared slightly better. The bone spikes that sprouted from his body provided him with solid protection, and wielding a bone sword, he flitted through the enemy camp like a butterfly, executing a series of graceful attacks that effortlessly claimed the lives of his opponents. Just then, a tremendous sound erupted from the top of the tower as a section of the platform collapsed, sending countless fragments tumbling down and capturing everyone's attention. Following this, a figure emerged at the edge of the platform atop the tower, defiant and fierce. It was Charlotte Snack, one of the sweet commanders of the big MOM pirates. Notably, in his hand, he clutched the barely conscious form of Princess Catherine of the Babylon Kingdom. It turned out that an hour earlier, after Big MOM had utilized a mirror passage to launch her attack on the royal capital, the top of the command tower had become Snack's target. Utilizing the mirror passage's abilities, he and the eldest son of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Perispero, launched a surprise assault on the command center at the tower's summit. Behind him, the Knights of the 7 Deadly Sins, the dwarf warrior Samuel and the jealous Leviathan, lay fallen in a pool of blood. Dressed in a top hat and slender in stature, Perispero leisurely stood by, licking a long tongue that caressed the candy cane in his hand. As a Paramecia-type user of the lick fruit, he could endlessly create and manipulate candy, capable of ensnaring opponents and, to a degree, transforming his body into candy like a Logia type. Faced with these two formidable commanders, even the Knights of the 7 Deadly Sins were no match, as Princess Catherine, having exhausted her mental energy during a previous ritual, was helplessly taken captive. "Mother, no, you bastard." Below, witnessing his mother's abduction by Snack, Satan's eyes widened in rage as he let out a furious roar and charged toward the tower. "Stay back, my son," Princess Catherine cried, tears streaming down her face. There was no longer any hope of victory in this war. Her only wish was for her son Satan to escape this brutal battlefield and survive the eye of the storm. "Quickly leave the battlefield, strive to live on. Mother loves you," she screamed with all her might, hoping her son would heed her counsel. Yet enraged, Satan had lost all reason. All he could see was the image of his mother being captured, violently sweeping aside the enemies around him, rampaging through the battlefield like a frenzied bull. Junmaru and the others followed closely behind him, charging toward the tower and instantly becoming the focal point of the battlefield. "Ha ha ha, what a touching farewell message." Atop the tower, Snack laughed maniacally, loudly taunting Satan as he charged toward the tower, raising his massive blade to strike at Princess Catherine's neck. Yet, the very essence of life is to witness the depths of cruelty this world can reach. "No, stop, Your Highness." Countless voices cried out in protest from various corners of the battlefield, but none could halt Snack's actions. A flash of cold light passed, and the head of Princess Catherine fell from the tower. Satan, charging forward, froze in place, letting out a heart-wrenching scream, his eyes filled with the reflection of blood. Fragmented memories flashed through his mind. Mother. She was the one who soothed his anxious heart when he was born into this world. Always smiling gently as she watched him run in the sunlight, tucking him in during late-night visits to his room, and playfully ruffling his hair in moments of pride. "I want you dead." Suddenly, the sky erupted with a thunderous sound, resembling a bolt from the blue, and Satan seemed to be frozen in place. In that fleeting moment, his eyes transformed into golden vertical slits, radiating a chilling and bloodthirsty gaze that exuded an aura of palpable frost. At that instant, his veins erupted, and countless tendrils of blood mist ascended from his being, enveloping the air with an overwhelming aura of slaughter. In that moment, his wrath surged forth, and myriad golden dragon shadows spiraled around him, soaring and howling, releasing a series of dragon roars that compelled the masses to bow in submission. In that very moment, a wave of crimson energy burst forth from his core, an almost tangible pressure sweeping across the battlefield. Every heart felt as if a cold wind had swept through, sending shivers down their spines. The weaker individuals, overwhelmed by this force, succumbed, their eyes rolling back as they lost consciousness. In the distance, Lucifer, who had been engaged in aerial combat, was also forced down by this tempestuous presence. He gazed in astonishment at the magnificent Satan, his jaw agape. "Is this the legendary dragon might of the Douglas family's strongest bloodline?" Chapter 44. The curse invades the body. The battlefield lay in an eerie silence. as all the weaker beings had been rendered unconscious by Satan's overwhelming presence, while the few strong enough to endure were left dumbstruck by a sudden eruption of dragon might. Rooted in place. Is this truly the chosen partner for my union? I must admit, what an exceptional eye for talent. Charlotte Smuggy ceased her battle, her gaze fixed on the distant, powerfully erupting Satan, her expression one of keen interest. Just as everyone remained in a state of shock, Satan's figure suddenly ascended, shooting upwards like a beam of light toward the pinnacle of the tower where Snag resided. Enveloped in an aura of slaughter, golden dragons coiled around him. And in the blink of an eye, he traversed the space to appear directly above Snag. Prepare to meet your demise. Satan emitted a roar unlike any human sound, stomping down upon Snag's head. Empowered by countless golden dragons, the ferocious force instantly drove Snag deep into the rock, causing even the towering structure of 100 meters to succumb to the immense pressure and begin to crack and collapse. Before Snag, buried beneath the debris, could catch his breath, the frenzied Satan reappeared below him, kicking him into the sky once more. Thus, as if teleporting, Satan unleashed a series of wild assaults that sent Snag hurtling in every direction. Finally, having vented his fury, he plummeted from a greater height, crashing down onto Snag's head with tremendous force. Under the dual impact of gravitational acceleration and Satan's overwhelming might, the ground caved in, creating a massive pit several meters deep. The brain matter of Snag splattered everywhere like watermelon juice, leaving him utterly lifeless. After the relentless barrage, Satan's aura ebbed like receding tides, revealing numerous wounds on his body from which blood gushed forth in torrents. He had paid the price for forcibly unleashing power beyond his limits. Although he remained standing, the awakening of his dragons might had nearly drained all his vitality, leaving him unconscious and teetering on the edge of oblivion. What incredible destructive power was this? How could one so young possess such potential? If not eliminated swiftly, he would undoubtedly pose a future threat to the family. In command of the battlefield for the Big MOM faction was the foremost of the four commanders, Charlotte Kakuri, who was equally astonished by Satan's sudden surge of power. The entire crew of the Big MOM pirates received the order. The primary target was to eliminate Douglas Satan immediately. As Katakuri commanded, all remaining powerful members of the Big MOM pirates abandoned their opponents and rushed toward the massive pit, hoping to eradicate Satan while he was still vulnerable. It was truly astonishing. This was the Dragon-S might of royalty, and no wonder it was said to rival the powers of Conqueror's Haki. It was indeed formidable. Hope for victory in this war had all but vanished. Now, the priority was to ensure the safe escape of His Highness Satan, thereby leaving a seed for the kingdom's future restoration. Lucifer, the highest commander of the Babylonian side, contemplated deeply. Under the banner of Babylon, they would escort Prince Satan to safety. Everyone, even at the cost of their lives, must protect the prince. He would be their hope for the future. Protect the prince. For Babylon, we shall die. Avenge Her Highness the Queen. The soldiers of the Babylonian kingdom, rallying various battle cries, valiantly defended against any enemies charging towards the deep pit, striving to carve out a path for Satan's survival. How dare you kill my brother? You shall not escape. Suddenly, a figure dashed forward, breaking through the ranks of Babylonian soldiers and closing in on Satan. He was Charlotte's third son, the Minister of Beans, Charlotte Daifuku, who had consumed the smoke fruit. With his formidable strength, he was unstoppable, and he was about to reach the unconscious Satan when a blinding flash of light from a blade forced Daifuku to retreat a few steps, halting his advance. Do not harm my young master. I shall be your opponent. Akatsuki, wielding the sword Murakumo, stood resolutely before him, her body trembling slightly from the exhaustion of previous battles. Yet her gaze was unwavering, radiating a resolute will. True half-moon funeral. With a firm grip on Murakumo, she launched an attack towards Daifuku, the crimson light of the blade slashing towards his neck. Humph, how dare these insignificant beings provoke our Big MOM pirates? Allow me to teach you the true meaning of disparity. Daifuku scoffed, swatting Akatsuki aside with a single hand. His body transformed into a lamp-like figure, summoning forth a lamp demon from his waist. Enveloped in Haki, the lamp demon brandished a long-handled sword with a commanding presence. Demon Slash. Daifuku commanded the lamp demon to strike at Akatsuki, unleashing a devastating blow that tore the earth apart in an instant, wreaking havoc. Akatsuki narrowly evaded the demon's slash, but the relentless onslaught of the lamp demon followed swiftly, leaving her in a precarious situation, akin to a small boat on the verge of capsizing amidst a tempest. Suddenly, in a moment of carelessness, Akatsuki was sent flying by the overwhelming force of the lamp demon, skidding across the ground, blood seeping from her lips. Her body battered and bruised, her condition dire. Realize the gap in strength, do you? Humph, you better scram. I intend to slay that bastard and avenge Snag. You shall not. Akatsuki struggled to her feet, leaning on her sword. You scoundrels, who so easily raise cities and extinguish nations, how could you comprehend our sacrifices? I will never allow you to harm my young master. Young master, thank you for treating us like family over the years. Akatsuki is willing to give her life to protect you. You must survive. She cast a glance back at Satan, resolute. Turning to face Daifuku. An inexplicable aura radiated from her, as if the surrounding world had fallen into a hushed silence. Slowly, she closed her eyes. Raising the fabled sword that guaranteed a lethal strike, Murakumo, while her left hand gently caressed its blade. Had she forgotten that the blade was laced with a deadly curse that would spell her doom upon contact? What could she possibly be planning? Daifuku, observing Akatsuki's peculiar stance from a distance, was filled with curiosity. Akatsuki communicated with Murakumo through her mental force, the blade slicing through her finger, blood cascading onto its surface. Suddenly, in that moment, the curse poison, forged from the countless lives Murakumo had claimed, transformed into dark, vengeful energy that surged into her body through the wound on her hand. Black curse marks began to surface on her skin, spreading from her arms throughout her body, as if serpents were crawling upon her. Her aura intensified visibly, with black vengeful energy rising from her. Even her long hair danced wildly in the wake of her burgeoning power. At last, all the curse poison had been drawn into her. The encroaching marks covering much of her face came to a halt. She lifted her head, her crimson eyes appearing as though steeped in blood. This was Akatsuki's final gamble. Curse poison infused. Chapter 45. The escape from the battlefield. On the battlefield of Amsterdam, the war was nearing its end. As the defending Babylonian kingdom suffered the loss of their spiritual leader, Princess Catherine, and with Prince Satan having awakened his dragon, might only to succumb to unconsciousness. He became the focal point of relentless attacks from the Big MOM pirates. The area surrounding Prince Satan transformed into the eye of a storm, with the battles intensifying in ferocity and fervor. Each combatant fought, be it to protect, obey commands, or uphold beliefs, pouring their blood and soul into the fervent battlefield, where blood mist rose and the atmosphere grew grim. Amidst this frenzied battleground, a striking red light surged like a whirlwind, leaving in its wake a trail of flashing blades. Blood sprayed, flesh was torn asunder, and the air was filled with screams of despair. Suddenly, the crimson light enveloping Charlotte Doflamingo's summoned lamp demon spun like a tempest. A flurry of blinding blade flashes erupted, and the red light abruptly ceased. It was indeed the result of the cursed poison entering the body, empowering Akatsuki significantly. As her onslaught came to a sudden halt, the lamp demon's body, fortified by the armament color Haki, erupted with deep gashes, blood splattering everywhere, gradually losing its form and dissipating like smoke in the air. Charlotte Doflamingo was struck with astonishment, hardly able to believe that the girl he had just casually sent flying had easily vanquished the lamp demon. Little did he know the immense price Akatsuki had paid to attain such formidable strength. She had infused her body with the lethal curse of the imperial artifact, Murakumo, which ensured a one-hit kill. Although she had performed the ritual to communicate with the sword spirit, this gamble, wagering her very life, was still fraught with peril. With a resounding thud, Akatsuki vanished from her position, charging towards the enemies that were once again upon them, stirring a maelstrom of bloodshed. At the same moment, her sister, Kurohitsuji, exhibited equal prowess on the battlefield. The environment seemed to favor Kurohitsuji even more, armed with the Yatsubaki, which possessed the ability to command the deceased. She fought fiercely while controlling the formidable corpse puppets to thwart additional foes. These puppets retained their combat skills from life and exhibited no fear of death, launching self-destructive assaults to impede more enemies. Each time a member of Yatsubaki was destroyed, the countless corpses on the battlefield provided Kurohitsuji with ample materials, allowing her to perpetually replace her puppets and greatly enhance her efficiency in slaying foes. Meanwhile, Junmaru wielded a bone sword, maneuvering through the enemy ranks, staunchly blocking any who dared to charge towards Satan. Although he typically bore a stoic and unapproachable demeanor, his protective instincts for his family rivaled those of anyone else, transforming him into a reliable force in battle. Saying, "Take the young master and retreat," he calmly urged while continuing to fight. seizing the opportunity to advise the already gravely injured Sane to withdraw from the battlefield. Balindel Sane, utilizing the cover provided by others, transformed into a cloud of dust, evading numerous attacks and appearing beside Satan. I cannot be a burden, he thought, unwilling to lag behind. A cloud of dust enveloped the immediate vicinity, creating a murky atmosphere where visibility diminished to mere meters, plunging the battlefield into chaos. Well done, little chubby. Junmaru expressed rare satisfaction, swiftly appearing by Satan's side, hoisting the unconscious figure and sprinting towards the battlefield's edge with Sane closely in tow, awkwardly scratching his head. My sole mission is to protect the young master. Utilizing the cover of the dust, they fought and retreated, gradually vacating the battlefield. Behind them, countless soldiers of the Babylon kingdom passionately surged towards the enemy, even in severe injury, determined to bite off a piece of flesh from their adversaries, exerting every ounce of strength to impede the enemy's pursuit. Katakuri transformed the nearby ground and structures into machi, manipulating them to crush the frenzied soldiers of the Babylon kingdom. Those unable to escape suffocated to death. He then converted the machi-infused environment into several projectiles, striking down numerous adversaries, reducing them to mere paste. After him, that bastard has escaped. Do you wish to incur Mother's wrath? Katakuri, witnessing Satan's rescue, was consumed with fury. Brother Katakuri, do you intend to kill my fiancé? Smugly brushing her silver hair, Smuggy revealed a hint of bashfulness. Do you understand how rare it is to encounter such an audacious young boyfriend? A blush crept onto her face as she spoke. Now is not the time for childish tantrums, Katakuri reprimanded his sister, directing his subordinates to intensify their pursuit. Suddenly, a flurry of pristine feathers shot towards Katakuri, accompanied by violent explosions. If you wish to pursue the prince, you must first contend with me. Lucifer obstructed their path, albeit in a disheveled state. Having borne the brunt of the battlefield's pressure, engaging numerous enemy strongmen and now nearing his limit. Humph! A defeated foe dares to show his face. Katakuri, having evaded the attack, regarded Lucifer with disdain. Having previously clashed with him on several occasions, though formidable, he was not Katakuri's equal. You pursue him. I will handle this birdman. With that, Katakuri delivered a powerful kick upwards, his leg extending like a telescopic rod, sending Lucifer flying. The remaining members of the pirate crew swiftly bypassed their confrontation, continuing in pursuit of Satan's fleeing direction. Junmaru, carrying Satan, raced towards the port, when suddenly, the clamor of battle grew increasingly distinct behind them. I will intercept the enemy, Akatsuki declared, turning to face the oncoming foes. However, after a few steps, darkness enveloped her vision, and a dull ringing filled her head as she collapsed to the ground. She had finally succumbed to the backlash of the cursed poison, losing consciousness entirely. Akatsuki! Akatsuki! Sane rushed to support her, panic etched on his face as the pursuing enemies drew nearer, the situation becoming increasingly dire. Sane, I entrust the young master to you. Please ensure his safety. I will lead the pursuers away, and we shall regroup at Naga Island. It is our only haven. Junmaru entrusted Satan to Sane and turned toward the approaching enemies. Rest assured, I will fight to my last breath to protect the young master and Akatsuki. Sane's resolute voice echoed, silently vowing to himself. For I also wish to become a family member you can rely on. As Junmaru's figure receded into the distance, the cold wind rustled. Faint whispers of his murmured words reached the air. Young master, are you aware that I would transform into a demon for you, just to ensure you survive this calamity? The days spent with you on Naga Island are the warmest moments of my life. Chapter 46. The Dance of the Early Ferns. The clamor of battle rose and fell. An increasing tide of pirates surged towards the port of Amsterdam. Suddenly, the pirates and Homai soldiers who had been relentlessly pursuing fell silent, as if their throats had been suddenly constricted. Before them stood a lone figure, resolutely blocking the long street, his white hair billowing, eyes cast down, and two symmetrical red marks on his forehead glaring vividly. Junmaru, valiantly holding the rear. The surrounding cool breeze began to rise, causing the purple cords at his waist to flutter. Junmaru slightly lifted his gaze, his eyes cold and devoid of warmth. He looked up at the sky as twilight approached, crimson clouds stealthily drifting above, casting an oddly desolate hue upon the dusk. Young master, I can finally be your shield. How joyous I am. The cold wind weaved through the ranks of pirates, rustling their garments, as some armed with sharp blades suddenly felt an inexplicable chill creeping into their hearts, causing them to shudder. What is wrong? What is happening? Why have we stopped? Do you wish to incur Mother's wrath? A tall, thin man adorned with a black hat and clad in a black skeletal outfit scolded others with a commanding presence. His pallid face, characterized by a prominent nose and broom-like hair, brandished a pistol as he forcefully pushed aside fellow pirates to reach the forefront. Lord Mondor. There are obstacles in our way, reported another pirate. This man was Charlotte Mondor, the 19th son of the Charlotte family, known as the Cheese Minister, and a user of the supernatural book fruit. Fools, eliminate the hindrances. Mondor barked, firing a shot at the obstructing Junmaru. A torrent of searing flames erupted from the gun's muzzle, warping the very air with its intense heat. Junmaru swiftly evaded the attack, twisting midair as several bones shot from his fingertips, hurtling towards Mondor like bullets. Ah, child's play. Book ladder, Mondor scoffed, conjuring a floating book that began to flip its pages. With arms crossed, he ascended triumphantly, stepping as if upon invisible stairs, while Junmaru's bone projectiles whizzed past him, causing cries of anguish from the unprepared pirates below. From his elevated position, Mondor gazed down at Junmaru, a victorious smile adorning his features. You have already lost this battle. I suggest you clear the way and surrender Prince Satan. The outcome will be the same. Why prolong your suffering? Enough nonsense, Junmaru retorted, his brow furrowed in impatience. He raised his hand, a sharp bone spike extending from his palm. Your enemies should be eradicated without hesitation. Ignoring Mondor in the air, he plunged into the throng of adversaries, gliding effortlessly among them, dispatching foes with precision, wasting not a single ounce of energy. As he advanced, pirates fell like wheat before the scythe, unaware of their wounds until it was too late. Junmaru's extraordinary speed and unparalleled martial prowess proved to be the bane of all close combatants. Hey, you must be underestimating me, Mondor taunted from above, displeased as he fired repeatedly downward. Waves of intense flames surged forth, but Junmaru nimbly navigated through the chaos, evading the fire while unfortunate pirates screamed as they were engulfed. Ah, Lord Mondor, we're caught in it, the pirates below cried. Silence. It is your honor to sacrifice for the family, Mondor replied with a malicious grin, intensifying his indiscriminate gunfire, plunging the area into a cacophony of screams. Enough madness, Mondor, interrupted Charlotte Daifuku, the third son of the Charlotte family, who had rushed to halt Mondor's reckless assault. Dealing with this martial artist is my task. He readied himself, summoning his fully armament-hardened light demon, wielding a formidable blade. Daifuku commanded the light demon to strike at Junmaru, each slash causing the ground to fracture beneath its might. Junmaru, caught off guard, barely managed to dodge, but a direct confrontation sent him flying from the collision of bone and blade. Daifuku, having learned from a previous encounter, pressed his advantage, commanding the light demon to leap high and deliver a devastating downward slash. Unable to avoid it, Junmaru endured the blow, crashing down into the earth, creating a deep crater. Is that all it took to handle him, Brother Daifuku? Mondor remarked coldly, descending from the sky. Such insignificant foes require little effort. The elimination of Prince Satan is what truly matters. Daifuku waved his hand, dismissing the light demon, intent on pursuing Satan. At that moment, a cacophony of cracking sounds erupted from the ground as countless sharpened bones erupted forth, overwhelming the area. In an instant, the entire big MOM pirate crew faced an unforeseen assault, many pierced by the sharp projectiles, losing their lives in an instant. Daifuku found himself inadvertently pinned as a bone struck his leg, while sharp spikes continued to emerge, leaving gaping wounds from which blood flowed profusely. As Mondor descended, aghast, he surveyed the scene where the ground was nearly engulfed by the protruding bones reminiscent of a dense forest. The pursuing pirates had been decimated, and he felt a surge of relief. Dense of the dead bones, ancient fern, Junmaru announced, appearing on a protruding bone behind Mondor, wielding a spiraled white bone spear that pierced through Mondor's body. Mondor's eyes widened in disbelief, a gurgling gasp escaping him as blood spewed forth, and he collapsed in defeat. Meanwhile, on the front lines of Amsterdam, the battle raged on, with countless soldiers locked in a desperate struggle. In one small skirmish, Haidam, wielding her weapon, gasped for breath, her eyes darting around at the encroaching enemies. Having overexerted her mental strength from repeatedly using her ability to command the dead, she struggled to focus amid the chaos. Suddenly, a massive spiked club came crashing down from behind, the force of the wind preceding it. Haidam attempted to evade, but her body faltered, and she stumbled, the club striking her hard on the back, sending her sprawling. Is this where it ends? She thought, lying on the ground, her dark pupils gazing into the sky. the clouds appearing distant and blurred. Young master, she heard, her eyelids heavy with reluctance as footsteps approached. Chapter 47. Fujitora takes action. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of a cane striking the ground grew nearer, each impact resonating with a profound weight. The cacophony of the battlefield around Haidam seemed to be enveloped by a heavy silence, as all eyes turned toward the approaching figure. Dressed in a light purple kimono with a dark purple sash, bandaged arms, and a purple cloak, the newcomer walked with an air of calm authority, as if ambling through a tranquil garden. His short black hair framed a face adorned with a beard, his eyes closed, a prominent X-shaped scar on his forehead. He wielded a cane sword, testing the ground with each step, producing a rhythmic sound that revealed the presence of a formidable force. Fujitora, the powerful ally whom Satan had encountered at the Amsterdam casino. Who are you? A pirate, unable to withstand the oppressive atmosphere, blurted out, cold sweat trickling down his face. Realizing the dryness of his voice, he swallowed hard. Who cares who he is? Let's take care of this bastard first. Another pirate suppressed his inner fears and swung his sword toward the fallen figure of Black Eye. The ability of Black Eye to control the dead was truly terrifying. It was imperative to seize this opportunity to eliminate him. With a sharp sound of the blade being drawn, Fujitora shifted from his previously unhurried demeanor, vanishing from his spot and reappearing beside Black Eye, intercepting the pirate's attack. If all righteous men were to perish, who would guard the virtue of justice? With a swift motion, Fujitora wielded his sword, unleashing a powerful gust that sent the attacking pirates flying. In a chaotic display of gravity, he swung his cane sword, causing the surrounding pirates to lose their gravitational pull and float into the air, rendered immobile. He then intensified the gravity, causing the pirates to plummet rapidly, creating deep craters on the ground and swiftly clearing the area of foes. "Ah, it seems a formidable force has arrived," a voice tinged with mockery echoed, drawing the attention of the Charlotte family's strong members to Fujitora's impressive display. Katakuri, who had just extricated himself from a confrontation with Lucifer, hastened over. "Your invasion has inflicted severe wounds on this city, and far too many civilians have suffered. I have come to put an end to this war." Fujitora sheathed his cane sword, standing tall at nearly 3 meters, his voice resonating with authority. Katakuri's expression grew grave, despite this unfamiliar figure in purple. His resolve to end the war indicated he was no ordinary opponent. "This is a matter of our big MOM pirates. Are you certain you wish to intervene? While I do not seek conflict, I cannot turn a blind eye to the principles of righteousness," Fujitora replied, his tone slow, yet resolute. "Then allow me to test your mettle," Katakuri declared, delivering a powerful kick toward Fujitora, his legs swelling rapidly with formidable force. "Humph. I shall not permit your insolence to continue," Fujitora countered, drawing his sword in an instant, parrying Katakuri's strike. The collision of their immense energies created shockwaves that sent the injured pirates tumbling away. Unwilling to concede, Katakuri transformed into a machi form, extending countless machi arms toward Fujitora, each hardened by armament Haki and possessing tremendous destructive power. With a swift motion, Fujitora unleashed a gravity circle, repelling the incoming machi fists with overwhelming reverse force. The gravity circle did not cease its flight. Under Fujitora's control, it surged toward Katakuri, causing the gravity around him to amplify exponentially. Caught off guard, Katakuri found himself overwhelmed by the immense gravitational force, crashing to the ground, which could barely withstand the pressure, creating a deep pit. What a terrifying ability, Katakuri thought, struggling to rise, astonished that such a formidable being could remain unknown. "Hey, Katakuri, what s with your uselessness?" A voice boomed as Charlotte Cracker charged onto the battlefield, hidden within his biscuit armor, brandishing a sword like a drill aimed at Fujitora. Gravity blade, fierce tiger. Fujitora concentrated gravity into his sword, striking outward while simultaneously releasing immense lateral gravity along the blade's path, obliterating everything in its wake, even sending Cracker flying from the force. "It seems you will not relent easily, then I shall not hold back." Fujitora's eyes widened, revealing an intense gaze that radiated danger. Utilizing his cane sword as a conduit, Fujitora activated his ability, causing the large boulders beneath him to loosen and ascend alongside him and Black Eye. Hovering in midair, Fujitora raised his cane sword, and the range of his gravity manipulation suddenly expanded across the battlefield. Debris and remnants of the battlefield began to levitate, forming a dense mass in the sky, obscuring the sunlight. "This is absurd," Cracker gasped, realizing the pressure Katakuri had just faced. With a sudden motion, Fujitora sheathed his sword, causing the suspended debris to plummet accurately onto the big MOM pirates, resulting in catastrophic losses as countless pirates and homies were buried beneath the rubble. The surviving soldiers of the Babylon Kingdom erupted in cheers, grateful for the protection of such a powerful ally. Seizing the opportunity amid the big MOM pirates' heavy losses, Lucifer issued a retreat order, and the surviving soldiers cautiously withdrew, dividing the battlefield into starkly contrasting halves. Katakuri and Cracker stood at the forefront of the remaining pirates, glaring at the surviving Babylon Kingdom members. At this stage of the war, it should have come to an end, yet. The thought of retreating without a fight was deeply unsatisfactory. Understanding their sentiments, Fujitora decided to add the final straw that would break the camel's back. Gravity Ray. He released a violet gravity wave straight into the sky, instantly elevating the gravitational force to tens of thousands of meters above ground. A meteor, the size of an island and engulfed in intense flames, was drawn down from the cosmos, hurtling toward Amsterdam. As the flaming meteor descended, the onlookers could hardly believe their eyes, its overwhelming destructive power filling the skies. What a madman! This attack will obliterate all of Amsterdam, Katakuri sighed in resignation, compelled to issue a retreat order. In the year 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar, under the fear of the meteor's impending impact, the war initiated by the big MOM pirates came to a close. The indomitable spirit and resistance displayed by the Babylon Kingdom would be immortalized in history, echoing across the seas for eternity. Chapter 48. Aftermath. On the following morning, the sun rose, casting its early rays over the sea, creating a shimmering surface. While seagulls occasionally soared through the sky, emitting monotonous cries, the ocean remained tranquil. Yet, as the bright sunlight illuminated Amsterdam, the atmosphere turned somber. The city, post-battle, lay in silence, reduced to ruins with bloodstains everywhere, devoid of life. The lower areas, under the sun's rays, emitted wisps of mist, enveloping the scene in a haze. Near the coastline, large sections of land had vanished entirely, the shoreline marred by blackened scorch marks, remnants of the meteor that Fujitora had summoned from the heavens to halt the war. Amidst the stillness, a sudden dragon's roar echoed from the distant sky, revealing a massive black dragon with a wingspan of over 20 meters approaching Amsterdam. As a fierce wind swept through, the black dragon gradually descended, transforming into two figures as it neared the ground, landing on the remnants of a pirate ship along the coast. How could this happen? This is impossible, exclaimed a middle-aged man in a black suit, astonished as he surveyed the ruins that were once Amsterdam. Disbelief etched across his face. Is this truly the renowned port city, the dazzling jewel of the Grand Line, Amsterdam? The individual approaching was none other than the younger brother of the fallen king of the Babylonian kingdom, Denver, and the esteemed chief of Cypherpole, the secret intelligence agency directly under the world government. His name was Douglas Mingjia, a formidable figure who had hastened back upon receiving the alarming news of his brother's kingdom facing invasion, only to find that despite his swift journey, he had arrived too late. It seems we have arrived after the fact. I can only wonder how the capital fared. I hope they are unharmed, spoke the woman beside Mingjia, her countenance fraught with anxiety. Clad in a succinct yet elegant samurai attire, adorned with a white cloak and a purple scarf, and bearing a long sword on her back, she was none other than Mingjia's wife, the renowned female swordsman of the seas, Andrea. Given the signs of battle, it appears the conflict has concluded a day ago. The capital must be in dire straits, Mingjia thought, suppressing his profound sorrow and regaining his composure. True to his role as the head of the world government's intelligence apparatus, he quickly deduced several critical clues. Although my brother is indeed strong, he is no match for Big MOM. Without external intervention, there is little hope for victory. We can only pray for their escape. Perhaps, Mingjia replied absently, though inwardly he was skeptical. Escape? How could that be possible? His brother Denver was a quintessential fighter, known for his tenacity. A sense of foreboding settled within him. Let us make haste to the capital. With our intervention, we should at least be able to thwart Big MOM. Preserving the royal family's lives would justify any losses in Amsterdam, Andrea declared, drawing her sword and brimming with the intent to fight. I fear we may be too late. Mingjia sighed, preparing to transform into the dragon and soar towards White Dragon City, only to halt suddenly. What is it? Andrea asked, perplexed. Mingjia should be the more anxious of the two at this moment. Someone approaches, he replied. Oh, is it the Navy? Andrea followed Mingjia's gesture, spotting several warships adorned with seagull flags gradually emerging on the horizon. Suddenly, on the foremost ship's deck, a figure erupted into a blinding flash of yellow, hurtling towards them. In a blink, numerous golden points coalesced into a humanoid silhouette, solidifying into the form of Admiral Kizaru, one of the Navy's highest combatants. How tragic. It has been reduced to ruins, Kizaru remarked in a humorously slow manner. With his black curls, yellow and white striped suit, and a pair of sunglasses. He exuded an unsettling demeanor, his hands casually tucked in his pockets, a white cloak emblazoned with the word justice draped over his shoulders. Humph. Mingjia, see that at Kizaru's nonchalance. Had you not taken your time, such a calamity might have been avoided. Surely you received the distress signal in advance? Though his anger flared. Mingjia understood that while the Navy served as the enforcers of the world government, those of the admiral rank wielded considerable autonomy, not easily bound by commands. Ah, how terrifying. Your Highness Mingjia, Kizaru feigned submission to Mingjia's inquiry, clearly dismissing the gravity of the situation. You need only note that the Navy dispatched its fastest member, myself, indicating our commitment to the Babylonian kingdom's plea for aid. The delay is certainly not my fault. Mingjia remained silent, fully aware that Kizaru spoke the truth. As a user of the Pika Pika no Mi, Kizaru possessed speed that approached the very essence of light, making him the swiftest among the maritime elite. The Navy's choice to send him was a testament to their regard for Babylon, even if the failure to arrive on time is not the Navy's fault. A top-ranking member state of the world government being attacked by pirates should not be taken lightly, should it? Andrea interjected, her tone sharp. Ah, how terrifying, Miss Andrea. Kizaru leaned slightly forward, a sly grin on his face. Eradicating pirates is indeed the Navy's duty, yet my current mission is solely to assist the Babylonian kingdom. I do not expect you to fight to the last breath. Mingjia, as the head of CP, had perused Kizaru's dossier countless times. Kizaru was known for his ambiguous sense of justice, often adopting a spectator stance, favoring a hands-off approach. Expecting him to risk himself for the Babylonian kingdom was an exercise in futility. Your Highness Mingjia, you must comprehend that the flames of rebellion are igniting across various regions, deemed the greatest threat by the world government. Thus, maintaining stability is paramount. Engaging in warfare with a Yonko-level pirate crew, like Big MOM, is clearly unfeasible. Kizaru explained with an unusual seriousness. Humph. This matter will not conclude so easily, Mingjia retorted, a discontented snort escaping him as he transformed into his dragon form. Soaring towards White Dragon City with Andrea. Oh dear, what a frightful family indeed, Kizaru murmured as he began reporting the situation to Admiral Sengoku via transponder snail. Chapter 49. Turmoil resurfaces. Although the war initiated by the Big MOM pirate crew against the Babylonian kingdom had drawn to a close. The news of this event sent shockwaves across the seas. For no matter the circumstances, the Babylonian kingdom stood as a prominent member of the world government, wielding significant power and a multitude of formidable warriors. If even such a mighty nation could be vanquished by pirates, what assurance did we have for our own security? Voices of skepticism arose from the populace across the seas. Unlike the ordinary citizens who could only express doubt, various underground factions began to surge forth. Their focus not on concerns for their own safety, but rather on the prospect of reaping substantial gains from the aftermath of the conflict. Numerous organizations, coveting the bloodline of the Douglas family, seized what they believed to be a golden opportunity, offering bounties for any remnants of the Douglas lineage. It is said that the price for a pure-blooded member of the Douglas family has skyrocketed to over 100 million Bailey in the black market. Enticed by the promise of immense profit, countless pirate crews, slave catchers, bounty hunters, and mercenaries flooded into the Ren Sea, all eager to partake in the pursuit of the Douglas legacy, hoping to carve out their share amidst the chaos of war. At this moment, on the surface of the Ren Sea, a dilapidated pirate ship drifted aimlessly. This small three-masted vessel measured no more than 30 meters in length, its deck rising a mere 5 or 6 meters above the water. The main mast and the foresail had both been shattered, and the sails lay in tatters, presenting a particularly dismal sight. Only the triangular sail at the stern struggled to remain aloft, catching the feeble winds to propel the ship forward. Valendale Synan stood at the helm, ever vigilant, scanning the surrounding waters. It had been 6 days since he had fled the battlefield of Amsterdam with the unconscious Satan and the Red Eye, commandeering a pirate ship and venturing into the open sea. Throughout these 6 days, he had encountered numerous attacks from pirate crews and other factions, compelled to frequently change course in search of safety to minimize conflict. The vessel had sustained damage in fierce battles, and the pirate ship he currently occupied was a recent acquisition from a skirmish, yet it seemed unlikely to endure much longer. Fortunately, a day prior, the comatose Satan had finally regained consciousness, and was now in the cabin tending to the cursed and perpetually unconscious Red Eye. In one of the ship's compartments, Red Eye lay quietly on the bed, her delicate features intermittently marked by dark cursed sigils. Her long black hair was neatly arranged to one side, yet her brow was furrowed in discomfort, as though she were enduring excruciating pain. Her complexion was pale, her lips tinged with an unusual bluish hue, and she bit her lip lightly, leaving faint impressions and traces of blood, evidence of the torment wrought by the curse, as she unconsciously bore the pain. Beside her, Satan, equally pallid, sat at the bedside, offering companionship. Satan sat in his chair, fixated on Chi-Hong, as if the mere blink of an eye could render her vanishment. His body was tense, occasionally twitching unnaturally, and beads of cold sweat adorned his brow. Ever since that fateful day on the battlefield when he unexpectedly awakened the Dragonmite, a cataclysmic transformation had unfolded within him. The secret art of the Douglas family, the Dragonmite, is essentially a force of imposing pressure that arises from a robust physique, which stimulates the bloodline within, causing it to boil and thereby accelerating the rapid division and growth of cells, resulting in extraordinary power far beyond the ordinary threshold. However, as the number of times human cells can divide is finite, this power comes at the cost of one's lifespan and necessitates an exceptionally strong physique to sustain it. Awakened at the tender age of 12, Satan had instantaneously drained the life force from all his cells, while he unleashed immense strength. Had it not been for the life tree within him continuously supplying vitality, he would have perished long ago. Following this awakening, his frail body struggled to harness the power of the Dragonmite, leading to a relentless boiling and burning of his bloodline. His cells were in a constant state of accelerated division, growth, and decay. His muscles were perpetually tearing, and his bones were ceaselessly shattering, plunging him into an abyss of torment where even the slightest movement was a hurt. Satan trembled as he grasped Chi-Dong's hand, pressing it firmly against his face, tears welling up uncontrollably in his eyes as his voice choked with emotion, constantly whispering, "Chi-Dong, please awaken. I have already lost so much. I cannot bear to lose you too. Open your eyes and behold me. Do you not understand that I would sacrifice everything to restore your existence? Young master." A ship approaches. Suddenly, a shout from Sinan broke the silence on deck, jolting the dazed Satan back to reality. He forced his aching body to the deck. Upon his arrival, he scanned the surface of the sea, and as he discerned the distant vessel drawing nearer, his pupils constricted and a sudden explosion of dread echoed in his mind. "We are doomed, Sinan. This time, the odds are against us." "Why, young master?" Sinan inquired, puzzled, rubbing his round cheeks. He continued, "My injuries have nearly healed. I can handle ordinary adversaries and ensure your safety. This is no ordinary foe." Satan gazed intently at the approaching silhouette of the vessel, his expression grave. It was an enormous ship reminiscent of a snail, adorned with prominent sixes upon its eyes. The deck, resembling a Gothic castle, was a sight to behold. Such a flamboyant mode of transportation was unique to one entity upon the seas. Known by the moniker of the war expert, the nefarious Germa 66. Germa 66 is a scientific military force operating as mercenaries across the globe, capable of traversing the Red Earth and boasting formidable combat prowess. The Kingdom of Germa, an unparalleled maritime nation devoid of a fixed territory, typically operates through numerous ships that, when united, form a sovereign realm. Its populace is predominantly male, and all are soldiers, constituting the fearsome army of Germa 66. What troubled Satan the most was the commander of Germa 66, Vinsmoke Judge, who had previously collaborated with the Navy's chief scientist, Vegapunk. Together, they had delved into the study of genetic factors and shared a fervent desire for the bloodline of the Douglas family. At the pinnacle of Germa 66's dominion stands the Vinsmoke family, with its leader, Vinsmoke Judge, known as the Strange Bird Garuda, having single-handedly vanquished the four kings of the North Sea, ruling with martial might. His progeny are also prodigies, genetically enhanced through scientific means. The eldest daughter, Poison Pink Vinsmoke Reiju; the eldest son, Spark Red Vinsmoke Ichi; the second son, Electric Blue Vinsmoke Niji; and the fourth son, Slinky Green Vinsmoke Yanji. Despite their youth, they possess innate exoskeletons and scientific combat abilities, already renowned as formidable warriors. Moreover, Germa 66 is bolstered by countless fierce soldiers, cultivated through genetic factors, willing to sacrifice themselves for the Vinsmoke family. "Young master, what shall we do?" The ever-cautious Sinan felt a chill run through him, his brow furrowed. While he was unafraid of battle, the lack of combat capability from both the young master and Akihito was of paramount concern. "Do not worry, Sinan. Satan placed his left hand upon Satan's shoulder. Although he currently possessed no combat prowess and was merely a frail 12-year-old boy, his voice emanated an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Upon hearing his words, Sinan felt a subtle relaxation. As long as the young master was present, it was as if he had found a safe haven. Even in his silent stance, he could impart boundless strength. Having survived such a brutal battlefield, it was certain that we could continue to endure. Satan tightly clenched his fist, enduring the excruciating pain tearing through his body, simultaneously encouraging Sinan and bolstering his own resolve. Understood, young master, Sinan replied, glancing at the composed Satan, who, despite his anguish, remained steadfast. He subtly stepped forward, positioning himself slightly in front of Satan, whispering to himself, "Young master, I shall guard the dignity of the royal family with my life, just as the knights of the 7 deadly sins have done throughout history." The Germa 60 SIXS snail ships swiftly approached their dilapidated pirate vessel. A line of elite soldiers crouched at the ship's edge, long rifles aimed menacingly at Satan and Sinan aboard the pirate ship. The cannons on their vessel were also adjusted, targeting the pirate ship with precision, an operation executed with impeccable order and training. "You are surrounded. All of you, come onto the deck and surrender your weapons," a squad leader from Germa 66 shouted down at the pirate ship. "What is happening?" a voice inquired from behind him. The squad leader turned to see a figure emerging from the castle, striding toward the edge of the deck. It was a girl of about 13. Her pink hair cascading over her right eye, adorned with a counterclockwise spiral eyebrow. Her striking blue eyes were accentuated by a light pink lipstick. She wore earmuffs and a blue scarf, her pink combat attire complemented by a butterfly-winged cape. Each of her legs bore a tattoo of the number 6. And she stood gracefully in high-tech, air-cushioned shoes, her slender figure and long legs unmistakable. She was none other than the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, the deadly poison known as Vinsmoke Reiju. "Your Highness Reiju, we have spotted a pirate ship that appears to have endured a fierce battle and is half destroyed," the squad leader reported, standing at attention, his tone respectful. The soldiers of Germa 66 held an unwavering reverence for the royal family, ready to lay down their lives for them. "Oh, let me see," Reiju said gracefully, brushing her pink hair aside as she approached the ship's edge to peer down at the pirate vessel's deck. Her gaze immediately fell upon Satan, and her beautiful blue pupils narrowed in recognition. "Isn't that the only prince of the Douglas family, Douglas Satan, whom my father has designated as a key target? All units, be on high alert. Target identified," Reiju commanded, her right arm raised, and the soldiers around her quickly assumed a defensive stance. The sound of ammunition being chambered echoing through the air. Reiju leaped into the air, executing an elegant somersault as she descended toward the pirate ship's deck. Satan, unfazed, observed her graceful landing, his expression calm as if he were oblivious to the implications of her arrival. "Prince Satan, it is an honor to meet you," Reiju said, placing a hand on her chest and bowing slightly, her demeanor poised and dignified. "My father has long admired the strength of the Douglas family, and he hopes I might have the pleasure of inviting you to visit us at Germa 66. Humph. Spare me your pleasantries. You shall not harm young Master Satan." Before Satan could speak, Sinan stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Satan, tense and ready for combat. "There is no need for this, Sinan," Satan said, placing a hand on Sanan's shoulder, gently pushing him aside. "They seek me. You need not become entangled in this. I do not wish for any more needless sacrifices." "But, young master, there is no but." Satan fixed his piercing gaze upon Sinan, his tone unyielding. "You are also my kin. Your injury pains me as well. Do you comprehend?" He bypassed Sinan to confront Ryukyu directly, his expression frigid. "I am aware of your father's desire to obtain the Douglas family's bloodline to enhance his research on genetic factors. I am willing to accompany you, but I implore you to spare my family." "No problem. I can agree to that," Ryukyu responded readily. "Sinan, take good care of Chidong." Satan turned to remind Sinan, "Crimson eyes, crimson eyes." The mere thought of crimson eyes triggered a sudden epiphany within Satan. He abruptly pivoted to gaze intently at Reiju, his pupils reflecting an intricate brilliance, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure that comes once in a millennium. "You are Reiju Vinsmoke, the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, known as Poison Pink, are you not?" The voice of Satan quivered with an inexplicable anticipation. "Indeed," Reiju affirmed, momentarily flustered by Satan's perplexing questions and his intricate gaze. "Have you, through the modification of your father's genetic lineage, acquired the ability to consume toxins bestowed upon you by the advanced technology of Germa?" Satan's tone was exceptionally urgent, his gaze fixed intently on Luja. his fists clenched tightly, even beads of cold sweat forming in the palms of his hands. Indeed, Luja proudly brushed her hair back and responded with unwavering certainty. That is precisely why people refer to me as the deadly powder. How splendid, truly splendid. Satan, overwhelmed with emotion, began to speak incoherently, his face illuminating with an unprecedented radiant smile. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, he retracted his smile and, with a grave expression, knelt before Luja. With his hands firmly pressed against the deck, he bowed 3 times in deep reverence. I implore you, save my family. She fell victim to a lethal poison during the previous war while attempting to rescue me, and now she lies in a deep, unending slumber. I beseech you, please save her. Satan pressed his forehead against the deck, his voice choked with emotion. As long as you are willing to save her, I am willing to do anything. Behind him, Sinan watched as her master knelt in desperation, tears streaming down her face, her heart seemingly ceasing to beat as it convulsed violently. Master. It turns out you two are fighting fiercely to protect your family. Chapter 51. Satan's severed arm. How can you do this? You are of royal blood. How can you kneel before me? Luja gasped in shock, stepping back several paces. Because they are my family. Isn't it only natural to exert every effort for one's family? Satan lifted his gaze, his eyes fixated on Luja, and there lingered faint traces of tears upon his visage, yet curiously, it did not evoke a sense of disarray. Family, would you sacrifice everything for the sake of your kin? Luja stood frozen at Satan's words, involuntarily recalling her third brother, Sanji, from a young age. Luja and her quadruplet brothers had undergone genetic modifications under Germa 66. She, along with her eldest brother Ichi, second brother Niji, and youngest brother Yanji, possessed exoskeletons and exhibited extraordinary combat prowess. In contrast, Sanji had always displayed mediocrity, deemed a failure by their father. Her brothers, having been stripped of their emotions by scientific alterations, found amusement in tormenting Sanji, while Luja, the only one retaining her feelings, chose to align herself with them to avoid becoming a target herself, feigning a cold demeanor and openly ridiculing him. It was only when Sanji was entirely forsaken by their father and imprisoned that she clandestinely orchestrated his escape as Germa 66 arrived in the East Blue. How about it? Can you save my family? The voice of Satan pulled Reiko from her reverie. She lowered her hand that had been covering her mouth, gazing into Satan's eyes, which unmistakably held a hint of tenderness. Certainly. Satan rose and returned to the cabin, cradling Chi Tong as he emerged, gently placing her upon the deck. Luja knelt beside Chi Tong, lifting her head to rest against her thigh, and tenderly kissed Chi Tong's lips, now tainted a deep violet by the curse's poison, drawing in her essence. As Luja inhaled, the cursed poison, reminiscent of creeping insects, surged towards her face, entering her body through her lips. A look of sublime delight spread across Luja's features, as if she were savoring an exquisite delicacy. A radiant purple light enveloped her, and even the butterfly-shaped cloak behind her unfurled joyfully. At last, under the watchful gazes of Satan and Sinan, the entirety of the poison within Chi Tong was absorbed by Luja, her previously furrowed brow finally relaxing, her expression one of complete tranquility. Ah, thank you for your hospitality. She shall awaken soon. Having consumed the cursed poison, Luja set Chi Tong down, rose, and wiped her lips adorned with pink gloss, a look of profound satisfaction gracing her face. I am immensely grateful. Satan bowed deeply to Luja, gently cradling Aikido in his arms, revealing a radiant smile that had been absent for so many days. The sunlight illuminated his somewhat youthful face, making it appear exceptionally bright and cheerful. Satan gazed upon the tranquil visage of Chi Hong, and the turmoil within him began to ease. Unable to restrain himself, he bestowed a deep kiss upon her forehead before turning to entrust Chi Hong to Sinan. Having completed this, Satan finally turned around, calmly adjusting his attire as he approached Luja. Let us depart then. I ask that you honor the agreement and spare my family, he stated in a tone devoid of urgency, as if oblivious to the fact that this journey would render him a mere specimen for the Vinsmock family. Luja's piercing gaze remained fixed upon Satan for an extended moment, and at last, it seemed she had reached a resolution. Suddenly, she pivoted and began to walk away. Perhaps it is better for you to stay with your family. I shall act as though our paths have never crossed. Hey, what do you mean by that? Are you pitying me? Satan's voice echoed from behind her. No, it is simply an appreciation, Luja replied, turning to him with a gentle smile, her tone remarkably earnest. Given your scientific modifications, you should find it impossible to defy your father's commands. And what of it? How will you explain this to your father? That is not for you to concern yourself with. No, You have greatly aided me, and I cannot allow you to be left with no explanation. It is a dishonorable act to burden a benefactor with such a responsibility. Satan spoke with a grave demeanor, lifting his gaze towards the heavens, the corners of his mouth curling into a sinister smile. Suddenly, he extended his right hand to rest upon his left shoulder, his fingers contorting into a claw-like shape. And with a ferocious tear, blood splattered as he wrenched his own left arm from its socket. "Ah, young master? What are you doing?" Sinan exclaimed with a piercing scream, nearly dropping the crimson-eyed figure cradled in her arms. "This is a token of gratitude for my benefactor." Satan turned to cast a glance at the astonished Sinan. Raising the severed arm clutched in his right hand, blood dripping down like scattered beads from a broken string, splattering in all directions. This scene would be indelibly etched in Sanan's mind, a memory he would never be able to forget for all eternity. Satan approached Legio, holding his severed arm, extending it towards her with a slight tilt of his head, a faint polite smile lingering on his face. "This portion of your father's body should suffice for your experiments, and it ought to provide you with an explanation regarding your family." Legio gazed in astonishment at the smiling 12-year-old boy before her, as if she had never known him. His tenderness and sacrifice, willing to kneel and beseech for the sake of his family, his magnanimity and strength, willing to sever an arm for the sake of gratitude. His resilience and unwavering spirit, maintaining an extraordinary demeanor even in the midst of flight. All of this was something she had never witnessed before. An overwhelming sense of heartache swelling within her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "You will undoubtedly become the sovereign of the seas. The Douglas family shall rise again. I firmly believe." Legio took the severed arm from Satan's hand, locking her gaze with his, articulating each word with deliberate effort, as if uttering these phrases required all her strength. She then retreated step by step, and at the moment she turned away, tears finally escaped her eyes, cascading like pearls in the air. "Young master, your arm." Not long after the Germa 66 ship departed, Chidong gradually regained consciousness. The first sight that met her eyes was the one-armed Satan. "Ah, it is truly wonderful that you have awakened, truly wonderful." Satan held the red-eyed girl tightly in his remaining right arm, pressing her face against his chest, whispering softly, "Young master, where's your arm?" The girl, just awakening, appeared pale, her crimson eyes shimmering with sorrow. She broke free from Satan's embrace and gently caressed his youthful face, once again inquiring, "How could you lose your own arm, young master?" "Well," he replied, "while fleeing the battlefield, I accidentally had it severed by a pirate." A faint smile appeared on Satan's face as he jested. "Well, escaping from the battlefield with your life can be considered quite fortunate. You're lying. In an instant, Crimson Eye threw herself into Satan's embrace, her small fists pounding relentlessly against his chest. Then, she suddenly held onto him tightly, her face pressed against him, tears uncontrollably streaming from her crimson eyes. "You foolish young master, you will never understand that even though I fell into a coma, I did not lose my perception of everything happening around me." Chapter 52. The slave ship emerges. On the throne of the Forsaken clan, only kings embrace each other for warmth. As dusk descends and the crescent moon rises, the sea stretches out in a vast expanse. The surface of the ocean lies undisturbed, enveloped in the night, creating an atmosphere of profound stillness, with only the occasional crashing of waves against the hull breaking the silence. A dilapidated pirate ship drifts aimlessly, appearing utterly devoid of life, save for a dim light glowing from one of its cabins. What an eerie sight. Why has it suddenly grown so cold? Satan curled up beside the fire, shivering intermittently. "Have some hot water, young master," Chitong said as she entered, carrying a cup of steaming liquid. Observing Satan's trembling form, she felt a pang of compassion. "Young master, after the awakening of your bloodline, your physique should have grown stronger. Why do you seem to weaken instead?" She settled beside him, wrapping her arms around him from behind, hoping her warmth would provide him with solace. "It is not a matter of a weakened constitution," he replied, instinctively nuzzling against her comforting presence. "I can sense that with each burning of my bloodline, my muscles tear and then emerge even more robust. My physical form should indeed be enhanced." Satan paused momentarily and remarked, "Yet, by the heavens, within me lies a tree of life, nourished by a copious flow of my vitality. I can sense it is on the brink of transformation. Once I surpass this phase, my power will be magnified manifold." A peculiar glimmer of anticipation shone in his eyes. The more he experienced, the more he recognized his own insignificance, intensifying his yearning for strength. "I require time to grow. Young master, do not be so rigid." Your body cannot withstand it. Qihong observed quietly, her crimson gaze filled with compassion. She reached out to gently caress his forehead, wishing to alleviate the sorrow that lay buried deep within his heart. Young master, young master. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed as Sinan rushed through the door, calling out for Satan. However, upon entering, he was met with the sight of Qihong embracing Satan. Instinctively, he took 2 steps back, his footsteps falling silent as he lowered his head in shame beneath Qihong's piercing glare. Did I arrive at an inopportune moment? Sinan pondered, caught in a dilemma, inwardly critiquing. What is happening? How can they still find time for an embrace at such a moment? Satan patted Qihong on the shoulder, rising to his feet and approaching Sinan, playfully pinching his cherubic face, a semblance of a smile gracing his features. Speak, what troubles you? Sinan shivered inexplicably, pondering whether he had inadvertently interrupted the young master's affairs, for his countenance certainly suggested displeasure. Ahead, a vessel emerged, charting a course directly towards them. Our ship, with its mast completely shattered, was unable to evade. What flag do they bear? Satan's expression shifted to one of vigilance, for far too many covet the Douglas lineage, and most vessels they encountered were foes rather than allies. They are flying the flag of the world government, Sinan replied, hesitating momentarily before adding, strangely, the sail is adorned with a blood-red thornbird emblem. Alas! It is the infamous Thornbird Slave Capture Brigade. Satan's demeanor grew grave. The Thornbird Slave Brigade? How could they possibly fly the flag of the world government? Qihong, brandishing his katana Murakumo, stood up, as it would be reckless to display the world government's flag, which would attract the wrath of the Navy. No, their display of the world government's flag is legitimate, having long captured rare races across the globe to provide invaluable slaves for the noble celestial dragons. They enjoy the protection of these dragon lords, allowing them to fly the flag without interference from the Navy regarding their illicit slave capture practices. They are truly the dregs of the sea. Satan elucidated. So, is combat inevitable? Although the question escaped the lips of the crimson-eyed one, a dark aura began to rise from her form, indicating her readiness for the fray. Ever since she had absorbed the lethal curse of Murakumo and subsequently awakened, she had developed complete immunity to its venom and could wield it at will. No, my lord, I believe this presents an opportunity, Sinan proposed, hesitating momentarily after hearing Satan's explanation. What opportunity? Sinan did not rush to respond. Instead, she began to analyze the current situation for Satan. Since our escape from the battlefield in Amsterdam, a week has elapsed, during which we have encountered nothing but malevolent foes and have been embroiled in numerous skirmishes. And then, Satan gazed with keen interest at the typically quiet and unassuming chubby boy, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The malevolent forces in the Ren Sea were increasing in number, and if we continued to remain aboard this pirate ship, we would inevitably be worn down by the relentless battles. The young master lacked the time to recuperate from his injuries, which placed us at a significant disadvantage. So, are you suggesting that we ought to refrain from resistance, feigning capture by the slave-catching crew in order to infiltrate their vessel? After a moment's contemplation, Satan comprehended Sanan's intent. Indeed, there were numerous advantages to such a course of action. This is unacceptable. I categorically refuse to allow the young master to fall into the hands of the slave catchers. Qihong vehemently countered, her gaze towards Sinan turning hostile. Do not be hasty. Allow Sinan to finish. Yes, my lord. Sinan offered Qihong an apologetic smile before continuing. Based on the young master's previous description, the Thornbird slave-catching crew possesses formidable backing. If we manage to board their ship, we shall be shielded from the disturbances of other factions, thereby sparing ourselves from unnecessary conflicts. Moreover, and most critically, our own supplies have been depleted, while the slave catchers are sure to have ample provisions. By masquerading as slaves of the Thornbird, we would secure temporary safety and sustenance, allowing the young master time to recover. After all, the slave catchers are unlikely to mistreat their slaves prior to a slave auction, are they? That is still not permissible. The young master must never become a slave. Qihong stubbornly retorted, turning away to avoid meeting Satan's gaze. I must say, I find Sanan's reasoning rather compelling. Satan declared, as for becoming a slave, it is merely a temporary measure. Once we evade the malicious forces with the help of the Thornbird and depart from the realm of Ren, the turmoil within my bloodline will have subsided. At that point, the vastness of the sea will be ours to navigate. Qihong was about to voice my thoughts, but upon seeing the faintly weary smile on Satan's face, I felt an involuntary pang of sympathy. Surely, He too was reluctant to endure such humiliation, yet survival was paramount, for he bore the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the Tulip family. Having come to this realization, I lifted my head and bestowed upon Satan a warm smile, affirming, "I have no objections. I shall heed your wishes." Thus, it was settled. Satan inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "Dear family, we are about to become the slaves of the Thornbird Slave Capture Corps." Chapter 53, The Plight of Slaves in the Waters of the Rain Sea. A slave ship bearing the emblem of the Thornbird Slave Capture Corps sailed with reckless abandon. Within the captain's cabin, a bald man reclined languidly in a spacious armchair, his feet resting upon the desk before him, gently swaying. In his hand, he held a thick cigar, drawing in a deep puff and exhaling a series of smoke rings, accompanied by a contented sigh. He was none other than Macbeth, the captain of this slave ship and a formidable operative of the Thornbird Slave Capture Corps. Once a rear admiral in the Navy, Macbeth was a man of considerable strength and youthful promise. However, upon his assignment to guard the world government headquarters at Mingjia, tasked with ensuring the safety of the celestial dragon nobles, everything changed. He bore witness to their extravagant and debauched lifestyle, gradually succumbing to the allure of a life filled with revelry and indulgence, yearning for greater pleasures and power. Thus, he resolutely abandoned his naval position, willingly prostrating himself before the dragon nobles, becoming a sycophant to the world's elite. In his quest for the favor of the dragon nobles, he even joined the Thornbird Slave Capture Corps, eager to personally capture rare slaves to win their approval, thereby seizing greater power and profit. As Macbeth relished his cigar and calculated his schemes, the ship's first mate abruptly burst in. "Captain Macbeth, my subordinate has discovered a beleaguered pirate ship and captured 3 new slaves. Would you like to see them?" "Oh, what sort of individuals are we dealing with?" Macbeth raised his head slightly, signaling the first mate to continue. 3 young children, who offered little resistance. One of them is even an amputee, likely fleeing from the ravages of war and taking to the sea. They hold little value." "I see," sighed Captain Macbeth, disappointment evident in his tone. He then inquired, "How are the gladiators in the 4th layer faring?" This slave ship had been specially modified, with 4 levels below deck. The first level housed a more favorable environment, containing high-value slaves such as maids and rare races. The second level held ordinary slaves of slightly lesser value, while the third was designated for the imprisonment of pirate captains and wanted criminals, those of significant collectible worth and formidable strength. The 4th layer, however, was the most brutal, housing dozens of robust slaves hand-picked by Macbeth, intended to be trained as gladiators for the amusement of the dragon nobles in Mingjia. Thus, Macbeth decreed that the slaves in the 4th layer should engage in combat, mixed confinement, and receive scant rations, hoping they would evolve into exceptional gladiators through fierce struggles for survival. After several days of tentative encounters, some had already been eliminated, and a temporary calm had settled over them. That will not do. Exceptional gladiators must engage in continuous combat. We must provide them with some amusement. Macbeth furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction. The cultivation of high-caliber gladiators directly impacted his future standing, and he could not afford to be complacent. Very well. Since the newly captured slaves hold little value, let us cast them into the 4th layer, allowing the gladiators to taste blood once more and invigorate their spirits. Understood. I shall make the arrangements, the first mate replied, turning to exit the captain's cabin. On the deck, Satan and his companions were restrained by a group of fully armed warriors, as they were fitted with slave collars designed to prevent escape. Should a slave venture beyond a certain distance from their master, the collar would detonate violently, severing their necks, a formidable instrument of control over the enslaved. Satan silently allowed the warriors to fasten the humiliating slave collar around his neck, utterly unaware that the master of the ship had already resolved to make them the prey of gladiators. The 3 figures of Satan descended layer by layer under the watchful escort of 4 guards. The interior of the ship was constructed entirely of steel, and the frigid staircase appeared particularly chilling under the dim lighting. Satan couldn't help but shiver, his brow furrowing as he overheard 2 guards whispering behind him. Why would the boss assign such a frail individual to the 4th level? One questioned. How would I know? Probably deemed of little value, the other replied. I wager they won't last an hour. Are you dreaming? An hour? If they survive 10 minutes, it will be a miracle. At last, they arrived at the 4th level, where a long corridor divided the ship's hold into 2 cells, each enclosed by steel bars as thick as an arm, housing dozens of burly men. Good luck to you all, the guards said impatiently as they brusquely shoved them into the left cell. the sound of the iron door locking behind them accompanied by the retreating footsteps of the guards. Once the guards departed, the cell erupted into a cacophony. Well, who would have thought they sent us 3 little ants? Here to supplement our meal? A burly man near the iron door jested, his muscles bulging. Towering over Satan even while seated, his gaze dripping with disdain. And look at that. One of them is even disabled. Are you here to amuse us? Someone beside him sneered maliciously. Seeking death, are you? How dare you disrespect the young master? Chi Tong, enraged, was about to step forward to teach them a lesson, but was gently restrained by Satan. Before boarding the slave ship, to avoid the confiscation of Chi Tong's weapon, Murakumo had been concealed within Satan's being. Let them be. We are not truly slaves, and there is no point in arguing with insects. Satan disdainfully shook his head and proceeded to a vacant spot against the wall, where he took a seat. Observing Satan's choice of patience, Chi Tong and Sainan reluctantly followed suit and sat behind him. I never expected a little girl to come in. It's been days since I've had a taste of flesh. Blondie, go fetch her for me. At that moment, the only plump figure lounging on the solitary seat at the far end of the cell spoke up. Standing over 2 meters tall, he reclined comfortably on the bench, nonchalantly picking at his toes, exuding an air of arrogance that marked him as the undisputed leader of the cell. No problem, boss, replied a man with a head full of yellow hair, his expression lewd and a smirk on his lips. But after you're done, could you let the brothers indulge a bit too? Get lost, the rotund man retorted with a laugh. Just as his words lingered in the air, Satan, who had only just settled down, sprang to his feet. Veins bulged on his forehead, pulsating violently, and his right fist clenched tightly, the pressure turning his fingertips pale. You wretched scoundrels. Satan strode directly towards the portly figure seated at the innermost recess of the cell. A flicker of golden light danced in his eyes, and an aura of palpable malevolence seemed to rise from his being. As he passed, the previously jovial gladiators, who had been exchanging laughter and jests, suddenly shivered in fear, as if struck by an overwhelming dread, falling silent. Insulting me is one thing, but daring to dishonor my family is utterly unforgivable. Chapter 54. Breaking the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Foolish child, you truly seek your own demise. Upon witnessing Satan's formidable advance, the blond youth felt a surge of disdain, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he cracked his knuckles, preparing to teach Satan a lesson. Observing that his young master seemed on the verge of an assault, Sainan, concerned for his well-being, hastily readied himself to confront the adversaries on Satan's behalf, only to be intercepted by Chi Tong. That is the young master's prey. I fear for his physical condition, Sainan remarked with a reproachful glance at Chi Tong, reflecting that such matters ought to be handled by their subordinates. Protecting his family is the young master's unwavering obsession. Do not interfere. Chi Tong's eyes sparkled with a hint of crystalline emotion, as if lost in a reverie. He had suppressed his feelings too harshly and required an outlet. I comprehend now. Sainan retracted his foot, casting a furtive glance at Chi Tong, his eyes betraying a flicker of envy. It seems I still do not fully understand the young master. The unspoken bond between them is truly enviable. Repent, fool. The blond youth swung a fist towards Satan, his hand the size of a bowl, crackling with the force of thunder. He felt an overwhelming sense of pride, recalling how his mighty blow had felled a fierce tiger. Surely, this insignificant child would succumb to a single strike. However, before his self-satisfaction could take root, it was swiftly replaced by a sense of horror. His fist, poised to strike, suddenly froze in midair, ensnared by Satan's right hand. The blond youth was filled with dread, desperately trying to retract his fist, yet despite exerting all his strength, it remained immovable, held firmly in place by Satan. It is you who should repent, scum. Satan raised his head, the dim light revealing the ferocity in his eyes. With one hand, he seized the blonde's fist and hurled him high into the air, spinning him several times before crashing him down onto the ground. The sheer force of the impact left a dent in the steel floor, and the blonde's insides trembled violently as he spewed forth a torrent of blood, his eyes wide with shock. Before the blonde could gather his wits, Satan placed a foot upon his neck, and with a resounding snap, the life left him. How ruthless that little demon is, resorting to lethal force. Let us see how Fat Cat will discipline him. Witnessing Satan dispatch the blonde in an instant, the other gladiators were taken aback, murmuring amongst themselves, their previous disdain now concealed. Ha, quite impressive, little demon, would you care to join me? The rotund figure on the couch, unfazed by the death of his subordinate, let out a cold sneer and extended an olive branch to Satan. Disinterested in idle chatter, Satan shot a look of disdain at the fat man. Then in a flash, appeared before him, delivering a kick to his chin that sent his hefty form soaring into the air. In another swift motion, he seized the fat man's head and drove it forcefully into the ground. With a thunderous crash, the fat man's head burst like a watermelon, splattering red and white across his face. Satan stood upright, a devilish smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Those who insult my family deserve death." His words were chillingly brutal, as if a cold wind swept through, leaving all the gladiators shivering in silence. Satan settled down in the corner, and Chitong silently crouched beside him, quietly taking out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his face, her eyes filled with compassion and concern. With the arrival of Satan and his companions, the fourth level of the slave-catching ship fell into complete silence. Under Satan's intimidating presence, no one dared to act recklessly. Even the food brought in by the guards remained untouched, as none dared to seize it before they partook, the essence of the survival of the fittest unmistakably revealed. Satan sat quietly in the corner, eyes closed, nurturing his body in solitude, and 3 days slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly, as he meditated, Satan abruptly opened his eyes, a strange stirring rising from the depths of his heart, as if, in that fleeting moment, he had heard another heartbeat within him. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of his heart resonated like a drum, each beat deafening. With the vigorous rhythm of his heart, his heated blood began to boil. Powerful forces coursing through his limbs and bones, muscles swelling, skin taut, and a mist rising from the surface of his body. Simultaneously, nourished and stimulated by the more abundant vitality within, the life force returned from the tree of life surged violently, strands of rebirth energy racing wildly through his being. The fierce bloodline of the dragon clashed and intertwined with the life force bestowed by the tree of life, causing Satan's eyes to alternate between cold, golden vertical pupils and clear green irises, his aura burgeoning, overwhelming the frail beings around him, rendering them unconscious in an instant. As the collision of these two forces intensified, Satan's body trembled more violently, his aura swirling around him like a tempest. Finally, this tremendous force reached its zenith, erupting with a resounding boom, only to suddenly descend into tranquility. At that moment, the long-contested powers within him harmoniously fused, indistinguishable from one another, and Satan's expression calmed, his eyes transforming into a peculiar visage. His left eye became a translucent emerald green, a shadow of a tree flickering within the pupil, while his right eye morphed into a golden vertical slit, a nebulous dragon shape swirling within. Satan rose to his feet, twisting his neck and stretching his limbs, producing a series of creaking sounds as if his rusted body had finally been rejuvenated. "Ha ha, I am finally back," with the resounding echo of a familiar, arrogant voice. A green light burst forth from Satan's being, soaring through the air, darting up and down, occasionally emitting exuberant cries. This was the mischievous sprite, Evil Insight, who had been compelled into slumber due to Satan's grievous injuries. "Congratulations, Satan. The tree of life has finally transcended its juvenile stage and entered a phase of maturation." After venting its emotions, Evil Insight fluttered its wings and approached Satan to deliver the good news. Upon noticing Satan's missing arm, it erupted into laughter once more. "Ha ha. While I may not know how you lost an arm, you truly are a fortunate fellow. Evil Insight, what nonsense are you spouting? The young master is in such a state, and you still find time to mock him," Red Eye remarked, a menacing expression crossing his face as if he were prepared to draw his weapon against Evil Insight at any moment. "It's quite all right, Red Eye. Evil Insight is family. What harm is there in a jest?" Satan smiled slyly and then turned to gaze at the figure before him, delicately cradling him in his palm. "It is truly delightful to see you again, Xie. Since departing from the battlefield, perhaps the most joyous news for Satan has been the safety of his family." "Ha. What a melodramatic display. I am nearly moved to tears myself." Xie feigned wiping away non-existent tears, performing a few acrobatic flips in midair before landing back in Satan's hand, his expression turning solemn. "To be frank, I have good news to share." Chapter 55, The Rebirth of the Body. "I must say, losing an arm is an uncommon stroke of luck, and I am not jesting." Xie Jian's demeanor grew unusually earnest as he continued to explain. "The tree of life within you has entered its growth phase, and the vitality it harbors will increasingly strengthen, necessitating a vessel. By fortunate coincidence, you have lost your left arm, providing the perfect opportunity to transform the tree of life into a physical form as your left arm. This is indeed a fortuitous turn of events." "Oh." Satan clearly became exhilarated. The prospect of bodily rebirth was indeed enticing. What advantages would this confer? By amalgamating the tree of life into your very limbs, it would authentically integrate into your corporeal being. Subsequently, your command over the power of wood would become remarkably more agile, and as the tree of life flourished, you would attain the extraordinary abilities of instantaneous recovery and corporeal regeneration. How astounding! After all, this is a treasure of the divine realm. Congratulations, dear Satan. You are destined to evolve into an almost immortal entity. Truly, this is splendid news, indeed. Satan finally unveiled a long-hidden, comforting smile. As he began to sense the gentle currents of vitality coursing within him, urging them to converge upon his left shoulder. Waves of life energy gathered at his left shoulder like a tide, coalescing into a tangible form that steadily extended, gradually manifesting as an almost translucent arm. Through the delicate outer layer of this transparent appendage, the intricate network of veins became increasingly discernible, the sinews growing ever stronger, until it took on the semblance of a corporeal arm, indistinguishable from an ordinary one. Satan excitedly clenched his left hand, delivering a powerful punch that sliced through the air with a thunderous explosion. He nodded in satisfaction, a spontaneous smile gracing his face. Is this truly an arm transformed from the tree of life? How wondrous it is. Satan raised his left hand, extending his fingers, and with a mere thought, a delicate flower blossomed at his fingertips. Though it was undeniably my arm, at its essence, it remained a tree, harboring the utmost power of wood. Splendid, my lord. Akakumo exhibited even greater excitement than Satan himself, completely shedding her usual composure and tranquility. She rushed towards him like a child, tightly embracing Satan's left arm and vigorously rubbing against it, as though to ascertain whether he had truly been reborn from the severed limb. All right, Akakumo. Is it not evident that all is well now? Satan revealed a tender smile, extending his right hand to gently pat the head of the crimson-eyed one, his eyes brimming with affection. By the way, although it may be bothersome to intrude upon your gathering, I cannot help but inquire, where are Junmaru and the obsidian-eyed one? It has been a few days since I last saw you all, and I find myself quite missing you mischievous little spirits. The smile upon Satan's face suddenly froze, his gaze turning icy and foreboding. As we fled the battlefield, Junmaru had stayed behind to cover our retreat, with an agreement to rendezvous at Naga Island. However, upon witnessing the shift in the young master's mood, Heidong's spirits plummeted once more. Cyan, standing nearby, took the initiative to explain to Shejin. Heidong and we became separated on the battlefield. Their fate remains uncertain. Ah, I see, Shejin remarked, resting a hand on Satan's shoulder and tugging gently at his earlobe. Let me share some good news with you. Although I am unaware of Heidong and Junmaru's current whereabouts, it is evident that they are not in mortal peril. Is that truly the case? Sinan inquired anxiously. Ever since Junmaru had chosen to stay behind and had not rejoined them, a gnawing unease had taken root in his heart. Despite the absence of any dire news, Satan and Chitong gazed intently at Xiejien, eagerly anticipating a positive response from him. Of course, with utmost certainty, I could distinctly sense their life signs still present, indicating that they were out of peril. You are truly my lucky star. I adore you. Satan, in a fervor of excitement, pulled the wicked vision down from his shoulders and bestowed upon him a fervent kiss. Ah, begone! That was my first kiss, he exclaimed, spitting in disdain. The wicked vision, flapping its wings, broke free from Satan's impassioned grasp, exaggerating its movements in the air while wearing a look of utter disgust. It muttered a string of profanities, lamenting notions of integrity and chastity. Ah, forgive my enthusiasm, dear wicked vision. Satan wore an awkward smile, sheepishly scratching the back of his head, striving to maintain an air of nonchalance. Well, it seems I have conceded defeat to you. The banter from the mischievous presence ceased, and a final piece of good news emerged. Can you guess what it is? It is the completion of gestation, heralding the arrival of new kin. This time, Satan was quite clear-headed. Upon returning from Naga Island to the capital, King Denver had bestowed upon him 2 demon fruits as a reward for his training. Calculating the time, it was about right for them to have matured. Bingo. Absolutely correct. The mischievous presence snapped his fingers in delight. Should we proceed with the summoning? I have grand plans ahead, and it is precisely the moment to gather more hands. Since the gestation is complete, let us summon our new family members. No problem. I shall commence at once. The mischievous presence replied, waving his hand as an intricate summoning array materialized before him. As the light and shadows danced, 2 figures gradually emerged. The figure on the left bore a resemblance to a shark, with grayish-blue skin and sharp teeth, his golden eyes gleaming with a savage light. He donned an oversized robe of black adorned with red clouds, his toenails painted purple, and on his left hand's ring finger, He sported a ring engraved with the character for the Southern Dipper. He hefted a bizarre, bandage-wrapped greatsword over his shoulder, exuding an intimidating and arrogant aura. The figure on the right, clad in the same black and red cloud robe, bore a ring on his right index finger inscribed with the character for the Azure Dragon. He had long golden hair, styled into a high, spiky topknot, while bangs cascaded down to obscure his left eye, the remainder of his hair concealed within his attire. His striking azure blue eyes were accentuated with black eyeliner, and a miniature telescope adorned his left eye. His palms, emerging from the robe, each bore a mouth that occasionally flicked out a tongue to taste the air. These two were none other than the formidable members of the Akatsuki from the world of Naruto, Kisame Hashigaki and Deidara. "Welcome to your arrival, my kin," Satan exclaimed joyfully, spreading his arms wide to warmly greet the new members. "What an enthusiastic young master we have here. Shall I put on an artistic debut?" The flamboyant and explosive artist, Deidara, was the first to step out of the summoning circle, curiously surveying his surroundings. "What would you have me do, young master?" Kisame Hashigaki emerged, hefting his great sword and licking his lips, boldly declaring, "My sword has grown impatient. Now that everyone is present, this game of playing slaves should come to an end." Satan effortlessly crushed the slave collar around his neck, completely indifferent to the violent explosion capable of severing an ordinary person's neck. "Our flame shall engulf the world." Chapter 56, Encounter with the Titan. Art is an explosion. Detonating clay, little birds. Deidara's face was alight with fervor for both art and destruction as he extended his hands, unleashing a swarm of miniature birds from the mouths in his palms, which soared towards the prison door. Each bird detonated under Deidara's command, creating a cacophony of thunderous explosions that rendered the door a shattered relic, collapsing like a piece of scrap metal. The detonating clay is a specially crafted white clay possessed by Deidara, which he can mold into various explosive devices by chewing it and infusing it with his chakra, allowing the explosives to move according to his will. "What do you think, my lord? My art?" With a sense of pride, Deidara turned to Satan, his face brimming with anticipation. "This sudden burst of artistry is truly magnificent. Splendid work, Deidara." Indeed, you are a man of refined taste." Deidara beamed with delight, his hand scratching the back of his head, basking in Satan's praise, his face aglow with a sense of validation. "Remarkable. Such a violent explosion capable of shattering steel." The first time witnessing the summoned Sannin, he stood in silent awe, suppressing his astonishment. "From now on, we shall be family." Deidara offered Sannin a carefree smile. "Let us get along well, little brother." At that moment, a throng of fully armed guards surged from the staircase leading to the upper deck, drawn by the recent explosive commotion. Art is an explosion. Without waiting for the enemies to approach, Deidara exuberantly shouted his slogan, flinging a cluster of lively grasshoppers from his hands. These diminutive creatures, endowed with remarkable agility, detonated violently upon landing on the enemies, decimating the guards in an instant, their cries echoing in despair. Hey, Deidara. It's not fair to hog all the fun." The cruel smile of Kisame, the shark man, revealed his dissatisfaction as he rested his massive sword on his shoulder. Summoning technique, 100 smithing sharks. Kisame smacked his hand against the air, conjuring a cloud of mist, from which countless sharks emerged, lunging towards the guards, their gaping maws and razor-sharp teeth tearing into flesh, leaving no survivors from Deidara's explosion. What a delightful feast. Kisame instinctively licked his lips, savoring the scent of blood in the air, his gleaming teeth reflecting a satisfied, bloodthirsty grin, as if he too were partaking in the shark's banquet. "Truly, two madmen. I adore you both." The mischievous presence of chaos perched upon Satan's shoulder, reveling in the mayhem. "Let us proceed." Satan led the way toward the stairway, a countenance radiating an irresistible smile, effortlessly dismissing anyone who dared to obstruct his path, evidently in high spirits. Before long, they traversed the lengthy, dimly lit staircase and arrived at the third deck of the vessel. This level served as a prison for formidable slaves, specifically designed by the Thornbird for the confinement of powerful captives, with each slave held in solitary confinement within individual cells, closely monitored by numerous vigilant guards. However, the explosion that had occurred on the fourth level had drawn all the guards away, meeting their untimely demise, leaving the corridor of the third deck eerily desolate, punctuated only by the occasional muffled sounds of anguish emanating from one of the cells. Satan cast a glance at the third tier of the ship's hold, his feet poised to ascend to the second level. Suddenly, the malevolent whisper upon his shoulder tugged at his ear, signaling him to halt. "What is it?" Dark whisper. Satan inquired, bemused by the apparition's insistence. Ever since his physical condition had been restored, he had no desire to linger even a moment longer in the depths of this slave ship. A familiar essence wafted through the air. Perhaps an acquaintance awaited him. "Shall we investigate?" Indeed, Satan suddenly stirred, a sense of familiarity enveloping him, as the malevolent presence that had lingered since the dawn of this world seemed to emanate from a familiar acquaintance. Especially in the wake of the recent fall of the Babylonian kingdom, the anticipation and surprise within his heart intensified profoundly. He advanced down the corridor, meticulously searching through cell after cell, yearning to encounter a familiar figure. Just as his agitation reached a crescendo, a shadow caught his eye. It resided in the innermost chamber of the third level, a cell forged entirely from solid steel. There, a figure leaned against the corner, seated in a lotus position, adorned with shackles of sea tower stone, while two chains, as thick as an infant's arms, traversed his hip bones, securing him firmly to the wall. The stringent measures taken to confine him spoke volumes of the extraordinary power of the imprisoned individual. "Uncle Titan?" Satan let out a thunderous cry. Gripping the bars of his cell with one hand and exerting tremendous force, the steel bars, as thick as a man's arm, were twisted and contorted by his might, revealing a gaping hole large enough for a person to pass through. Satan eagerly plunged forward, hastening his steps until he reached the side of the captive, scrutinizing him intently. It was indeed Uncle Titan. How could he have fallen into the clutches of the slave ship? Red Eye's face was filled with disbelief, for Titan, once the chief guardian of Satan, was undoubtedly a formidable vice-admiral in the Navy. "I would never join you," Titan muttered with a groan. Having been imprisoned for so long, he murmured to himself, recalling how he had been captured by the slave crew after being bested by the culinary prowess of the Big Mom pirate chef, long bred, in the city of gastronomy. Fully aware of Titan's immense strength, Macbeth had desperately sought to persuade him to join the Thornbird slave brigade, yet Titan steadfastly refused, leading to his prolonged torment in captivity, leaving him somewhat disoriented. "Uncle Titan, it's me." Satan gazed sorrowfully at his former captain, feeling as though a dragon were trapped in shallow waters, tormented by shrimps, or a tiger fallen to the plains, bullied by dogs. He extended his left hand and placed it upon Titan, channeling pure vitality into his being. Like a withered tree encountering the spring, Titan's wounds healed at a visible rate, and his condition improved markedly. Even the sound of blood circulating within him became audible. "My prince." Titan finally regained consciousness, and upon seeing Satan, he was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he struggled to rise, eventually kneeling before Satan. "My prince," his voice was hoarse, nearly choking on the words. "Uncle Titan, how's my sister?" Seeing Titan awake, Satan crouched down, anxiously supporting his shoulder. "It is my incompetence. I was subdued by Long Yinbao. When I was defeated, Princess Esdeath was still engaged with Baron Dandon, and I am unaware of the subsequent developments." Titan, the embodiment of iron will, felt an overwhelming sense of shame, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "It is fortunate you survived. I hope my sister is safe." Looking at the towering figure who had protected him since childhood, a profound admiration welled up within Satan. The mere sight of the living Titan was a blessing, and he dared not wish for more. Chapter 57. Titan requests battle in the captain's cabin of the Thornbird's slave-catching ship. Captain Macbeth remained blissfully content, fantasizing about the promotions he would receive from the celestial dragons after this mission. Suddenly, the door burst open, and the first mate stumbled in, as if pursued by a malevolent spirit. "What is the matter?" Macbeth thundered, his reverie shattered as he slammed his hand on the table, sending its contents scattering. "Your disheveled appearance indicates your intellect is insufficient to resolve the issue. Captain, there's been a slave revolt. They are storming the deck, and the guards can scarcely contain the situation." "What did you say?" Macbeth could no longer mask his fury. He swept the table aside, shattering it against the wall, his eyes wide with rage, as if he were ready to devour someone. He had personally come to capture the slaves, hoping to earn the favor of the celestial dragons. Now, to hear of a revolt was akin to a dagger in his heart. "I shall see who dares to cause such a ruckus." He shoved the first mate aside and strode toward the exit. As he stepped outside, he was met with a scene that left him speechless. The deck was strewn with the bodies of guards, their deaths gruesome, and the ground was soaked in blood. Several ominous figures loomed, their eyes glinting with malice. Macbeth shuddered involuntarily. The swift demise of so many guards in such a short time suggested the gravity of the situation. "Who are you? Why are you causing trouble on the Thornbird?" Macbeth, his heart racing, hesitated to act rashly, choosing instead to probe for information, fearing that this slave capture had entangled him with a formidable force. "Are you the captain of this ship?" A creature resembling a fish licked the blood from its lips and leaned on an oddly shaped sword, intrigued. "Indeed. May I inquire how we, the Thornbird, have offended you?" You must be sufficiently strong, so do not be as dull as these squalid ones." The creature grinned with a sadistic glee as it approached Macbeth. "You must ensure my entertainment." "Wait, Goshawk." A cold voice echoed from the passage leading to the lower deck. The shark-like creature halted, chuckling awkwardly. Macbeth's gaze shifted to the entrance, where a striking young boy emerged, exuding an extraordinary aura, his mismatched eyes, one emerald, the other golden, captivating all who beheld him. "Is it you, the great ape King Titan?" Upon recognizing the towering figure accompanying the boy, Macbeth was struck with disbelief, his mind reeling. "So, you are here to rescue the great ape King Titan. Could it be that you are of the Douglas family, the remnants of the Babylonian royal lineage?" Macbeth's thoughts raced. Incredulous at the notion that the Douglas family had survived after being obliterated by the Emperor Big Mom. "I detest those who take what belongs to me. Everything I have lost, I shall reclaim piece by piece." The boy's expression was fierce, reminiscent of a demon baring its fangs. "And you, dare to abduct my family. Such a crime is unforgivable. You are the Babylonian prince, Satan?" Macbeth suddenly realized the identity of his adversary. Astonished that a scion of the Douglas family had indeed escaped. This was a treasure with a bounty in the black market exceeding millions. "Master, may I handle this scoundrel myself?" Titan, who had just pledged his loyalty to Satan, requested, eager to demonstrate his allegiance through action, especially since Macbeth had taken advantage of his injuries to capture him. "Then it is yours to handle." With that, Satan leaped high, taking his perch atop the mast of the slave ship, while the others stepped back, clearing the battlefield for Titan. "I appreciate your hospitality these past few days. Now I shall repay you in kind." As Titan advanced, he transformed into his ape-like form, vanishing from sight in an instant. In the next moment, he reappeared before Macbeth, delivering a colossal punch, the force of which seemed capable of shattering even a mountain. Faced with Titan's overwhelming assault, Macbeth had no choice but to defend himself. Crossing his arms in front of him to mitigate the impact, channeling strength into his well-trained body to achieve a hardness that could withstand bullets and blades. This was one of the Navy's 6 techniques, a secret skill of the naval officer class. With a thunderous crash, Titan's fist struck Macbeth's chest. Even as Macbeth fortified himself like iron, he was still sent flying, crashing through the ship's interior, leaving destruction in his wake. What a monster! The disparity in strength is insurmountable, and victory seems impossible. Macbeth rose from the ruins, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his chest slightly caved in. After just one encounter, he felt the stark disparity between himself and the Titan. In a flash, his figure flickered several times in midair, suddenly appearing to the side of the Titan, his fingers darting toward the Titan's neck like bullets. This was the finger gun technique from the 6 styles, enabling his well-trained fingers to unleash an attack akin to that of a genuine firearm. However, the Titan, having transformed into a beast, displayed astonishing reflexes, merely tilting his head to narrowly evade Macbeth's strike. Undeterred, Macbeth launched a relentless barrage, his finger strikes weaving a near-phantom dance in the air as they incessantly targeted the Titan. Such arrogance! The Titan deftly dodged amidst Macbeth's tempestuous onslaught. Suddenly, he lunged forward, seizing Macbeth's arm and smashing him to the ground. Before Macbeth could react, a powerful kick sent him sprawling, the sound of breaking bones echoing in the air. Truly, a vigorous fellow. Daidara, watching from a distance, exclaimed in admiration. "This one deserves to be part of our family." Witnessing the Titan's brutal blows, Kisame's face contorted into a bloodthirsty grin, feeling his own blood boil in response. Chapter 58. The Girl in the Ice. "Hey, Titan, wrap this up quickly. We have to rendezvous with Kimimaro at Naga Island in 3 days. We can't afford to waste time here," shouted Satan from his perch atop the mast. "Understood, young master," the Titan replied, charging once more at the fallen Macbeth. With a single punch, debris flew, and clouds of dust billowed forth, nearly dismantling the ship's cabin with the force of his attack. Macbeth struggled to evade the Titan's relentless strikes, occasionally facing a fist that sent tremors through his body, as if his very insides were being torn apart. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to flee, otherwise he would surely perish here. As the Titan prepared for another devastating blow, Macbeth feigned a charge, propelling himself with the Titan's immense strength over the ship's railing and into the sea, disappearing beneath the waves. He can't be dead, can he? Satan leaped down from the mast, a cryptic expression on his face. Rest assured, young master. I exercised restraint. He will not perish, the Titan replied respectfully. Haha, as expected of Uncle Titan. I knew you would understand my intent. It is the duty of a subordinate. The Titan said, scratching his head, no longer exuding the formidable presence he had during the battle, seemingly unaccustomed to Satan's praise. Why let him go? Enemies should be eradicated completely, Kisame questioned, his eagerness palpable. Shall I pursue him? No one can evade my tracking in the water. Humph. The young master surely has a plan. We should remain silent and listen. Chidem expressed her discontent at Kisame's doubts about Satan. Opportunities for slaughter will arise in due course. Satan explained, patting Kisame's arm. In this vast ocean, numerous entities are constantly lurking, poised to seize any opportunity. We have no time to indulge them in a game of hide and seek. I require a moment to ensnare all these miscreants in one fell swoop. It turns out a grand spectacle is in the making, which is truly exhilarating. Kisame, with excitement, licked his lips and repeatedly caressed the large blade resting upon his shoulder. When the time comes, I shall present a magnificent artistic exhibition. The exuberant Daedara also wore an eager expression, brimming with anticipation. As the slave ship carrying Satan gradually receded into the distance, suddenly, a head emerged from the sea. It was Macbeth, miraculously alive. Gazing at the slave ship that was almost disappearing from sight, a malicious expression crept across his face. 3 days until Naga Island? We'll see about that. In the midst of the Grand Line, before the Red Earth continent lies the world's largest red mangrove, known as the Shambadi Archipelago. With its roots protruding above the water, this archipelago has become a renowned island, due to its proximity to the Red Earth continent and the naval headquarters. As well as being an essential waypoint before entering the New World, the archipelago thrives with prosperity. The entire archipelago consists of 79 numbered trees, each with towns and facilities built upon their roots, clearly demarcating the regions according to the tree numbers. Trees numbered 1 to 29 are primarily notorious for slave trading and auctions, while numbers 30 to 39 host entertainment venues like Bubble Park. Numbers 40 to 49 are designated for sightseeing and specialty shops, and 50 to 59 are home to shipyards and coating artisans. Finally, numbers 60 to 69 are primarily naval bases and government entrances, culminating with numbers 70 to 79, which are mainly lined with streets of inns. On Island 13 of the Shambadi Archipelago, within the illicit domain of Shaki's ransom bar, the owner Shaki was distractedly smoking at the bar, her gaze fixed on a bounty notice. Perhaps due to the noon hour, the bar was utterly devoid of patrons. Just then, the door swung open, and an elderly man with long silver curls and a finely groomed silver beard entered. He wore glasses and bore a straight scar across his right eye, carrying a large block of ice on his shoulder. Hey Shaki, come help me. Riley, you rascal. Why bring back such a massive block of ice instead of wasting time at the casino? The cold cellar is already stocked. Shaki glanced at him, exhaling a plume of smoke and dissatisfaction. Oh, I found it while fishing and just picked it up, Riley replied, carefully placing the ice block on the coffee table. He settled into a nearby sofa, pouring himself a mug of ale and savoring it. What is this? Why is there a woman encased in the ice? Shaki gasped in shock as she stepped out from behind the bar. Within the ice block was a stunning woman, clad in a fitted female general's uniform, her long sky-blue hair flowing elegantly. Her exquisite face was frozen in time, and she clutched a long sword tightly in her hand. I'm not sure, but there seems to be a pulse. Can you think of a way to revive her? Riley took a swig of ale, his expression relaxed. Indeed, Shaki, your ale is the best. Have you noticed the sword? Shaki's gaze shifted to the sword in the frozen maiden's grasp, a noble ceremonial sword, measuring 1.26 meters in length, with a scabbard forged of gold and adorned with dazzling diamonds that radiated a splendid light. At the tip of the hilt was an egg-sized sapphire, gleaming brilliantly. It's the famed sword Durandal, crafted by the great swordsmith of the 21st generation. This young lady may not be of ordinary status, Riley remarked, well acquainted with every renowned sword in the world. Shaki returned to the bar, swiftly searching through some documents. She is a retired pirate, once the captain of a crew that commanded a bounty in the hundreds of millions, a top-tier powerhouse. The bar is merely a facade, in truth. She is an agent of an underground intelligence organization with an enormous network, capable of discerning the world's pulse. However, compared to the disheveled old man sitting on the sofa, Shaki's identity paled in significance. He was Silver's Rayleigh, the former first mate of the Roger Pirates, lauded as the right hand of the Pirate King, a living legend. Founded 6 years ago. The sword Durandal was acquired by the Babylon royal family at an auction and subsequently became the sword of Princess Douglas Esdeath of the Babylon Kingdom. So, I've stumbled upon a princess? Riley chuckled nonchalantly, taking another sip of ale. The same Babylon Kingdom that was obliterated by Big Mom just a few days ago? Indeed. What a tragic fate for her. We must find a way to save her. Chapter 59. A chaotic dance of demons in recent days. Various factions converging on the Rain Sea in search of fortune had secretly received intelligence that the surviving prince of the Babylon Kingdom, Satan, would appear on Naga Island in 3 days. Like headless flies, these individuals, sensing opportunity, rushed towards Naga Island like sharks drawn by the scent of blood. Some bounty hunters were purely motivated by the enticing bounty exceeding 100 million in the black market, while others sought to unearth the treasures that might be hidden within the royal lineage. There were also those with ulterior motives aiming to capture Satan to curry favor with the new world's overlord, Big Mom. Of course, many idle spectators simply wished to witness the unfolding spectacle. In short, Naga Island in 3 days would become a melting pot of chaos and intrigue, with countless tents erected near the shore, transforming into a camp for these maritime opportunists. Among them were spies from various observing factions, mingling and continuously sending streams of intelligence across the world. As dusk settled, the setting sun cast a warm glow over the camp, with plumes of smoke rising from multiple cooking fires, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. In the center of the camp, a large, lavishly decorated tent housed the prominent figures of these factions, engaged in a gathering to strengthen ties and discuss the distribution of spoils, given that many had come to hunt. Yet only one prize remained. Hey, Macbeth, is your information reliable? If I make this trip in vain, you're finished. A burly man with a menacing visage bellowed. Gulping down ale, a black eye patch covered his left eye, and his crimson gaze fixated on Macbeth, exuding an aura of bloodlust. This was the captain of the Wolf Pack Pirates, known only as the Butcher, a notorious villain feared for his ruthless decisiveness and bloodthirsty nature. Humph. Is the name of our thorn bird not reliable enough? Before Macbeth could respond, a young man with a blue ponytail, dressed in black, retorted defiantly. In his 20s, he wielded a long spear intricately carved with delicate patterns, exuding an aura of arrogance, his nostrils flaring as he met the butcher's gaze with unwavering confidence. One could hardly blame him for his audacity. After all, he was the youngest son of Child, the boss of the Thornbird slave trading group, whose immense power and influence spanned both the world government and the underworld. While the butcher held a slight reputation at sea, he was but a minor concern for the young warrior, known for his mastery of marksmanship and the name of Snake Spear Rachel. Lord Rachel, there is no need for anger. The butcher has not questioned your Thornbird's credibility. Beside them, someone interjected, a robust man with a hedgehog-like head of red hair. His physique was well-muscled, and he wore nothing but a crimson coat draped over his bare torso, adorned with a fearsome demon tattoo across his chest. He was a solitary bounty hunter, outwardly brash yet inwardly cunning, willing to go to any lengths for a reward. He had single-handedly dispatched numerous high-value targets, earning a formidable reputation among bounty hunters as the infamous Brand. However, our trust in this traitorous naval captain was tenuous at best. Brand continued, noting that those who make their living at sea harbor no fondness for the slave catchers. After all, none could be certain they wouldn't become victims themselves, sold into a life of misery. This was particularly pertinent in the case of Macbeth, a man with a history of betrayal. Macbeth's face flushed with barely contained rage, nearly boiling over before he forced himself to rein it in, silently reminding himself to exercise restraint. Though these individuals were irksome, they served as an unwitting aid in his quest for vengeance against Satan. Enduring their presence would be worthwhile in the end. All right, everyone, let us hold back our ire. We are here to seek fortune. What use is it to quarrel amongst ourselves? If it were up to me, I would set the entire island ablaze. No matter where our quarry hides, they would be compelled to emerge. At that point, let us each utilize our unique skills, and whoever Satan gave a cold snort. His golden pupil narrowing slightly, clearly harboring no fondness for those despicable individuals who sought to take advantage of his plight. Master, shall we summon the creatures of the island? Inquired Junma Lu, who had just rejoined them. After all, This was the island where they had cultivated their powers for 6 long years, and countless formidable beasts had fallen to Satan, having been tamed by him, should he desire it, with a mere command. The mighty beasts of the island would rise to fight for him. No need, he replied dismissively. They are merely insignificant nuisances. We can handle this ourselves. It is an opportune moment to showcase the strength of the Tulip family to the sea. If we incite a riot among the beasts, the eyes of the world will be drawn to Naga Island itself, which would spell disaster for its inhabitants, as they would become targets for opportunistic hunters. The cost would far outweigh any potential benefit. Understood. Then let us proceed according to plan. Satan turned to face the few individuals behind him, his expression one of bloodthirst. Among them were the erratic Daedara, the piercing-eyed Akihito, the fervent Kankuro, the mumbling Sannin, and the composed Titan, all bearing expressions of fervent anticipation. My family, he proclaimed. This is the battle in which the Tulip clan shall rise from the ashes. We shall declare to the world that the banner of the Tulip clan shall not falter. I, Satan, shall reclaim my throne. Let it be known. Chapter 60, the beginning of carnage at the heart of the various factions' encampments on Naga Island. The butcher and his companions were engaged in fervent discussion when suddenly, a sharp whistle sliced through the air. A massive flag pierced the top of the tent and planted itself firmly in the center. What is that? The swift and cherry ghost reacted instantly, leaping aside to gaze at the flag. At that moment, the tent flap was suddenly whipped open by the wind, a chill breeze sweeping through as the flag unfurled, creating a resounding crackle. It was a black banner, emblazoned with a fierce blaze of fire, at the center of which lay a skull, its jaws clutching a golden tulip that seemed to bloom from the flames. What manner of flag is this? The occupants of the tent grew increasingly wary. Whoever had planted the flag was undoubtedly their enemy. The flaming skull flag of the Tulip clan, your death knell. A figure descended from the heavens, landing in the center of the tent, surveying all with disdain. It was Douglas Satan, the heir of the Tulip clan. Haha. So you are the sole survivor of the Babylonian royal family, are you? How fortuitous, as if I had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. The butcher raised his cup, draining it in one gulp before shattering the glass in his hand. Stay out of this. I'll handle this scoundrel. With that, he lunged forward, wielding a serrated blade aimed at Satan. How dare you disturb our king? A flash of crimson lightning darted into the tent, its blade intercepting the butcher's assault. It was Akihito, engaging the butcher in a fierce exchange of blows. Outside the tent, the camp was shaken by violent explosions and the anguished cries of the fallen. Daedara had unleashed a barrage of explosive clay grasshoppers from his massive bird, raining chaos upon the enemy encampment. Each grasshopper that made contact detonated with catastrophic force, leaving a scene of devastation in its wake. How audacious! You wretch dared to commandeer our Thornbird's vessel. Rachel, the heir of the Thornbird slave capture corps, brandished her spear, her body swaying momentarily before she launched herself at Satan like an arrow released from a bow. Prepare to meet your end. Yet Rachel's attack failed to reach Satan. As a white-haired youth intercepted her with a bone sword, it was Kankuro, Satan's loyal bodyguard. Seeing the fruitlessness of the butcher and Rachel's assaults, Brant could no longer remain passive. He glanced at Macbeth, seemingly urging him to join the fray against Satan. However, the only one aware of the Tulip clan's true might, Macbeth chose to remain indifferent, his expression unyielding. Reluctantly, Brant rose, preparing to confront Satan alone. However, before he could make a move, the tent was lifted, allowing Titan, the former captain of Satan's guard, to enter, his aura pressing down upon Brant, rendering him immobile. Upon seeing Titan, Macbeth felt a familiar trepidation, his resolve to ambush Satan dissipating as he decided to observe the ensuing battles before making any decisions. Though Macbeth hesitated, the others were oblivious. The thin cherry ghost and his companions surrounded Satan, plunging the tent into chaos. The shockwaves from the powerful combatants rippled outward, tearing the tent asunder and revealing the entire encampment outside. Art is an explosion. Let us revel in the chaos of art. Daedara soared through the skies atop his great bird, exhilarated, shouting as explosions erupted in his wake, devastation and flames engulfing the encampment, shrouding it in smoke. The stout Paulunder Sannin also began to unleash his fury, aware that the ranks of strong allies were growing around him. I cannot fall behind, he thought, transforming into a wisp of smoke, entangling and snapping the necks of his foes. He summoned earthen walls and spikes, dealing tremendous blows, his victims numbering in the multitude. As the battle raged on, the members of the Tulip clan unleashed their might, the casualties among the pirates and bounty hunters escalating rapidly, prompting some to reconsider their positions. What does it matter how high the bounty is? One must live to claim it. With such thoughts, large groups of survivors began to flee towards the coastline, desperate to evade the Tulip clan's relentless pursuit. At last, it is my turn to strike. Positioned on the surface of the sea as per Satan's orders, the formidable Kisame drew his great sword, Samahata, preparing to unleash his power. Water release, great waterfall technique. As he completed the hand seals, towering waves surged beneath him, cascading like a waterfall towards the fleeing survivors. Yet Kisame deemed this attack insufficient. Summoning technique, Thousand Shark Teeth. With another swift hand seal, Kisame placed one hand upon the surging waters, summoning a legion of sharks with jagged teeth, their cold presence palpable as they surged forth with the waves. Ravenous for the enemy, they clawed and tore mercilessly, a crimson spray erupting as the waters near the shore turned a deep red, transforming the scene into a veritable hellscape. The piercing, heart-wrenching screams echoed, a futile lament against the ocean's cruelty. To be weak is to be guilty. To dare offend the young master while being but an ant is a capital offense. Kisame savored the metallic scent of blood in the air, a look of enjoyment gracing his features as he stepped through the crimson puddles towards the battlefield where Satan and his adversaries clashed. He casually swung his blade, cleaving through foes and severing large chunks of flesh from their bodies. The camp that once stood proud had been reduced to ruins, with only the cannon fodder and numerous formidable warriors continuing the fight. Rachel, engaged in combat with Kimimaro, suddenly let out a fierce shout. His marksmanship transformed into something unpredictable. The spear in his hands twisted like a serpent, each strike delivered from an angle so devious that it caught Kimimaro off guard, plunging him into peril. Not far from them, Satan found himself besieged by the trio of the Phantom Cherry Blossom. The Phantom Cherry Blossom moved with ethereal grace, his diminutive stature allowing him to flit about like cherry blossoms falling from the sky. Armed with a short dagger, he darted around Satan like a harbinger of death, poised to strike at any moment. The Headless Ghost, a dual-wielding swordsman, appeared slightly more conventional, yet from the outset of battle, he fought with reckless abandon. Seemingly unafraid of death, determined to leave a mark on Satan, a true ruthless warrior. However, the most insidious was the cursed corpse ghost, wielding a dull, grayish-black sword. While the weapon itself posed no issue, the ghost's abilities rendered it formidable, as he imbued his blade with countless curses. Each time Satan parried his assault, it felt as if he were being cursed. His body would suddenly weaken, or inexplicably, his stamina would wane, an exceedingly frustrating predicament. On Naga Island, the coastal area had become a realm of despair, where the air was thick with bloodlust, and the souls of the deceased emitted silent wails of resentment. The cold wind howling as if cursing the mortal realm. Akatsuki, wielding Murakumo, was enveloped in a web of cursed seals that spread from her blade, adorning her body with intricate and beautiful patterns, rendering her an alluring yet ominous figure reminiscent of a fallen elf in the dark night. Yet behind this allure lay a deadly intent. Bolstered by the cursed seals, her physical abilities surged to unprecedented levels, her strength and speed placing her among the elite swordsmen of the seas. I shall traverse the shadows, dispatching all foes that hinder my master's path. Perhaps influenced by the dark aura of the cursed seals, or perhaps her own shadowy nature erupting forth, her presence became enigmatic, flickering in and out of perception, as if she were a demon flitting between reality and the void, thriving in the encroaching twilight. Murakumo radiated brilliance in her grasp, the flashes of her strikes reminiscent of a reaper's scythe, inflicting deep wounds upon the solitary wolf butcher, a once formidable figure at sea, who now found himself utterly defenseless against her unpredictable onslaught, forced to resist with all his might. Meanwhile, on another front, the clash between Titan and Brand was fierce. The first technique of the piercing hand, the meteor stab, saw Brand condensing his power into his index finger, shooting forth with lightning speed. His fingertip hardened with overwhelming force, penetrating Titan's formidable body with ease, as if piercing through tofu. This was the martial art that had earned Brand his renown, the piercing hand, honed through countless trials, possessing the capability to penetrate stone and metal, hence his title as Brand the Piercing Hand. A flicker of shock crossed Titan's eyes. He had always relied on his beastly strength and overwhelming presence to dominate opponents, never anticipating that someone could breach his defenses so effortlessly. Unyielding, Brand pressed his advantage, channeling power into his middle finger for another strike, this one even more powerful than the first. Unlike the meteor stab, the shattering star strike not only pierced defenses but unleashed a devastating force. Upon impact, it shattered Titan's abdominal muscles like glass, a torrent of blood erupting forth. Titan howled, A sound more beast than man, this is the battle for the rise of the Tulip clan. I cannot afford to be humiliated here. He steeled himself. The advantages of his Zoan fruit abilities manifesting as his remarkable recovery kicked in, rendering previous injuries trivial, his aura once more enveloping him. Brand, a martial arts master, was equally resilient, disregarding his injuries as his fiery red hair bristled with intensity. The third technique of the piercing hand, the comet spin, saw him leap high. Rotating around his ring finger with ferocious velocity, a fierce wind swirling in his wake as he charged toward Titan. I am not one to be trifled with. Inspired by Brand's move, Titan too began to rotate. Fists clenched, his iron fists stirring the winds as their attacks collided with a thunderous crash. Both combatants sent sprawling, their bones creaking under the strain. Delightful. Bring it on. Titan bellowed, invigorated by the clash, and spun once more, like a tornado, charging at Brand while shouting names of whimsical techniques. Monkey King Whirlwind. Brand, visibly worn from their earlier exchanges, found himself struggling against Titan's relentless assault, yet he pressed on. The fourth technique of the piercing hand, the Starbreak Slash, saw him shape his palm into a blade, channeling all his might into a single, powerful strike, unleashing a sky-blue slash that intercepted Titan's spinning form, sending shockwaves that swept everything aside, rivaling even the mightiest of swordsmen. This shall settle it. Standing tall after deflecting Titan's attack, Brand's eyes sparkled with determination. This opponent is far too formidable. Choosing him as my rival was a grave miscalculation. That was precisely my intention. Titan suddenly transformed again, becoming an enormous ape, king nearly 10 meters tall, marking his inaugural use of the beast form associated with the animal lineage. Despite adopting this ferocious guise, Titan did not neglect to fortify his entire body with an imposing hardness. With a mighty leap, his colossal form charged forward like a streak of light. The Ape King's spear maximal wheel pierced through the hand of 5, unleashing the celestial wave ripple dash. Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from Titan's immense physique, Brand's warrior pride ignited within him. Rather than retreating or evading, he opted to confront Titan head-on. He summoned every ounce of strength within him to unleash his ultimate move, channeling all his power into his right hand, where the sinews and bones rose to form intricate and beautiful patterns. His body collided violently with Titan, akin to a comet striking the earth. The cataclysmic impact captured the attention of all present, as the fierce wind pressure nearly engulfed the battlefield, stripping away layers of earth and creating a deep pit nearly 100 meters wide. Suddenly, a figure could no longer withstand the force, being violently hurled away, crashing through several massive trees, sending dust and debris flying. This was Brand. Compared to Titan, who had consumed the animal-type devil fruit, he was ultimately at a disadvantage. Succumbing first in their final clash, Brand's body became deeply embedded in the shattered TR. Satan had no choice but to respond with vigilance, his body gliding like a fleeting light as he evaded the relentless strikes, occasionally unleashing a punch to disperse the unavoidable blows. Though his movements appeared somewhat disheveled, he remained unscathed by the headhunter's assaults. What a stroke of misfortune it was to encounter such a formidable assassin. This was far from the anticipated battle of overwhelming dominance. This predicament could not continue. In the depths of his thoughts, Satan contemplated quietly. He had harnessed the full extent of his observation Haki. Yet the figure of the elusive Shoyue ghost seemed to vanish, leaving him unable to detect even the faintest trace of its presence. It appeared that to eliminate these 3 assassins, the crux of the matter lay in finding a way to draw out the concealed Shoyue ghost. The other 2, while troublesome, were not of significant concern. To provoke the Shoyue ghost into action, it was essential to create an opportunity that guaranteed a lethal strike. Thus, one must embrace the notion that without risk, there can be no reward. If one is unwilling to part with the child, the wolf remains untamed. Resolute, he decided to gamble on this endeavor, treating it as an opportunity to test the newfound abilities bestowed by the Tree of Life. As Satan had already made up his mind, his movements began to slow. When the headless ghost lunged forward once more with his blade, Satan feigned exhaustion, his actions becoming increasingly languid, his body swaying unsteadily. He barely evaded the fatal strikes of the headless ghost at the very last moment. Ha ha ha, little demon. Your end is nigh. The headless ghost bellowed, his attacks growing ever more frenzied, the glint of his blade flashing like a storm, as if he intended to rend Satan into 1,000 pieces. Why do you harbor such animosity towards me? What have I done to deserve this fate? Satan shouted in fury, his voice imbued with confusion and indignation, attempting to bewilder his adversary with words. Little demon, how naive you are. Seizing the opportunity presented by Satan's seemingly clumsy evasion, the cursing corpse darted forward like lightning, brushing past Satan. His iron sword sliced through Satan's waist, inflicting a gruesome wound that nearly severed him in two, blood gushing forth like a small fountain. "The bounty is mine," the headless ghost exclaimed with exhilaration, delivering a powerful blow that sent Satan sprawling. Satan staggered backward, his body crashing to the ground, blood pouring from his chest and waist. His eyelashes quivered slightly, and he thought to himself, having paid such a heavy price, why was that scoundrel still not making a move? Just as confusion engulfed Satan, a slight figure suddenly appeared behind him, a sharp dagger piercing swiftly into his back. "It is over, little demon," the one who plunged the dagger into Satan's heart. The pale cherry demon felt a surge of glee, momentarily relaxing his tense spirit. "It should be you who meets your end," a voice, whispering like the breath of death, abruptly resonated. The seemingly dead Satan suddenly turned, seizing the pale cherry demon by the throat with his left hand. "How is this possible?" The pale cherry demon's face was overtaken by disbelief. How could anyone, pierced through the heart, still remain alive? Satan's disheveled black hair danced defiantly in the cold wind, the corners of his mouth slightly curling upwards to reveal a chilling smile imbued with sinister intent. His mismatched eyes sparkled with a fervent glow, while traces of crimson blood lingered upon his lips. Haki gazed intently at Satan's youthful visage, momentarily entranced, almost convinced that the figure before him was a true demon risen from the depths of hell. Satan grasped the neck of the cherry blossom ghost with his left hand while raising his right, his blood surging with fervor. Ethereal golden dragons spiraled around his clenched fist as he unleashed a tremendous punch. The roar of dragons echoed, and the force was overwhelming as it struck the chest of the cherry blossom ghost, propelling his body like a cannonball for several hundred meters. With the sickening crack of shattering bones, his entire chest caved in, nearly collapsing from front to back. The cherry blossom ghost, witnessing his inseparable partner being severely wounded by Satan, the decapitation ghost let out an enraged roar, charging forward with dual blades like a furious bull. "You scoundrel! I shall shred you to pieces." The onslaught of the decapitation ghost rained down like a storm. However, having neutralized the greatest threat, Satan remained unfazed. Calmly, he raised his right fist and struck out. Before his fist, the wind surged forth like a tornado, accompanied by the resounding cries of dragons, its momentum unstoppable as it effortlessly swept away the decapitation ghost's attacks, leaving the ghost himself lost in the maelstrom. "Are you immortal?" The cursed corpse ghost involuntarily stepped back, exclaiming in shock upon witnessing the consecutive defeats of the cherry blossom ghost and the decapitation ghost at Satan's hands. "Indeed, I am the undying Marquis Douglas Satan." With each step toward him, Satan emanated an imposing presence. Though a charming smile graced his lips, it inexplicably sent chills down the spine. The wounds upon his body began to writhe, sprouting new flesh at an astonishing rate. Even the previously fatal wound that pierced his heart began to heal slowly, resembling a true immortal monster, a man whose aspirations govern the seas. The dual-hued eyes of Satan shimmered, whispering to himself in the depths of his soul. Chapter 63, The Judgment of Life and Death. As twilight descended, a chilling wind howled, causing the edges of Satan's garments to flutter ominously. He advanced step by step toward the cursed corpse demon, a smile spreading across his face. "Are you prepared to face judgment?" Confronted by the formidable presence of Satan, the cursed corpse demon trembled, his fighting spirit utterly diminished. This was, of course, due to the collective retreat of the three demons, without the support of his two companions. He felt even more vulnerable. His body involuntarily recoiled, casting a furtive glance at the distant, incapacitated figures of the cherry blossom demon and the headless demon, and suddenly resolved to act. He abruptly discarded his iron sword and, with a resounding thud, knelt before Satan. "Lord Satan, it is our folly to have offended you. We implore you to spare us." The cursed corpse demon pressed his forehead to the ground in submission, terrified that the slightest misstep might incite Satan's wrath. At that moment, the crimson-eyed companions, having vanquished their adversaries, gathered quietly behind Satan, awaiting their master's decision. Satan chuckled softly, casting a glance at the fallen thin cherry ghost and headless ghost in the distance. Suddenly, a wicked amusement stirred within him. "Desire to live, do you? Very well. Eliminate those two, and I shall grant you your freedom." The voice of Satan was as cold and unyielding as iron, his hands tucked into his pockets, his expression severe, and his mismatched eyes brimmed with a cruel malice. Upon hearing Satan's decree, the body of the cursed corpse demon trembled slightly. As the days of their shared existence, life and death intertwined, unfurled in his mind like a silent film. Suddenly, he lifted his head, his gaze fixed on Satan. Filled with resolute defiance. You two are a formidable force upon the seas. Why must you humiliate us so? This is the price that must be paid for offending the Tulip family. Satan's voice echoed like the chilling sound of iron scraping against iron in the depths of winter. Cold and merciless. I understand that to offend the powerful comes at a cost. The cursed corpse demon mused for a moment, his voice heavy with sorrow, before suddenly seizing the iron sword from the ground and slashing it towards his own throat, tears streaming down his face. Yet his tone transformed into a fervent declaration. This price I shall bear alone. I implore you, spare my comrades. In a desperate attempt to take his own life as an offering of atonement to the Tulip family, he sought to persuade Satan to spare the lives of the cherry blossom demon and the headless demon. However, his intentions were thwarted. Although his motions were as swift as lightning, the iron sword aimed at his throat was intercepted by a katana. The cursed corpse demon's eyes widened in astonishment. A look of bewilderment etched upon his face. Why? Why save me? It was Akane who had blocked the cursed corpse demon's self-inflicted strike. Her expression devoid of emotion as she cast a dismissive glance at the kneeling figure before her. This is not an act of saving you. It is simply that before the young master, no one may take matters into their own hands, not even in death. With that, Akane turned her gaze towards Satan, awaiting his decision. The era of heroes was on the cusp of unfolding. Satan adjusted his collar, leaning down to gaze intently into the eyes of the cursed corpse demon. He whispered in its ear, "To be weak is to be guilty. The feeble can only survive like ants, struggling for existence, unable to find solace in death, nor freedom." He straightened up, a fleeting shadow of desolation passing through the corner of his eye. Originally, I had no intention of leaving a single soul alive on this island tonight. But now, I have changed my mind. Satan cast a glance at the crimson-eyed figure before turning to survey the formidable titans behind him, Sinan, Deidara, and Kisame. A sudden warm smile graced his face, and the atmosphere around them lightened palpably. I admire your courage. Those who are willing to sacrifice their lives to protect their comrades deserve respect. With that, Satan gently lifted the cursed corpse from the ground, patted his shoulder, and departed. The members of the Tulip family followed suit, each passing by the cursed corpse with a glimmer of respect in their eyes, showing no signs of disdain despite his earlier pleas for survival. The cursed corpse trembled violently, his heart racing. Waves of emotions crashing within him as he gazed at Satan's retreating figure with an inexplicable fervor. Master Satan, we three ghosts are willing to serve the Tulip family. Please accept us. At that moment, Satan paused, glancing back with a mysterious smile. Go save your companions. They are gravely injured. As for joining the Tulip family, you shall be contacted in due time. While Satan had already dealt with his adversaries, the battlefield still brimmed with tension as the battle between Kimimaro and Rachel, the serpent's spear, raged on. Rachel's spear technique was both enigmatic and fluid, the weapon twisting in his hands like a serpent, striking from unpredictable angles. Each thrust released 7 blooming spear tips, creating illusions that rendered defense nearly impossible. Fortunately, Kimimaro, with his exceptional physical prowess, maintained his composure, using his agility to engage Rachel in close combat. Had he faced Deidara instead, he would have been reduced to ashes by a relentless barrage of explosions. Employing his bloodline limit, Kimimaro summoned numerous bone spikes to sprout from his body, providing him with formidable defense while delivering counterattacks during their close-quarters skirmish. His movements were graceful and swift, reminiscent of a dance as he evaded Rachel's strikes. As Kimimaro witnessed his allies fall one by one to the might of the Tulip family, Rachel's anxiety deepened. In a desperate bid, he unleashed all his strength, condensing it into a spear, the tip materializing into the phantom of a colossal serpent, lunging ferociously at Kimimaro. Has he lost his senses? What a fool, Kimimaro thought. Remaining remarkably calm, he never wasted energy unnecessarily. With a swift body flicker technique, he evaded the impending attack, appearing several meters away with ease. Realizing his ultimate techniques had failed and that the other formidable members of the Tulip family were drawing closer, despair began to consume Rachel. His demeanor grew frantic. With a mighty shout, he gathered all his strength, enhancing his speed and power exponentially, unleashing a flurry of thrusts. The force of the spear created a tempest of air, akin to a horde of intertwined serpents roaring forth. Faced with Rachel's desperate assault, Kimimaro was compelled to take the situation seriously. Countless bones rose before him, forming a towering wall that shielded him from Rachel's onslaught. leaving him unscathed behind the bone barricade. After withstanding the attack, Kimamaro's pupils constricted as he vanished from sight. Realizing that Rachel's grand offensive had merely been a ruse, allowing him to escape toward the sea. Furious at Rachel's cowardly retreat, Kimamaro flicked his fingers, unleashing a barrage of bone projectiles. Rachel, drained and unable to evade, was quickly pierced by several bone shards, collapsing to the ground, blood seeping from the wounds. As Kimamaro approached the fallen Rachel, the glint of the bone spikes in his palm radiated a chilling menace. No, please, don't. Rachel's pride and dignity crumbled as he sensed death drawing near. He flailed desperately, attempting to distance himself from the inevitable fate. Kimamaro, however, bore no mercy for his adversary. He approached Rachel with deliberate calmness, the bone spike raised high, poised to deliver judgment. No, you cannot kill me, Rachel screamed in panic. Realizing that no matter how esteemed his status or formidable his power, before death, he was rendered utterly insignificant. My father is Child, the leader of the Thornbird. He wields immense power and influence within both the world government and the underworld. If you kill me, you will all be doomed. Kimamaro hesitated momentarily, unyielding to the threat of Rachel's connections, but considering that Master Satan was striving to revitalize their family, it would be prudent to minimize troublesome enemies. Seeing Kimamaro's momentary pause, Rachel believed his threats had taken effect and cautiously continued to negotiate. You wouldn't want to bring trouble to your family, would you? Spare me, and I will compensate you, be it wealth or treasures. I can provide it all. Humph. Kimamaro, what are you hesitating for? This is not like you. The chilling voice of Satan echoed, seemingly inquiring of Junma Lu, yet it undoubtedly served as a final verdict on Rachel's fate. Understood, Master. Junma Lu, who revered Satan as a deity, received his command. His emerald-hued eyes suddenly radiated a potent aura of menace, and in the blink of an eye, a crimson flash ensued. Rachel's head had already been severed from her body. Wow, what a ruthless fellow you are. I simply adore you bastards. Daedara erupted into hearty laughter. Evidently pleased by the recent explosion, his spirits lifted. His palm, shaped like a mouth, flicked its tongue like a serpent savoring its lips. A clear indication of his lingering excitement. It seems that following the master will surely yield ample enjoyment. Hisame, having just dispatched numerous foes, appeared thoroughly satisfied with Satan's decree. Master, we are still fugitives. Is it truly wise to offend the nightingale? After all, killing Rachel has transformed this into a matter of life and death. Only Akatsuki seemed somewhat anxious, particularly since Satan had previously knelt before Reija to save her, making her acutely aware of any threats to Satan's safety. Fear not. Satan bestowed upon Chitome a reassuring glance, then uttered, to rise upon the vast ocean. Who does not tread upon a path forged by blood and fire, stepping over countless bones? A mere slave-capturing troop is of little consequence. My ambitions extend far beyond that. The wind by the sea howled fiercely, tousling Satan's defiant hair, while the clouds overhead loomed ominously, casting shifting shadows across his visage, rendering his expression a study in contrasts. Prepare yourselves, gather your strength. While the news remains unspoken, we shall undertake another grand endeavor. I intend to make the world aware that although the kingdom of Babylon has fallen, the banner of the Tulip family continues to flutter defiantly. Ah, what an invigorated young master we have, he continued with a chuckle. I am ever yearning for blood. Am I not, Sharkskin? The ghostly shark bared its sharp teeth in a grin, gently stroking the great blade upon its shoulder, as if greeting an old friend. Let us set forth. Satan led the way towards the shore, with others closely following behind. Under the fading glow of the sunset, their shadows gently overlapped and merged into one. Behind them, amidst a sea of corpses, the fiery skull flag of the Tulip family fluttered in the wind, creating a haunting sound. On the 13th island of the Shambadi archipelago, in the lawless district, sat the Shakir wine bar. Esther lay quietly on the bed, having been removed from the ice 5 days prior, yet remained in a deep coma. Her brows slightly furrowed, perhaps haunted by nightmares. Shakir sat by her side, nursing her. Perhaps due to her own childlessness, Shakir gazed at Esther with an unusual tenderness, feeling a profound pity and affection for the girl who had narrowly escaped calamity. Suddenly, Esther's fingers twitched slightly, and Shakir, who had been intently watching her, noticed the change. Her excitement barely contained. Was this poor child finally waking up? At last, Esther let out a soft whimper and slowly opened her eyes, only to be met with the sight of a stranger. As she surveyed her unfamiliar surroundings, her instincts kicked in, and she instinctively reached for her sword, only to find nothing. She attempted to sit up, but her body, weakened from days without food, faltered, and she collapsed back onto the bed. Don't move. You're safe here. Seeing Esther's instinctive defensive posture, Shakir felt a pang of empathy. Poor child, how much suffering has she endured? Gently, Shakir pressed her hand on Esther's shoulder, gazing earnestly into her sky-blue eyes. I mean you no harm. Please allow me to explain. Esther subtly resisted, trying to rise. But Shakir's gentle, yet unyielding grip held her down. A master, indeed, Esther thought, lying back and awaiting her response, for the situation was unclear. And it was prudent to remain still. What a clever girl, Shakir mused silently, impressed by Esther's vigilance and composure. This is the Shambadi archipelago. I am the owner of this bar. You were rescued by my staff from the sea, found encased in ice. Shakir released her hold on Esther's shoulder and continued. We have extracted you from the ice, and 5 days have passed since then. Thank you. Esther's expression softened slightly as she recognized the sincerity in Shakir's voice. Realizing her earlier reaction had been somewhat excessive, a flicker of surprise crossed her azure gaze. Thank you for saving me. Determined, Esther sat up, scanning for her sword, Durandal. Seemingly understanding Esther's unspoken desire, Shakir turned and retrieved the beautiful sword, handing it to her. Upon receiving Durandal, Esther grasped it tightly, as if finding solace, her entire demeanor transforming into one of tranquility. She lifted her head, her blue eyes shimmering with newfound clarity. You know who I am, do you not? Oh, you are indeed astute. Shakir chuckled softly, placing her hand on Esther's forehead. I do know who you are, the recently fallen Princess Esther of the Babylonian kingdom. However, you are still quite weak, and the most important thing now is for you to eat. Once you regain your strength, I shall share everything you wish to know. The intricacies of female relationships are truly remarkable. In the mere span of a meal, the once cautious Esther visibly relaxed, evidently placing her trust in Shakir. Now, feel free to ask me anything you desire. Shakir leaned against the bar, holding a cigarette between her fingers, exhaling a few smoke rings with pride. I possess nearly all the news from the seas. And Shakir, did you say that the Babylonian kingdom has fallen? When did this occur? Esther, having finished her meal, appeared somewhat revived, though her face remained eerily calm as she inquired about her homeland. It was 15 days ago. The Babylonian kingdom was annihilated by the big MOM pirate crew. You should brace yourself. Your father, King Danforth of Babylon, perished while attempting to protect the capital, White Dragon City, from their onslaught. Observing Esther's effort to maintain her composure, Shakir felt an inexplicable sorrow within her. She sighed and continued, but he was indeed a hero, sacrificing himself to save White Dragon City. You should feel proud. I am not saddened. Esther trembled slightly, meeting Shakir's gaze with calm resolve. My father taught me from a young age that only the strong survive. There are no eternal kingdoms at sea, nor immortal rulers. Yet, despite her words, the tension in her clenched fists and the visible veins on her hands betrayed her concealed anguish. Is there any news regarding other members of the royal family? Your mother, Princess Catherine, was also confirmed deceased on the battlefield in Amsterdam. Despite her reluctance, Shakir conveyed yet another cruel piece of news. Esther's shoulders shook violently, tears welling in her eyes, nearly spilling over. Despite her preparations, hearing of her parents' demise rendered her fade of strength utterly futile. Shakir moved from behind the bar, sitting beside her, gently pulling her into an embrace, patting her shoulder with compassion. It's all right to cry, child. Shakir's maternal instincts surged forth as she cradled Esther in her arms, softly soothing her pain. After what felt like an eternity, Esther gradually emerged from her sorrow. Her deep blue eyes slightly reddened, a hint of embarrassment lingering on her face. However, through this emotional release, her trust in Shakir deepened. Aunt Shakir, do you have any news about my brother? Esther asked, her fists clenched, her voice trembling with trepidation. Today, I happened to receive information regarding your brother. A smile graced Shakir's face. 5 days ago, whispers spread through the underworld that your brother would appear on Naga Island. Pirates, slave traders, assassins, bounty hunters, and other opportunists have flocked there. Those scoundrels. Before Shakir could finish, Esther sprang to her feet, drawing her sword and preparing to leave. Wait. Let me finish. Shakir quickly grabbed Esther's arm, continuing. However, this morning, news from the underworld revealed that the shores of Naga Island have turned into a sea of corpses. Nearly all those who set foot on the island perished, leaving only the Tulip family's fiery skull flag behind. What? Is this true? Esdeath was overwhelmed with excitement. News of a survivor had reached her. Her brother, Douglas Satan, had led several formidable individuals in a bloody massacre against the various factions that had landed on the island. Except for a few minor characters, all the powerful figures had perished. This was splendid news, truly splendid. Esdeath was on the verge of ecstasy. Elated to learn that her last remaining kin had survived, especially since he had taken up the banner of the Tulip family. Survivors claimed to have witnessed her brother, Satan, being stabbed in the heart on Naga Island, yet remaining unscathed. Consequently, the underground world was already circulating the moniker of the immortal Marquis for her brother. Truly impressive. He was indeed my capable brother, unlike me, his useless sister. Silly child, you are fortunate to have escaped such great peril. What more could you desire? By the way, how did you end up encased in ice, drifting to the Sham Body archipelago? I was stationed at Heisenberg, but I was defeated by the chef of the big MOM pirates. The long bread, and cast into the sea. I lost consciousness, and when I awoke, I found myself aboard a slave ship. Haki patted Esdeath on the shoulder as she continued, recounting how she had lost her combat abilities and had to endure silently while healing in secret. To her surprise, a storm struck the slave ship a few days later, sinking it. She had to encase herself in ice to survive. What a clever girl. A voice boomed from the entrance as an elderly man with a wine bottle walked in. Oh, who are you? Esdeath exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes nearly bulging out upon recognizing him. You are Silver's Rayleigh, the right-hand man of the Pirate King. Ha ha ha, merely a title. Rayleigh chuckled as he settled onto the sofa. It was he who rescued you from the sea, little Esdeath. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. Esdeath bowed respectfully to Rayleigh, and then suddenly asked earnestly, can you teach me to become stronger? Why do you wish to grow stronger? Rayleigh casually took a sip of his wine without meeting Esdeath's gaze. To once again raise the banner of the Tulip family, to survive in this ruthless world. That depends on whether you possess the qualifications. Suddenly, a tremendous aura erupted from Rayleigh, crashing toward Esdeath like a volcanic eruption. In an instant, she was drenched in cold sweat, her mind beginning to swirl. Hold on, I must endure. Esdeath gritted her teeth, fully aware that this was Rayleigh's test for her. She strained against the overwhelming pressure, clinging to the hope of growing stronger. Only the powerful could stand their ground in this world. I must become stronger. I must become stronger. Finally, after what felt like centuries, the oppressive force receded like a tide. As Esdeath relaxed her mind, her body swayed, nearly losing consciousness. In a daze, a thunderous voice echoed in her ears. I accept you, my disciple. Upon hearing this voice, Esdeath's spirit entirely relaxed, and she fainted. Chapter 66. Luja Island. As night fell, the great sea route's Luja Island was plunged into darkness. The dense coconut trees swayed in the wind, their rustling clear in the tranquil night. This small summer island, spanning only 10 square kilometers, was the private domain of the Hussein family and the headquarters of the Lion King's organization, one of the dark forces of the Great Sea Route. The island's selection as the headquarters of the Lion King's organization was no coincidence. Despite its small size, it was surrounded by treacherous reefs and turbulent currents on the east, west, and north sides. Any ship foolish enough to attempt landing here would meet a dire fate. Only the southern side was gently sloped, serving as the organization's port. Heavily fortified and difficult to breach. Near the port was a small dock housing over 20 warships and numerous patrol vessels, responsible for the island's outer defense. Close to the dock were 4 towering lookout towers, manned 24 hours a day to vigilantly monitor the sea. As the stronghold of a dark force, the island was teeming with guards and powerful individuals, equipped with a stringent security system and defense measures. Tall coconut trees filled the island, casting shadowy silhouettes in the dark, concealing countless watchmen. At the heart of the island stood a luxurious winery, publicly known as Sir Hussein's Vacation Retreat. However, beneath this estate lay a vast underground complex, the true heart of the Lion King's organization. At that moment, in a secret chamber of the underground kingdom, several high-ranking members of the Lion King's organization were convening. The leader of the organization, Hussein, who controlled nearly 1/3 of the underground market of the Great Sea Route, sat at the head of the table. He was over 50, his face adorned with an amiable smile, resembling a leisurely nobleman. Yet, only those who truly understood him could grasp his terrifying nature. He was a cunning individual skilled at deception. Anyone who underestimated him might as well have consumed poison unknowingly. Look here. This is the news we received today. The little brat from the Douglas family has miraculously escaped and is starting to stir up trouble. What an audacious fool. Hussein tossed a report onto the table before the other members. All present were the top brass of the Lion King's organization, renowned figures across the seas. To Hussein's left sat a robust middle-aged man, who snatched the document from the table and scrutinized it. He was Hussein's younger brother, Dismason, the organization's strategist. Do not underestimate him, brother. At the age of 12, he had the audacity to devise a counterattack against his pursuers. If allowed to grow, he will become a significant threat. I propose we eliminate him immediately. So, present your plans to me. I need a solution that leaves no future troubles. No, boss. I have a different perspective. The speaker was a slender woman, one of the 4 senior officials of the Lion King's organization, named Heatherwee. Beautiful yet venomous. She had a knack for ingratiating herself and was favored by Hussein, earning her the moniker of the femme fatale. Share your thoughts. Hussein was open to differing opinions from his trusted subordinates. This brat may have slain nearly all his attackers and seemingly escaped danger, yet he has made a grave mistake. Oh, what is it? Hussein leaned forward with interest, setting down his smoking pipe, clearly attentive to Heatherwee's insights. He is far too naive. Believing that by eliminating a few minions, he can intimidate the powerful. He is unaware of how many formidable forces he has offended due to this slaughter. I suspect that many influential figures are enraged at sea, considering the thousands who perished on Naga Island. Thus, we can simply benefit from the ensuing chaos. For others will undoubtedly seek him out. Another lean man chimed in. He was another senior official, Shaoyin, known for his calm demeanor as a sniper, cradling a rifle and sporting goggles over his left eye. There is some merit to that argument. Hussein raised the cigarette holder, took a deep drag, and elegantly exhaled a ring of smoke. He casually tapped the ash on the table before turning to the last person in the conference room. Trav, what are your thoughts? Listening to the boss, I only need to take action, Trav replied in a deep, resonant voice. He was a robust figure, a muscular man leaning against an enormous axe, towering over him, emanating an aura of ferocity. He was the last senior officer of the Lion King organization. As for Nicholson, one of the 4 senior officers of the Lion King organization, he had already fallen to Satan's hand long before the conflict began in Amsterdam. While the high-ranking officials of the Lion King organization convened in an underground chamber, a peculiar white bird soared above the sea, gliding over the shipyard, the harbor, the coconut groves, and the estate, beginning to circle above Luja Island, surveying everything beneath it. After a prolonged reconnaissance, the bird descended towards the sea. As it swept past the lookout tower near the dock, countless tiny white spiders were released, drifting down with the wind. On the lookout tower, several watchers remained vigilant, their eyes fixed on the distant sea, not missing a single movement. Suddenly, one of the watchers felt an itch on his neck, as if something was crawling upon him. Oh no, a spider. Another watcher whispered urgently, it's on your neck. The itchy watcher reached towards his neck, attempting to locate the source of his discomfort, but found nothing. However, upon raising his gaze, he noticed that several tiny white spiders were perched upon his companions' necks. You all have strange spiders on your necks. Just as he spoke, a deep, thunderous explosion resonated, and the white spiders on the watchers' necks erupted, severing several necks in an instant, blood splattering as the watchers fell silently to the ground. The white bird in the sky passed over the other 3 lookout towers, repeating its deadly act by releasing a swarm of tiny white spiders. In the barely audible explosions, one watcher after another collapsed, drenched in blood, their faces etched with shock. It was unfathomable that anyone would dare to disturb the headquarters of the Lion King organization, effortlessly dismantling the outermost defenses of Luja Island in such a stealthy manner. Having completed its grim task, the white bird let out a triumphant cry and flapped its wings, soaring toward the sea. Below, Luja Island lay in tranquil silence, deeply concealing the darkness and wickedness of the Lion King organization. Utterly unaware that a storm of bloodshed was imminent and that the melody of death was about to resound. Chapter 67. Tactical arrangements on the southern sea of Luja Island. A sailboat stealthily navigated toward the shore under the cover of night. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings filled the air as the white bird landed on the deck. A boy with golden braids leapt down from its back, drawing the attention of everyone aboard. Young master, the mission is accomplished, the golden-haired boy exclaimed eagerly. He was none other than Didera, a member of the Tulip family. It turned out that after Satan had avenged himself against numerous pursuers on Naga Island, he remained unsatisfied with such triumphs. To proclaim the unwavering banner of the Tulip family to the world, he decided to undertake another significant endeavor before anyone could react. That endeavor was to eradicate the Lion King organization. Thus, after departing from Naga Island, they hurried to Luja Island, with Didera sent ahead to gather intelligence. How's the island's defense? Seeing Didera's return, Satan could no longer contain the fervor bubbling within him and asked anxiously, "The defenses are quite formidable. There are numerous guards patrolling around the central estate, and several sentinels hidden within the coconut groves. The shipyard near the coast is also heavily guarded. If we attempt to land forcefully, we will be detected immediately." Didera began to outline the island's defensive situation, his words tinged with a hint of boastfulness. "However, I have taken care of all the lookouts without alerting anyone else, so we can still approach the shore stealthily." "Well done." Satan wore a smile, thoroughly pleased with Didar's performance. Unexpectedly, the typically exuberant character displayed remarkable diligence during the execution of his mission. "Young master, please do not assign me to deal with mere foot soldiers again. I desire a worthy adversary," exclaimed Kisame Hashigaki, evidently feeling that his previous task of intercepting deserters at sea was too trivial. "Rest assured, the island harbors plenty of formidable opponents," said Sinan, introducing the island's powerful figures, urging everyone to brace themselves mentally and not to underestimate their foes when the time comes. Satan turned and beckoned Sinan to introduce the formidable figures of the Lion King organization to everyone. After all, the 7 deadly sins had previously undertaken the task of monitoring the dynamics of the underground world in the Rain Sea, thus possessing a comprehensive understanding of the intelligence surrounding the Lion King organization. The leader of the Lion King organization is Hussein, a powerful figure who made waves at sea 2 decades ago, rumored to be a user of a devil fruit, though detailed information about his abilities remains elusive. Sinan immediately spoke with poise. The strategist is Hussein's brother, Dismazen, a martial arts expert skilled in hand-to-hand combat, reputed to have achieved significant mastery in the use of armament Haki. "Leave Dismazen to me," Titan declared, his fist cracking with anticipation, his face a canvas of fierce battle fervor. Satan cast a glance at the loyal guardian who had nurtured him throughout his upbringing. Could it be that after spending so much time with these youthful companions, even the formidable Titan had revealed a passionate side? "No matter, please continue." "Indeed, my lord," he replied. "Apart from these 2, the noteworthy figures within the Lion King's organization are the 4 high-ranking officials. The rest are merely inconsequential." Sinan gazed at Satan with admiration before continuing, "Of course, one of the 4 high-ranking officials, Nicholas, has already been dealt with by you, my lord. Among the remaining 3, we must pay attention to the beautiful serpent, Heather, who possesses the Zoan-type snake fruit in its Dusa snake form, endowed with lethal venomous abilities. "I shall take on this beautiful serpent. I am now immune to poisons," spoke Akihitami. Ever since she had been afflicted by the cursed seal, her physique had undergone an extraordinary enhancement, rendering her immune to toxins. Warrior Dofu is an axe-wielding fighter with astonishing strength. "Astonishing strength? Leave this to me. My shark skin has been craving for a challenge for quite some time." Without allowing Sinan to finish, Kiba had already chosen his opponent. His great sword, Shark Skin, was originally a peculiar little fish endowed with the ability to siphon the physical strength of its adversaries, making it exceptionally easy to confront a physically formidable enemy. Lastly, we must be wary of the sniper, Xiaoyin. There is no information regarding him. All we know is that he is an exceptionally skilled marksman, and we must remain vigilant to avoid any unforeseen setbacks. Now that we comprehend the strength of our adversaries, do any of you have battle strategies in mind? Satan clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the crowd towards himself, his eyes suffused with a crimson hue. "I have but one request on this island. I demand no survivors. This is my bottom line. We must first obliterate the dock, destroying all their vessels. Otherwise, if they escape to the sea, pursuit will become exceedingly difficult." The portly fellow, hailing from the formidable kingdom of the 7 deadly sins, displayed a remarkably astute tactical mind. "Young master, allow me to undertake the demolition task. It is my prerogative." It was evident without a doubt that this was Didar's voice. However, before he could maintain his triumphant expression for even a second, the sinister figure perched upon Satan's shoulder suddenly erupted in fury. "Fools, you imbeciles, who permitted you to destroy the ships? If you leave without collecting, it is all for naught. You have ruined everything. Where am I to seize the spoils? Do you not realize that my vault is utterly barren? Without gold and belly, how am I to sustain you wretches? Go drink the northwestern wind." The agitated figure gesticulated wildly, his spittle flying as he scolded, for he had recently been appointed as the family's treasurer, sharing the storage space within Satan's being. To a miser like him, the dock brimming with vessels represented not just ships, but a treasure trove of gold and belly, which explained his fervent excitement. Hey, sinister. Do not be so agitated. Satan, with an air of arrogance, nearly devoured Daedara with his malevolent gaze. He couldn't help but offer a sly counsel. Sinin quietly retreated a couple of steps, hiding behind Kimimaro, fearful of attracting the attention of the formidable figure before him, who wielded considerable financial power. However, fate had other plans. The wicked gaze of Satan suddenly shifted towards Sinan, his face twisted in a sinister grin. And you, chubby one, what foul scheme have you concocted? Do not presume that hiding will make me forget you. Neither you nor Daedara shall receive any funding for activities next week. Please, dear Satan. Do not be so cruel. Sinan protested, pouting in dissatisfaction, while Kimimaro, standing in front of him, suppressed laughter, his shoulders shaking with mirth. And Kimimaro shall also receive no funds. Why? Kimimaro, taken aback, wore a bewildered expression, feeling as though he had been unfairly caught in the crossfire. Well, since you have no need for it, I shall simply keep it here, Satan declared with an air of pride, as if his reasoning were utterly sound. Kimimaro felt a dark cloud of despair looming over him, thinking, Satan, you are truly defying the heavens. Hey, this is too much, Satan. Satan, bearing the wings of malevolence, triumphantly returned him, a lingering smile of barely suppressed mirth gracing his countenance. Thank you, my dear family, you wretches, I adore you. You have pulled me from the abyss of anguish, granting me the impetus to strive. Understanding that the malevolence was merely to enliven the atmosphere, Satan felt a quiet gratitude within. Chapter 68. The night assault. As the night deepened, the docks of Luja Island lay shrouded in darkness, with most guards having succumbed to slumber. Only a few vigilant sentinels remained at the tower by the entrance, clutching their rifles. Perhaps it was the frigid night air that caused them to rub their hands together, betraying a certain inattentiveness. In the underbrush, a mere 100 meters from the tower, two figures lay low, their eyes fixed intently upon the guards above. They were Jun Malu and Chi Tong, the most agile operatives of the Tulip family. On a mission of ambush, cloaked by the night, they advanced stealthily, their bodies gliding like wisps of smoke, silent and approaching the tower ever closer, until they found themselves within a mere 20 meters. Chi Tong signaled Jun Malu with a decisive gesture, and like a predatory leopard, he sprang forth, crossing the distance in the blink of an eye, landing on the left side of the tower. In the astonished gazes of the guards, a flurry of crimson light flickered, and one by one, they fell, never having uttered a cry. Having dispatched the guards, Chi Tong coldly shook the blood from his blade and turned to observe the right side of the tower, where Jun Malu had similarly executed the remaining sentinels with silent precision. Their eyes met, and they continued their advance into the docks, gliding like whispers of death, methodically eliminating patrolling guards without a sound. Soon, the entire dock plunged into an oppressive silence. When Satan and his companions arrived at the docks, not a single defender remained. Only the thick, metallic scent of blood lingered in the air, silently heralding the prowess of Jun Malu and Chi Tong. Truly reliable, Guijiao exclaimed, extending his crimson tongue to lick his lips in involuntary admiration. Well, one must consider who my companions are. Time to collect the spoils. As he gazed upon the fully disarmed warships at the docks, it was as though he beheld flies amidst decaying flesh. To him, this was all treasure. With a flap of his wings, he approached one of the vessels. Extending his hand, a swirling void materialized in his palm, expanding rapidly until it engulfed the entire ship, which then transformed into a sphere of green light, vanishing from his grasp, leaving no trace of the once mighty vessel. With a snap of his fingers in delight, he darted toward the next ship. Good heavens, how is this possible? Titan gasped, wide-eyed, instinctively rubbing his eyes as if to dispel the illusion. Do you really wonder why Guijiao is so exhilarated? Ever since the life tree within me entered its growth phase, the space it encompasses can even contain a city, Satan explained with a smile, his expression tinged with a sense of pride. Soon, all 20 vessels in the dock fell into the clutches of malevolent intent, effectively severing the escape route of the Lion King's mechanism. At last, it is my turn to take the stage. I shall make the entire island erupt with excitement. With the plan to cut off the retreat successfully executed, Daedara could no longer contain himself. With a wave of his hand, a mouth in his palm unleashed a burst of explosive clay, transforming it into a magnificent white bird that carried Daedara soaring towards the heart of the island. Let us pay a visit to the island's master. Satan led the others towards the manor at the center of the island. As Daedara soared above the coconut grove, He formed hand signs, and countless explosive clay bombs resembling tiny spiders emerged from his hands, cascading downwards. These clay spiders could crawl onto enemies and detonate, making them perfect for clearing out hidden sentries during an ambush. As the clay spiders descended into the coconut grove, a series of explosions erupted, illuminating the night with flames, interspersed with the anguished cries of the hidden Lion King sentries lurking among the trees. Indeed, as Deidara had predicted, once he made his move, the entire island was engulfed in chaos. Yet, seemingly unsatisfied with his initial success, he raised his hands again to form more signs. He conjured several colossal flying dragons from explosive clay, which swept over the grove, unleashing their deadly payloads. Soon, the air was filled with a cacophony of explosions, and the entire island was shrouded in flames. Just as Deidara reveled in his aerial devastation, a gunshot rang out from the distant manor. A bullet, imbued with lethal intent, sped towards him, and before Deidara could react, the clay bird he rode quaked violently, followed by a tremendous explosion. Cursed fate! The progenitor of explosions was unexpectedly caught in another's blast, an unforgivable offense. Infuriated, Deidara, propelled by the explosion, realized that the very clay bird that had carried him was itself explosive, and the distant sniper had used a similar explosive round, triggering the bird's detonation upon impact. Truly, it was a case of being wounded by the very prey one sought to hunt. Grumbling to himself, he retrieved more explosive clay from his pocket, chewing it in his palm to create another clay bird, which he mounted to fly at low altitude towards the manor. A series of gunshots erupted as bullets rained towards him. However, now cautious, Deidara adeptly maneuvered the clay bird through the air, narrowly avoiding the deadly projectiles, as if dancing on the edge of death itself. Upon seeing Deidara approach, the sniper, Shaoyin, hastily stowed his weapon and fled into the jungle. For distance was the lifeline of a marksman. With agile movements, he occasionally turned to fire, inciting Deidara's fury. As the thunderous explosions continued, the guards in the manor were roused from their slumber. Teams of fully armed sentinels surged from the underground structures, nearly overwhelming the entire estate. "Who dares disturb us?" Hussein demanded, his face darkening as he surveyed the chaotic scene. "Those who shall send you to hell." With a deafening crash, the manor's grand doors splintered into debris, and figures emerged from the billowing smoke, their presence commanding respect amidst the flames. It was none other than Satan leading the Tulip family, his hands tucked into his pockets, coldly locking eyes with Hussein, filled with murderous intent. This scoundrel was the one who had instigated Big MOM, bringing calamity upon the Babylon kingdom. Hussein's gaze sharpened, his heart racing with foreboding as he recognized the enemy he had just been strategizing against now before him. Did this fool not realize he was in the headquarters of the Lion King organization? Knowing he was the target of ire, he still dared to act brazenly. Was he truly willing to risk everything? What a madman! "Little brat, you are but a stray dog, far too arrogant for your own good. Do you think my Luja island is a place to toy with? This is no Naga island you're familiar with." Hussein squinted, his words dripping with derision. "Youngster, it is wise to remain modest." "Modesty? That will come after I claim your head. For now, prepare to meet your demise." Deidara's laugh echoed, a wild mirth in his demeanor, his grizzled beard trembling as if he had heard the greatest jest. "Claim my head? What jest is this? Can you not see the disparity in our strengths? On this island, I command 5,000 elite subordinates from the Lion King organization. You need not lift a finger. They will drown you in numbers, leaving you with no grave to call your own." As if to affirm Hussein's declaration, a chorus of synchronized footsteps arose, as fully armed soldiers poured forth from the manor's hidden passages, encircling Satan and his companions in layers, countless weapons trained upon them, awaiting Hussein's command to turn them into Swiss cheese. "No, no, no. If the disparity you speak of refers to the number of soldiers, then such a gap does not exist." Satan's lips curled into a sinister smile, his voice resolute and unwavering. He disdainfully glanced at the soldiers surrounding them, shaking his head in contempt. Such rabble could be dealt with in an instant. With a soft command, would release, birth of the trees. An abundance of trees rapidly sprouted from the ground around Satan, growing as if in a never-ending frenzy, creating an entire forest in the blink of an eye. The Lion King automaton soldiers, caught off guard, found themselves ensnared by the seemingly endless surge of greenery. This new ability, born from the life tree within Satan during its growth phase, showcased the advantage of a time traveler from the information explosion era, imaginative enough to develop abilities that were astonishingly formidable, evolving the life tree's catalytic powers into a technique reminiscent of the would release from the Naruto universe, unparalleled in its might. The trees, as if imbued with life, began to entwine, tear, and strike. The Lion King soldiers, enveloped by the forest, suffered heavy casualties, their desperate cries and wails echoing in the air. Some agile soldiers attempted to attack the trees, dodging the assaults of the living branches. Yet, the trees, as manifestations of Satan's life force, were impervious to harm. Even when severed or shattered, they swiftly regrew from their broken parts to continue their relentless assault. Soon, the soldiers realized in despair that they were ensnared in an infinite ocean of trees. Ah, Satan, you are truly a genius. This does justice to the renown of the life tree divine artifact. The sprite, a natural affinity for wood elements, danced excitedly on Satan's shoulder, exclaiming with glee. Inhaling the rich scent of blood, Kisame's eyes nearly bulged with excitement, gazing at Satan's back with increasing reverence. This bloody feast cannot be complete without me. Allow me to join in. With a swift series of hand seals, Kisame summoned, summoning technique, 1,000 feeding sharks. Instantly, a horde of ferocious sharks erupted from the smoke, charging toward the mangled corpses and the soldiers still resisting within the forest. Under the intoxicating scent of blood, these sharks, accustomed to the sea, savagely tore apart the soldiers, devouring them with abandon. Though this may seem lengthy to recount, it transpired in a mere moment, witnessing his carefully cultivated elite soldiers fall in an instant. Turning his estate into a bloody battlefield, Hussein felt his heart bleed. The overwhelming tide of trees surged toward Hussein and his companions, rising like a green wave, reminiscent of a feral beast poised to devour its prey. How audacious! What have you done to my beloved subordinates? Roared Droff, the axe-wielding warrior, raising his enormous wheel axe high above him. As the blade struck the ground, a brilliant blue slash erupted forward, roaring like a lion, cleaving the earth open in a deep chasm that spread relentlessly. Amid the deafening sound of the earth splitting, the blue strike collided with the swirling green sea of trees, unleashing a powerful explosion that shredded the continuously growing branches, scattering leaves across the battlefield. Did it hold? Dismason murmured anxiously, awaiting the outcome of the clash. Fear not, Lord Dismason, my strike is indomitable, Droff responded confidently, resting the massive axe on his shoulder, for many souls had borne witness to its might. How Navi! Came Satan's distant cold snicker, a mocking smile playing on his lips. His birth of the trees was a vast, overwhelming attack, instantly generating a forest under his command. More terrifying was the fact that these hastily sprouted trees possessed the ability to absorb life force and grow anew. Having birthed the forest with his own formidable life force made it already powerful, but with the life energy of thousands of enemies consumed in an instant, the potential within could expand the birth of the trees across the entire island. Indeed, as Satan's derisive voice echoed, the previously seemingly halted trees unleashed an even greater potential, quickening their growth and surging forward like a returning tide toward Hussein and his companions. Utterly useless. Watch closely, scoffed Heather, the only female high-ranking officer of the Lion King automaton, casting a disdainful glance at Droff. Though she too was a senior officer, Heather believed, due to her special relationship with Hussein, that her status surpassed that of her peers. Yet, the other high-ranking officials showed her no respect, fueling her desire to suppress them. And she viewed this impending attack as an opportunity to undermine Droff's arrogance. As Heather spoke, her form began to change, a long serpentine tail sprouted from her waist, and her hair transformed into numerous writhing snakes, hissing and flicking their tongues, a sight that would surely terrify anyone with a phobia of dense clusters. This was unmistakably the guise of the legendary Medusa, as Heather had consumed a special zoan-type devil fruit, the Medusa fruit. Facing the relentless onslaught of trees, Heather, now embodying Medusa, remained unperturbed. She opened her mouth, unleashing streams of purple venom that fell upon the advancing trees. Upon contact, the toxic liquid hissed and corroded the ground, swiftly evaporating into a noxious purple mist that formed an invisible barrier. As the extending branches entered the toxic fog, they rapidly yellowed, withered, and decayed, reduced to mere remnants. Their aggressive advance sapped of vigor. Such potent corrosiveness is truly alarming, remarked Akito, his eyes wide with shock. He silently thanked his fortuitous immunity to toxins. Yet this overwhelming acidity was beyond his defenses. Fortunately, Satan's grand maneuver had unveiled the opponent's trump card. Otherwise, had they proceeded as planned, they would have faced dire consequences. Well done, Heather, Hussein praised, seeing the expansion of Satan's birth of the trees finally halted. As for the fallen subordinates, he could always cultivate new ones. He felt no sorrow for their loss. Humph, do you think this will stop me? Kisame, sensing the dismissive attitude towards them, muttered indignantly. He began forming hand seals at an astonishing speed, his hands a blur. Water release, great waterfall technique. With the completion of his seals, a towering wave surged forward from the depths of the dense forest, crashing like a wall, sweeping away everything in its path, accompanied by countless sharks lurking beneath, mouths agape. Ready to strike. Help? Boss, I can't swim. The surging waves instantaneously dispersed the toxic mist, rushing towards the remaining few high-ranking officials of the Lion King's organization. Heather's face turned pale with fright. This was a common vulnerability shared by all who possessed the powers of the devil fruits. While they gained abilities that surpassed ordinary humans, they were forever cursed by the sea, rendered powerless as soon as they encountered salt water. Damn it, I am a power wielder too. Hussein could hardly contain his frustration. This ability to summon waves at will was truly the nemesis of all power users. In a swift motion, he retreated to the higher ground of the estate. What a nuisance. Mason appeared beside Heather in a flash, swiftly pulling her away from the encroaching waves. The waters summoned by the great waterfall technique surged forward, leaving behind a path reminiscent of its tsunami's devastation, reduced to mere remnants of walls and debris. With each relentless destruction of his painstaking efforts, Hussein's rage reached a boiling point, obliterating the facade of the nobleman he had maintained. Prepare to face my wrath, he declared, standing atop a broken wall, veins bulging on his forehead, pulsating with intensity. The air around him grew inexplicably agitated, rising in wisps of mist. In the face of the impending wave, Hussein unleashed a powerful punch, sending a gale-force wind crashing towards the water. In that fleeting moment of collision, time seemed to stand still. Yet, in the next instant, the potent gust erupted forth, causing the once menacing waves to boil violently, enveloped in billowing steam. Sharks, caught in the tumult, were scalded as if they had plunged into a lava pool, their struggles culminating in wisps of white smoke as they vanished from sight. Not only were the summoned beasts of Ju obliterated, but the tree realm created by Satan also suffered catastrophic destruction. Amidst the tumultuous waters, the trees appeared as if they were being cooked, their bark splintering, leaves wilting, and vitality extinguished. Soon, in the throes of the boiling sea, the water evaporated almost entirely, leaving the trees lifeless, Hussein's and Satan's assaults completely extinguished. However, the estate lay in ruins, scattered with remnants of branches, fallen leaves, and skeletal remains. Shrouded in a veil of mist and clouds, truly the master, a single strike sufficed. Heather, having narrowly escaped death, did not hesitate to commend Hussein. Though she understood that her leader's power far surpassed her own, witnessing him in action was always awe-inspiring. Hussein had consumed the boiling fruit, a devil fruit of the paramecia type, granting him formidable abilities that could cause anything he touched to boil, his destructive prowess immeasurable. Do not grow complacent. You have been too comfortable for far too long. Hussein dismissed Heather's flattery, his gaze fixed cautiously on the thick mist formed by the evaporating sea. Wary of a surprise attack from Satan and his allies. Despite his continued taunts of brats, even Hussein could not help but feel a sense of trepidation regarding Satan's strength, especially considering the ease with which he had dispatched thousands of his subordinates. I underestimated this old man. He truly is a figure controlling a third of the Grand Line's black market. Meanwhile, within the mist, Satan felt a growing unease, becoming increasingly vigilant of his surroundings. We have underestimated our opponent. The plan must change. Listen to me. Yes. The others responded in unison. Hussein's strength exceeds our expectations. No single one of us can stand against him. We must coordinate our assault for a chance of success. However, he is not alone. Mason and two high-ranking officials are with him, leaving us no opportunity to strike. The speaker was Sign-In, his voice trembling, betraying his weakened state. As a devil fruit user, even lingering in the mist created by the evaporating seawater left him feeling drained. Among my newly developed techniques, there exists one capable of momentarily restraining Hussein. At that time, you must eliminate Mason and the two high-ranking officials with utmost speed and then come to my aid. Satan's expression grew somewhat grave. Yet the captivating brilliance emanating from his heterochromatic eyes compelled one to believe in his miraculous capabilities, such as the allure of a natural-born ruler. Master, allow me to remain and assist you, just in case, remarked the typically taciturn Junmaru, exchanging a glance with Aikido that unmistakably conveyed their mutual concern. After all, they had all witnessed the formidable power of Hussein's previous attack, raising apprehensions for Satan's safety as he chose to confront him alone. There is no need for that. Focus your efforts on swiftly vanquishing the other adversaries, As for Hussein, you can rest assured and leave him to me." Satan placed a reassuring hand on Kamari's shoulder, his tone brooking no dissent. As the head of the family, one must confront the mightiest foes, a source of pride and responsibility. A subtle smile graced his lips as he surveyed his family around him. The success or failure hinged on this moment. Victory would undoubtedly be ours. Indeed, young master. Chapter 71. The clash of forces in the mist-shrouded estate. Hussein and his subordinates remained ever vigilant. Suddenly, the ground beneath them quaked unexpectedly, and dozens of sharp earth spikes erupted, nearly impaling them. Fortunately, all present were skilled practitioners, their senses keen and reflexes swift. Upon sensing the tremor, they leapt aside, narrowly evading this ambush. It was only then that the voice of Sinan pierced through the fog, accompanied by a sudden thrust of earth. Although Hussein and his companions had dodged Sinan's attack, their evasive maneuvers had created distance between them. With a focused gaze, Satan seized the moment of their dispersion to strike. Following closely behind Sinan's earth thrust, Satan unleashed his own assault. The ground beneath Hussein and his allies quickly sprouted countless entangling roots, surging toward their unsteady footing. Just as Hussein, Dismason, Heather, and Tove had barely evaded the initial attack, the encroaching roots ensnared them with formidable tenacity, binding their limbs and spreading relentlessly, effectively immobilizing them. Such trifling skills, how audacious to present such a lackluster attack. Hussein felt a flicker of disdain upon realizing the roots were not fatal. However, just as he prepared to exert his strength to break free from the annoying vines, Satan's figure suddenly burst forth from the mist. Satan halted over 20 meters from Hussein. Extending his left hand, a seal materialized in his palm, and several elongated wooden prisms emerged, swiftly forming a wooden cage that suppressed Hussein, who had just freed himself from the roots. This was a technique drawn from the power of the Tree of Life, akin to that wielded by the legendary ninja Hashirama Senju to confine tailed beasts. Hashirama's ability to absorb the strength of tailed beasts through his would release and subsequently subdue them was formidable. Once ensnared by this technique, escape became exceedingly difficult. Now, repurposed by Satan to restrain the powerful Hussein, it was perfectly suited for the task. Caught off guard and immobilized by Satan's technique, Hussein's muscles tensed, and his fists clenched tightly as he summoned his strength, creating ripples in the surrounding air with his ferocious aura. He struggled and charged, attempting to break free from the wood release's confinement through sheer brute force. Yet, the resilient wood, infused with abundant life force by Satan, remained unyielding. Any damage it sustained was instantly repaired, rendering his efforts futile and solidly binding Hussein in place. Although this wood release technique proved remarkably effective, successfully restraining the formidable Hussein, it bore its own drawbacks. To ensure that Hussein remained unable to escape the wooden confinement, Satan had to continuously infuse the wooden structure with life force. Sacrificing his offensive capabilities, he could only steadfastly hold Hussein in place, awaiting the moment his family would eliminate the remaining members of the Lion King's organization, before returning to join in the assault. This was their sole opportunity for victory in this battle. The actions of Satan seemed to sound the trumpet of assault, as the formidable members of the Tulip family burst forth from the thick mist, one after another. Dismason, who had just freed himself from the entangling roots, barely had a moment to catch his breath before being charged by the Titan, a great ape, sending him soaring through the air before crashing to the ground. In a flash, Junmaru's figure darted towards the fallen Dismason like a bolt of lightning. Simultaneously, Heather, transformed into the Medusa Queen, found herself ensnared by the roots and was suddenly confronted by Akitomi, whose blade, Murakumo, struck like a crimson lightning bolt aimed at her heart. Heather managed to shift just enough to avoid a fatal blow, but the sharp slash nonetheless carved a deep laceration across her chest, causing blood to spurt forth in torrents. In agony, Heather let out a pained scream, her serpentine tail whipping around like a colossal whip. With muscles honed for speed, her tail lashed out at Akitomi, who had struck her. Before he could evade, the powerful strike sent him flying like a rag doll, soaring nearly 100 meters before he finally landed. In the moment Akitomi was sent reeling, Sanan's attack followed closely behind. The earth around Heather erupted, transforming into several gigantic hands that came crashing down upon her, each blow inflicting tremendous damage. On another front, Dofu, having escaped the roots, was not spared either. He was simultaneously assaulted by the ghastly Kisame. Several shark-like water orbs surged towards him with incredible force. Dofu barely managed to raise his massive axe in defense before being sent hurtling away by the impact. The atmosphere was rife with chaos as blades flew and fists howled, resulting in a frenzied clash throughout the estate. Meanwhile, amidst this tumultuous battle, Daedara, who had been tailing the sniper Xiaoyin since the onset, found himself drawn into a dense thicket. Cautiously navigating through the trees, he contemplated the situation. The environment favored his adversary, a marksman skilled in long-range attacks, compelling him to proceed with utmost caution to avoid a severe setback. Several hundred meters away, atop a grand tree, Xiaoyin concealed himself within the thick foliage, his sniper rifle trained on Daedara. Suddenly, the sound of a gunshot shattered the silence, and the bullet, imbued with a powerful aura, spiraled toward Daedara, piercing through his form and reducing him to a puddle of mud. Finally dealt with. What a pesky little spirit, Xiaoyin murmured, stowing away his sniper rifle as he prepared to return to the estate. Unbeknownst to him, as he sheathed his weapon, the puddle of mud that was once Daedara vanished. At last, I found you. You truly know how to hide. Another Daedara emerged from behind a nearby tree, a cunning smile gracing his face as he stealthily made his way in the direction Xiaoyin had taken back to the estate. Releasing tiny white clay spiders from his palm that burrowed into the earth, climbed the trees, and nestled within the trunks, effectively weaving a deadly trap for Xiaoyin. Daedara, fully aware of his disadvantages in unfamiliar territory, had employed the earth clone technique to divert attention and scout the area. The mud he had just been blasted into was merely a clay clone, a tactic unknown to Xiaoyin. Daedara continued his stealthy advance until he reached a clearing, where he began to weave seals. From his palm emerged a multitude of white clay spiders capable of explosive devastation, strategically placing them throughout the forest, awaiting the moment Xiaoyin would stumble into his meticulously laid trap. As the night deepened, the chilling moonlight bathed the earth, casting a pale glow over the tranquil sea. While the battle at the center of Luja Island intensified, Dismason, the strategist of the Lion King S machine, stood resolute against the combined assault of Titan and Junmaru, showing no signs of faltering. His reputation for cunning was matched by an impressive display of raw power. As he surged into battle, his upper body grotesquely swelling to nearly double its size. With formidable muscles and explosive strength, Dismason, having mastered the art of armament Haki, unleashed devastating punches that sent both Titan and Junmaru reeling. Unlike the foes Junmaru had faced before, Dismason's combat style was brutally straightforward, relying on sheer physical prowess and profound mastery of Haki, leaving Junmaru feeling as though he were a tiger unable to claw its way down from the heavens, rendered utterly powerless. While Junmaru and Titan found themselves locked in a stalemate with Dismason, the clash between the undead Kisame and the axe-wielding Dofu unfolded in a different fashion. Dofu, the axe warrior, boasted incredible strength and a formidable physique. He thrived in brute force confrontations, and against most adversaries, he would hold the advantage. However, he was pitted against the formidable Kisame, whose shark skin possessed the ability to drain the vitality of his foes and replenish his own. Kisame's body was encased in iron-hard scales, sharp as blades, and every time Dofu's massive axe collided with him, a portion of his strength was siphoned away, feeding Kisame. It wasn't long before the once mighty Dofu began to wheeze, the vigor of a warrior waning as defeat loomed on the horizon. Come on, put in a bit more effort. Let me feel utterly exhilarated. As the battle raged on, the fierce and tenacious Kisha grew increasingly emboldened, his aura of malevolence intensifying. His eyes gleamed with a frenzied excitement, occasionally taunting Tofu, which only served to further infuriate the axe-wielding warrior, driving his attacks into a frenzy. Yet, amidst this chaos, Kisha thrived, effortlessly parrying and countering with dexterity, his razor-sharp skin slicing through Tofu's flesh, leaving trails of blood in his wake, which only incited Kisha's brutality further. Meanwhile, the towering figure of Heiswei, transformed into a Medusa queen of colossal proportions, descended into madness following a series of injuries. With her serpentine hair thrashing about, each snake seemed to swell with newfound vigor, launching a relentless assault of fangs and venom toward the crimson-eyed adversary. The multitude of serpents entwined and bit, their gleaming fangs dripping with lethal purple venom, their hissing tongues creating an overwhelming cacophony that invoked sheer terror, each strike capable of creating great craters in the ground. Determined to swiftly conclude the skirmish and assist Satan, the resolute Qitong poured all her energy into evasion, her body adorned with intricate, mystical sigils, resembling a ghost flitting through the underworld, deftly dodging the serpentine onslaught. In the brief moments of respite, she wielded her blade, Muramesa, with glimmering precision, occasionally severing a serpent's head and spilling copious amounts of blood, which only fueled Heisway's rage further. "Fool, you will pay for that." Heisway's shrill shriek pierced the air, a sound sharp enough to rupture eardrums. The severed serpent thrashing violently, sprouting more smaller snakes from its decapitated form, which grew at an alarming rate and rejoined the fray of attacks. Come on, I will crush you," Heisway commanded, her control over the ever-growing number of serpents intensifying as they pursued Qitong with relentless ferocity, venomous fangs, gaping maws, and putrid breath coalescing into a nightmarish assault. An endless sea of serpents that sent chills down Qitong's spine, making her question her choice of adversary. Qitong, agile and lithe, danced between the serpents, her frail form resembling a small boat on the verge of capsizing amidst turbulent waves, narrowly escaping lethal bites. She could almost smell the rancid breath of the serpents passing closely by, their hissing tongues flickering ominously. Amidst the chaos, the serpents released jets of venom, enveloping the vicinity in a noxious mist that tattered Qitong's clothing, even as her poison-resistant constitution began to falter under the sheer volume of toxins filling the air, dulling her senses and slowing her reactions. This cannot continue. I must assist my master. A sudden surge of resolve ignited within her at the mere thought of Satan. Glancing towards him, she observed him straining against his sane, pouring his life force into the would-release technique to suppress his foe, each exertion taking a toll on his body. His muscles twitching, and beads of sweat streaming down his temples. He was valiantly fighting to buy time for them all. Yes, my master is fighting for us. I cannot squander time against these lesser foes. Qitong evaded yet another strike, her mind racing. As an assassin from the Crimson Eye world, her combat style had always revolved around close-quarters combat and silent eliminations. Yet now, her once-prided skills seemed insufficient against such a formidable opponent. The enemies of my master will only grow stronger. I refuse to be the one who holds him back. Her crimson eyes widened, reflecting an intense determination as her spirit surged to new heights. I too must hone a more powerful combat style, worthy of following my master and vanquishing even greater adversaries. Imagining the legendary swordsmen of this realm, who could cleave mountains and part seas with a mere stroke of their blades, she felt a newfound purpose. With a sudden leap, she positioned herself at a distance, halting abruptly. "What's this? Have you surrendered? Become my prey," Heisway taunted, her voice dripping with derision. "No, it is you who shall surrender," Qitong declared, raising her blade high, her eyes almost overflowing with crimson light. She attuned herself to the subtle shifts in the air, as the world around her seemed to fall into a profound silence, every minute detail resonating within her. One strike, half-moon burial. In an instant, Qitong vanished, leaving behind a series of afterimages as she weaved through the serpentine onslaught, Heisway seeing only a glimmer of steel as Qitong reappeared behind the writhing mass of snakes, her form coming to a halt as she slowly sheathed her blade. Behind her, amidst the throng of serpents, a cataclysmic burst of crimson crescent-shaped blade energy erupted, akin to a tempest sweeping through, slicing through the air, blood spraying in every direction as the serpents were obliterated into fragments, showering the ground with a torrential rain of crimson. Chapter 73, The Light of Petrification. My master, did you see? I have succeeded. Qitong stood, slightly breathless, her heart brimming with an exhilarating sense of accomplishment. For her, this was the first time executing a swordsman-esque technique, a formidable test of her abilities. Yet the satisfaction coursing through her was undeniable. At this moment, she had truly transcended her previous limits, stepping into the ranks of the sword masters, wielding the power to cleave mountains and part seas. Confident in her newfound prowess, she did not glance back at the carnage left behind, but turned her gaze toward the battlefield of Kisha. The undead Kisha had maintained the upper hand since the onset of the battle, and he was nearing the conclusion of his confrontation. Tofu, panting heavily, was drenched in sweat, the massive axe in his grasp feeling as though it weighed a ton, every swing becoming increasingly laborious. Though his strikes remained powerful, creating fissures in the earth with each blow and whipping up violent gusts that sent debris flying, he could no longer land a hit on Kisha, his efforts devolving into futile attempts to strike back. This ends now. Losing interest in the clumsy attacks of Droth, the ghostly shark instinctively licked his lips and swiftly dodged his frenzied strikes. Seizing the moment during Droth's downward swing, he unleashed his technique, Shark Skin, Flying Chain Slash. The hilt of the shark skin blade suddenly elongated over 10 meters, twisting and curling like a chain, taking advantage of Droth's unguarded chest as he swung his axe. delivering a ferocious thrust that pierced through his torso. The massive blade of shark skin penetrated Drav's chest, its sharp, slender scales utterly pulverizing his innards. The tip of the blade emerging from his back, still dripping with bits of flesh and crimson blood that dripped rhythmically down the blade. The blood-soaked shark skin throbbed with a primal excitement akin to a bloodthirsty shark. The ghostly shark swiftly withdrew his blade, the hilt retracting once more, inflicting a second wound upon Drav and severing his body into two segments, flesh and blood scattering as the blade returned to its original form. Chi-Tong, witnessing the ghostly shark's victory, felt a flicker of relief, knowing that once this Mason was dealt with, she could assist her master. She turned her gaze towards the battlefield of Junmaru, oblivious to the sinister movements behind her. Among the countless corpses of serpents piled behind her, a patch of blood and flesh began to tremble ominously. A woman, drenched in serpent blood, emerged, her eyes filled with malevolent intent. It was Esdeath, who had shed her serpent form. During Chi-Tong's explosive strike, the serpents had absorbed much of the impact on her behalf, though grievously wounded. She had managed to survive against the odds. As she raised her head from the remains of the serpents, she caught sight of Drav being cleaved in two by the ghostly shark, sending a shiver of dread through her, realizing that victory was no longer attainable. A desperate urge to flee surged within her. However, upon spotting Chi-Tong's silhouette, an uncontrollable hatred erupted within her, twisting her features into a grotesque mask of rage. "You wretched creature, how dare you slay my beloved pets? Even if I cannot defeat you, I will make you pay." Esdeath fixated her glare upon Chi-Tong's back, her fury igniting, and suddenly bellowed, petrifying light. A fissure opened upon her forehead, akin to the emergence of a third eye. Glowing a deep crimson and radiating a malevolent aura, it abruptly unleashed a grayish beam of light aimed at the unsuspecting Chi-Tong. This was the unique ability granted by the Deuce's serpent fruit, a potent petrifying light that could turn foes to stone, usable only 3 times in a lifetime. The petrification was irreversible unless the user perished or voluntarily relinquished the power. Clearly, Esdeath's overwhelming hatred for Chi-Tong could no longer be contained. She was willing to expend her last resort to annihilate her. "Chi-Tong, beware of what lurks behind you." The ghostly shark, having just slain Drav, turned to warn Chi-Tong upon noticing Esdeath's ambush, but it was too late to intervene. Chi-Tong, startled, turned just in time to be struck by the petrifying light, which swiftly began to envelop her, rendering her completely immobile and transforming her into a lifeless statue that crumbled to the ground. Upon witnessing her successful ambush, Esdeath let out a triumphant cackle and swiftly retreated into the thick fog, vanishing from sight. The closest to Chi-Tong, Sainang, reacted first, transforming into a cloud of dust that rushed to catch Chi-Tong's petrified form, preventing her from shattering upon impact. "No, Chi-Tong!" The anguished cry of Satan echoed as he turned instinctively, witnessing the moment Chi-Tong began to fall, his heart pounding with rage. Realizing Esdeath's retreat, Satan's thoughts raced. The effects of all devil fruit abilities dissipated with the death of the user. Thus, to reverse Chi-Tong's petrification, Esdeath had to be eliminated. "Sainang, safeguard Chi-Tong." "Ghostly shark, retrieve that wretched woman's head." Even amidst his profound anguish, Satan's mind remained sharp as he issued the command. Sainang, enveloping Chi-Tong's body in a protective cloud, departed the battlefield with utmost caution, ever vigilant of the potential aftershocks of the battle, while the ghostly shark pursued Esdeath in her fleeing direction. Just as Satan became momentarily distracted by Chi-Tong's petrification, the wooden restraints binding Hussein began to waver, a subtle change immediately detected by the seasoned warrior. With a surge of explosive energy, Hussein unleashed his full might, shattering his constraints and propelling himself towards Satan, who was briefly caught off guard. "You insolent wretch! Pay for your ignorance," he cried, delivering a devastating blow to Satan's chest, sending him hurtling away as if struck by a battleship. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I've caused my family more pain. It's all my fault for being so powerless." Deep within, Satan was engulfed in profound self-reproach. His body trembling in the air, enduring relentless blows as if trapped in a nightmarish reverie, incessantly questioning himself, unable to find solace. Transparent tears glistened at the corners of his eyes, cascading down like pearls cut from their string. "Why is it always you who suffers? Why? I would rather bear all the pain myself, just to ensure your well-being." Chapter 74. The Curse of the Earth. It has been far too long since I last intervened. My old bones have grown weary, and I have foolishly succumbed to a mere child. Feeling a surge of vindication after knocking Satan away, Hussein twisted his neck, seemingly adjusting his physical state. "Let your head serve as atonement. With fierce determination, Hussein advanced towards the fallen Satan, his gaze fixed upon him as if he were a lamb awaiting slaughter. The veteran who had dominated a third of the great maritime black market for over 2 decades was finally serious. Young master, not far from them, Junmaru, engaged in a fierce struggle with this Mason, felt his eyes widen in alarm. He had just witnessed Hussein break free and strike Satan down, causing his heart to race with anxiety. Power, I need greater power. Junmaru's inner voice roared silently, waves of pain coursing through him as memories of living alongside Satan flooded his mind. Though he struggled to articulate his feelings, his love for his family weighed heavily upon him. As if attuned to his deepest desires, Junmaru felt a surge within him, a tremor in his heart, as if a force was awakening within. This is the awakening of the curse of the earth. The curse was derived from the bodily fluids of the sage-empowered Yugo by Orochimaru, who injected it into ninjas through the snake kiss technique, granting them enhanced strength at the cost of unnatural transformations. While those imbued with the curse could unleash formidable power, the relentless extraction of energy would corrode their very essence, ultimately leading to a loss of consciousness, relegating them to mere fighting husks until death claimed them. The curse of the earth, on par with the curse of heaven, represented the highest tier of curses, offering even greater power at an amplified risk. For the sake of my young master, I would willingly transform into a demon. Junmaru murmured within. Curse of the earth, State 1. The curse upon Junmaru's chest rapidly expanded, a linear pattern spreading forth, amplifying his speed and strength manifold. Clenching his bony fists, he unleashed a tempestuous assault upon Dismazen, his strikes akin to a torrential storm. Dismazen scarcely had a moment to react before being struck multiple times by Junmaru's bone spikes, blood erupting in vivid splashes. Titan uncle, hold him off. I will assist the young master. Concerned for Satan's welfare, Junmaru was unwilling to squander time on Dismazen, issuing a brief command to Titan before charging towards Hussein. Go with peace of mind. Taking advantage of the distraction, Titan, now transformed into a beast, sent Dismazen flying with a single powerful punch, his aura swelling with intensity. I cannot be looked down upon either. Dismazen, rising to his feet and brushing off the dust, scoffed disdainfully, despite numerous wounds from the bone spikes, moving as if unscathed. Humph, victory is surely ours. Understanding Dismazen's attempt to intimidate him, Titan ignored the taunt and charged at Dismazen once more, his fists glimmering with a dark sheen, radiating lethal intent, refusing to grant him a moment's respite. The air crackled with the thunderous sound of their colliding fists, slowly rising after being struck away by Hussein. Satan stood, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He touched his chest, where Hussein's ferocious punches had seared his flesh, leaving a gruesome wound that rattled his internal organs. So, little one, do you have any final words? Hussein approached with a sense of triumph, methodically applying pressure on Satan, relishing in the torment of his enemy, savoring the exquisite pleasure of revenge. Humph, I shall leave the chance for final words to you. Satan cast a disdainful glare at Hussein, as the vitality within him surged and flowed. The wound on his chest healed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he regained his spirited demeanor. It was only then that the formidable regenerative power bestowed upon him by the Tree of Life became evident. No matter how strong you are, if you cannot vanquish me in an instant, I shall outlast you. Satan clenched his fists, resolute in his readiness to exchange injury for life. Young master, please allow us to fight side by side. At that moment, a figure flashed by, and Junmaru appeared beside Satan. It could not have been more fortuitous. Satan's promise echoed, his veins surging with fervor as golden dragon-like inscriptions emerged from his chest, swiftly spreading to his face, ultimately enveloping a significant portion of it, rendering him both mysterious and fearsome. With a swift motion, he charged towards Hussein, for passively retaliating was not in his nature. Striking first was the true path to victory. The Earth's curse mark, Stage 2, saw the linear inscriptions on Junmaru rapidly expand across his entire body, leading him to unleash a frenzied transformation into the second state of the Earth curse mark. His skin took on a brown hue, his form contorted. Sharp bone spines sprouted from various parts of his body, while his right arm morphed into a spiraled, bone-like spear, and a bony tail emerged behind him, transforming him into a creature reminiscent of a stegosaurus. He followed closely behind Satan, rushing towards Hussein. Remarkable indeed. Each one of them appears as a monster, Hussein chuckled, mustering all his strength to confront the onslaught from Satan and Junmaru. His aura radiated like a furnace, the intense boiling energy distorting the air around him. The battle among the three monsters resembled a tempest, their formidable powers clashing and erupting, the aftermath wreaking havoc across the estate. Outside the estate, the hidden Daedara awaited the sniper, shouting to fall into his trap. Suddenly, a woman stumbled out from the direction of the estate, her hair disheveled, her body battered with wounds, frequently glancing back as if pursued by demons. It was Heisway, fleeing from the pursuit of the undead ghost shark, but in her panic, she unwittingly stepped into a trap set by Daedara for shouting. Master said, "No survivors shall remain on this island," which means this woman is also an enemy. Daedara mused, a wicked smile spreading across his face, soon morphing into a frenzy of excitement. "Art is an explosion," a booming voice echoed through the woods. And before the panicked Heisway could react, she was engulfed by a violent explosion, her form disintegrating into fragments amidst blinding light. Her expression one of sheer astonishment as she met her end. Simultaneously, within the estate, Qitong regained her composure from her petrified state, with Heisway's demise. The abilities of the devil fruit were nullified. Chapter 75. All-out assault within the estate, the tides of battle shifted dramatically. With Qitong's petrification lifted, she and Sinan joined the fray against Hussein. Concerned for his brother's safety amid overwhelming odds, Dismason broke through Titan's obstruction to join Hussein, fighting side by side. The situation evolved into an assault by the Tulip family against the two brothers, gradually turning in Satan's favor. Qitong seethed with frustration. She had intended to assist her master at the earliest opportunity, but her momentary lapse had hindered him instead, causing further complications. At this moment, her fighting spirit blazed brighter than ever. One strike, certain kill, half-moon funeral. As she embraced her swordmaster prowess, she unleashed a powerful slash, a torrent of crimson. Crescent-shaped blade energy surged forth towards the Hussein brothers. Dismason, his body enveloped in the hardened armor of Haki, stood unwavering before the incoming blade energy. Positioning himself protectively in front of Hussein, he struck the ground with a mighty fist just as the blade energy approached, sending the earth within several dozen meters into upheaval. Forming a barrier that deflected Qitong's lethal strike. Would release, flying tree. In the very moment Dismason deflected Qitong's attack, Satan's assault followed suit. Wooden barriers erupted around Dismason, trapping him within. Leaping into the air, Satan gestured, causing massive diamond-shaped wooden pillars to crash down upon Dismason ensconced within the wooden barrier. These colossal wooden structures weighed over 1,000 pounds and descended with alarming speed. Should they connect, Dismason would surely meet his demise. Humph! Boiling fist. Hussein, greatly agitated by the onslaught, scoffed as he swung his fist towards the heavens. A surge of violently boiling air erupted from his fist, colliding with the descending wooden pillars, resulting in a cataclysmic clash that sent wood shavings spiraling through the air, neutralizing Satan's attack. Bone pulse, early fern dance. In perfect synchronization with Satan, Junmaru understood without prompting. As Satan initiated his aerial assault, Junmaru launched a surprise attack from below. In his frenzied second curse state, he unleashed early fern dance, causing countless bone spikes to erupt from the ground, their piercing strength overwhelming as they pierced through Dismason, who was ensnared by the wooden barrier. Poor Dismason, though he had evaded the impending doom from above, could not escape the deadly onslaught of the spiky bones beneath him, suffering grievous wounds in an instant. Meanwhile, the defiant Sinan summoned a multitude of sharp earthen spikes to follow suit, relentlessly driving Hussein to leap and evade in a frantic dance. Damn it, this is never-ending. Hussein grumbled, grappling with the injured Dismason as he dodged the assaults. Yet, the ground beneath him was inundated with sharp bone and earthen spikes, leaving him with scarcely a foothold. Do you think I'm a sickly cat just because I remained silent? Hussein, standing at a distance, crouched low and plunged his hands into the earth. The earth boils, mud waves. As Hussein activated his ability, the ground beneath him churned as if boiling water, the surging mud rising higher as it cascaded towards Satan and his allies like a tidal wave. Is this a joke? Sinan gasped, activating his powers to erect towering walls of earth in a desperate attempt to halt the oncoming tide. Yet, Hussein's earth waves were magnificent, crashing through wall after wall with relentless force, continuing their advance toward them. One strike, certain kill, full moon funeral. With a buildup of energy, Qitong drew her sword, unleashing a crescent blade of energy that cleaved the onrushing mud waves in two, causing them to disperse like a stream encountering stones, flowing around Satan and his companions. Water release, shark bullet technique. Just as Hussein launched a counterattack, exhausted from the relentless onslaught, a shark-shaped water bullet hurtled towards him, forcing him to evade once more, dragging the injured Mason away from the barrage of water bullets. The ghost shark had returned after pursuing Highsway. "Thank you for your efforts, Ghost Shark." "Ah, how embarrassing. That woman was dealt with by Daedara, and I made a wasted trip." The ghost shark sheepishly grinned, then continued, "Master, can we find a way to control the enemy's movements? Daedara is planning a grand explosion." "He's back too? I'm relieved to see you all safe." Satan's thoughts stirred as he comprehended Daedara's abilities and plans. He signaled to the others to persistently assault Hussein, compelling him to evade incessantly amidst the fierce onslaught, draining his stamina with each frantic maneuver. The moment had arrived. Observing Hussein's excessive fatigue and diminishing reflexes, Satan decisively intervened, summoning a multitude of red torii gates that descended from the heavens, firmly pinning Hussein's body and instantaneously restraining his movements. With a commanding shout to retreat, he and Akihitami Kumagoro swiftly distanced themselves from the battlefield, widening the gap between them and Hussein. "At last, it was my turn to make an entrance," echoed Daedara's eager voice from the skies as he soared above Hussein on a clay bird. "C3, number 18, Daedara exclaimed, deploying an explosive clay puppet that plummeted directly onto the torii gates restraining Hussein. This puppet, infused with Daedara's highest level chakra, was designed to unleash an explosion capable of obliterating an entire village. Upon its descent into the torii, the puppet erupted with a cataclysmic explosion, emitting a blinding light that compelled all to shut their eyes against the searing brilliance. When Satan and the others reopened their eyes, they beheld an immense crater, everything within it vaporized by the searing heat of the explosion, leaving a scene of astonishing devastation. "Surely, this must have concluded the fight," Sinan gasped, covering his mouth in disbelief. Was such a destructive force truly achievable by human hands? Indeed, those around the young master were all extraordinary beings. Yet, he still lives. Daedara, adjusting the telescope on his left eye, stated gravely, "In the moment of the explosion, he used Dismas's body as a shield. Though he must be gravely injured, he is certainly not dead. That bastard, using his brother's body as a shield." Akihitami's eyes glinted with disdain. Any betrayal of family was, to her, utterly unforgivable. Chapter 76. Volcanic eruption. It is only natural, after all. He survived by doing so, did he not? Kisame, wielding his great sword, appeared unconcerned by Hussein's plight. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Hussein's battered form was revealed to all. His body was tattered, with scarcely a patch of unscathed flesh visible. In his face was a grotesque mask of blood and gore, rendering his features unrecognizable. His hands were empty. The brother he had used as a shield, Dismas, had long since been reduced to ash by the searing heat of the blast. "You bastards, I will drag you to hell." Hussein's anguished roar echoed, his mangled face betraying no discernible expression, yet Satan perceived the seething hatred and madness in his sunken eyes. Even in such dire circumstances, does he still wish to struggle? Daedara was dissatisfied that his attack had not instantly vanquished Hussein, his contempt evident. Be cautious, he may be desperate enough to retaliate. Satan's heart trembled, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance, a premonition of impending misfortune lingering in the air. Victory would be ours upon severing his head, yet one must not be reckless, for injury would surely wound my heart. In moments of critical importance, the young master proves to be the most dependable ally. While Satan's admonition was directed at all, a peculiar flush crept upon Chidong's face, perhaps a recollection of the time she was overly confident and subsequently petrified by Heatherway. Hussein crouched low, palms pressed firmly against the ground, as if concocting a decisive and lethal maneuver. "I shall take his head." Guijiao licked his lips, appearing eager for action, and prepared to strike down Hussein, who was evidently at his wit's end. "No, wait, Guijiao," I cautioned, sensing an imminent danger in approaching him now. "Allow me to probe the situation." Wood release, insertion of threads technique. Satan intercepted the demon shark, and from his left arm, a wooden spike emerged. He withdrew the spike and hurled it towards Hussein with unerring precision. This wooden spike, infused with an abundance of life force by Satan, possessed the ability to absorb the life energy of its adversary upon piercing them, enabling it to launch multiple piercing attacks. However, before the spike could near Hussein, it mysteriously shattered into several fragments mid-air, as if colliding with an invisible shield. Indeed, there was something uncanny at play. What was he truly up to? Satan increasingly felt a sense of unease. Despite having a seemingly assured victory, the enemy had suddenly exhibited strange behavior, leaving anyone in such a predicament feeling bewildered. At that moment, they felt the ground beneath them begin to tremble inexplicably. What started as a slight quiver escalated into a violent shake. And soon the entire Luja island was convulsing, with stones rolling and debris flying everywhere. The uproar was tremendous. What on earth had that bastard done? Deidara, usually so carefree, had also ceased his frivolous demeanor. Such a potent prelude to an impending explosion could very well obliterate the entire island. I'm not certain. Let us be cautious and retreat. Satan's expression grew grave, the anxiety within him intensifying. He instinctively distanced himself from Hussein. Quick, we must flee. Satan. Beneath the ground lies a volcanic crater that is about to erupt. Suddenly, from the ruins of the once magnificent estate, a green light flashed, darting towards Satan and his companions, shouting warnings for them to escape. It was the mischievous sprite, Xie, who had stealthily infiltrated the Lion King organization's underground facilities since the onset of the battle, scavenging for treasures. Fortunately, his presence in the depths allowed him to uncover Hussein's nefarious scheme, granting Satan and the others a precious window to escape. It turned out that Luja Island was originally a dormant volcano, its fertile soil a result of being blanketed in solidified volcanic ash, creating a veritable paradise. Hussein had chosen this island as the headquarters for the Lion King organization precisely because of his mastery over the boiling fruit's powers, capable of igniting magma and triggering a catastrophic volcanic eruption that could annihilate the entire island. This was Hussein's trump card and the closely guarded secret that had allowed the Lion King organization to thrive in this location for over 20 years. Other formidable powers that sought to challenge the Lion King organization understood Hussein's capacity for mutual destruction, thus refraining from assailing Luja Island. This knowledge explained how the Lion King organization managed to maintain control over 1/3 of the Grand Line's black market without being eradicated. Only a Navi newcomer like Satan would dare to launch an assault on Luja Island. Had it not been for Xie accidental discovery of the underground volcano's secret, the nascent Tulip family might have met their demise before even rising to prominence. Of course, the Lion King organization, having enjoyed 2 decades of relative tranquility, had inevitably let its guard down, a factor that contributed to Satan's unexpected incursion into their stronghold. It was indeed fortunate for Satan, who managed to catch the Lion King organization off guard. Quickly, we must escape. Upon hearing Xiejian's urgent warning, the members of the Tulip family turned and fled like wild horses. The realization that they stood atop a soon-to-erupt volcano made it impossible for anyone to remain composed. Ah, young master, let us ride on the great birds. In a moment of critical reliability, Deidara swiftly conjured several clay birds, carrying everyone away towards the sea. To hell with you. Behind them, Hussein's maniacal roar echoed as the boiling power he had gathered erupted violently. The island shook fiercely, rocks tumbled, trees toppled, and the ground caved in, revealing an immense, gaping black maw. The abyss glowed a fierce red, illuminating the sky in a surreal hue. Suddenly, it seemed as if the long-suppressed forces could no longer be contained. Torrents of magma erupted violently, shooting thousands of meters into the air, transforming the sky into a vivid crimson. The falling burning volcanic stones resembled a fiery meteor shower, plunging Luja Island into apocalyptic chaos. I have never appreciated your abilities more than at this moment, Deidara. I must admit you are a true artist. Perched atop a clay bird, avoiding the sporadic falling volcanic stones, Kasame remarked, feeling a lingering dread from narrowly escaping annihilation. He had never before praised Deidara without feeling discomfort. Ah, I too commend you. Brother Deidara, from now on, I shall relinquish my chicken legs to you. Sinan looked at Deidara with gratitude. His prowess had saved them all, making him the true hero of this fierce battle. You truly performed admirably. Satan wore a bright smile, praising. He, who said we are not family? Deidara shyly brushed his golden bangs, revealing a joyful grin. All right, everyone. Not even a volcanic eruption can deter us. What in this world could possibly hinder us? Satan's expression suddenly became fervent as he surveyed his family around him, letting out a mighty roar. This world shall ultimately belong to us. Join me on the path of greatness. An exhilarating chorus of responses erupted, resonating with the taste of victory. The malevolent specter perched upon Satan's shoulder revealed a hint of glee, relishing their excitement. If only they knew of my true gains, their joy would be uncontainable. Chapter 77. The emergence of the Black Eyes 3 days later, on the Grand Line, in the town of Sanku on Nepal Island. Situated in the central region of the Grand Line, Nepal Island, though a modest isle, serves as a bustling crossroads where numerous merchant vessels and pirate crews anchor to gather intelligence and replenish supplies. The steady influx of visitors has brought commercial opportunities to Sanku, which, despite its small population, boasts over 20 taverns providing fine wines and a respite for weary travelers. Indeed, this locale is renowned for its sharp awareness of maritime news. It was midday, with the sun blazing fiercely and the heat oppressive, prompting many to seek refuge in the taverns to drown their woes. A large mug of cool ale would wash away the sweltering discomfort, making it an ideal place to while away the hours. Within the White Poplar Tavern near the town's entrance, the establishment was nearly at capacity, the sound of toasting glasses mingling with the lively atmosphere. Big news. Tremendous news. Suddenly, a flamboyantly dressed ruffian with a comical duckbill hairstyle burst through the door, brandishing a newspaper and shouting loudly. The patrons, drawn by his raucous voice, fell silent in an instant. "What are you yelling about, Duckbill? You're disturbing my guests," the tavern owner, evidently familiar with the newcomer, remarked, leisurely polishing a glass while casting an annoyed glance in his direction. "What's it to you? One-eyed. Just buy me a drink, and I'll tell you." Duckbill, undeterred by the owner's demeanor, leaned over the bar, begging for a drink. "Very well, what news do you bring?" The one-eyed proprietor, with a resigned smile, slid a full mug of ale toward Duckbill. "Ah, this is quite significant. It pertains to the Tulip family," Duckbill declared, downing a hefty gulp of ale and belching contentedly before lowering his voice theatrically. Upon hearing the mention of the Tulip family, a small girl sitting at the bar perked up, intently listening to their conversation. Seated with her was a burly middle-aged man clad in a light purple bathrobe and a matching cloak, leaning against a cane sword. He had short black hair and a small beard, with an X-shaped scar adorning the left side of his forehead. Although his eyes were closed, he seemed aware of the girl's rapt attention, subtly shaking his drink and discreetly pricking up his ears to catch the exchange between Duckbill and the one-eyed owner. "If you're about to share the news that the Tulip family's heir, Satan, annihilated the Lion King's organization 3 days ago, I must regrettably inform you that I learned of it yesterday," the one-eyed owner interjected, dismissively, as he did not believe that a mere ruffian could have access to such timely information. "Impossible. While the news of Satan's defeat of the Lion King's organization is indeed shocking, it pales in comparison to what I am about to reveal next," Duckbill exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Oh, really?" The one-eyed proprietor finally showed a flicker of interest. News more astounding than the downfall of the Lion King's organization warranted attention. "Everyone, listen to me," Duckbill proclaimed, rising onto his chair, arms flailing with enthusiasm. "The Tulip family of the fallen Babylon kingdom has made headlines again." The surrounding patrons were captivated by his words, feeding Duckbill's vanity. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "The younger brother of King Denver of the former Babylon kingdom, Demon Dragon Douglas Mingjia, launched a surprise attack on the lair of the 4 emperors, Big Mom, on Cake Island last night." "What? No way. Is that even possible? How dare he invade the lair of one of the 4 emperors? He must be doomed." The tavern erupted into chaos, patrons clamoring in disbelief, their astonishment palpable at such audacity. Duckbill reveled in their shock, satisfied with their reactions. After all, he too had nearly doubted the news upon first hearing it. Slapping himself to convince his senses. Quickly, what were the consequences? Did Big Mom execute him? The one-eyed owner asked, equally stunned by the revelation. If he had been executed by Big Mom, that would hardly qualify as world-shattering news. Every year, countless fools provoke the 4 emperors and meet their demise, Duckbill scoffed, plopping down onto the bar stool and downing another hearty gulp of ale, letting out a satisfied belch before continuing. "The crucial detail is that not only did Big Mom fail to capture Mingjia, but he also devastated nearly half of Cake Island, killing several of her offspring and key subordinates. After a fierce battle with Big Mom, he swaggered away unscathed." "What? Not only did he survive, but he also destroyed half of Cake Island? Insanity. I must be hearing things." The patrons were left wide-eyed and speechless, murmuring in disbelief. "Please, share the details," the somewhat composed one-eyed owner urged. "It is said that Demon Dragon Mingjia possesses the ability of the mythical Zoan-type Demon Dragon fruit, allowing him to transform into a colossal dark dragon nearly 100 meters long. Upon his arrival on Cake Island, he wreaked havoc, slaying countless of Big Mom's minions. Accompanied by his wife, the master swordswoman, Moonlight Sword Andrea, Duckbill recounted, his forehead veins pulsating, his excitement palpable even in mere retelling. By the time Big Mom arrived, Cake Island had already sustained significant damage. The ensuing clash between Mingjia and Big Mom resulted in utter destruction, while Moonlight Sword Andrea seized the opportunity to eliminate several members of the Charlotte family, avenging the Babylon kingdom's downfall. Indeed, this is news that could shake the world. It appears that the seas will not remain tranquil for long, the one-eyed proprietor mused. With this battle, Big Mom would undoubtedly be viewed as a soft target by countless aspiring pirate crews, facing a multitude of emerging threats. The tavern fell into a hushed silence as everyone absorbed the shocking news. At that moment, the stout man seated beside the little girl rose, his cane sword tapping rhythmically against the wooden floor as he departed. The girl promptly followed, clutching a black-sheathed katana. "Shall I escort you back to your young master?" the middle-aged man inquired, glancing back at the girl, his eyes wide open, yet his expression softened with affection. "No need. Knowing that the young master is safe brings me peace. I will continue to train diligently under you. Once I possess the strength of Uncle Mingjia, I will surely be able to assist the young master." The young girl tightened her grip on the katana in her hand and resolutely addressed the middle-aged man. She was none other than the dark-eyed girl who had become separated from Satan on the battlefield in Amsterdam, only to be rescued by Fujitora. Chapter 78. A bounty of 100 million. The sea was tranquil, devoid of even the slightest ripple, while the sky stretched endlessly, unblemished by clouds. The warm sunlight gently bathed the ocean's surface, creating a dazzling sheen of white light. A medium-sized triangular sailboat glided steadily across the waters, fortunate to encounter one of the rare days of good weather on the Grand Line. On the deck of the ship was a charming little garden, adorned with fresh blooms, surrounded by a meticulously maintained lawn. This verdant space featured various decorative stone benches and a circle of loungers, indicative of the owner's refined appreciation for leisure. This vessel was one of the spoils acquired by Xie Jian from Reluca Island. At that moment, Satan reclined comfortably on a lounger, basking in the sunlight. The bright rays illuminated his still somewhat youthful visage, giving him a faint halo. He squinted slightly, a roguish smile playing on his lips. In the brief span of less than a month, the contours of manhood had begun to emerge on his face. Chitong leaned against the railing on the second floor, her sword cradled in her arms, intently observing Satan, who lay on the deck, slumbering like a child. A subtle smile graced her lips as she savored this rare moment of tranquility. The young master's reliability often made one forget that he was still merely a child. Only in this moment of slumber could he relax and reveal a hint of his innocent, youthful spirit. In the open space not far from Satan, a myriad of treasures and gold lay heaped together. The mischievous sprite, Xie Jian, whistled merrily as he flitted among the various treasures, meticulously categorizing them. These riches represented merely a fraction of Xie Jian's bounty on the Luja Island, where he had acquired the accumulated wealth of the Lion King's organization, which controlled a third of the black market along the Grand Line. Over decades, it is no wonder he was in a state of ecstatic delight. After 3 days of sailing, they had finally departed from the Rain Sea, granting them a momentary respite. Such an abundance of gold could certainly purchase a shipload of chicken legs. Sinan, enviously perched on the staircase, watched Xie Jian organize the treasures, his cherubic cheeks quivering. Nearly drooling at the sight, his eyes seemingly radiating a golden glow. Yet, the stingy Xie Jian forbade anyone from approaching his hoard. Without the nightgrass, horses grow lean. Without unexpected wealth, people remain poor. Little Satan, if we pull off a few more heists, you shall undoubtedly become a top-tier magnate of the seas. TCH. If it weren't for sheer luck this time, I might have lost my life. It's best to quash such thoughts before they take root. Satan opened his eyes and cast a glance at the wicked vision before him. Rising to a sitting position, he remarked, in comparison to the safety of my family, what value do these treasures hold? Ah, so you no longer care for this? Wicked Vision replied with a mischievous grin, showcasing 3 exquisite treasure boxes. This is indeed our greatest acquisition. It is no surprise that such a well-established organization possesses 3 devil fruits. Oh, it appears we are about to welcome new members, he exclaimed, delighted by the timely news. But that's not all, Wicked Vision continued, seizing 2 ornate swords from the pile of treasures to flaunt before Satan. Here we have the KZ, a blade of the 50th craftsmanship, and the rake, a sword of the 21st craftsmanship, coveted treasures for any swordsman. Alas, they are of no use to us. We are not lacking in famous blades, Hoshigaki interjected. No, they are still valuable. A sudden thought flickered in Satan's mind upon seeing the 2 renowned swords. I have a plan to implement. These swords will be perfect for winning hearts and minds. What plan? Hoshigaki licked his lips in excitement. I relish when the young master makes grand moves. You will know in due time. Satan glanced at the enthusiastic Hoshigaki, a mysterious smile gracing his face. Sometimes, this fellow was rather endearing. At that moment, the air was filled with the sound of birdsong. The newsbirds had arrived to deliver their papers. These avian messengers were renowned for disseminating news. always present during significant world events, affiliated with the World Economic Newspaper, holding first-hand accounts of major occurrences and public opinion. From the lookout tower atop the mast, Daedara produced 50 berries and slipped them into the newsbird's satchel, receiving a newspaper in return. "Hey, young master, there's news about your uncle on the front page," Daedara exclaimed, his eyes widening at the shocking headline as he leaped down from the lookout, handing the paper to Satan. "Truly worthy of Uncle Mingjia. What a gratifying revelation." Satan sighed, astonished by Mingjia's bold actions after perusing the newspaper. "Hey, young master, you've been placed under a bounty," Daedara suddenly cried out. Flipping through the latest wanted notices he had purchased along with the newspaper, staring in disbelief at one particular notice. "What?" Before Satan could react, Akihito leaped down from the second-floor railing, snatching the wanted notice from Daedara's hands. The notice prominently featured Satan's visage, set against the backdrop of the corpses and blood of Naga Island, with traces of blood on his face and his eyes radiating a fierce murderous intent, all beneath the fluttering flag of the Tulip clan adorned with a skull in flames. This photograph must have been captured by naval scouts during Satan's counterattack against pursuers on Naga Island, exuding an inexplicable aura of malevolence and charisma. Undying Marquis Douglas Satan, heir of the Tulip clan, orchestrator of the Naga Island massacre, chief culprit behind the destruction of Luja Island, ruthless and heinous beyond measure. What? How can they depict the young master in such a manner? These naval fools are utterly incompetent. Akihito read the notice aloud, expressing his dissatisfaction. Such reactions are to be expected. No matter how justified our actions may seem to us, they have undoubtedly cast a detrimental shadow upon the world. Satan regarded the bounty notice with indifference. What was the reward? The bounty was set at 100 million berries, strictly for live capture. It was evident that Uncle Mingjia had exerted pressure on the Navy. Discontentedly, Satan pursed his lips, revealing a mischievous grin, seemingly concocting some sinister scheme. "It appears the world government does not perceive me as a significant threat, which is indeed splendid news. My future plans can now proceed smoothly. Hey, Daedara, check if there is a bounty notice for us." Satan's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Satan. Being the subject of a bounty of 100 million berries on his first attempt was truly remarkable. "There is none. Only the young master is wanted," Daedara responded with certainty after thoroughly examining all the notices. "Why not? Do we not even hold a single berry's worth in the Navy's eyes?" Sinan, feeling vexed, snatched the notice from Daedara's hands and scrutinized it again in disbelief. "What is so good about being wanted? Isn't it just an invitation to be hunted?" Kisame inquired, puzzled by Satan's apparent delight at being a target. "After all, we will be traversing the seas in the future. Being under a bounty adds to our prestige," Sinan explained, still incensed by the absence of his own notice. Chapter 79. Future course. Isn't following the young master a guarantee for our rise to prominence? Once we create a ruckus again, it won't be long before your name echoes across the seas, Kisame remarked, seemingly unconcerned, yet secretly hoping for his own fame to spread far and wide. "Young master, what are our plans moving forward?" Titan respectfully inquired, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. "You may be disappointed," Satan replied apologetically, glancing at Kisame. "We need to find an inconspicuous place to settle down for a while. It seems there won't be any major battles for several years." "Why is that? Isn't it better to make a name for ourselves while we have momentum on the sea?" Daedara asked, though his anticipation was unmistakable. The thought of having to remain quietly in one place for several years sent shivers down his spine. "The timing isn't right. I am only 12 years old. It is still too early for me to establish myself on the seas. I am simply not yet qualified to negotiate with the major powers." Satan gently touched the back of his head, a smile gracing his features. "The Lion King's mechanism has been vanquished by us. The other factions in the Grand Line, eager to seize the newly available benefits, will undoubtedly fall into disarray for a while. We shall seize this opportunity to extricate ourselves from the quagmire, diligently cultivate our skills, and strengthen our foundation. When we are prepared to make our return, who in this world shall be able to thwart us?" "I concur." Titan's previous worries dissipated entirely. He had feared that the young master, still in his youth, might become reckless with newfound power and make impulsive decisions. But now, seeing the clarity in the young master's eyes, he felt reassured. "What do you all think? Let us heed the young master." Chiong and Junmuru replied promptly, without a hint of dissent. "My duty is to protect the young master, so it is only fitting that all decisions rest with him. Even though it seems unlikely he will require my protection," Sinan remarked awkwardly, scratching his head. He was certainly inclined to follow Satan, as the management of treasures was inseparable from his master, representing a long-term assurance. We naturally follow the young master's arrangements. Hoshigaki and Deidara exchanged glances, affirming in unison. Haha. You two are a pair of insincere rascals. Satan pointed at Kisame and Deidara, mockingly exclaiming, Do I not comprehend your intentions? Fear not. For although I have resolved to remain silent for a while, there will still be tasks to attend to at sea. Once the new members arrive, I shall make the necessary arrangements. Hiki, I knew you would understand us best, young master. Deidara bashfully scratched his head, sporting a sheepish grin, though Kisame uttered no words. The subtle act of licking his lips betrayed his inner thoughts. Where does the young master intend to go next? The East Sea, Satan replied without hesitation, clearly having made up his mind. After all, having dwelled in the world of pirates for so long, it would be unsatisfactory not to explore the East Sea, the weakest of the seas. Sinan lamented, for having been born in the Grand Line, he could not help but harbor a sense of disdain for the East Sea. Indeed, the strength of the four seas pales in comparison to that of the Grand Line, and the East Sea is notably the weakest among them. No. The East Sea is not the weakest sea, it is the Sea of Miracles. Satan retorted, then continued, It is essential to recognize that Gold, Roger, the pirate king who reigned over the previous era, hailed from the East Blue's Log Town. Likewise, the Navy hero Monkey D. Garp, who has repeatedly forced the pirate king Roger into perilous situations, also originated from the East Blue, specifically the Goa Kingdom. They are undoubtedly among the most formidable figures of their time. Who dares to claim that the East Blue is the weakest sea? Indeed, that is a valid point. However, the bounty of most pirates in the East Blue generally falls below 20 million berries, and truly exceptional individuals are scarce. Such an environment is conducive for our development. After all, only the most audacious pirates venture into the Grand Line, while those remaining in the four seas are largely the timid and discarded. The speaker was Titan, who seems to have pondered the prospects for future growth. No, there are still promising talents. With proper cultivation, the East Blue will witness an emergence of powerful individuals. It appears that the young master holds a particular fondness for the East Blue. Satan remained silent, a profound smile gracing his face. As the wonders of the East Sea unveiled themselves, secrets reserved solely for the traversers, while the members of the Tulip family deliberated their future course upon the deck. A pirate ship gradually emerged from the horizon, rising from the sea. This vessel belonged to a small band of pirates from the North Sea, a fledgling crew that had only recently ventured into the Grand Line. At its helm was Captain Bettery, notorious for his bounty of 30 million berries, who had gained notoriety for replacing his lost right arm with a crab claw during battle. Once a formidable pirate crew, they had dominated the North Sea with an iron fist. Yet, Bettery, unable to suppress his ambition, resolved to lead his crew into the Grand Line in pursuit of glory. However, reality swiftly dealt a harsh blow to Bettery's dreams within just over a month of their arrival. The region was teeming with powerhouses far surpassing their meager strength. They faced repeated defeats in naval skirmishes, and the unpredictable weather proved to be a formidable adversary for these inexperienced marauders. As the relentless setbacks weighed heavily on Bettery's mind, he began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Captain, fortune awaits us. The ship ahead is laden with gold. Suddenly, the lookout atop the mast cried out in excitement, his eyes gleaming with the prospect of riches. What? Let me see. Upon hearing the lookout's report, the pirates on the deck scrambled for telescopes, their eyes lighting up with greed at the sight of the golden bounty aboard Satan's ship, which shone like a beacon in the darkness. Captain, if we pull this off, we shall live like nobility. The crew clamored, enthusiasm electrifying the air. Let us seize this opportunity. My father's son is destined for wealth. The deck erupted in fervor, each pirate eager to partake in what they perceived as an easy target, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Bettery, however, remained cautious and insisted on assessing the enemy's flag before proceeding. No flag, Captain. They appear to be rookies. Very well, brothers, prepare for riches. Just as Bettery's crew readied themselves to ambush and plunder, a colossal sea king, nearly 100 meters long, surged from the depths, charging towards Satan's vessel. Oh no! My gold! The pirates lamented, despair flooding their hearts as if a cooked duck had flown from their grasp. They fixated on Satan's ship, anticipating a scene of destruction. Yet, what they witnessed instead was a crimson blade of energy erupting from Satan's vessel, cleaving the massive sea creature into fragments in the blink of an eye. Good heavens! Is this the power of humanity? Cried one, his voice trembling. Help! Mother, it's terrifying. I want to go home. The fledgling pirates wailed in panic. And even Captain Bettery stumbled backward, nearly collapsing under the weight of his fear. Thank goodness for the Sea King. Had we charged in, our entire crew might have fallen beneath their blades. Captain, I found it, one pirate shouted, brandishing a wanted poster, nearly losing control of himself as he stammered. On board is the undying Marquis, Satan, with a bounty of 100 million berries, the demon responsible for the slaughter of 2 islands. 100 million berries? Run for your lives. The ship's crew scrambled to turn the helm and hoist the sails, desperate to flee. Satan glanced disdainfully at the distant pirate ship that turned and fled like a clown, emitting a cold snort. He addressed the surrounding members. Including the ghost-like Kaiji, this world ultimately belongs to the strong. My comrades, perceive this world clearly, and then conquer it. That is our mission. Chapter 80. Scorpion of red sand. Time flows like fine sand through one's fingers, and in the blink of an eye, half a month has swiftly passed. At this moment, deep into the night, under the hazy moonlight, the renowned tourist destination of the Grand Line, St. Roland Island, lay shrouded in tranquility. This island, with its temperate climate and perpetual spring, is dotted with numerous villas, where countless affluent individuals have chosen to settle. In the eastern part of the island stands a vast independent villa, heavily guarded, with servants abounding, clearly indicating the high status of its owner. However, under the serene moonlight, several dark figures slipped into the villa, their blades flashing as the once arrogant guards fell one by one, unable to utter a single scream. These assassins were highly skilled and moved swiftly, sweeping through the villa in mere minutes, leaving behind a gruesome scene of corpses and a thick stench of blood. Targets eliminated. Retreat, commanded a short, leader-like assassin, who was none other than the infamous Sakura Ghost, known for previously attempting to assassinate Satan on Naga Island. The other 2 figures, his inseparable companions, were the Headless Ghost and the Cursed Corpse Ghost. Having been spared by Satan on Naga Island, they resumed their old profession, taking on assassination contracts once again. Truly, they were renowned figures in the assassin world. Just as the 3 ghosts prepared to leave after completing their mission, a soft voice of admiration suddenly echoed through the air, and a figure appeared abruptly on the rooftop several dozen meters ahead of them. Who goes there? The agile Sakura Ghost quickly retreated a few steps, his senses heightened, while the 3 of them crouched low, adopting a defensive stance. Whoever could approach them so silently and dare to intercept them was certainly no ordinary foe. They looked up to see a strikingly handsome young man standing atop the roof. With fiery red hair and clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, his feet shod in wooden sandals, almost entirely concealed by his oversized robe. He gazed at them coldly, exuding an air of mystery under the moonlight. Who are you? Are you from the Tulip family? Sakura Ghost tentatively inquired, his heart racing. True to his position as the leader of the 3 ghosts, he quickly deduced the identity of the mysterious figure upon noticing his distinctive robe, one he had seen worn by a powerful member of the Tulip family on Naga Island. Consider yourselves clever, the red-haired youth replied coldly. He was indeed a newly arrived powerhouse from the Tulip family, the Scorpion of Red Sand from the world of Naruto. Mastery of puppet techniques defined him. A prodigy in the art of puppetry, having reached unparalleled heights. Not only had he transformed his own body, rendering himself nearly immortal, but he could also create puppets from corpses that retained their abilities in life, capable of commanding countless puppets in battle. He was a singular force that could rival an entire army, sent here on a special mission bestowed by Satan. I am the one sent by my master to assist you. However, to truly join the Tulip family, you must first earn my recognition. Scorpion's voice was frigid. Let the demonstration begin. I do not favor delays. Upon hearing Scorpion's words, the 3 ghosts exchanged glances. None dared to underestimate him due to his youthful appearance. Having suffered a significant loss at the hands of the seemingly younger Satan on Naga Island. If that is the case, we shall not hold back, Sakura Ghost declared, vanishing from sight in an instant. As a superhuman with the ability of the cherry blossom fruit, he could dissolve into the air like fluttering cherry blossoms, launching all-encompassing assassination strikes, aided by his elusive movements. Unfazed by the hidden Sakura Ghost poised to strike, Scorpion waved his hand, summoning his most frequently used puppet, the Scarlet Flowing Jade. This puppet, crafted from a ninja slain by Scorpion, donned a cloak identical to his own, its mouth capable of unleashing an array of toxic needles. The left hand housed a dual mechanism, while a sturdy demonic face on its back could extend an iron tail, resembling a scorpion, coated with potent poison that could be lethal with even the slightest scratch. Scarlet Flowing Jade, 8 poison needles. Scorpion initiated the assault, commanding the puppet to unleash a barrage of high-density poison needles and spikes towards the advancing Headless Ghost and Cursed Corpse Ghost. These needles, released by talismans, flew at such speed that the two ghosts were caught utterly off guard. Dual blade style, Azure Tiger. In response to the torrential onslaught of poison needles, Headless Ghost crossed his twin blades and unleashed a powerful strike, coalescing into a ferocious tiger that charged forth. The sounds of clashing echoed as the poison needles were deflected, leaving the ground riddled with holes, the purple venom seeping from them corroding the earth with a hissing sound. Heavens! Is this fiend trying to kill us? Headless Ghost gasped, his pupils dilating in fear as he beheld the devastation below. Even a mere touch of that poison could spell doom. Humph! Without the intent to kill me. You are unworthy of battle, Scorpion scoffed, a hint of mockery gracing his features as he observed Headless Ghost's hesitance. Do not underestimate us, Headless Ghost roared. Exchanging glances with Cursed Corpse Ghost, they surged forward in a dual assault, blades gleaming ominously, prepared for a decisive strike. Yet Scorpion merely flicked his fingers, and scarlet flowing jade appeared before Cursed Corpse Ghost, intercepting his strike. With a swift motion, it exhaled a cloud of toxic smoke, forcing him to retreat. Simultaneously, a long scorpion tail shot out from the puppet's back, striking towards Headless Ghost, who was preparing to attack Scorpion. He was compelled to block with his blade, the force of the blow sending him staggering backward. Taking advantage of the distraction provided by the other two ghosts, the long-hidden Sakura Ghost launched his attack. Illusionary Body, Cherry Blossom Rush. With a cold shout, countless pink cherry blossoms scattered through the air, swirling in the brilliant moonlight and transforming into innumerable invisible blades that rained down upon Scorpion. Now this is somewhat interesting, Scorpion mused, as he found time to express admiration for the vibrant assault that nearly enveloped him. Scroll, Inferno Prison. Scorpion unleashed a fire scroll from his reserves. Raising his hand, he released flames of immense melting power and temperature from his palm, capable of turning steel and stone into molten liquid in an instant, rendering Sakura Ghost's attack utterly futile. Chapter 81. The new organization. The powerful flames swept across the ground, melting everything in their path, and Sakura Ghost's dazzling attack was annihilated in an instant. Moreover, the Sakura Ghost, nearly invisible as he melded with the air, suffered severe burns from the intense heat, forced to relinquish his ability amidst the rising smoke. The air even carrying the faint aroma of roasting meat. Boss, are you all right? The Cursed Corpse Spirit anxiously caught the falling Shoyuki, exclaiming, It hurts, it hurts. Shoyuki let out a piercing scream, feeling as though his skin was being pricked by needles where the Cursed Corpse Spirit had touched him. His large head twitched, and tears swirled in his eyes. How could you be so ruthless? The Headless Ghost bellowed in fury, swinging his blade, unleashing a dramatic wave of cutting energy towards Scorpion. However, it was unnecessary for Scorpion to make a move. The sheer hardness of his outer shell, with the aid of the Crimson Flow Jade, effortlessly deflected the attack. Seeing the futility of the Headless Ghost's fierce assault, the Cursed Corpse Spirit's eyes flashed with determination. He plunged his sword into the ground, causing a circle of gray light to explosively expand, enveloping Scorpion in an instant. This was one of the rare direct offensive spells of the Cursed Corpse Spirit, capable of causing all living beings within its range to rapidly decompose and transform into mere skeletons, an insidious and difficult-to-defend technique. Had he not feared being underestimated by the Tulip family's formidable members, he would never have resorted to such a tactic. Yet, the Cursed Corpse Spirit's confident attack proved utterly ineffective. The gray circle permeated Scorpion's body like a gentle breeze, rustling only the fabric of his cloak without any further effect. This was inevitable, as Scorpion, having thoroughly transformed his own body, was no longer a true human. He had become a powerful puppet, rendering the Cursed Corpse Spirit's decay spell completely impotent against him. Your strength is commendable, but unfortunately your attacks are entirely futile against me, Scorpion remarked. Gazing down at the three spirits, his words few but pointed. Moreover, you have lost your chance. As his statement echoed, Shoyuki and the others were taken aback, suddenly realizing they could no longer control their bodies, rendered so weak that they could hardly lift a hand, their forms crumpling to the ground. It turned out that Scorpion's initial aim in using the Crimson Flow Jade to launch poisonous needles was not for direct assault, but rather to disperse the toxic venom into the surroundings. As the battle progressed, the poison from the needles evaporated and gradually diffused into the air. The three spirits, caught off guard, inhaled the toxic mist, instantly incapacitated and devoid of any means to resist. With a wave of his hand, Scorpion retracted the Crimson Flow Jade and leaped from the rooftop to stand before the three spirits. This time, I merely wish to impart a lesson, The path of an assassin lies in the unyielding resolution to eliminate one's enemies by any means necessary. Scorpion leaned closer, his fair visage seemingly harmless, yet anyone beguiled by his charming appearance would undoubtedly find themselves on the brink of death. "Welcome to the Tulip family," Scorpion declared as he lifted the poison from the three spirits, continuing, "By the command of young Master Satan, I have established a clandestine organization for the family, named Night Raid, and you shall be its inaugural members. We salute our leader," the three spirits exclaimed in joyful unison, kneeling on one knee before Scorpion. Understanding that their previous skirmish was merely a demonstration of Scorpion's prowess, they were now fully integrated into the Tulip family. "Rise, and here, a token of our first meeting from the young master," Scorpion responded, retrieving a sealed scroll from his robe, from which he produced two magnificent swords. Good heavens! The exquisite Hanajo, forged by the master blacksmiths, and the formidable Raijin. These are treasures that sword masters dream of. The young master has bestowed them upon us. The headless ghost exclaimed, feeling a rush of excitement surge through him. "I pledge my undying loyalty to young Master Satan." "Ah, Scorpion. It seems you are enjoying your time with your new subordinates." Just as the three spirits expressed their allegiance, an unexpected voice emerged, and a figure clad in a black robe adorned with crimson clouds slowly rose from the ground. His collar bore an unusual pitcher plant shape, almost enveloping his entire head, and his body was eerily split between black and white, exuding an air of mystery. "Allow me to introduce the leader of the family's intelligence organization, Listening, known as Ju. You will have ample opportunities to collaborate in the future," Scorpion said, glancing at the suddenly appearing Ju with indifference. Ju was a newly inducted member of the Tulip family, commissioned by Satan to establish a unique intelligence organization along the Grand Line. His ephemeral technique allowed him to merge his corporeal form with the earth and flora, achieving rapid movement. He could integrate with the earth, utilizing the organic networks of plant roots and underground water to traverse swiftly to any location, all while severing his presence. Moreover, his spore technique enabled him to create multiple independent clones. Even if his main body perished, the clones would persist. His transformation technique could perfectly mimic another's aura, allowing him to infiltrate enemy strongholds undetected. Thus, Ju alone could embody thousands, adept at any intelligence-gathering mission, making him the ideal leader for the intelligence organization Listening. This was why he had suddenly emerged from the ground. In truth, he had witnessed the entire confrontation between Scorpion and the three spirits, yet none could detect his presence. "I eagerly anticipate the emergence of your two organizations." Two more figures appeared, none other than Daedara and the corpse spirit Jiao, who, restless, had been dispatched by Satan to eliminate any obstacles to the establishment of the new family organization, an assignment they relished. Meanwhile, as young Master Satan of the Tulip family discreetly laid the groundwork and appointed family members to form new organizations, he remained unaware that, on the distant Alpha Island, others harbored similar intentions. Alpha Island, located within the Grand Line, was a free island beyond the jurisdiction of any nation, rife with gang activity and underground fighting arenas, where even the slave trade and human auctions, forbidden in other territories, thrived. It was a haven for criminals, wanderers, and the fallen, a cradle of the black market, a notorious lawless zone upon the seas. At this moment, within a private room of an apartment on Alpha Island, three individuals were engaged in hushed conversation. If Satan were present, he would undoubtedly be taken aback, for they were none other than the former tequila princess of the Babylon kingdom, the pride knight of the seven deadly sins, and Mammon, the embodiment of greed. They had miraculously survived the fall of Babylon and fled to this sanctuary. "I read about Brother Mingjia and young Satan in the papers. We must do something for our family," Tequila declared resolutely. "We shall rebuild the seven deadly sins, unify Alpha Island, infiltrate the black market, and gradually expand our influence. Only with sufficient power can we avoid being a burden to Satan. Let it be as you wish." Lucifer gazed fondly at Tequila. "Once we establish ourselves, young Prince Satan will surely take notice." Chapter 82. The banquet on the ship. After Scorpion and Ju were secretly dispatched to establish the family's intelligence and assassination organizations, Satan continued to steer the vessel toward the East Sea. Hurry, it's time for the banquet." With Akatsuki's call, Sinan, who was fishing at the bow, abruptly cast aside his fishing rod and dashed toward the dining hall like the wind. Due to Akatsuki's temporary role as the ship's cook, she often consumed half of the meat under the guise of taste testing before meals, coupled with the young Master Satan's burgeoning appetite following his bloodline awakenings, making it increasingly challenging to secure a portion of meat at the dining table, hence Satan's urgency. Hey, why the rush? The cabin door swung open, revealing a curious red-haired youth emerging from below deck. Wow, it's Gara. Hurry, hurry, the banquet is starting, and delicious chicken legs await. As Sinan ran, he shouted, his pace unwavering. The young boy emerging from the cabin was none other than the newest member of the Tulip family, Gara from the world of Naruto. With his striking red hair and a visage that could rival Scorpioness, adorned with deep dark circles beneath his eyes and a prominent red kanji for love tattooed on his forehead, he possessed an undeniably cool exterior. His perpetually indifferent expression combined with a hint of fatigue only served to enhance his remarkable aura. Yet, the most eye-catching feature was the towering gorge strapped to his back, filled with sand infused with the will of his mother, Karura, which would instinctively protect him in times of peril. Is it really necessary to rush for a mere meal? Gara pondered as he slowly approached the dining hall, struggling to grasp Sinan's fervor as an avid foodie. However, upon pushing open the door to the dining room, he was taken aback by the chaotic scene that unfolded before him, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. The expansive dining table was heaped with a myriad of delicacies, while Satan and Sinan engaged in a competitive frenzy, shoveling food into their mouths with fervor, the mountain of food before them rapidly diminishing. Xiejian, clutching a cup of juice larger than his own body, savored the drink with delight, flapping his wings and inciting merriment around them. The elegant yet efficient manner in which Chi Tong consumed her meal belied the speed at which she wielded her chopsticks, creating a blur of motion. Are they not bursting with vitality? Junmaru attempted to pat Gara on the shoulder, only to be thwarted by the protective sand, leading him to awkwardly offer Gara a cup of beer instead. Observing the chaotic scene with a faint smile, he reflected. I too felt a bit out of place at first, but now I perceive their exuberance as the most beautiful spectacle in this world. Indeed, this sensation was quite delightful. Yet, a qualified ninja should always remain vigilant. Should one not abstain from alcohol? Gara's face bore a contemplative expression as he sniffed the drink, questioning its appropriateness. The most wondrous aspect of this world is the banquet. No matter the trials faced, a feast can instantly uplift the spirits. Junmaru gazed at Gara, seeing a reflection of his former self in him. Both had endured lonely childhoods, cast aside and mocked, burdened by emotional wounds and existential confusion. Fortunately, he had encountered Master Satan sooner, joined the Tulip family earlier, and experienced the warmth of familial love before Gara. We already have family, Gara. Family is a group of individuals willing to sacrifice and support one another. What is there to be anxious about when surrounded by loved ones? Gara nodded thoughtfully. Haha. Little ones, what are you chatting about? Let us revel. The boisterous titan suddenly appeared behind them, his robust arms encircling both boys and ushering them toward the table. Indeed, these fellows are quite remarkable. One cannot help but desire to be part of their ranks. Gara surveyed each individual seated at the table, a warmth blossoming on his face. Glancing at the beer in his hand, an inexplicable urge surged within him. He gritted his teeth and raised the cup, taking a hearty swig. Coughing. A sharpness shot down his throat, causing him to splutter, his face flushing crimson as his previously stoic demeanor crumbled. Yet he seemed to seamlessly blend into the joyous atmosphere of the banquet. Ha! Xiejian doubled over in exaggerated laughter, while Junmaru couldn't suppress a smile, gently patting Gara's back. For this younger brother, who shared a similar past, he felt compelled to melt away his indifference to warm his heart, so he too could feel the love and warmth of family. Hey, Gara, cheers. A man must finish his drink. Satan chewed on flesh, his words muffled as he raised his wine goblet, provocatively grinning at Gara. Indeed, Gara, the moment has come for you to reveal your true manhood. The mischievous sprite, ever eager to incite chaos, flitted about, flapping its wings and adding to the commotion. Well, I've finished my drink. Now it's your turn. Even the boisterous Titan uncle joined the revelry, downing a large tankard of ale in one gulp, proudly displaying the empty vessel to the crowd while raising an eyebrow at Gara. Crimson-eyed, he too was captivated by Gara, who was experiencing alcohol for the first time. Resting his chin on his hand as he awaited his reaction, observing the eager gazes and fervent expressions of everyone around, Gara felt a warm surge within his heart. In their eyes, he saw no abandonment or ridicule, no disdain or evasion, only genuine concern and expectation, warmth and acceptance. This, he realized, was family. Suddenly, Gara recalled his uncle Yiksha's words. Love is the desire to sacrifice for those we cherish most and to protect them with a compassionate heart. I believe my sister loves you dearly. The sand instinctively shields you because of her affection. I sense that the sand embodies her will. Even in death, she seeks to protect you. Mother, do you see? Now, it is not just the sand that wishes to draw near and safeguard me, but my family as well. Gar murmured, his eyes moistening, as if his once cold heart had been completely thawed. He tilted his head back, the ale flowing down his throat. A rush of exhilaration coursing through him. Ah, splendid. Satan excitedly slapped the dining table, exclaiming in delight, and the others burst into laughter, their eyes brimming with boundless encouragement. Cheers. Long live the Tulip family. Chapter 83. Rising currents. The weather along the Grand Line is notoriously capricious. One moment it may be clear skies, and the next, torrential rain may pour down. A slight misstep while navigating the seas could spell disaster for any vessel. While Satan and his companions joyfully reveled in their banquet within the ship's cabin, their vessel had silently drifted into a perilous maritime zone. The surface of the sea appeared tranquil, yet beneath, treacherous undercurrents swirled ominously. In the abyssal depths, frigid seawater flowed into a vast subterranean cavern, where immense steam pressure, resulting from geothermal activity, triggered explosive eruptions that formed colossal whirlpools. The currents of the deep sea spun violently, gradually radiating towards the surface, causing the waters to grow increasingly tumultuous. Unbeknownst to Satan and his crew, their ship was ensnared within the grasp of this deep-sea vortex. Inside the cabin, the festivities continued unabated, laughter and merriment filling the air. Having escaped the battlefield of the Babylonian kingdom, the group was unusually relaxed, blissfully unaware of the impending upheaval. The mischievous sprite, Xie Jian, unusually indulged in a bit of wine, becoming slightly inebriated as he spun erratically in the air, nearly losing control of his form, much to the amusement of the others. Encouraged by their laughter, Xie Jian grew bolder, and suddenly, in a stumbling motion, he splashed a large cup of wine onto the laughing Satan, drenching him. Hey, that's too much, Xie Jian. Chi Tong exclaimed, shaking his head disapprovingly, ready to assist Satan in wiping the wine from his face. No, he didn't do it on purpose. Satan seemed to sense something amiss with the ship. He licked the fine wine that had spilled onto his lips, realizing the vessel was trembling. Junmaru, go see what's happening. Yes, sir. Junmaru responded, stepping out of the cabin, only to be rendered speechless by the sight before him. The whirlpool from the deep sea had spread to the surface, forming a massive vortex spanning several dozen miles, with an unfathomable black hole at its center. Their ship was being drawn ever closer to the swirling abyss. Oh no, sir. We are in trouble. The ship began to shake violently, and Junmaru extended bone spikes from his palms to secure himself to the deck, shouting towards the cabin. This is truly magnificent. Xie Jian was the first to burst out of the cabin, nearly stunned by the sight. Goodness, is this what they call joy turning to sorrow? Satan and his companions hastily ascended to the deck, witnessing the accelerating velocity of the vortex currents. Their vessel could only drift along with the tide, drawing ever closer to the heart of the whirlpool. Ah, little chubby Sinan shrieked. Boss, are we doomed? Brother Daedara, I miss you. Silence, you little glutton. Keep it down. This is no time for antics, Titan Uncle admonished, gripping the mast with one hand while using the other to tap Sinan's head. Woo-woo, I can't swim, Sinan exclaimed, feigning a pitiful expression, attempting to squeeze out a few tears to elicit sympathy. As the crew aboard the ship fretted over their unfortunate encounter with the vortex currents, Satan suddenly erupted into laughter. My beloved family, we are about to alter our course. Prepare yourselves for the most exhilarating journey of our lives. If I am not mistaken, we have encountered an upward current that will propel us toward the heavens. Indeed, as Satan's words echoed, the currents shifted once more. A surge of water, pressed upwards by immense pressure from the depths of the whirlpool, began to rise into the sky. The vessel, having been ensnared by the whirlpool, was unexpectedly thrust skyward by the ascending current. Ah, we're doomed, Sinan cried out in excitement. If we fall, we'll be utterly obliterated. Quick, unfurl the sails. We must ride the current. Satan's left hand pressed firmly against the mast, and under his influence, countless vines sprouted from the mast, securing everyone who might be swept away by the fierce winds tightly to the deck. Understood, young master. Kumamara responded, darting across the tumultuous ship with remarkable agility. Swiftly raising the sails, filled with the powerful winds driven by the ascending currents, billowed impressively, propelling the vessel swiftly toward the heavens. It was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Satan, with an exhilarating fervor, stretched out his arms to embrace the howling sea winds, vociferously proclaiming his presence. The veins on his forehead throbbed with intensity, and an exhilarating rush of blood coursed through his body. What a breathtaking spectacle it was. This world is indeed fascinating. Gaara stood coolly with his arms crossed, effortlessly utilizing his chakra to adhere to the deck, reveling in a state of utter comfort. One must admit that sometimes, ninjutsu proves unexpectedly convenient. However, in the next moment, his aura of coolness was utterly shattered by the antics of the impish Shakugan. The powerful winds rendered Shakugan unable to unfurl his wings, and he seized Gaara by the hair, twirling with the gusts as he shouted, "I'm going to scare myself to death." One cannot deny that Shakugan is undoubtedly a lively character, instantly turning Gaara's demeanor into one of exasperation. The rising currents surged ever higher, and the vessels riding upon them ascended as well, with fluffy white clouds visible floating around the ship. "Young master, we are soaring," Sinan exclaimed excitedly, clutching the mast. "But have you considered how we will land?" "Landing? I hadn't thought of that. We shall leave it to fate," Satan responded with an air of arrogance, provoking another round of anguished cries from Sinan. Ultimately, the ever-rising ocean currents broke through the thick layers of clouds, lifting Satan and his companion's vessel high above the sky. However, having lost the momentum to ascend further, it began to plummet downwards with a cacophony, leaving Satan's ship anchored amidst the clouds. We have finally come to a halt. We are saved. We are saved. The unexpected elevation had left everyone taut with tension, but now they relaxed, collapsing onto the deck in a state of relief. Satan leaped onto the mast, surveying the surroundings, and beheld that they were presently anchored above an endless sea of clouds, where the billowing mist swirled like a fantastical realm. Educated in the ways of royalty from a young age, Satan comprehended the myriad secrets of this world, and at this moment, he discerned that they were floating above the white sea formed by the accumulated clouds, a staggering altitude of 7,000 meters above the ground. Captivated by the undulating clouds, the plump boy, Sinan, became invigorated once more. He approached the railing of the deck and reached out to grasp the wisps of cloud drifting around the ship. Reveling in the playful moment, suddenly the cloud sea-roiled, and a colossal centipede-like creature leapt forth from the depths, lunging directly towards Sinan at the edge of the deck. Good heavens, how could there be monsters in the cloud sea? This centipede-like beast possessed a flattened body, its venomous fangs gleaming ominously, and its underbelly was armed with toxic hooks. The 2 rows of legs along its sides resembled a series of razor-sharp blades, rendering Sinan momentarily stunned with fear. How audacious. This monster. Noticing Sinan's bewilderment, Titan stomped the deck, propelling himself high into the air, and delivered a powerful punch to the creature's head. The force of his strike was tremendous, causing the centipede's carapace to splinter, and it was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. Chapter 84. The Sky Island of Baika. In the wake of the centipede's attack, the crew aboard the ship swiftly heightened their vigilance, shaking off their earlier languor. Though the white sea appeared breathtakingly beautiful, it was fraught with peril. "Young master, do you understand the situation here?" Chitong inquired, observing Satan's excitement, seemingly unfazed by the predicament of being thrust skyward by the rising currents. "To speak candidly, I sensed the favor of fate upon me." Satan subdued the excitement surging within him and spoke earnestly to everyone. "Favor? I cannot perceive this near-death experience as any form of favor," sighed Sinan, trembling with trepidation. That is merely because you are yet to grasp the nature of the place we have arrived at." Satan gathered all the information regarding the Sky Islands in his mind and beckoned everyone to come closer. "Allow me to impart some knowledge. All are aware that the Grand Line is shrouded in mystery, home to countless wondrous islands. However, they remain oblivious to the fact that the most extraordinary among them are Fishman Island and the Sky Islands. Fishman Island lies directly beneath the Red Line, at a depth of 10,000 meters, serving as a habitat for both fishmen and merfolk. Conversely, at an altitude of 10,000 meters above sea level in the clouds, several Sky Islands also exist. The most vital element that constitutes the Sky Islands is cloud, and they are renowned for their unique varieties of shellfish. The inhabitants of these islands depend on these exceptional clouds and shellfish for their daily sustenance. Sky Islands? Young master, are you suggesting that islands exist in the heavens? Titan exclaimed in astonishment. I have never heard such tales. The Sky Islands float above the White Sea, a realm difficult for ordinary people to reach, leading many to dismiss their existence. Attempting to navigate the sea route to the Sky Islands, only a small fraction of 100 departing souls may survive the journey. Conversely, if one ventures along the coastal currents as we do, only 2 outcomes remain: total survival or complete demise. Indeed, our safe passage is a testament to the favor of fate. The white sea beneath our vessel is composed of clouds, should one fall into it. They would plummet down to the azure sea 7,000 meters below, a perilous fate. Thus, our immediate priority is to seek a high-speed cloud route leading to the 10,000-meter-high expanse of the White Sea. If we fail to locate a sky island for refuge, we shall be trapped aboard our ship. Just as Satan was fervently imparting knowledge about the sky islands to the crew, a sudden uproar of fighting echoed from a distance. A small boat, measuring 3 to 5 meters in length, sped across the sea of clouds, directly heading towards Satan and his crew's vessel. Pursued by a dozen similar boats, amidst shouts of battle, the fleeing boat quickly approached their grand ship, executing a deft turn to face its pursuers. The crew on deck could clearly see that the small boat was manned by 2 youthful boys. One was tall and slender, clad in purple attire, sporting an unusual hairstyle resembling spider legs. The other was round as a ball, dressed in white, donning a yellow hat, with iron-red hair and round spectacles, exuding a comical charm. Strangely, both had a pair of feathered wings sprouting from their backs, adding to their whimsical appearance. As they halted their boat, the rotund boy pointed at the pursuers and shouted, "You've fallen into our trap. Our reinforcements have arrived. Surrender at once." He continued to steer the boat closer to Satan's vessel. "Hey, young master," said Sinan, bewildered as he pointed towards the small boat. "Those 2 are using us as a guise for their own gain. Let us observe further." Satan gazed thoughtfully at the 2 young boys below, a sense of familiarity washing over him as if he had encountered them before. At that moment, a fleet of several small boats arrived, scattering to encircle Satan's vessel. Aboard these boats were soldiers clad in uniform, dressed in military attire and donning berets, each adorned with a pair of small wings on their backs. "You dare to assault the divine sanctuary, you shall be sentenced to the punishment of the drifting clouds," bellowed a burly man resembling an officer from the lead boat, his fierce gaze shifting towards Satan and his companions on the larger ship. "It would be wise for you to refrain from meddling, or the divine legion shall impose their judgment upon you." "Oh, and whom do you intend to judge?" The mischievous sprite perched upon Satan's shoulder unleashed a torrent of invective. "How dare you? I shall deliver retribution upon you." Such audacity! To show disrespect towards the divine armament brigade within the sacred realm. Apprehend them all. At the command of the brigade commander, the soldiers of the divine armament surged forth towards Satan's grand vessel. However, the 2 cunning youths aboard the ship exhibited no intention of confrontation. Instead, they stealthily maneuvered the vessel to the rear, seeking an opportune moment to escape. The soldiers were equipped with extraordinary footwear, fitted with wind shells capable of unleashing powerful gusts, enabling them to glide swiftly across the White Sea, rapidly closing in on the grand ship. "Alas, I merely wished to observe the spectacle. How frustrating," Satan muttered softly. And countless resilient vines sprouted upon the deck, ensnaring the dozens of soldiers who had surged forward, rendering them utterly helpless despite their desperate struggles. Upon witnessing the annihilation of his entire army, the commander of the divine troops swiftly turned his small vessel to flee. How audacious to lay hands on the divine legion! Surely, the great deity would exact retribution upon you. Yet, before he could escape far, a crimson-eyed figure aboard the grand ship casually swept his blade, unleashing a torrent of crimson energy that cleaved the small vessel in 2. The unfortunate commander, unable to utter a cry, found himself captured in an instant. Meanwhile, the 2 youths who had been pursued were effortlessly lifted onto the grand ship, one in each of Titan's hands. "Now, speak, who are you?" Satan sat upon his chair, his gaze fixed intently upon the 2 youths before him, emanating an aura of formidable authority. The individuals before him had effortlessly captured the divine warriors who had pursued him relentlessly, leaving no avenue for escape. Their strength was undeniably formidable. The boy clad in purple bit his lip, seemingly on the verge of uttering something, yet after much effort, his face flushed crimson and still no sound emerged. "Fool! You're biting your lip," the spherical boy beside him reminded with a hint of exasperation. "If you wish to speak, refrain from biting your lip." "Ah, my apologies. I forgot." The purple-clad youth finally responded, releasing his lip and addressing Satan. "I am called Nirvana, hailing from the sky island of Baika." "I am Dawu." "Also from the sky island of Baika," the spherical boy continued. "Baika?" Satan pondered for a moment, realizing that it was indeed the homeland of the future thunder god Enel. "Ah, these 2 individuals are none other than the sky guardian Nepin and the forest guardian Dawu, who serve as the 4 priests under Enel. No wonder they seemed familiar. They are merely in their youth at present." Chapter 85, The Innate Heretic. "Are you subordinates of Enel?" Satan, in a tone of inquiry, sought to obtain information regarding Enel. "Are you acquainted with our leader?" Nirvana and Dawu exchanged glances, their faces reflecting astonishment. How could these individuals, evidently hailing from Qinghai, possibly know Inal? I suppose we are, they replied. Satan stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, in my previous life, I had encountered him in an anime. So I suppose I am somewhat familiar with him. By the way, why are these individuals pursuing you? Satan gestured towards the captured soldiers of the God Soldiers squad. Clearly perplexed. It is known that Inal is a Logia-type user of the Rumble fruit, often referred to as the God of Thunder. If these two individuals are indeed subordinates of Inal, it would seem inconceivable for them to be pursued by the God Soldiers. 3 months prior, the sky island of Burka fell under the dominion of the new ruler, Makaran. To fortify his grip on power, he declared all wingless inhabitants of the island as heretics, destined to face execution by fire. Inal, born without wings, was deemed an outcast, and Makaran prepared to publicly execute him on the island. As Dawu spoke, he looked at Satan with eager anticipation. Regardless of how the individuals before him perceived Inal, there was no doubt that if they were willing to intervene, they could potentially rescue their leader. Despite his rotund physique, resembling a ball, his intellect was remarkably sharp. Did you say Inal has been captured? Satan displayed an expression of astonishment. Could it be that Inal had yet to consume the devil fruit? If that were the case, it would indeed be fortuitous news. Our leader has been captured, and we cannot simply stand idly by. However, we are no match for the new Shinkai Marakuran, which has led us to resolve to steal the devil fruit enshrined at the altar of the temple, though it is imbued with cursed power. We are willing to take the risk if it means rescuing our leader, Nephin elaborated. Yet, we ultimately failed. Not only did we not succeed in stealing the devil fruit, but both Shura and Om were also captured, leaving only Nephin and me to escape. Dawu observed Satan's demeanor and, feeling somewhat dejected, explained the reasons for their pursuit by the divine army. At this point, Satan comprehended the situation entirely. Inal had likely not yet consumed the devil fruit and was overpowered by the new Shinkai Marakuran. Furthermore, the celestial knight Shura and the pastoral officer Om had also been apprehended. The original narrative mentions that Inal later annihilated his homeland, the sky island Baika, which presumably serves as the catalyst for these events. Did you say that the altar of the temple is enshrined with the devil fruit? The little sprite Xie Jian suddenly interjected. He may have been unaware of other matters, but he was acutely aware of Satan's fervent desire for the devil fruit, as each fruit symbolizes the addition of a formidable warrior to the Tulip family. Indeed, since our birth, a devil fruit has been enshrined upon that altar. It is said to possess cursed power, making it most suitable for offering to the divine. Take us to the temple altar, and in exchange for that devil fruit, I promise you I will rescue Inal. Satan understood all too well that the so-called cursed power, which had been revered for many years, was likely the thunder fruit. How dare you covet the intentions of the divine? The deities shall surely enact retribution upon you. The captain of the divine soldiers, lying on the deck, roared with unbridled fury. Enough of this noise. In a moment of delight, Satan casually waved his hand, rendering him unconscious. What deity? Merely a frog in a well, boasting its dominance over an island. Satan leaped onto the bow of the ship, turning to his companions and exclaiming, "Set sail for Baika. Let us confront that new deity." Makaran, the Tulip family's vessel, guided by the two leaders, Nirvana and Dao, headed toward the sacred altar of Baika Island. At noon, the sunlight, intensified by its proximity to the sun, cast an oppressive heat over Baika Island, creating a sense of unease, with the air feeling dry and the wind scarcely present. In the central plaza of the island, the oppressive atmosphere was palpable. The vast square, capable of accommodating nearly 50,000 people, was filled to capacity, as nearly all the residents of Baika Island had gathered here. Due to a decree from the new deity Makaran, today would witness the execution of heretics, and all residents were compelled to witness the proceedings as a display of reverence. The crowd surrounded the square, leaving only a narrow pathway leading to the center, flanked by rows of vigilant soldiers tasked with maintaining order. At the heart of the plaza, a towering pyre of wood had been prepared, awaiting the moment when it would be ignited to uphold the deity's authority. In the prime viewing area, the soldiers of the Divine Guard had constructed an opulent seat, where the ruler of Baika Island, the new deity Makaran, sat motionless, observing the prostrated masses below. Look how obedient these fools are, Makaran thought with a smug grin, reveling in the power he wielded over the populace. It is your greatness that compels them to submit, the high priest flattered him. Enough of the flattery. Have you apprehended the sinners who dared to intrude upon the altar in an attempt to steal divine power? Makaran demanded. For squads have already been dispatched. Once we complete the execution, good news will surely await you in the temple, came the reply. Incompetent. How long does it take to capture a few insignificant rodents? What use are you to me? Macaron scolded, his desire for a flawless execution to proclaim the deities while marred by the audacity of intruders. When those miscreants are brought back, I shall subject them to the punishment of the flowing clouds. Of course, my lord, your will is paramount, the high priest responded respectfully, knowing that defiance against this powerful new deity would lead to severe repercussions. Recently, a servant of the divine had been executed by hanging, which instilled a sense of dread. As moments passed, the pathway below saw the divine guard escorting 3 prisoners to the execution site. The 2 at the rear were companions of Nirvana and Dao, Shura and Om, while the foremost was a young boy of about 15, bare-chested and clad only in oversized trousers, with earlobes nearly twice the length of a normal person's. Despite being led to his execution, he exhibited no fear. His head hung slightly, brows furrowed defiantly, and his lifeless eyes scanned the silent crowd with disdain. He was Enel, the outcast from Sky Island, the very being destined to bring ruin to Biker Island. How pitiful, Enel sighed softly. Chapter 86. The Arrival of Satan. In the tense silence, Enel was soon bound atop the pyre, awaiting Macaron's command for the execution to commence. The onlookers held their breath, the atmosphere heavy with impending doom. As if a storm were about to unleash its fury, Macaron, reveling in the silence of the crowd, relished in the dominance he exerted. Before him, all were compelled to bow. The deity's authority surpasses all. Those who defy it shall face punishment. It is time, he declared, rising to order Enel's execution. Burn him! Burn him! The crowd erupted, the pent-up tension exploding as they called for Enel's demise, perhaps out of disdain for a wingless aberration, perhaps to curry favor with the new deity, or simply to vent their frustrations. The soldiers of the Divine Guard raised their torches, advancing toward the towering pile of wood, poised to ignite the flames. How I long to obliterate this wretched scene, Enel thought, casting a scornful glance at the fervent crowd below, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Just as the execution was about to commence, a thunderous roar drowned out the crowd's cries, and a cloud of dust erupted from the edge of the plaza, capturing everyone's attention. Cough, cough, my lord, you are truly a madman. Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating. I adore this reckless adventure. Amidst the dust, boisterous voices emerged. And soon the haze cleared to reveal a battered ship, its hull damaged, with several audacious figures standing upon its deck. Satan and his companions, led by Nirvana and Dao, had come to the temple altar to seize the devil fruit. With Macaron temporarily absent from the temple, the guards left behind were no match for the Tulip family. Swiftly dispatched, securing the devil fruit with ease, they learned of Macaron's execution of Enel and could not remain idle. Rushing to prevent the execution, they had navigated their ship through the turbulent cloud paths, covering great distances to arrive just in time. Who dares to interrupt my execution? You have committed the sin of defiance. Macaron, momentarily interrupted from his revelry, was consumed by rage. So there truly are fools who claim to be gods. What a pitiable creature you are. Facing Macaron's fury, Satan scoffed, utterly disinterested, his focus solely on the soon-to-be executed Enel. The distinctive long earlobes, the lifeless eyes forever rolling back, the defiantly raised brows, and the contemptuous demeanor, there was no mistaking it. It was the tragic Enel whom Satan had sought to witness. As Satan's gaze scrutinized Enel, the latter, intrigued, returned the stare, curious about the audacious provocateur challenging divine judgment. Their eyes locked across the expanse of the plaza, igniting sparks in the still air. You dare provoke the divine? Insolent. Divine Guard, seize them. Macaron, feeling mocked, shattered the armrest of his throne, rising in a furious roar. The divine soldiers rushed towards Satan and his companions, while the terrified crowd scattered, plunging the scene into chaos. Leave these small fry to me, my lord. With a cheerful greeting, Sinan leaped off the ship's railing, facing the countless divine guardians rushing towards him, and astonishingly, he displayed an adorable smile. The baby fat on his face quivering with excitement, having spent the entire day among the peculiar entourage of the young master. He finally had the opportunity to demonstrate his skills, using these foes as practice. Dust arrow rain, he declared, as the fine particles in the air and the dust on the ground coalesced around him, forming numerous small earthen arrows that surged towards the divine soldiers in a relentless barrage. The rapid-fire arrow rain proved exceedingly difficult to defend against, instantly wounding many of the divine guardians who fell in droves. However, some of the elite soldiers equipped with unique shell weapons from the Sky Islands managed to counter part of Sanan's onslaught, unleashing fierce winds or searing flames to intercept his attacks. What's the rush? Do you wish to hunt alone? Chitong chuckled, tapping Sinan on the head. With a swift motion of his blade, a whirlwind of chaotic sword energy surged forward, and any soldier caught in its path suffered from countless small cuts. As if sliced by a myriad of tiny blades. Am I not alleviating the young master's burdens? Sinan pouted, trying to appear endearing while simultaneously controlling spikes that erupted from the ground, occasionally piercing through the charging enemies. Shouldn't we be a bit more serious? Corpse bone pulse, 10-finger penetration, Junmaru declared, as bones shot from his fingertips like bullets, striking divine soldiers who fell as if struck by lightning, instantly rendered incapable of fighting. As the others commenced their assaults, Gaara was not to be outdone. Sand began to flow from the gourd on his back, and under his command, it concentrated and floated toward the heads of the advancing enemies. Sand rain, Gaara declared, clenching his fist as vast clouds of sand erupted from the sky, creating a torrential downpour of sand projectiles that wreaked havoc on the unsuspecting divine soldiers. Noticing that some soldiers had evaded the initial onslaught, Gaara swiftly initiated a second wave of attack. Flowing sand waterfall, he commanded, infusing his chakra into the ground, shattering the rocks beneath him into sand, transforming the surrounding area into a sprawling desert. Many divine soldiers unwittingly found themselves ensnared in the sandy terrain, the pressure of the sand relentlessly pushing them downward. Sand waterfall burial, he continued, as the sand-covered area erupted in massive waves, akin to a ceaseless waterfall crashing upon the enemies, crushing all life caught within the sandy expanse under its overwhelming force. In a matter of moments, the soldiers faced near-total annihilation. I never anticipated encountering another monster. When will I ever get a chance to truly showcase my abilities? Sinan sulked, observing as Gaara swiftly dispatched numerous foes. He lamented the absence of a normal, strong ally around the young master, feeling pitiful as the rare natural fruit user of the sea was overshadowed. Chapter 87. The Descent of the Thunder God. How is it possible that nearly 1,000 divine guardians were defeated by merely a handful of individuals? The high priest gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene, his heart racing with anxiety as his legs trembled uncontrollably, instinctively inching backward, fearful that the distant monsters might notice him. Do you truly believe they have the audacity to provoke the divine? The demonic voice of Macaron echoed in his ears, causing the high priest to shudder and collapse to the ground, instinctively flattering. How could that be? They can never be a match for the divine. The divine is the supreme being. Victory shall undoubtedly belong to you. I suspect your true thoughts differ, Macaron replied with a cold smirk. Unabashedly seated on his divine throne, indifferent to how many guardians he might eliminate, for the magnitude of his power was beyond comprehension. Bound to a wooden pillar, Enel witnessed the divine guardians falling one after another, the members of the Tulip family exuding confidence as they effortlessly dispatched numerous enemies. A flicker of inexplicable emotion flashed in his eyes. These powerful monsters were indeed his kindred spirits. What do you think, my family? Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear, causing Enel to momentarily zone out. He then realized that Satan, who had been standing at the distant railing, had somehow appeared right before him. So swift. He was just so far away, and yet he is stronger than the others. Enel felt his breath momentarily stutter as he locked eyes with Satan, whose face radiated joy. Yet from those heterochromatic eyes, he sensed an endless abyss of blood and fire. Satan stood before him in silent repose, a smile gracing his lips. Yet the intangible aura of menace that enveloped him seemed to solidify the very air around them. Anilu felt a tremor coursing through his entire being, his heart pounding violently as if it were on the verge of leaping from his throat. In the presence of Satan, he resembled a fierce wolf confronted by the alpha of the pack, utterly subdued by the raw, sinister energy emanating from within Satan. Tell me, how do you perceive my kin? Satan inquired, his smile deepening as he observed Anilu's slightly dazed expression, and he posed the question once more. They are formidable. True monsters. Then, will you join us? Satan's gaze was fixed intently upon Enel, his eyes brimming with insatiable desire. Naturally, we are kindred spirits. In the face of Satan's piercing stare, Enel felt his heart race uncontrollably, and without hesitation, he acquiesced to Satan's invitation. Bingo! Upon hearing Enel's affirmative response, Satan joyfully snapped his fingers and effortlessly severed the ropes binding Enel. He then produced the thunder fruit, seized from the altar of the temple, and handed it to Enel. Consume it. Enel bit into it without a moment's pause, his expression contorting violently, nearly succumbing to the urge to vomit. What dreadful substance is this? It is utterly repugnant. Ha ha. It is said that one must completely consume a devil fruit to attain its full powers. The devilish grin of Satan curled at the corners of his mouth, revealing a mischievous satisfaction. It is said that the devil fruit tastes as foul as excrement, and just by observing Enel's expression, one can ascertain the truth of that claim. Enel wore a look of sheer horror, pondering the enormity of the task before him, consuming the entire fruit. Is there no justice in the world? Alas, I shall endure. He closed his eyes, opened his mouth wide, and forcefully shoved the remaining portion into his mouth, swallowing the entire devil fruit whole. As the fruit disappeared, his body began to transform. Arcs of electricity flickered across his surface, and a cacophony of crackling sounds resonated from within him. All the abilities of the rumble fruit seemed to be inherently etched in his mind. Clenching his fists, Enel reveled in the surge of power coursing through him, a satisfied expression gracing his features. I imagine, given your nature, you would be keen to personally conclude his fate. Witnessing Enel finally acquire his lightning abilities, Satan could hardly contain his delight and gestured toward the macaroon seated upon the high platform. Naturally, Enel cracked his neck, revealing a menacing grin. Allow me to take his head as a gift for my master. Go forth, sever his head, strip him of his divine name, and proclaim to all that the thunder god has descended. Enel's body transformed into a flash of lightning, propelling him toward the macaroon above. Little Satan, it appears you hold great expectations for him. The curious voice of evil emerged from Satan's shoulder. Well, I admire his rebellious spirit, and I assert that he has the potential to evolve into a formidable commander. Do you believe it? Indeed, for you are seldom mistaken. On the platform, the macaroon unleashed a powerful punch toward Enel. His formidable fist capable of rending mountains and splitting stones penetrated Enel's form. However, it was futile. Having consumed the natural-type devil fruit, Enel had become a being of lightning, effortlessly evading all physical attacks through mere elemental transformation. Old man, allow me to demonstrate what true divinity entails. In the fleeting moment of the macaroon's stunned attack, Enel retaliated, sending him flying with a single blow. Electric discharge, 1,000,000 volts. A bolt of azure lightning shot forth from Enel's hand, striking the downed macaroon, who crackled with electricity, the faint scent of charred flesh lingering in the air. As the wielder of the rumble fruit, Enel could transmute any part of his body into lightning, enabling him to move at incredible speeds through conductive materials and air, as well as launch electric attacks. Cough, cough, truly an impressive ability. The macaroon slowly rose, his gaze fixed intently on Enel. He, too, was not an easy adversary, having ascended to the ruler of Sky Island Baika. Though caught off guard by Enel's sudden assault, he had not completely lost his fighting spirit. Cutting shell, dual pistols. Suddenly, he stomped the ground fiercely, closing the distance to Enel with remarkable speed. As he swung his fist, two azure cutting waves erupted from his wrists, aimed viciously at Enel. The macaroon's wrists were equipped with unique cutting shells native to Sky Island, capable of absorbing and releasing cutting strikes, boasting formidable power. Enel transformed into a streak of lightning, deftly evading the slashes and delivering a powerful kick that sent the macaroon soaring. Do not embarrass yourself with your ant-like perspective. The thunder god descends, embodying lightning. Enel moved with blinding speed. Before the macaroon could regain his footing, Enel's foot came crashing down upon him, radiating a brilliant azure light as if he truly were the deity of thunder. The intense heat generated from the electricity melted everything in contact, swiftly draining the macaroon of life. The new god of Sky Island Baika fell at Enel's hands. Well done, welcome to the Tulip family. Chapter 88, Voyage across the White Sea. Above the pristine expanse of the White Sea, a medium-sized triangular sailboat leisurely sailed, the air filled with joyous laughter. Half a month prior, after rescuing Enel from impending execution in Sky Island Baika, Satan and his companions did not linger excessively. After a brief respite, they set off with Enel and his 4 priests, embarking on a quest to locate Sky Island Skypea. In truth, since being lifted by the ascending currents into the White Sea, a grand plan had begun to take shape in Satan's mind. Originally intending to covertly develop in the East Blue, he suddenly realized that Sky Island was the most suitable place for the Tulip family's roots to flourish. Situated at an elevation of 10,000 meters above sea level, it possessed unparalleled geographical advantages and would not arouse the suspicion of rival factions. Establishing the headquarters of the Tulip family on Sky Island would undoubtedly hasten its growth. Regrettably, Baika Island was too small, with a population barely exceeding 50,000. And the unique resources of clouds and shells were exceedingly rare, prompting them to seek out other islands. Of course, for Satan, The ideal location was none other than the Skypea that Luffy and his companions had visited in the original tale. A land replete with abundant resources in the ruins of the Golden City, Sandora. Should they acquire the vast wealth of gold there? No force in the world would be able to impede the Tulip family's ascent. Hey, young Satan, what are you pondering? As Satan reclined in a lounge chair, contemplating the future of his family, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Enel, munching on an apple with a casual air, approached him. How is it? Are you adjusting well with everyone? TCH, there's nothing to get used to. It's just that aimlessly wandering the White Sea is dreadfully dull. It is an unavoidable circumstance. For we are unaware of the locations of other sky islands and must rely on chance. Satan instinctively scratched his head after nearly half a month of sailing. Even the notoriously impatient Enel was beginning to feel a touch of irritation. Hey, Lightning Kid, if you're truly bored, let us have a spar, suddenly called Titan. Who was nearby? Absolutely not. Enel's expression shifted dramatically, revealing his displeasure. Initially, upon boarding, he had harbored an arrogant belief that his Logia powers rendered him nearly invincible, insisting on challenging everyone to a duel. However, aside from an inconclusive match with the younger Logia user, Sane, he soon realized he was unable to best anyone else aboard. Without a doubt, Chi-Tong, with her formidable slashing techniques and the mastery of Haki acquired during her 6 years of training on Naga Island, could easily injure Enel. Had it not been for Enel's swift movements enabled by his lightning body, he would likely have been swiftly defeated by Chi-Tong. The same held true in his sparring sessions with Junmaru. Although Igaro's sand was difficult to catch with Enel's rapid movements, Enel's attacks could not breach Igaro's absolute defense, which operated automatically without consuming his stamina or chakra. Even if Enel sought to outlast him, victory was improbable. Yet, the most humiliating aspect was his encounters with Titan. Titan's immense mastery of Haki could effortlessly reduce Enel to a pulp, leaving him with no opportunity to retaliate. Thus, the once esteemed user of the rare Logia fruit, rumored to grant powers surpassing all others, found himself the weakest among the crew. It was no wonder that the notoriously ill-tempered Enel managed to coexist amicably with the others. After all, who would willingly invite punishment? Satan, unable to contain his laughter at Enel's comical dismay, mused at the unexpected endearing side of the once mighty god of thunder. Enel, it appears you must maintain a low profile until you and Sane master Haki. Humph, I am gifted. How could mastering mere Haki pose a challenge? Once I develop new techniques, we shall compete again, Enel retorted, biting into an apple with such fervor that it seemed he sought to vent his frustrations upon the fruit, eliciting good-natured laughter from those around him. Young Master Satan, Boss Enel, someone approaches from afar, shouted Shura, who was on lookout duty, igniting excitement among the crew. In the vast expanse of the White Sea, even the sight of a single person was thrilling, as it suggested proximity to land. Not far from the ship, a figure was indeed seen skillfully maneuvering a Waiba across the White Sea, an exclusive mode of transportation from Sky Islands, requiring acute awareness of ocean currents to operate. A skill that would take ordinary individuals years to master. Behind this individual lurked a monstrous fish, several meters long, intermittently emerging from the clouds, relentlessly pursuing the Waiba's operator. Hey, Shura, go save him. As the Waiba driver faced imminent peril from the predator, Satan immediately commanded Shura to intervene. Shura, a spirited young man donned in a pilot's cap and goggles, was adept at using the Habe and rope cloud, with the Habe transforming his spear into a fiery lance. However, his primary asset for this mission was his mount, the three-footed bird, which could unleash flames thanks to the Inferno Bay affixed within its beak. Obeying Satan's command, Shura soared into the sky on the three-footed bird, thrusting his fiery lance directly at the monstrous fish. The moment the lance struck, flames erupted, causing the creature to thrash and ultimately retreat into the depths of the cloud sea. Thank you for saving my life, Aso. The rescued individual, a middle-aged man clad in a one-piece garment adorned with intricate patterns, bore a pair of feather-like wings on his back and sported hair that ended in ball-shaped tufts. You're too kind. It was merely a small effort, Shura replied. You must be a visitor from Qinghai, correct? You don't seem like a Sky Islander. The man appeared quite talkative. Indeed, we hail from Qinghai. There should be islands nearby, right? We've been sailing the White Sea for nearly half a month without sighting a single stopover, Satan interjected, his concern evident. I am Gaia, a Waiba repair technician from Angel Island. It's not far from here, and I would be delighted to host you, the man replied. That sounds wonderful. Sailing the sea has grown exceedingly dull, Sane quickly agreed, genuinely pleased at the prospect of ending their monotonous journey across the White Sea. Satan, too, was uplifted, though his joy stemmed from finally reaching his destination. If memory serves correctly, the Sky Island of Skypiea is composed of Angel Island and Appiato. Chapter 89, The Lord of the Skies. Under the guidance of Gaia, Satan and his companions journeyed to the second island they encountered in the White Sea, known as Angel Island. Throughout their voyage, Gaia was exceedingly cordial, not only inviting them to visit his charming street on Angel Island, but also elaborating on the island's rich history and culture. According to him, the divine realm of Skypiea comprises both Angel Island and Appiato. For generations, the leaders of Skypiea have been referred to as gods, and currently, it is governed by the deity Gonfall. Gonfall is a formidable sky knight, riding a unique avian creature native to the Sky Islands, known as the Peel. This creature, an animal-type user of the Pegasus fruit, can transform into a celestial steed. Long ago, Skypiea consisted solely of Angel Island. For centuries prior, an ascending ocean current brought the sacred island of Appiato to the White Sea, leading the Sky people to regard this land, the only one in the celestial sea with soil, as holy. In their quest to seize the most precious resource of the White Sea, land, the inhabitants of Angel Island displaced the indigenous Shandians of Appiato, resulting in a continuous conflict between the two factions for 400 years, often embroiled in warfare. However, in recent decades, despite the persistent strife, both the residents of Angel Island and the Shandians have found their territories dwindling due to the emergence of a new sovereign, the Sky Lord Nolan. The Sky Lord Nolan is a colossal serpent residing on the sacred island, with venom in its fangs capable of swiftly withering trees. Originally the grandson of the serpent deity Kashi, he was swept onto the Sky Island alongside Appiato 4 centuries ago. After centuries of growth, he has transformed into a gigantic python nearly 1,000 meters in length, firmly establishing himself as the undisputed ruler of Appiato, claiming a vast majority of its territory. Hence, the residents of Angel Island and the Shandians can only vie for a meager portion of land along the periphery of Appiato through warfare. Wow, a python over 1,000 meters long. How extraordinary. No wonder he dominates most of Appiato and reigns as the Sky Lord, exclaimed Sinan in astonishment upon hearing Gaia's description. I want him as a pet. Suddenly, Satan's impulsive voice rang out, and observing the incredulous expressions of his family, he reiterated, I like that giant python. I want the Sky Lord to be my pet. Reactions to Satan's declaration were starkly contrasting. Gaia was nearly paralyzed with fear, trembling as he sat down, while the members of the Tulip family wore expressions of acceptance. Only such a colossal creature would be worthy of being the young master's pet. My heavens, young man, have you lost your mind? Over the years, countless powerful beings from Angel Island and the Shandians have attempted to challenge the Sky Lord, all meeting their demise at the serpent's jaws. You wish to keep it as a pet, has? Uncle Gaia was taken aback by Satan's audacious ambition, his voice quavering, revealing just how deeply the image of the Sky Lord's power was etched in the hearts of all the residents of Angel Island. Satan revealed a cryptic smile, casting a glance at his family members who all bore expressions of tacit understanding. The Tulip family aspired to establish themselves on the Sky Island, garnering acceptance from its inhabitants. To achieve this, it was imperative to demonstrate formidable strength that could instill awe in all. Engaging the Sky Lord, who left the residents of Angel Island and the Sandia people utterly powerless, was the most fitting course of action. After nearly an hour of navigation, a beautiful owl finally came into view, radiating an ethereal sanctity. The island was veiled in wisps of mist, pristine and immaculate, complemented by the winged inhabitants who had thrived here for generations, creating an illusion of a paradise where angels resided. However, upon disembarking, Satan and his companions were intercepted by the police force, the White Beret Brigade, known to serve the deity Gonfall. Captain McKinley, a towering and robust figure, exuded strength. Captain McKinley, these are visitors from Chiang Hai who saved my life at sea. I wish to invite them to my home, explained Gaia, seeking to clarify the situation and paying the entry fees for Satan and his companions in hopes of obtaining permission to enter. It is a time of war, and Lord Gonfall has mandated heightened vigilance to thwart potential Sandia attacks. I lack the authority to permit your entry, McKinley replied, familiar with Gaia. Typically, if someone vouched for the visitors, their entry would not pose a significant issue. However, given the current wartime context, he scratched his head in dilemma. How about I escort you to the temple? Once we have Lord Gonfall's consent, you may move freely on the island. Reluctant to incite conflict with those who held dominion over the Sky Island, Satan acquiesced to McKinley's proposal, eager to witness the reigning deity, Gonfall, As they journeyed to the temple, they encountered armed patrols stationed at intervals, underscoring the palpable tension that had enveloped what was once a tranquil Angel Island, causing its residents to become visibly anxious. Soon, under McKinley's guidance, they arrived at the temple of the current ruler of Skypiea, Gone Foul. Though referred to as a temple, it resembled a typical courtyard, only larger in scale, indistinguishable from the residences of other Sky Island inhabitants. It bore no resemblance to the opulence of the temple belonging to Macaron, the ruler of Baika Island, indicating that Gone Foul was not a deity of ostentation. Nevertheless, the courtyard, though simple, was impeccably maintained, with rows of uniformed guards standing erect, weapons in hand, radiating an air of stern authority, seemingly proud of their duties as guardians. These details vividly conveyed to Satan that Gone Foul was a revered ruler on Angel Island, contrasting sharply with Macaron of Baika Island. What brings you here, McKinley? Just as Satan was lost in contemplation of the state of Angel Island, a sudden voice interrupted his thoughts. Lord Gone Foul, we have guests from Qinghai who rescued our residents at sea. They wish to tour Angel Island, hence my visit to seek your guidance. McKinley stepped forward, respectfully bowing as he relayed the message. Welcome, guests from Qinghai. Gone Foul warmly extended his arms in greeting. It was only at this moment that Satan took a moment to scrutinize the ruler before him, an elderly gentleman clad in heavy knightly armor, wielding a lance. With a gentle and benevolent smile gracing his face, accompanied by his loyal companion, a pink-spotted Pegasus named Pierre. Chapter 90, The Vassal's Promise. Gone Foul, the amiable elder, invited Satan and his companions into his temple. As distant travelers, how may I be of service to you? Although McKinley had informed him of their desire to tour Angel Island, the instinct of a ruler suggested that these individuals were far from ordinary. Gazing at the genial old man, Satan paused for a moment and then decided to be forthright. Perhaps addressing the matter directly would be beneficial for both parties. The beauty of Angel Island under your rule is evident. The residents live in serene tranquility, akin to a paradise. Satan's voice was deep, and his demeanor sincere as he remarked, however, your strength is insufficient to safeguard the security of Angel Island. What do you mean by that? Gone Foul seemed to vaguely sense the implication in Satan's words. His gaze suddenly sharpened, and he rose abruptly, aiming his gun at Satan with one hand. What are your intentions for Angel Island? I shall never allow anyone to disrupt the tranquility of Angel Island, even at the cost of my life. At Gone Foal's furious shout, a throng of divine guards surged into the room, weapons in hand, encircling the members of the Tulip family tightly. Gone Foal fixed his intense gaze on Satan, yet amidst the encirclement, he detected no trace of fear upon Satan's countenance. Even those behind Satan seemed unfazed, leisurely sipping tea and indulging in fruits, wholly dismissing the soldiers surrounding them. Gone Foal's pupils constricted sharply. Those who remain composed amid adversaries are either fools or possess unwavering confidence in their abilities, and it was evident that these individuals belonged to the latter. I advise you to have them lower their weapons. I have a particular aversion to being threatened with arms. It can lead to fatalities. Satan slowly raised his head, reaching up to scratch his ear, his eyes flickering with an uncertain light. A shiver coursed through everyone present, as if a chilling gust swept through their very souls. Moreover, if I truly intended to wreak havoc on Angel Island, you all would have long since met your end. As Satan's cold, piercing voice resonated, Gone Foul felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Though Satan's words were harsh, he could sense the undeniable truth behind them. The individuals before him, despite their youth, exuded an aura characteristic of the powerful. None of them were to be underestimated. This intangible pressure compelled him to acknowledge the grim reality. In the face of the Tulip family, they were utterly powerless to resist. Very well, you may leave. Gone Foul gestured dismissively, expelling all the guards. It was evident that he held immense authority in the eyes of the Divine Guard, even though their eyes brimmed with questions. They complied with his command and exited the room in an orderly fashion. With the departure of the Divine Guard, Gone Foul seemed to be drained of all strength. Collapsing into his seat, "What is it that you truly desire?" he asked. "I have heard that you and the Sandians have been embroiled in a relentless struggle over the borders of Apaya, a conflict that has persisted for years, severely hampering the development of Angel Island." Having gained the upper hand in the conversation, Satan refrained from further intimidation and instead began to engage in a calm discussion, analyzing the situation on Angel Island for Gone Foul. This was a necessary course of action. No one relishes the prospect of war. Each year, countless warriors perish on the battlefield as our two races vie for territory, and the population of Angel Island has stagnated for many years. As if stirred by Satan's words, Gonfowl ceased to hold back and candidly laid bare the current state of Angel Island. However, land is a vital resource to be fought for. Only fertile land can provide sufficient sustenance to meet the needs of Angel Island. The Sandians surely find themselves in a similar predicament. We detest war, yet we are compelled to rely on it to resolve our issues. However, to my knowledge, the majority of Apaya's territory belongs to the Sky Lord Nolan. Instead of engaging in years of warfare, it would be more prudent to unite against Nolan. Should you conquer the Sky Lord, both our peoples could acquire ample land resources. The strategy you propose is not without precedent. We, too, have collaborated with the Sandians in a campaign against the Sky Lord, but tragically, it ended in total defeat. While there may be survivors from conflicts with the Sandians, an assault on the Sky Lord guarantees annihilation. Gonfowl's voice grew increasingly somber, perhaps reflecting the heavy burden of Angel Island's stagnation that had weighed upon him for years. I understand, he continued, which means that if we eliminate the Sky Lord Nolan, all conflicts between Angel Island and the Sandians could be resolved. Indeed, Satan affirmed. So, if I were to vanquish the Sky Lord and liberate you from your war with the Sandians, what might you offer in return? Satan stroked his chin, his piercing gaze fixed upon Gonfowl. What? You claim you can vanquish the Lord of the Skies? Gonfowl, as if invigorated by a potent elixir, leapt up in excitement, his astonished eyes locked onto Satan. Do you truly possess the means to defeat the Lord of the Skies? Do not doubt my capabilities, Satan replied. As long as you can eliminate the Lord of the Skies and provide the inhabitants of Angel Island with ample land and resources to thrive, I shall serve you loyally, as your devoted servant for generations to come. Suddenly, Gonfowl knelt before Satan, solemnly swearing an oath. No need for servitude. However, Angel Island must fall under the dominion of our Tulip family. Not only Angel Island, but Apiato as well, and the Sandians too, must become vassals of the Tulip family. Do you dare to agree? Satan rose to his feet, leaning forward to fixate on Gonfowl, his eyes shimmering with an undeniable light. In truth, as long as one can possess a tranquil and harmonious living environment, the populace would remain indifferent to the identity of their rulers. This sentiment is not solely mine. I believe all residents of Angel Island share this perspective, and I would even venture to assert that the chieftain and inhabitants of Sandia harbor similar thoughts. Should you succeed in vanquishing the Lord of the Skies, Nolan, I am prepared to pledge on behalf of all Angel Island residents to acknowledge the Tulip family's dominion over Skypea, leading all my divine guardians to become vassals of the Tulip family, with no intention of rebellion. Gonfowl raised his head, meeting Satan's stern gaze, and responded with utmost seriousness. Excellent, then let us await our auspicious news. Satan's face revealed a satisfied expression as he extended his hand to lift Gonfowl. The Tulip family aspired to seize control of Sky Island, yet Satan was reluctant to conquer them through force. After all, Sky Island was envisioned as the family's stronghold. And if they could not win the hearts of the people, the family's future development would be significantly hampered. Securing the commitment of the esteemed Gonfowl, who held great prestige among the island's inhabitants, was indeed an exceedingly favorable outcome. Chapter 91. The Golden City in the lofty expanse of the White Sea. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, lay the divine island of Apiato. For a long time, due to the presence of the Sky Lord Nolan, the interior of Apiato had become a forbidden zone for humanity, shrouded in silence. However, at this moment, a group of uninvited guests intruded upon the human-dominated territory of Apiato, entering the domain of the Sky Lord Nolan. These were the members of the Tulip family, intent on defeating Nolan to claim dominion over Sky Island. Perhaps it was due to the prolonged absence of human presence that as one ventured deeper into the jungle of Apiato, the foliage grew denser, with ancient trees intertwining in a scene of flourishing vitality. Yet, concealed within this lush thicket was a faint purple mist that permeated the air. The atmosphere was toxic. As I inhaled the increasingly vibrant air around us, Iai Luo furrowed his brow and cautioned, "The air is becoming more colorful. It appears to be miasma formed from the long-term seepage of snake venom," the seasoned Titan uncle analyzed. He then turned to Satan and remarked, "Young master, engaging in combat within such a toxic environment would be disadvantageous for us." Satan nodded, having previously underestimated Nolan, considering him merely a colossal beast. It now appeared that his initial assumptions were overly simplistic. Let us venture into the heart of the island to seek the Sky Lord Nolan, while you all address the other formidable creatures that pose a threat on the island. After all, this territory shall soon be ours. After a moment of contemplation, Satan resolved that it would be most prudent for himself, endowed with remarkable resilience, and Qitong, possessing exceptional resistance to toxins, to hunt Nolan. Subsequently, the members of the Tulip family split into two groups. Satan and Qitong pressed deeper into Apiato, while the others dispersed across the island to eliminate various airborne monsters that could endanger ordinary people. As they approached the island's center, the toxic mist in the air grew increasingly dense, with certain plants visibly wilting and yellowing under the corrosive effects of the poison. "Master, look!" Qitong suddenly pointed ahead after they turned past a large tree, indicating a scene of devastation in the nearby forest where trees had been uprooted, as if trampled by some colossal creature, creating a broad path several dozen meters wide. Good heavens, how immense must that creature be? Observing the unmistakable signs left by the Sky Lord Nolan, Satan was profoundly astonished. He finally comprehended why the inhabitants of Angel Island and the Sandians would rather engage in war than provoke Nolan. He was indeed not a being that ordinary mortals could confront. "It seems we are nearing its territory. Be cautious, Master." Qitong's expression turned wary, her right hand resting on the hilt of her blade, poised to draw at a moment's notice. "Do not worry, I shall not be careless. When we encounter Nolan, stay back. I will take the lead in the attack, while you focus on containment." Following the path carved by Nolan, Satan and Qitong pursued their quarry, ultimately emerging from the dense thicket. However, as they stepped out of the forest, they were utterly astounded by the sight before them. What lay ahead was not an open space nor a lair, but a magnificent city. Once, this must have been a splendid metropolis, though now desolate and devoid of life. Its grand scale and majestic architecture still whispered of its former glory and splendor. Satan and Akagami traversed the desolate town, where every fragment of crumbled wall was adorned with exquisite carvings. The once splendid houses, now in ruins, still exuded a profound sense of historical gravitas. "Young master, have you noticed? Every column is forged from pure gold." Even Akagami, who usually held little fascination for treasures, found herself utterly astounded. Just how much gold remained concealed within this vast city? "Mine, all mine. Every piece of gold belongs to me." The malevolent visions upon Satan's shoulder have nearly been blinded by the countless gleams of gold within the city, leaving him in a state of disarray, murmuring to himself in a daze. If my conjecture is correct, this is likely the homeland of the Sandians. The ancient city of gold, Sandora, which perished 800 years ago. The city of gold? Indeed, let us proceed toward the direction of the clock tower. Satan nodded and first approached the most prominent structure in the city, the clock tower, then began to recount the history of Shandora de Qitong. It is widely acknowledged that 8 centuries ago, 20 kings established a world government, ruling over the globe for 800 years. However, upon perusing history, one discovers that the century preceding the formation of this world government is astonishingly devoid of any records, a period referred to by archaeologists as the blank 100 years. Consequently, some harbor suspicions that the history concealed within this blank century harbors the secrets of the 20 kings who founded the world government. What relevance does this hold for the city? After listening to Satan's narration, Qitong remained utterly perplexed. Allow me to continue. Although the world government obliterated all historical documents pertaining to the blank 100 years, some secrets have nevertheless been preserved. 8 centuries ago, the renowned master stonemasons of the Getsa clan devoted themselves entirely to crafting several indestructible stone tablets, each inscribed with the secrets of history. These tablets are known as the historical canon tablets and are scattered across the globe, safeguarded by various races. It is said that those who can decipher the secrets of the historical canon shall acquire the power to fundamentally alter the world. Hidden within the clock tower of the golden city of Shandora lies one such historical canon tablet, and the Shandians are, in fact, the guardians of this history, which explains their incessant warring. They yearn to once again ring the golden bell and revive the glory of their ancestors. It is astonishing that this city conceals such a monumental secret. After absorbing Satan's account, Qitong finally grasped the history of the golden city of Shandora. However, how did you come to know all this, my lord? Babylon, after all, was once a magnificent and powerful kingdom, and I naturally possess knowledge of many secrets unknown to the common folk. Satan whimsically remarked, "Surely, I cannot divulge that I have glimpsed my past life within an anime. Can I? Yet, there exists another secret." "What secret?" Kaizome, now thoroughly intrigued by Satan's words, began to take an interest in this place. It is said that since ancient times, this world harbors 3 ancient weapons, each bearing the title of God, capable of annihilating the world: Pluto, the king of the underworld; Poseidon, the king of the sea; and Uranus, the king of the heavens. Satan paused momentarily, allowing Qiong to digest the astonishing revelation before continuing. The historical texts of this island document the secrets of Poseidon, the god of the sea. My goodness, shall we take control of it? Qiong gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. If the Tulip family were to wield a weapon powerful enough to annihilate the world, who could possibly thwart their ascent? No, I remain indifferent to this matter. Satan squinted, extending his arms and spinning around as if embracing the vast expanse of the world. What preoccupied his thoughts was the immense wealth of gold in the city of Sandora, sufficient for him to swiftly amass a formidable power in the lands below. Chapter 92. Fierce battle with Nolan. Soon, Satan and his companion traversed the ruins of the ancient city and arrived at the grandest structure of the Golden City, the Clock Tower. The entire edifice was cast in gold, radiating a dazzling brilliance under the sun, nearly blinding the eyes of the wicked. His eyes almost transformed into the shape of the deity ball, and had Satan not intervened, he would have surely attempted to store the entire clock tower within his spatial realm. Here, they indeed discovered a stone tablet inscribed with the historical account of the ancient weapon, the Sea King. Although the contents were indecipherable to them, it did not deter Satan from claiming it, ensuring that it would not fall into the hands of others. As Satan and Qiong were engrossed in examining the clock tower before them, a rustling sound emerged from behind. A sudden chill crept down Satan's spine. He instinctively pushed Qiong aside. What followed was a deafening rush of wind as a massive serpent's head, akin to a small mountain, collided with Satan, propelling him hundreds of meters away, his body crashing into the ruins of the town and kicking up a cloud of dust. "Young master," Qiong exclaimed in shock, utterly taken aback by the colossal creature before her. Her gaze was almost consumed by the enormous, jet-black serpent, which stretched 1,000 meters long. Its elevated head resembled a hill, and its yellow, slit-like pupils were taller than a person. The serpent hissed as it flicked its tongue, revealing a gaping moss-stained crimson, with sharp teeth glinting ominously. The foul breath it exhaled carried a potent stench, laced with venom, causing the air to sizzle, a true embodiment of the dominion of Appiato. The Lord of the Skies, Nolan. Regaining her composure from the shock of Nolan's appearance, Qiong hastily drew her blade, launching a swift crimson strike towards Nolan, who threatened to advance. However, with a crackling sound, her powerful blow, capable of splitting mountains, failed to inflict any damage upon Nolan, whose skin was tougher than steel. Displaying astonishing resilience, not only did Qiong's attack prove ineffective, it only served to further incite Nolan's wrath. The serpent turned its gaze upon Qiong, its yellow slit pupils fixated on her, emanating an invisible aura of menace. How dare this insignificant insect provoke it? Abandoning Satan in the distance, it opened its foul maw and lunged at Qiong. Understanding the peril she faced, Qiong recognized that unlike the physically formidable Satan, her delicate form would be gravely harmed if brushed against by such a behemoth. Therefore, she opted not to confront it head-on, swiftly dodging to the side, narrowly escaping Nolan's bite. The massive jaws met only air, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater, even reducing the sturdy stone slabs to dust beneath its lethal fangs. Despite its immense size, Nolan's movements were remarkably swift, missing its target. It quickly lifted its head and turned to pursue, viscous saliva dripping from its maw and corroding the ground beneath it with a sizzling sound, exuding an intimidating presence. Qiong darted like an arrow, leaving behind fleeting afterimages as she evaded Nolan's relentless bites. Yet, preoccupied with dodging the creature's attacks, she found no opportunity to counterstrike. Her efforts focused solely on self-preservation rather than aggression. What a formidable challenge this is. Satan slowly rose from the debris of shattered ruins, shaking his dazed head. As crimson blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his mind buzzed with disorientation, and his body felt as if it had been shattered into countless pieces. He licked the bloody stains from his lips, and a green aura enveloped him, revitalizing his life force after several cycles, allowing him to regain a semblance of strength. Only then did he turn his attention to the foe who had ambushed him. To his astonishment, what he initially perceived as a great python was, in fact, a massive mountain of flesh. Each strike of the serpent's head directed at Qiong felt like an inexorable weight bearing down, unleashing a tempestuous wind that sent shockwaves crashing against the ground, displacing even the surrounding walls. Qiong's delicate form trembled precariously under Nalan's relentless assault. Damn it, how audacious. Observing Qiong desperately evading Nalan's attacks while occasionally launching slashes to provoke its ire, Satan understood her fear of Nalan seizing the opportunity to strike him. Anger surged within him, and with a fierce curse, he charged towards the unrestrained Nalan. With style, prison of confinement. As Satan charged forward, unleashing a series of formidable attacks. The power of wood release surged forth. Suddenly, towering wooden pillars arose in a chaotic lattice around Nolan's immense form, swiftly constructing a sturdy cage in an attempt to confine the wildly attacking creature. However, Satan had underestimated Nolan's brute strength. The creature's colossal body, stretching 1,000 meters, was not a mere fade. Trapped within the wooden prison, Nolan opened its cavernous maw, emitting a piercing hissing sound that thundered in Satan's ears like a tempest, far removed from the hiss of a mere serpent, resonating instead like the furious roar of a wild beast. As Nolan's scream reverberated, its muscles began to undulate rhythmically, producing a sound akin to countless locusts stirring their wings. The tail, charged with the creature's amassed power, swept down like a colossal pillar, shattering the wooden confinement into a cascade of splintered debris. Truly, it was a monstrous being. Satan was astonished by Nolan's formidable physique. He had never before contemplated the existence of a being capable of breaking free from the constraints of wood release solely through physical strength. Of course, this also had much to do with Satan's incomplete mastery of wood release. Satan danced like a butterfly in a tempest, evading Nolan's relentless assaults. Infuriated by the wood release technique, Nolan shifted his primary focus back onto Satan, attacking with fierce determination. With each bite and lash of its tail, the force was immense, stirring the dust and rubble of the city into a chaotic whirlwind. To conquer with gentleness. If the wooden pillars cannot restrain you, then let us see how this fares. As Satan evaded the onslaught, he muttered curses under his breath, ever poised to counterattack. At last, in a fleeting moment when he narrowly escaped Nolan's gaping maw, he launched his second offensive. The wood release, all things in nature, was in pursuit of Satan when suddenly Nolan's body came to a halt. In an instant, numerous entwining plant roots surged forth from the earth around him, rapidly growing and enveloping Nolan entirely. These roots were not only resilient and powerful but also tenacious, binding Nolan with an unyielding grip regardless of his frantic struggles. The more he writhed, the tighter they constricted, ultimately rendering him a motionless green mound. Satan exhaled a sigh of relief, genuinely surprised by the formidable challenge posed by the so-called Sky Lord, Nolan. However, before he could fully relax, Nolan, ensnared by layers of intertwining plant roots, emitted a deafening and piercing shriek that reverberated through the air. Streams of venom spewed from his mouth, swiftly evaporating into a toxic fog. The plant roots that bound Nolan recoiled as if confronted by a nemesis, crackling and withering away in an instant. With a vigorous shake of his body, the imprisoned Nolan broke free from his constraints once more. Chapter 93. Precious land. Near the divine island of Appiato lies a hidden village known as Unine, a secret refuge for the Sandia people. Ever since they were expelled from Appiato by the residents of Angel Island, they have settled here, thriving and often forming guerrilla bands to launch attacks on Angel Island. While Satan and Chihong were embroiled in a fierce battle with the Sky Lord in Appiato, the Sandia people, under the chief's rallying cry, were preparing to wage a new war against Angel Island. Before a row of valiant Sandia warriors, the chief delivered his final motivational speech. These young warriors were on the verge of charging into battle under his command, aware that they might suffer injuries or even perish. Yet, for the sake of their land, their resources, and their survival, they had no recourse but to engage in warfare. Warriors, the spirit of the great warrior Karlgro watches over us. This time, we shall surely defeat the detestable denizens of the Sky Island, reclaim our ancestral land, and ring the golden bell. The aged chief, once tall and proud, now stooped with age and crowned with gray hair, raised his arms, summoning all his strength to rally the troops. Victory, victory! As the chief's fervent exhortation resonated, the soldiers fervently brandished their swords, their voices rising in a fervor that suggested victory was nearly within reach. Meanwhile, deep within the jungles of Appiato, the members of the Tulip family had dispersed to clear the forest of ferocious beasts. Gianmarlo traversed the wilderness alone, acutely aware of the multitude of predators lurking in this rarely treaded territory, necessitating constant vigilance against sudden attacks. As he approached a thicket, he suddenly heard a rustling sound ahead. Suspecting another encounter with a beast, Gianmarlo perked up his ears and cautiously advanced. Upon rounding a large tree, he was nearly taken aback by the sight before him. It was not a fearsome creature that he encountered, but rather a young girl, around 10 years of age. With charming little braids and a pair of delicate, white wings, she was likely one of the denizens of the Sky Island. She knelt on the ground, humming a cheerful tune, completely absorbed in filling a small pouch with handfuls of soil, as if gathering the world's most precious treasures. Yet, what alarmed Gianmarlo was not the girl herself. But the perilous situation she found herself in, just a short distance behind her, a massive black bear, nearly 3 meters tall, bared its menacing jaws and advanced step by step towards the unsuspecting child, poised to strike. Perhaps Jun Marlu's presence startled the bear, for it suddenly lunged forward. Its enormous paw extended with sharp claws aimed at the girl. "Watch out, get away," Jun Marlu shouted, leaping into action. Just as the bear was about to attack, he delivered a powerful kick to its jaw, sending the beast hurtling away, crashing through several trees before it lay still. The girl, startled by the commotion, let out a piercing scream and turned to flee, clutching her pouch of soil. "Hey, it's all right now?" Jun Marlu landed in front of her, gesturing towards the bear he had just dispatched. Thank you for saving me." The girl hid her pouch behind her back, bowing politely in gratitude. "My name is Haki. I am one of the Sandia people." "What is your name, big brother?" "I am Jun Marlu from the Tulip family." "You are so amazing, big brother. You were able to defeat such a large bear." The girl, Haki, gazed up at Jun Marlu with admiration, her eyes sparkling. "I envy you so much. I want to be a strong warrior too, but Brother Weibao says I can never be one. Anyone can become a competent warrior with effort." Perhaps it was the influence of his family that had gradually unveiled the gentler side of Jun Marlu's character. He crouched down and ruffled Haki's hair, encouraging her. "By the way, why did you come here to gather soil? You must know that there are many powerful beasts around, which can be quite dangerous." Jun Marlu pointed to the pouch that Haki was trying to hide behind her back. "Oh no, I've been found out." Haki's expression turned anxious as she fumbled to conceal the pouch, appearing increasingly flustered. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to steal the soil." In her panic, Haki found herself unable to hide the pouch, tears welling in her eyes as she bowed repeatedly in apology. Hey, what are you doing?" Jun Marlu was taken aback by Haki's reaction, quickly grasping her arms. "It's just some soil. Why such a strong reaction? Are you not here to capture me, Sky Island person?" Haki looked up with a hint of fear, her voice trembling. "In our village of Yunin, there is no soil. But only in the soil can food and beautiful flowers grow. So that's why I came here to dig soil." "Really?" Haki nodded obediently, tears shimmering in her eyes. And Jun Marlu felt a deep pang of sympathy. Until now, he had never considered that the soil, so readily available, could be one of the most precious resources on the Sky Island. "I am not here to capture you, so do not worry." Jun Marlu affectionately tousled Haki's nose. Rising to his feet, he gestured to the surrounding land, a shy yet radiant smile gracing his face. "There is soil everywhere. You can take as much as you want. If anyone dares to stop you, I will handle it." "How does that sound?" "Really? Big brother, you are so kind." Haki exclaimed joyfully, wrapping her arms around Jun Marlu's legs, her excitement palpable. With that, she skipped ahead, eagerly selecting what she deemed the richest soil to fill her pouch. Jun Marlu followed behind to protect the young girl. And watching Haki's joyful demeanor filled his heart with warmth, as if rays of sunshine had pierced through the clouds of his mind. Although this was the first time he had acted without a command from his master, he believed that his master would surely have done the same. Jun Marlu looked up at the bright sunshine, then turned his gaze towards the depths of the Apiato jungle, where he knew that his master, Satan, was engaged in battle with the island's overlord. "Please win, master." Countless Sandia and Angel Island inhabitants, like Haki, are yearning for land and waiting for you to defeat the formidable enemy and grant them salvation. Chapter 94. The warrior Weibao Lachi, under the protection of Jummaru, was collecting soil when she suddenly lifted her head, faintly hearing someone calling her name. It was my companions. Lachi listened attentively and gestured to Jummaru, who was following closely behind her. As the voices grew nearer, 4 boys burst forth from the thicket. The leader, slightly older, appeared to be around 13 or 14. With a robust physique, his upper body bare save for a fur loincloth, adorned with a red and green totem on his shoulder. His fiery red hair stood tall like a crest, and he bore a hefty cannon on his shoulder. Protect Lachi. The boy, having just emerged from the jungle, mistakenly believed that Lachi was being held captive by Jummaru. He dashed between them, shielding Lachi and ordering his companions, simultaneously pulling the trigger, sending a cannonball hurtling toward Jummaru. "Stop, Brother Weibao. He is not a bad person," Lachi shouted in a panic, nearly stunned by Weiba's swift action. She could hardly bear to think of what might happen if the elder brother she had just met were to perish at the hands of her companions. However, her cry came too late. The cannonball had already been fired, racing toward Jummaru, causing Lachi to shut her eyes in terror. Yet, the brutal scene she had imagined did not unfold. With unwavering vigilance, Jummaru effortlessly evaded Weiba's attack, the projectile exploding in the distance and igniting a fierce blaze. Hey, kid. You're far too reckless. Junmuru frowned in discontent. While he understood that Weiba acted out of a protective instinct, no one would be pleased to be subjected to indiscriminate aggression. Ah, brother, I'm so glad you're all right. Hearing Junmuru's familiar voice, Lachi dared to open her eyes. Upon seeing him unscathed and undeterred, she quickly moved past Weiba to check on Junmuru, her face still marked with apprehension. Don't worry. I'm fine. Junmuru, finding it hard to hold a grudge against a child, ruffled Lachi's hair, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Hey, Lachi, you're out collecting soil again? Weiba kicked the pocket full of soil from Lachi, scattering its contents across the ground. I told you to stop such trivial pursuits. Chief Grandpa has already declared war. Once we defeat the Sky Islanders, there will be plenty of land. What are you doing? Junmuru, unusually furious, swiftly appeared before Weiba, grasping his neck and lifting him off the ground, his eyes blazing with anger. Do you not realize how hard she worked to collect that soil? On what grounds do you dismiss another's efforts? Bah, stop pretending to be a good person. It's you Sky Islanders who stole our land, Weiba retorted defiantly, unwavering in his gaze. Brother, I'm sorry. Weiba didn't mean it. Please let him go. He is only concerned for my safety, Lachi pleaded, shaking Junmuru's arm. Though she was dissatisfied with Weiba's aggression, she recognized that her companions acted recklessly out of concern for her well-being. Hearing Lachi's pleas and observing Weiba's stubborn expression, Junmuru suddenly found his anger dissipating. Indeed, they were just children, forced to adapt to the relentless wars and scarcity of resources. It was this damned war that compelled them to mature and become vigilant. And even if you defeat the Sky Islanders, what then? Can you seize the land occupied by the Sky Lord Nolan? Sooner or later, you will still face a shortage of land. Junmuru reluctantly released Weiba, stepping back. At that moment, Weiba realized he had misdirected his aggression, but his pride prevented him from apologizing. He merely stood with a defiant posture. But the Sky Lord is too powerful. We have no means to fight back, protested a small boy wearing red sunglasses. My companions are challenging the Sky Lord. And you will soon find out. He added boldly. That's just boasting. No one dares to challenge the Sky Lord. Another boy in a green jacket interjected. Why not introduce me to your companions? To break the awkward tension and avoid arguing with children, Junmuru turned to Lachi, shifting the topic. Ah, yes, brother Junmuru. Lachi complied, introducing her comrades. The leader is the warrior Weiba, a descendant of the Sandia warrior Calgera. He is robust and wields a burning cannon and blast shells as weapons, making him the strongest of this generation in Sandia. The boy with red sunglasses is Kamachili, who wields a burning sword. The one in the green jacket is Bulam, armed with a flash gun, and the last, the chubby one, is Tai Bang, who uses iron cannonballs, though they were still in their teens. All had undergone the trials of war, proving themselves as competent warriors. You say your companions are challenging the Sky Lord? Weiba inquired with curiosity. But after a long pause and receiving no further information, he could no longer restrain his curiosity and asked Junmuru. Indeed, Junmuru replied nonchalantly, believing there was nothing his young master could not accomplish. Humph, then why aren't you going with them, coward? Junmuru almost choked on Weiba's question, inwardly cursing. Is this little brat sent by heaven to punish me? What? Am I wrong? Whoever defeats the Sky Lord will earn my respect. As for you, humph, coward. Unperturbed by Junmuru's darkening expression, Weiba continued to provoke him. Just then, several airborne crocodiles suddenly lunged from the jungle, teeth bared and claws poised to attack. Watch out. Though Weiba was sharp-tongued, he hesitated not to protect everyone, unleashing a barrage of burning cannon fire. However, he underestimated the ferocity of the creatures from Appiato. The incendiary shells ignited the crocodile scales, yet they persisted in their assault, their half-meter jaws gaping wide, rows of sharp teeth glinting in the sunlight. Kid, don't overestimate your abilities. Though Junmuru refrained from voicing his thoughts, he felt a sense of satisfaction toward the stubborn boy. He seized Weiba by the back of his neck and flung him backward, placing himself in front of everyone. With a swift motion, he invoked the technique Corpse Bone Pulse, Early Fern Dance, and in an instant, the ground within a 100-meter radius erupted with countless sharp bone spires. These spikes pierced through the crocodiles, leaving them riddled with holes, their remains scattered about. Impressive. Humph. Let us go. I'll escort you home. Await the news of my young master's victory over the Sky Lord. Junmuru declared proudly, leading Lachi forward as the other boys exchanged glances and followed suit. Chapter 95, Subduing Nolan as Junmuru escorted the group of Sandia children back to Yanin village. The young master he held in high regard was fleeing in panic from Nolan's relentless pursuit. The ground trembled with the sounds of collapsing houses and splintering trees. Nolan's massive form created seismic waves with each sweep of his tail, wreaking havoc in his wake. As Satan fled, he cast a glance over his shoulder. Observing that Nolan was relentlessly pursuing him, he took a breath and quickened his pace, provocatively enticing Nolan to chase him, ultimately leading him out of the resplendent city of Gondor. Humph, have you not been arrogant enough? After luring Nolan out of Gondor, Satan finally halted his frantic flight. It was not that he could not withstand Nolan's onslaught. Rather, he was unwilling to see the relics of the magnificent city of Gondor obliterated in the aftermath of their conflict. Upon stepping onto this island, Satan regarded everything here as his own possession. If such a splendid city were to be annihilated, he would surely be consumed by despair. More importantly, the insatiable greed and malice would undoubtedly curse him incessantly. Though it was a strategic retreat, anyone being relentlessly pursued would feel the flames of indignation, especially a prideful being like Satan. At this moment, his gaze fixed on Nolan was ablaze with fury, almost crackling with sparks. Did he truly believe that his strength rendered him invincible? In the face of Nolan's tail descending upon him like a mountain, Satan chose not to evade once more. Instead, he opted to confront it head-on, swiftly conjuring a massive wooden shield shaped like a toothy demon's visage using his would-release abilities to shield himself. A thunderous crash echoed as Nolan's tail struck the wooden shield with tremendous force, and the outcome of this collision was astonishing. Satan's would-release is not as fragile as it appears. Its defensive capabilities are remarkably robust, although it is marred by numerous cracks from the immense force of Nolan's tail. It remains unshattered, successfully fending off Nolan's assault and granting Satan a precious opportunity for a counterattack. Now it is my turn. Prepare to receive my strike. Would-release, would-dragon technique. At the very moment Nolan is thwarted by the wooden shield, Satan conjures a colossal wooden dragon. This magnificent creature is nearly as large as Nolan himself, and crucially, once ensnared by the dragon, one's stamina is gradually siphoned away, resulting in a rapid decline in combat effectiveness. Under Satan's deft control, the wooden dragon swiftly extends, coiling around Nolan's form with relentless precision. Before he can react, Nolan finds himself ensnared, the dragon's grip firm against his body, rendering him incapable of escaping its grasp regardless of his efforts. Nolan struggles valiantly, twisting and thrashing in a fit of fury, yet his exertions prove futile, failing to halt the inexorable drain of his vitality, and his movements grow increasingly feeble. The moment of triumph has arrived. How delightful! Witnessing Nolan finally subdued by his own wooden dragon, Satan gleefully clenches his fist, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, a satisfied expression adorning his face. For a formidable adversary, one can only resort to the language of strength. Would-release, wooden man technique. A sinister smile crept across Satan's face as a colossal wooden figure rose from beneath his feet, rivaling the size and strength of the wooden dragon that had ensnared Nolan. With a single hand, it could easily grasp Nolan's entire form. The wooden giant took a step and mounted Nolan, who was desperately wrestling with the wooden dragon. One hand pressed firmly against Nolan's neck while the other was raised high, clenched into a fist, and brought down with tremendous force upon Nolan's head. Even the massive Nolan was momentarily dazed by the sudden onslaught, his mind reeling, and a dull thrum resonating in his skull. However, his nightmare was merely beginning. Did you think the wooden figure's assault would conclude with a single blow? No, no, no. Such naivety is laughable. Under Satan's command, the wooden giant's fists rained down relentlessly, striking Nolan's head with brutal precision. Before long, Nolan's serpent-like head was driven into the ground, the formidable scales atop his head shattering under the impact. Blood, crimson as the setting sun, flowed from the corners of his mouth, creating a miniature river upon the earth. His body lay limp, devoid of any will to resist, save for the faint, intermittent sounds of his labored breathing. Stop, Satan, he has surrendered. Just as Satan reveled in his mastery over the wooden creation, an unexpected voice called for a halt. Surrendered? How do you know? Isn't it obvious? He said so himself. The speaker, with a look of incredulity, gestured toward the prostrate Nolan. Satan leaned in to listen, but all he could discern were Nolan's fragmented, unintelligible cries. You can understand his speech? This revelation left Satan utterly astonished. Isn't that a given? I am an elf. Do you comprehend? The speaker, brimming with pride, circled around Satan, crossing his arms in triumph. Why was I unaware of this before? Well, you never inquired. Should I be blamed for your ignorance? You've won. Acknowledging that arguing with the elf would yield no victory, Satan ceased his questioning and commanded the wooden figure to release Nolan. What did he say? Since you have earnestly asked, I shall graciously impart this knowledge. He proclaimed that the strong shall reign and expresses his willingness to acknowledge you as his master. Such a delightful prospect. Elation surged within Satan as he leaned closer, observing Nolan's head pressed firmly against the ground, his body motionless. Save for the intense gaze of his yellow, slit-like pupils fixated upon Satan, indeed, a semblance of submission. Tell him I accept. Satan, with a flourish, leapt down from the wooden figure's shoulder and alighted upon Nolan's head, crouching to caress Nolan's black, iron-like skin. A surge of pure vitality coursed through Satan's left hand and into Nolan's being, causing the shattered scales, which had been fractured by the wooden figure, to swiftly mend. Before long, the once listless Nolan raised his head high once more, emitting a jubilant whinny, his voice imbued with a sense of submission and surrender. Satan stood atop Nolan's head, surveying the surroundings, a surge of ambition swelling within. Having successfully subdued Nolan signified the mastery of the Sky Island, implying that the Tulip family was no longer a drifting exile, but had transformed into a robust force with a solid foundation for development. The day of their resurgence was drawing near. Satisfied, Satan nudged Nolan beneath his feet and turned to inquire of evil vision. Can it comprehend my words? Indeed, it can. After all, it is a creature that has lived for centuries. Even a pig should possess wisdom comparable to that of humans. Ah, what a treasure I have stumbled upon. With Nolan as my pet, future endeavors will undoubtedly become much more convenient. Satan accomplished his objective, having vanquished and subdued the Lord of the Skies, Nolan. Yet, unbeknownst to him, as he engaged in fierce combat with Nolan, the Sandia people, under the leadership of their chieftain, launched a fresh assault against the Sky Islanders in the periphery of Appiato. Chapter 96, Averting War on the Divine Isle, in the outskirts of Appiato. The terrain transformed into a battlefield where the armies of the Sandia and the Sky Islanders unexpectedly clashed. For land and resources, they fought with unwavering resolve. Unlike the conventional weapons commonly utilized by the Chihai people, the presence of unique clouds and shells from the sky and sea resulted in a diverse array of combat arms, rendering the battle even more brutal. Some warriors wielded wind shells capable of storing and releasing gusts, significantly enhancing their mobility, while others brandished flame shells that could store and emit fire, greatly augmenting their offensive power. Additionally, there were those equipped with light shells that could store and instantaneously unleash blinding light, delivering devastating blows. Furthermore, some warriors possessed impact shells, absorbing shocks and releasing them with explosive force, each strike akin to a cannon blast. Other types of shells, cloud shells, heat shells, water shells, and slashing shells, were also employed as weaponry. The extraordinary ingenuity of humanity was magnified by the miraculous shell resources of the Sky Islanders, transforming these divine gifts from nature into lethal demons, effortlessly claiming one vibrant young life after another on the battlefield. The arena morphed into a veritable meat grinder, with cries of battle echoing through the air as valiant warriors continuously fell, flames erupting in every direction, while wounded fighters emitted anguished screams, enveloped in the throes of war. The participants seemed to lose their sanity, becoming increasingly frenzied, mechanically swinging their weapons. The only release came through the death of others or their own demise, as they found themselves ensnared in the mire of conflict. Yet, where could salvation be found? Cease this at once. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated across the sky, jolting every frenzied combatant as if doused with cold water, their weapon-wielding motions involuntarily slowing. Oh heavens, it is the Lord of the Skies. It is over. We have angered the Lord of the Skies. We are doomed. Some warriors, regaining a semblance of awareness, turned towards the source of the voice. Beholding the towering figure of Nolan, its massive head casting a shadow over half the battlefield, its yellow vertical pupils glaring like wheels, striking fear into the hearts of those caught in its gaze. Many trembled in terror, with some cowardly warriors casting aside their weapons and fleeing. Indeed, Nolan's reputation loomed large in the minds of both the Sandia and Sky Islanders, almost akin to the embodiment of death, a lesson etched in the blood and sacrifice of countless ancestors. Wait, there is someone atop the Lord of the Skies, a keen-eyed warrior suddenly exclaimed, prompting others to focus intently. To their astonishment, a youth with black hair and heterochromatic eyes boldly positioned himself atop Nolan's head. How is this possible? Someone dares to stand upon the Lord of the Skies. The soldier's eyes brimmed with disbelief, blinking rapidly as they struggled to comprehend the sight before them. After all, Nolan was the formidable sovereign who had instilled fear in the Sky Islanders for centuries, who would dare to stand atop its head. He has truly achieved the impossible, indeed. This must be fate. Among the throng, only the leader of the Sky Islanders, Shinganfu, bore a smile, relieved that he had not misjudged the situation and had avoided conflict with the Tulip family. Indeed, it was Satan, the young master of the Tulip family, who commanded Nolan's descent onto the battlefield. Having recently subdued the Lord of the Skies, he had yet to reunite with his fellow members and was stirred by the cacophony of battle cries, hastily arriving atop Nolan to reach the source of the tumult. However, what met his eyes was a scene that almost drove him to madness. In his heart, the Sandia and Sky Islanders were already his subjects. Yet, in this frenzied battlefield, countless vibrant lives were slipping away without purpose, igniting a deep sense of sorrow and fury within him. Satan stood above Nolan, casting a cold gaze upon the now tranquil battlefield. As his eyes swept across the scene, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, spreading like waves in the sea. The very air seemed to solidify under the weight of this formidable presence, stretching time into an agonizing eternity. Many found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Weapons slipped from trembling hands, and some, overwhelmed by the sheer force of his essence, collapsed to their knees. Even Nolan, standing beneath this tremendous pressure, quaked in fear. This was the breath of a dragon. The primal lineage coursing through his veins intensified his dread as he felt Satan's might up close. Witnessing the silence enveloping all, Satan gradually reigned in his oceanic aura. With his relaxation, a collective sigh of relief seemed to ripple through the battlefield, yet many felt a chill creeping down their spines, their backs dampened by cold sweat. The moment when Satan's overwhelming force surged and then receded felt like an eternity, an indelible memory etched into their minds. Their gazes toward Satan now bore a hint of reverence. I declare that Nolan, the Lord of the Skies, has been subdued by my Tulip family and shall henceforth serve as our war beast. The cold, resonant voice of Satan permeated the ears of all present, and Gone Firm realized it was time for him to make his declaration. Stepping forth from the throngs of soldiers, he approached the gathered inhabitants of the floating island and bowed before the towering figure of Satan, who loomed above Nolan like a mountain of gold and jade. I, Gone Firm, the Sky Knight, lead all the residents of Angel Island to willingly pledge allegiance to the Tulip family, becoming their vassals, and I vow to never betray them. As Gone Firm knelt, the warriors of the floating island behind him fell to their knees in unison, their voices rising in fervent oaths of loyalty to the Tulip family. Satan cast his gaze towards the Sandian people. Although their chief was somewhat taken aback by Gone Full's sudden allegiance to Satan, he was not a fool, for one does not ascend to the status of a leader without wisdom. The current situation was abundantly clear. Satan has already subjugated the Lord of the Skies, Nolan, and even the inhabitants of the Sky Island have succumbed. Should he continue to remain obstinate, it is feared that this expanse of air and sea shall indeed lack a haven for the people of Sandia. The chieftain approached all the Sandia people and, with utmost reverence, prostrated himself on the ground. In the presence of the valiant spirit of Sandia warrior Karl Gala, I, Chieftain Karl of the Sandia, led all my people to willingly pledge allegiance to the Tulip family, to become vassals of the Tulip family, and vow never to betray. As the chieftain made his declaration, the Sandia warriors behind him knelt one by one, swearing fealty to the Tulip family in honor of their ancestor, Karl Gala's spirit. Witnessing the wise decision made by all, Satan breathed a sigh of relief, the gentle sunlight casting a radiant halo upon his youthful visage. With arms wide open, as the wind rustled his garments, he proclaimed, I declare the war at an end. All the lands of Appiato shall be divided between your two clans, ushering in the era of Tulip family rule over the Sky Island. Chapter 97. Dominion over the Sky Island. As Satan's voice resonated, all the warriors arose, erupting in ecstatic cheers. They were oblivious to other matters and cared not, yet they clearly heard Satan's promise of land distribution. The years of warfare fought for territory had finally come to a close, and their excitement was undeniable. Their hearts, long shrouded in the shadows of conflict, were now liberated. The elderly Gone Four, overwhelmed with emotion, wept unabashedly, devoid of divine grandeur. Relieved that he had made the right decision, Sky Island was finally on the cusp of a bright future. My people, receive my blessings. Instant healing ensued. Satan, illuminated by a divine aura, pointed skyward with one hand, channeling the immense vitality of the tree of life within him. Tiny green orbs, resembling drops of rain, began to emanate from his being, drifting across the battlefield. Upon contact with the warriors, these green lights immediately penetrated their bodies, The wounds of the injured healed at a visible pace, while the unscathed felt as though their spirits had undergone a profound cleansing, instantly revitalized. Thank the divine for the blessings. The soldiers humbly bowed in gratitude, their injuries mended, a true miracle. What had been mere submission to Satan's power moments ago transformed into a complete allegiance to him. Soon, bonfires blazed, and the once hostile clans laid down their defenses, reveling like family in song and dance. A grand feast unfolded under the open skies of Appiato, where all indulged in drink and merriment, celebrating the dawn of a new era on the Sky Island. While the soldiers and common folk reveled in jubilance, the members of the Tulip family gathered in a circle, deliberating the future of the Sky Island. Joining them in this momentous discussion were Gon 4, recently allied with the Tulip family, and the chieftain of the Sandia. Young Master Satan, may I inquire how you envision the future of the Sky Island? Chieftain Carl's voice trembled slightly, laced with reverence, as he seemed yet to recover from the awe-inspiring presence of Satan. Satan did not respond immediately to Chief Carl's inquiry. Instead, he rose and approached him, offering a toast to both him and Gon 4 before returning to his seat and stating, "It is of no consequence that you were previously unfamiliar with me. Now that you have joined the Tulip family, we are, indeed, kin. Given your greater age, you may address me simply as Satan. There is no need for formalities among family." "Indeed, Master Satan," they replied. Despite Satan's words, both Chief Carl and Gon 4 maintained a clear understanding of their positions as subordinates, fully aware of the decorum expected of them. Observing the deference exhibited by these elder gentlemen, who could easily be their grandfathers, Satan recognized their mindset and could only shake his head in resignation. "I am still relatively young and lack experience in governance. Furthermore, the future focus of our family's development will not center on the floating island. Considering my limited time here, I have decided to entrust the governance of the floating island to Chief Carl and Sky Knight Gon 4. No one in the Tulip family raised any objections to Satan's decision. For Chief Carl and Gon 4, their extensive experience and intimate knowledge of the floating island rendered them the optimal choice for its administration, thus ensuring its prosperous development. The others understood that their young master aspired to dominate the seas, and the family's future would inevitably lean towards vigorous growth in the Blue Sea. Retaining Chief Carl and Gon 4 to jointly govern the floating island would guarantee a stable stronghold for the family, which was undoubtedly the best outcome. Hence, no one contested their positions. Seeing the consensus among the assembly, Satan continued, "I plan to reconstruct the golden city of Mandora and establish the headquarters of the Tulip family there. We must relocate some residents to Mandora to revive the splendor and prosperity of the ancient city. Mandora is a source of pride for the Sandians, and the opportunity to restore its former glory is a dream cherished by all Sandians, and we shall exert every effort to fulfill this vision." Chief Carl, even more exhilarated by this announcement than by his continued governance of the floating island, immediately expressed his enthusiasm. "Many residents of Angel Island yearn for a life on solid ground, and we excel in various forms of architecture. We shall undoubtedly recreate Mandora's magnificent structures and establish a beautiful and tranquil headquarters for the Tulip family." Gon 4, equally eager, promptly affirmed, "Excellent. We shall take charge of the arrangements forthwith." With their appointments and directives clear, Chief Carl and Gon 4 gracefully withdrew, recognizing that the forthcoming internal family arrangements were beyond their purview. Satisfied with the understanding shown by these two elders, Satan smiled warmly at his family, fully opening his heart. "Dear family, we finally have our own foundational stronghold." Chihong and the others understood the hardships Satan had endured since the downfall of his nation and the loss of his home, and they recognized the significance of the floating island for the family. After raising their glasses in a toast, they awaited their young master's directives. "Uncle Titan, you are to select capable warriors from among the inhabitants of the floating island and the Sandians, imparting to them the essence of dominance and physical prowess. Training an elite army of 3,000. Our family requires its own core armed forces. I understand, and I shall not disappoint you, young master." Titan, the great ape king, who had guarded Satan since childhood, was the most fitting candidate for training the family's private army due to his steady demeanor and formidable strength. Also, be sure to instruct Sainan in physical techniques and subject him to rigorous training. Upon hearing this, Sainan's cherubic face fell, and he attempted to adopt an endearing expression. Yet Satan remained unmoved. "Ah, little chubby, your days of ease are over." Titan grinned mischievously at Sainan, flashing a toothy smile. "Please spare me, Uncle Titan. To ensure that Titan could swiftly integrate with the floating islanders, Enel, temporarily assign your subordinates Daku, Shura, Nirvana, and Ohm to assist Uncle Titan. Not a problem. Enel, unconcerned, continued munching on an apple. Igaro, you shall temporarily oversee the family headquarters, responsible for the defense of Mandora. In my absence, any matters that Chief Carl and Gon 4 cannot decide upon will fall to you. Understood. Igaro, though few words were exchanged, nodded in affirmation, conveying his commitment to the task. Junmaru, your mission is crucial. Select some exceptionally talented youths from among the floating islanders and Sandians, initiating their training to cultivate the family's future bloodline. The family will need many loyal cadres. Do you comprehend this? Satan fixed his gaze upon Junmaru's eyes, for he had always placed the utmost trust and confidence in him. No problem. I just happened to come across a few promising candidates earlier. Young master, what about me? After a prolonged wait without receiving his assignment, Ainalu could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. As for you, I intend to take you and Akihito out for an encounter with someone who will leave an indelible mark on your life. Satan bared his teeth, grinning with malicious intent. Chapter 98. Journey to the East Sea. 3 months later, in the East Sea, a small sailboat, measuring over 10 meters in length, leisurely sailed across the water, the wind filling its sails just enough to maintain a comfortable pace. The warm sunlight bathed the deck, creating a dazzling reflection that revealed the meticulous cleanliness of the surface. On the deck, a small round table was set up, beside which a young boy was sprawled on a lounge chair, sound asleep. Occasionally, he would let out a contented yawn, blissfully unaware of the dreams that enveloped him. At that moment, several seabirds flapped their wings as they soared past the bow of the ship, leaving behind a chorus of vibrant calls. The boy seemed startled awake by the birds' cries, stretching lazily and pouting, yearning to slip back into slumber. Young master, a beautiful woman with flowing black hair emerged from the cabin, gently shaking the boy's arm to rouse him from his comfortable nap. What is it? Perhaps due to just waking, he rubbed his bleary eyes and replied with slight irritation. The presence of seabirds indicates that we are nearing the island. By my calculations, we should be arriving at Seymour Village, the destination you seek. Oh, we are finally approaching. Upon comprehending the woman's words, the boy felt more alert. He sprang up with a vigorous stretch, shaking off the remnants of sleep. The slumbering figure was none other than Satan, the heir of the Tulip family. Having spent over 2 months on the Sky Island awaiting the establishment of the Tulip family's dominion, he had taken a hands-off approach and ventured to the East Sea with Chitong and Analu, reportedly for a significant purpose. By the way, young master, you mentioned taking me to Seymour Village to meet a master of the sword, yet now that we are almost at the island, you still refuse to reveal who this sword master is? Seeing her master finally waking up, Chitong could no longer contain her curiosity. The more battles she faced and the stronger opponents she encountered, the more Chitong felt the inadequacy of her swordsmanship. It was a profound humiliation for her to realize that her strikes could not breach the defenses during her battle against the Sky Lord on the Sky Island. Acknowledging her unstable foundation in swordsmanship, she resolved to seek out a master to relearn the sword techniques of this world. When she shared this decision with her master, Satan had confidently assured her that there was indeed a sword master in Seymour Village. As they neared the island, her master still withheld the identity of this sword master, which only heightened Chitong's impatience. Did you say it's time to eat? Satan feigned nonchalance, casting furtive glances and deliberately chuckling to divert the topic. It was not that he refrained from disclosing information to Chitong. Rather, he was on his way to meet the enigmatic master of the One Heart Dojo, Gung Shiro, a character shrouded in mystery in the original narrative. Although many speculated about his prowess, no one had ever witnessed his skills firsthand. Should he reveal this to Chitong, and Gung Shiro turned out to be less formidable than anticipated, it would surely be a blow to his credibility. Thus, it was prudent to delay the revelation. Hey, young master, I see the island. Anira suddenly exclaimed from the top of the mast. As his voice rang out, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and he landed deftly on the deck. After months of honing his abilities, his mastery of the Thunder Fruit had reached an extraordinary level, rendering his strength incomparable to before. Oh, really? Is that so? Satan cast a grateful glance at Enel, expressing his appreciation for liberating him from an awkward predicament. He swiftly dashed to the bow of the ship, feigning a vigilant gaze, exuding an air of impatience. Humph, that mischievous young master, always savoring the suspense. Chitong let out a soft huff of dissatisfaction, sulking as she settled into a lounge chair to observe Satan's exaggerated display. Meanwhile, Enel appeared perplexed, glancing around aimlessly. Wasn't their purpose simply to reach the island? Why the overreaction? He casually snatched an apple from the table, taking a hearty bite and relishing the crispness. With newfound purpose. The vessel seemed to sail with greater urgency, and after more than half an hour, their small boat finally reached the shore. This was a sizable island. Yet the landing spot was far from bustling, featuring only a modest wooden dock, accompanied by a few small fishing boats, likely the possessions of the local fishermen. The dock led to a solitary path straight to Seymour Jichi village, where wisps of smoke could be seen rising from afar, mingling with the fleeting silhouettes of children engaged in playful antics. Let us go and explore the village, he proposed. Satan set forth first, and the mere thought of soon encountering the youthful, dashing figure of Zoro as depicted in the original work stirred an inexplicable excitement within him. Wait for us, he called out. Chihong meticulously adjusted her attire, solemnly holding the Murakumo's sword in her hand, reflecting her increasingly devout admiration for the art of swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Enel maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor, casually exposing his bare shoulders and digging at his ears, embodying the essence of a rebellious youth. The trio made their way along the path toward Shimajiki village, but halfway there, the clashing sounds of blades echoed from a nearby hillside, suggesting a duel was taking place. Driven by intense curiosity, the three of them ascended the small hill, where they were greeted by the sight of two children engaged in a sparring match. One was a slightly older girl with blue hair, around 10 years of age, wielding a sword with grace. Her movements were calm and deliberate during her attacks, while her defenses were impenetrable, showcasing a solid foundation in swordsmanship. The other was a younger boy with green hair, curiously practicing a three-sword style. He held a bamboo sword in each hand and had another clenched between his teeth. At first glance, his appearance seemed somewhat comical. However, upon closer inspection, his strikes were as fierce as a tiger, intricate yet coherent, clearly maximizing the advantages of his unique style. Nevertheless, perhaps due to his age, the green-haired swordsman appeared to be at a disadvantage, his attacks occasionally betraying a hint of impatience. What do you think of them? Upon seeing these two children, Satan immediately recognized them as the young versions of Kuina and Zoro. Although Satan has significantly enhanced his combat prowess after numerous battles, he possesses scant knowledge of swordsmanship. Thus, he inquired of the crimson-eyed girl beside him. The young lady wielded a substantial blade crafted by the esteemed Kanemoto, a sword devoid of any distinctive features or renowned lineage. It was the kind of weapon that could easily blend into the sea of mediocre swords, its murderous intent most subdued, deeply concealed, yet unmistakably a masterful blade. Satan regarded Chi Tong with a puzzled expression, inquiring about their swordsmanship level, rather than the introduction of her renowned blade. Seemingly comprehending Satan's confusion, Chi Tong paused momentarily before continuing. Her swordsmanship is akin to the famed blade she wields, exuding a repressed, killing intent, unadorned and simple. Yet, when unleashed, it becomes a lethal strike, embodying a true prodigy on the righteous path of swordsmanship. Subsequently, Chi Tong fixed her gaze on Satan, enunciating each word carefully. If she is a student at the Isen Dojo on this island, then, as you have suggested, there must indeed be a swordsmanship master concealed here. Chapter 99. Isen Dojo. Upon absorbing Chi Tong's analysis, Satan felt a sense of clarity within, and after a brief silence, remarked, "There is a Isen Dojo in the village, presided over by a master named Gung Shirlang. Many speculate that he is a formidable swordsman, yet none have witnessed his prowess. Is that why you refrained from informing me?" Humph. Chi Tong huffed indignantly before turning her attention back to the two children engaged in their duel. By the way, what are your thoughts on the other one? Satan's curiosity was piqued, particularly regarding the youthful prowess of Zoro. His swordsmanship appeared rather rudimentary, suggesting he had only recently embarked on his training. Nonetheless, it was evident that he possessed remarkable talent for the sword, and his three-sword style was indeed a notably unique form of swordsmanship. Should he refine it to its utmost potential, he could become one of the most exceptional swordsmen upon the vast seas. Satan suddenly burst into laughter. Although he had been in this world for over a decade, witnessing Zoro for the first time and hearing others praise him was indeed a source of secret joy. While Satan engaged in conversation, the duel between Kuina and Zoro was nearing its conclusion. Just as Akihito had anticipated, the seemingly unassuming Kuina suddenly unleashed her full potential, effortlessly sending Zoro's three bamboo swords flying and propelling his body away, securing an easy victory. "Oh dear, how infuriating. I lost to you again, Kuina." I felt so close to winning this time, Zoro exclaimed, lying on the ground in frustration. However, he received no response from Kuina. When he rose, he found her crouched, hugging her knees, her expression devoid of joy despite her victory. Hey, what's wrong, Kuina? Aren't you happy about winning against me? He asked. What does winning mean? Your progress is accelerating. It's only a matter of time before you surpass me. My father said that female swordsmen, due to physical limitations, can never become the world's strongest. What is the point of my efforts now? Kuina sobbed softly, clutching her knees. Since childhood, she had exhibited exceptional talent in swordsmanship, defeating adults at the dojo by the age of 10, all while dreaming of becoming the strongest swordsman in the world. Yet, her father's words weighed heavily on her spirit, leading to her discouragement. Who told you that female swordsmen cannot become the world's strongest? A sudden voice interrupted Kuina's despair. It was Akihito. Seeing Kuina, whose talent was undeniable, disheartened by someone else's words, ignited a spark of anger within her, especially as she herself was a female swordsman. With determination, anyone can reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship, Akihito declared with resolute conviction, her words carrying an undeniable power. Kuina instinctively looked up, her face reflecting surprise. Akihito approached her, locking eyes with her. True masters of the sword possess unwavering will and a strong heart. They believe that everything in this world can be severed, which is why their strikes are unyielding. If a mere word of denial can shatter your faith, it merely indicates that your swordsmanship lacks depth. She pulled Kuina to her feet and continued, if you're doubted, then strive twice as hard. When you ultimately become the world's strongest swordswoman, won't that be the best form of retaliation? I understand, Kuina replied, tears still glistening in her eyes. But Akihito's encouragement shone like a beacon in her heart. Indeed, if a single word of doubt could defeat her, wouldn't that label her a true weakling? A smile returned to her face, confidence flooding back into her spirit. I vow to become the world's strongest swordswoman. Then we shall be rivals, Zoro declared, unwilling to be outdone. I, too, shall become the world's strongest swordsman. Meanwhile, in the serene dojo of the Ichushin Dojo in the village of Shimamizuki, a middle-aged man clad in a kimono sat cross-legged, meditating. He appeared gentle and unassuming, wearing round glasses with a plain long sword resting on the rack before him. This man was Jinchuru, the head of the Ichushin Dojo, Kuina's father, and Zoro's teacher. Jinchuru was immersed in the practice of sword zen, an ancient method that emphasizes understanding the heart and enhancing one's perception of swordsmanship through tranquility. Just then, a soft knock echoed through the room, announcing the arrival of one of his disciples. Master, they have arrived. Understood, Jinchuru replied calmly, rising with poise. He adjusted his attire, a smile gracing his face as he exited the meditation chamber. Navigating the lengthy corridor, he entered a side room of the dojo. Inside, two cloaked men were quietly sipping tea, their mere presence exuding an air of strength that was palpable. Long time no see. It must be exhausting to be constantly on the move. Jinchuru greeted them warmly, familiar with their presence. He took a seat on a stone bench at the table, pouring himself a cup of tea and savoring it leisurely. Not at all. The man in the green cloak responded softly, a smile breaking across his face as he observed Jinchuru's composed demeanor. You remain unfazed. I truly envy your tranquility. There's nothing to envy. If you were to commit to meditation and practice, you too would attain such a state of mind in due time. Ah, I think I'll pass. I'm simply not cut out for a life of such relentless discipline, the cloaked man chuckled. We come to trouble you again. We need some provisions. I know. It's all prepared. You may take it whenever you wish, Jinchuru replied, as if accustomed to their requests. By the way, I've heard your daughter possesses remarkable talent in swordsmanship, capable of defeating adults at such a young age. Truly, she is your child. The purpose of the cloaked man's visit had been met, and he swiftly shifted the conversation. That is hardly a good thing. Jinchuru seemed touched by the man's words, falling into a contemplative silence before he sighed softly. I would rather she lead a normal life, free from the burdens of seeking the title of the world's strongest. It seems you still cannot let go of her. Years have passed, yet you remain haunted by it. Your state of mind still lacks depth. If I could let go, I wouldn't have joined you, Jinchuru countered. The strongest sword is one that protects what it cherishes and severs what must be cut. To me, a sword that can sever anything is not a true sword. I hope my daughter comes to understand this truth soon. Chapter 100. Akihito becomes a disciple under the guidance of Kuina and Zoro. Satan and his companions swiftly arrived at the Ichushin Dojo in Shimamizuki village. From the outside, the dojo appeared unremarkable, situated at the village's edge with few neighboring homes, suggesting that the master had carefully chosen the location to ensure that the training sounds would not disturb the villagers. It was evident that the master was a considerate individual. The dojo's entrance was quite low, marked only by a modest wooden sign inscribed with the name Ichishin Dojo, giving it a humble appearance. Far from that of a grand swordsmanship institution. Perhaps informed by his disciples, as soon as Satan and the others stepped through the threshold, Jinchuru emerged to greet them with several students in tow. "Welcome, esteemed guests. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" Jinchuru asked with a warm smile. His hands clasped before him, every gesture exuding an air of serene grace. "Father, this is Akihito, my newly acquainted sister. She has come to seek guidance in her swordsmanship." Before Satan and the others could utter a word, Guena preemptively responded, perhaps deeply moved by Chihong's earlier words, displaying an exceptional closeness to her. Fearing that her father might reject Chihong's request for guidance, she took hold of Chihong's arm and introduced her first. As Gung Shiro observed his daughter's radiant expression, he raised an eyebrow slightly, recalling vividly how her spirits had been low ever since he had deliberately negated Guna's words. What could have caused her sudden uplift in mood? Had she grasped the profound essence of swordsmanship herself? That seemed rather unlikely. Perhaps someone had enlightened her? Could it be this sword woman named Chihong? Watching the intimacy between his daughter and Chihong, Gung Shiro began to comprehend, shifting his gaze to Chihong. What first captured his attention was the katana Murakumo in Chihong's hand. In an instant, all the renowned swords flashed through Gung Shiro's mind, yet none of them matched it. However, the heavy aura of resentment emanating from it was almost palpable. As a master of swordsmanship, Gung Shiro could easily discern Murakumo's extraordinary nature. Though Chihong appeared merely a child of 14, her ability to wield such a weighty blade was indicative of her exceptional talent. With just a fleeting glance, Gung Shiro had gleaned nearly all the information he sought. "Welcome, everyone. Please, allow the esteemed guests to enjoy some tea in the side room and take a moment to rest," he said, bowing slightly. Not underestimating Satan and his companions due to their youth, he invited them to the side room for tea, then signaled for Guena and Zaro to freshen up and change clothes before returning. His actions were unhurried, flowing naturally like a stream, exuding the demeanor of a master. Though their interaction was brief, Satan and the others had already confirmed that this seemingly frail man was undoubtedly a remarkable swordsman. Even the notoriously unruly Inul dared not act recklessly in the presence of Gung Shiro's calm demeanor, silently trailing behind Satan. Under Gung Shiro's guidance, they soon arrived at the tea room, took their seats, and after a tea attendant served them fragrant tea, quietly exited and gently closed the door. "Now that we are alone, may I inquire what brings the infamous immortal Marquis, who recently stirred the seas of the Grand Line, to this place?" Gung Shiro asked leisurely after taking a sip of tea, the room now containing only Satan, his companions, and himself. "Wait, you know me?" Satan nearly choked on the tea he had just taken, astonished by Gung Shiro's inquiry. "Has my reputation spread so widely?" "Indeed. 3 months ago, you wreaked havoc across 2 islands, with your initial bounty set at a staggering 100 million berries, only to vanish without a trace thereafter. I am certain your profile is now catalogued in the intelligence archives of various factions," Gung Shiro replied. "Thus, it seems you are a member of some organization?" Satan meticulously scrutinized the middle-aged man before him, whose face was adorned with a beaming smile. For some inexplicable reason, he suddenly perceived that the man resembled a cunning old fox. Gung Silang remained silent, his countenance still radiating warmth as he gazed at Satan, clearly acquiescing to his suspicions. Indeed, if it were not for an organization and a particular purpose, what formidable being would idly establish a dojo in a quaint village and linger there for years on end? Then, Prince Satan, might you now elucidate your intentions? "Frankly, I harbor no interest in your identity. My primary aim is to find a sufficiently dependable swordsmanship instructor for my companion, and it appears you are indeed qualified." "Haha. Your Highness, you are truly forthright. After all, our respective statuses do not impede our discourse." Gung Silang chuckled heartily, then turned to Akihito and remarked, "You must have helped my daughter unravel her inner turmoil. I owe you my gratitude. I should have anticipated that your motives were profound." A flicker of astonishment crossed Akihito's face. "Indeed, if it were not for the purpose of honing my daughter's mindset. How could a master of the sword employ such seemingly unreliable words to challenge her? What a clever young lady," Gung Silang gently praised, then redirected his gaze towards Satan, stating, "She has already made notable progress as a swordsman. If she were an ordinary person, I would have no reservations about accepting her as my disciple. Satan remained silent, fully aware that Gung Siling had more to convey. As anticipated, Gung Siling shifted his tone and continued. However, given your unique identities and the potential complications they may bring me, I would be willing to accept her as my disciple, but this must be treated as a transaction. It was at this moment that Satan comprehended the old fox's scheme. No wonder he had so boldly highlighted Satan's identity from the outset. His extensive discourse was merely a means to secure his own advantages, a thought that made Satan inwardly scoff. Upon hearing Gung Silang's words, Qidong trembled slightly, her demeanor growing tense. She genuinely aspired to grow stronger and become the right hand of her master. Hence she was reluctant to forfeit the opportunity to learn from a master of the sword. Yet, she was also apprehensive that Gung Silang might demand an exorbitant price, placing her master in a difficult position. Sensing Qidong's unease, Satan offered her a reassuring glance, reached into his bosom, and pretended to retrieve an item from his pocket. In reality, he produced 3 small vials from his storage space and placed them on the table before them. What are these? Gung Siling inquired. His curiosity piqued as he gazed at the 3 vials containing a small amount of translucent green liquid, each housed in a thumb-sized transparent container. Since you are aware that I am referred to as the Undying Marquis, you must also understand the origin of my title. These 3 vials of life water are creations of my own ability. As long as one is not dead, consuming them will heal all injuries, almost equating to possessing 3 lives. Satan, with an air of solemnity, cunningly misled, for within the bottle resided merely the essence of the tree of life, meticulously collected by Satan for his family's unforeseen needs. At this moment, it proved fortuitously useful, yet, to claim it as mere hyperbole would be misleading, for when employed correctly, it indeed serves as a miraculous elixir capable of resurrecting the deceased. The transaction is settled. Rest assured, Prince of Darkness, I shall devote my utmost efforts to instruct her. Upon hearing Satan's elucidation, Gung Silang, fully aware of the preciousness of the life water, hastily acquiesced. Very well, I shall not linger here any longer. I entrust the care of my family to you. Satan rose and embraced Qitong, taking Enelu along with him. Chapter 101. The Kingdom of Goya. After a brief stop in Simaziji village to find a swordsmanship teacher for Qidong, Satan and Enelu set sail once more, resuming their journey across the East Sea. Young Master Satan, where shall we head next? To the Kingdom of Goya. Will I meet that unforgettable person you mentioned? Enelu regarded Satan with skepticism, a lingering sense of foreboding about this voyage. Haha, indeed. I have been eagerly anticipating that moment. Satan arched an eyebrow, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Humph. Based on my understanding of you, Satan, the small sprite, Shejian, flitted before Enelu. A cunning grin akin to that of a sly fox adorning his face. You are in for misfortune, little one. Crack. Enelu bit into an apple with a fierce determination, juices splattering, while his other hand casually dug into his ear, dismissing Shejian's ominous warning. You dare to disregard me? The sprite retorted, you are doomed, long-eared one. I shall punish you in the name of the moon. Who are you calling long-eared? You little brat. Long-eared, long-eared, long-eared. I shall keep calling you that. Go ahead and take a bite, if you dare. A sharp, crackling sound filled the air as Shejian, hovering above, was suddenly struck by a slender bolt of lightning. Amidst the flickering blue arcs, smoke began to rise from his charred form, his once beautiful hair standing on end, and he plummeted from the sky. Ah, you have marred my handsome visage. I shall annihilate you. Do you truly fear that? Enelu displayed a haughty demeanor. Satan, Enelu is bullying me. Shejian, teary-eyed from his misfortune and unable to retaliate, fluttered in front of Satan, desperately trying to appear endearing. Then you should retaliate, you fool. Satan gazed at the heretic with a look of utter disbelief, until the heretic emitted a piercing scream, exclaiming that he would fight back. After soaring toward Enel, he discreetly gave Enel a thumbs up from behind, followed by an uncontrollable bout of laughter. It was indeed a rare occasion to witness the heretic suffer a setback. Amidst the casual banter among the trio, amidst the bickering between Enel and the heretic, their vessel gradually diminished into a mere speck, distancing itself from the village of Seymour and charting a course toward the distant Kingdom of Goya. The Kingdom of Goya is a pristine realm, hailed as the most beautiful nation of the East Sea. However, this beauty is exclusively reserved for the lofty aristocrats. Besides the royal palace inhabited by the royal family, a residential area was meticulously constructed in the heart of the city for all nobles, enclosed by tall walls, aptly named the High Town, signifying a place where the elite looked down upon the common folk. Ordinary citizens are forbidden from entering Hightown, relegated to residing on the central streets, where social hierarchies are rigidly enforced, with no room for transgression. In Hightown, under the perverse demands of the aristocracy, not a speck of refuse is permitted. The realm prides itself on being impeccably clean, a true exemplar of a segregated society. All waste generated by Hightown in the central streets is systematically transported to a distant disposal site, resulting in towering mounds of refuse over time. Referred to as the uncertain waste terminus, countless impoverished souls and vagrants, exiled from the kingdom, have settled here, eking out a living by scavenging through the refuse. Their disputes over hidden treasures within the trash leading to a ruthless survival of the fittest, where unexplained deaths are a daily occurrence, accepted as a norm. Near the uncertain waste terminus lies a bustling market, where nearly all stalls are dedicated to the trade of stolen goods and miscellaneous wares. The occasional treasures that emerge from the uncertain waste terminus are exchanged for gold or Bailey here, in a den of rogues and scoundrels, known as N-Town. Just as Satan and his companions were advancing toward the kingdom of Goya, a figure cloaked in black approached the gates of N-Town. This individual was tall and slender, their face obscured beneath a deep hood, rendering their features indistinguishable, while long sleeves concealed their hands. Trailing behind was a low wooden cart, seemingly unremarkable, yet astonishingly. A long crocodile tail protruded from beneath the oilcloth covering, with drops of blood occasionally staining the ground. It appeared to be a hunter, come to peddle his catch. The guards at the gates of N-Town contemplated silently, accepting the gold coins tossed by the cloaked figure without further inquiry, allowing entry into the town. Although the guards showed little interest in the newcomer, the idle ruffians congregated near the gates quickly took notice of him, recognizing that he was alone, dragging along a prize that could fetch a handsome sum. They deemed it foolish not to seize the opportunity for extortion. Before long, amidst a flurry of pushing and shoving, the cloaked figure found himself cornered in a narrow alley. "Hey, do you know the rules? If you wish to conduct business here, you must first pay our brothers half of the commission," declared a ruffian with a blue ponytail, brandishing a wooden club with a menacing countenance, while his companions cackled in agreement, as if they had already claimed victory. "What if I refuse?" came a deep, resonant voice from within the cloak. "Refuse? Even if I agree, my weapon does not," the ruffian retorted, erupting into a boisterous laugh, his expression twisting into a menacing grimace as he brandished his club in a show of intimidation. "He dares to refuse. What does he take us for?" The other miscreants joined in their malicious laughter, their weapons clattering ominously. "Oh, are you implying that you intend to rob me?" The voice from the cloak suddenly turned sharp, akin to an irate child. "Indeed, we are robbing you. Surrender your goods and produce your wealth, lest you wish to suffer," they sneered, their laughter echoing through the alley. "How audacious to think someone would dare to rob us. Do you not know we are the ancestors of banditry?" In an unexpected turn, the cloak was dramatically lifted, revealing not a solitary individual, but rather three small boys stacked atop one another. The boy on top donned a golden straw hat and a red vest, appearing around 7 years of age, with a small scar beneath his right eye, his face alight with a carefree grin. The middle boy, slightly older, around 10, sported short yellow hair and was clad in a well-fitted blue gentleman-esque suit, complete with a gentleman-esque hat adorned with goggles and a white scarf around his neck. The youngest, who had instigated the conversation, was also about 10, wearing a yellow tank top emblazoned with the word violence, his face speckled with freckles. Each of the trio wielded a nearly 2-meter-long steel pipe with a curved handle, charging fiercely toward the would-be robbers. Chapter 102. Dining Without Paying, oh heavens. "It's you again!" Upon witnessing the emergence of 3 boys from beneath the cloak, the leading ruffian emitted a gasp of shock, clearly recognizing the trio. The surrounding thugs collectively inhaled sharply, instinctively retreating a step in wariness. They were well aware of the formidable reputation these boys held. The one donning a straw hat was named Luffy, the one in a top hat was Sabo, and the freckled-faced boy was Ace. Despite their tender ages, none exceeding 10 years, they had undeniably established themselves as the undisputed overlords of the uncertain terminus. In this chaotic realm of the uncertain terminus, they thrived through ambushes, engaging in underhanded tactics with remarkable success, having robbed nearly everyone they encountered. Though merely children, their combat prowess was extraordinary. It was rumored that even the notorious Bolsum pirate crew, active along the shores of the Goa kingdom, had suffered at their hands. Borchami, a fighter from that crew, had also been bested by them, marking them as infamous rogues within the uncertain terminus. The assembled thugs had all tasted defeat at the hands of these 3 miscreants. Thus it was no surprise that their courage faltered upon seeing them. Ace and his companions, however, were indifferent to the thugs' trepidation. Their sole intent was to vanquish those who dared to offend them. With a rallying cry, the three charged into the midst of the gang, wielding steel pipes like ferocious tigers descending from the mountains. Ace, the swiftest of the trio, moved with remarkable agility, dispatching any thug who dared to confront him in the blink of an eye, leaving them clutching their heads and wailing in despair. Sabo, equally adept, exhibited an exceptional combat instinct. Even amidst the fray, he flowed seamlessly, evading attacks at improbable angles and retaliating with blinding speed, effortlessly toppling his foes. As for Luffy, the youngest of the group, although slightly slower than his companions, he was the only one endowed with the powers of a devil fruit, having consumed the gum-gum fruit. This granted him near immunity to physical attacks. While the thugs' clubs might push him back slightly, they could not inflict any harm. Moreover, due to his rubbery physique, he could contort his body into any shape, often catching his adversaries off guard in the moments following their strikes. Under the onslaught of the trio, the thugs were swiftly overwhelmed, sprawled across the ground in disarray, while Ace, Sabo, and Luffy walked away triumphantly. Strolling along the bustling streets of the town, Luffy, mesmerized by the myriad of enticing signs and delectable dishes lining the sidewalks, rubbed his stomach, nearly drooling with anticipation. At long last, he found himself unable to resist as he halted in front of a ramen shop. "Ace, I want ramen, ramen, ramen," Luffy pleaded, his tone elongated with enthusiasm. His hands clasped behind his head, his smile radiant, revealing a row of gleaming teeth. "I'm so hungry after that fight." "I concur," Sabo chimed in, revealing a gap where a tooth once resided. "This ramen shop does indeed come highly recommended." "Then what are we waiting for? Let us eat," Ace declared, nonchalantly flicking away a speck of dirt from his nose before leading the charge into the ramen shop, with Luffy and Sabo trailing closely behind. "Hey, owner, 3 large bowls of ramen," Ace shouted upon entry. "Apologies, but we only serve nobles here. Commoners are not welcome," the portly ramen shop owner scoffed, glancing dismissively at the trio of children, clearly unimpressed by their appearance and resolutely refusing service. "What?" Ace's eyes narrowed, his freckles twitching with indignation, ready to erupt in anger. "Wait, look at this," Sabo interjected, pulling on Ace's arm to quell his fury. He produced a finely crafted pocket watch and brandished it before the owner. "Oh dear, my apologies for my lack of discernment. Welcome, esteemed guests, please. Allow me to escort you to the VIP room on the 3rd floor." The owner's demeanor transformed instantaneously as he slapped himself in realization, then hurriedly directed the staff to treat Ace and his friends with utmost courtesy, no longer concerned with their ages. Soon, guided by a server, the 3 boys settled in the opulent VIP room, each with a large bowl of ramen before them, devouring it with gusto. "Sabo, how did you come to possess a noble's pocket watch?" Ace inquired, his mouth full yet brimming with curiosity. He and Sabo had known each other for a considerable time, having navigated life in the uncertain terminus together, clearly detached from the world of nobility. Yes, Sabo. Do enlighten me." "It looks rather impressive," Luffy exclaimed, lifting his head from the bowl, strands of noodles still hanging from his mouth, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Sabo's expression shifted slightly, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face before he responded nonchalantly. "I found this watch in the uncertain terminus. I intended to use it as a prop to intimidate others, never anticipating it would yield such results." "Ah, I see," Ace replied, returning to his meal. That owner truly was foolish to be so easily deceived by Sabo. Hey, server. I want more," Luffy bellowed, having quickly finished his first bowl, pounding the table with enthusiasm, calling out to the waiting server outside. "Esteemed guest, as a noble, you are entitled to unlimited food service. Please hold on." The server responded with a courteous bow, swiftly bringing out another 3 bowls of ramen. Not enough, more," Luffy exclaimed, his appetite insatiable, his chopsticks flying as one bowl after another disappeared into his voracious stomach. "Indeed, esteemed guest, please hold on," the server bowed deeply, quickly returning with additional bowls, the empty dishes piling higher and higher on the table, while Luffy continued to feast. "I envy Luffy's bottomless pit of a stomach," Ace remarked, burping contentedly while picking his teeth nonchalantly. "What can be done? He is a rubber man. After all, one cannot help but admire him," Sabo said, gazing enviously at Luffy's now swollen belly. I'm full. Finally satiated," Luffy declared, having reached a point where the empty bowls nearly touched the ceiling, letting out a satisfied belch. "Ace, do we have the money to pay?" Sabo asked sheepishly. scratching his head as he surveyed the mountain of empty bowls on the table. Then what are we waiting for? Run. The three exchanged wide-eyed glances, suddenly nodding in unison before they dashed for the window, fleeing with a chorus of laughter echoing behind them. Hey, you rascals. How dare you dine and dash? Catch them. Catch them. Behind him, the furious bellow of the corpulent ramen shop owner echoed. Yet it proved utterly futile as Ace and his companions swiftly vanished amidst the throngs of people. Chapter 103, The Heist of Satan in the Kingdom of Goya, near the uncertain terminus of the material world. A small sailboat bobbed gently as it approached the shore. Aboard was none other than Satan, who had finally arrived in the Kingdom of Goya after a fortnight of navigation. Is this truly the Kingdom of Goya you spoke of, the most beautiful realm of the East Sea? Eniro exclaimed, his face awash with disbelief. Before him lay not a picturesque town, but rather a disheartening expanse of towering rubbish and the desolate figures of ragged homeless souls shuffling through the debris. Indeed, this is the right place, though our landing spot is rather unfortunate. The most exquisite part of the Kingdom of Goya resides in the high town. Here, however, is undoubtedly the paradise of the destitute. Satan furrowed his brow in response. Although aware of the existence of such a place in the Kingdom of Goya, he felt an inexplicable discomfort upon witnessing the expressionless vagrants, resembling mere walking corpses. As a vessel docked nearby, the homeless individuals displayed a glimmer of covetousness. Their predatory gazes fixated upon the approaching Satan and Inilu, as if poised to pounce at any moment. The presence of these wretched souls was truly unsettling. Inilu, irritated by their scrutiny, clenched his fists, with blue arcs of electricity crackling along his arms. Proud by nature, he had never before been regarded as prey, and the unmistakable glint of their intentions only served to amplify his displeasure. Shall I teach them a lesson? Inilu turned to inquire of Satan. No need, Satan replied. This is inherently a distorted realm. They are but pitiable outcasts, tormented by the flames of desire to the point of losing their sanity. It is indeed tragic. Satan shrugged nonchalantly and continued his forward march, displaying no semblance of interest in these mindless creatures. Ah, you must be newcomers. Surrender your treasures. Satan, wishing to avoid trouble, found himself unexpectedly confronted by it. He and Enel were abruptly halted by the appearance of two figures emerging from the shadows, both wielding iron pipes as weapons. Among them, a boy donning a straw hat shouted defiantly at Satan, "Who are you?" Satan gazed in astonishment at the radiant young boy before him, who claimed he was about to commit robbery. Good heavens, is that not Luffy? What a coincidence. I am actually being robbed by Luffy. His heart was in turmoil, feeling as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. Ah, I am Monkey D. Luffy, destined to become the Pirate King. Mistaking Satan's inquiry as a question about his name, Luffy replied with a beaming smile, his hands clasped behind his head, brimming with pride. Utterly oblivious to the demeanor expected of a robber. Bang! Must you declare your name every time you encounter someone? We have yet to determine the captain. Sabo, who had joined Luffy in confronting Satan, struck Luffy on the head, his face flushed with embarrassment as he shielded his own visage, feigning ignorance of the buffoon beside him. Another hit to my head? Luffy glared at Sabo, cradling his head in his hands, emitting a sharp roar of discontent. Hey, are you two planning to rob me? Faced with the antics of these two absurd individuals, Satan felt as though his world was crumbling. Shut up. Can't you see I'm busy? Luffy shouted at Satan, then turned to Sabo, demanding, You hit my head. Apologize at once. Sabo, exasperated, thought to himself that he should never have brought Luffy along. Partnering with Ace would have been far more advantageous. Master, shall I deal with these two brats? Enel, already incensed by the disdainful glances from the vagabonds, seemed to have found a target for his frustration. He nonchalantly dug at his ear, dismissing the two children before him. Who are you planning to deal with? Just as Enel finished speaking, a voice from his right scoffed derisively. Unable to resist, Enel turned to see who had spoken, but in doing so, he unwittingly received a mouthful of spit right in the face. What on earth? Enel, bewildered, wiped the saliva from his face, suddenly realizing the nature of the affront. Anger surged through him, causing his body to tremble with rage. Following his gaze, he saw Ace nonchalantly perched atop a pile of rubble, arms crossed, his feet audaciously swinging as he regarded Enel with disdain. Indeed, it was Ace who had just spat upon Enel's face. Satan was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Ace, and upon witnessing Enel's furious expression, he couldn't help but cover his eyes, exclaiming, Goodness, what have I just witnessed? Ace had just spat saliva all over Enel's face, leaving him bewildered. Are you joking with me? Indeed, in the next moment, Enel vanished from his position. Prideful as he was, he could not endure such humiliation. Without needing Satan's command, he transformed into a streak of lightning, almost instantaneously appearing before Ace, delivering a fierce kick aimed at his head. Surely, they are the reason for your arrival in the kingdom of Goya? The one who understood Satan best was the ever-looming presence of Evil Sight, who, upon observing Satan's peculiar behavior upon meeting these three, could almost guess his thoughts with uncanny precision. Did you not share my memories? You should comprehend who they are. Of course. Hiki, what a splendid performance it is. Evil Sight perched atop Satan's shoulder, an indifferent observer of the clash between Enel and Ace. As Enel's legs struck with lightning speed, Ace's expression shifted to one of astonishment. How could he be so swift? I underestimated him. These thoughts flashed through his mind. Yet Ace was no novice. Having dominated the uncertain terminus at the tender age of 10, he possessed remarkable abilities. His combat instincts surpassed those of many adults, and his physical reactions were quicker than his mental reflexes. He braced himself with one hand on the ground, exerting force beneath his feet, and executed a backward somersault to evade Enel's furious kick. A thunderous explosion echoed as the ground where Ace had just been sitting was obliterated by Enel's strike, debris flying everywhere amidst a cloud of dust. Goodness gracious! Ace gasped in disbelief, retreating a couple of steps, now comprehending the formidable creature he had provoked. His expression grew serious as he positioned the water pipe before him, feet staggered and ready. His eyes fixed intently on Enel's movements, he had clearly entered a battle stance, shedding any previous disdain. Pathetic little rodent, I wonder how far you can flee? Enel, infuriated by his missed strike, lunged at Ace once more. Meanwhile, Sabo and Luffy, who had been playfully bantering, tightened their grips on their iron pipes upon witnessing Ace engage in combat, splitting into two flanks to encircle Enel. Chapter 104. The nemesis of thunder. With a series of thuds, the sounds of fists and feet clashing filled the air as Enel and Ace became a whirlwind of motion. Suddenly, one figure was sent flying, crashing into a nearby pile of rubble and kicking up a cloud of dust. Ace! Luffy shouted, having just arrived on the scene. The one who had been sent flying was indeed Ace. It was no fault of Luffy and Sabo's that they were slow. The pace of Enel and Ace's battle was simply too rapid, with the outcome decided in the blink of an eye. Enel, empowered by the thunder fruit, had the upper hand. Enel moved with the agility of lightning, effortlessly dominating the battle. He was indeed not an opponent Ace could contend with at this moment, sending him soaring with a single kick. Nothing more than that. After rejecting Ace, Enel's anger slightly abated, but he was now surrounded by Sabo and Luffy. That's too much, you scoundrel. Sabo, fueled by rage upon seeing Ace hurtled away, leaped high into the air, gripping the water pipe tightly and aiming a fierce blow at Enel's head. Child's play. Enel, unperturbed by Sabo's attack, did not even bother to look up, lazily cleaning his ears as he sidestepped, effortlessly avoiding Sabo's strike. Simultaneously, Luffy launched his attack, wielding the water pipe with finesse, delivering a powerful blow aimed at Enel's waist. Sabo, having missed his strike, used the rebound from the ground to leap once more, swinging his pipe towards Enel's head, creating a pincer attack. However, such assaults posed no threat to Enel. With a swift motion, he extended his right hand, catching Sabo's pipe with lightning speed. Without pausing, he kicked Luffy's pipe away before it could make contact. Reacting quickly, Sabo, still hanging in midair, utilized the moment Enel was distracted to deliver a kick to his wrist, freeing the water pipe from his grasp, and performed several somersaults to distance himself. At that moment, a loud explosion erupted from the nearby rubble as Ace emerged. Battered and bloodied, his body marked by shot. Observing the astonished gazes of Ace and his companions, Enel seemed to find satisfaction in his wicked delight, proudly proclaiming, I am the wielder of the rumble fruit, a being of pure lightning. Your attacks are utterly futile against me. How dare you offend the great god of thunder? Prepare to face divine retribution, lightning strike. With his thunderous command, bolts of azure lightning cascaded from the heavens, aimed directly at Ace and his companions. The deluge of electric fury soon overwhelmed them, leaving Ace and Sabo enveloped in smoke, their hair standing on end, and their eyes rolling back as they succumbed to unconsciousness. In stark contrast, Luffy, also struck by several bolts, remained unscathed, gazing at Enel with a befuddled expression. What is happening? Now it was Enel's turn to be astonished. How could anyone withstand his lightning? Unwilling to accept this anomaly, he unleashed all his lightning upon Luffy. Yet, to his utter dismay, Luffy not only remained unharmed but also casually flicked a booger at him, a blatant act of mockery. Are you an idiot? The onlooker, Suddy, could no longer tolerate Inal's inept display and shouted, "He is a paramecia-type user of the gum-gum fruit. Rubber is an insulator. Your lightning is useless, fool. How could such a person exist? I refuse to believe it." The arrogant Inal struggled to accept this reality. To him, his lightning powers were nearly invincible, a divine ability that warranted respect across the seas. This was the very foundation of his disdain for others. Yet now, a being who completely negated his powers stood before him, pushing Inal's fragile heart to its limits. Chapter 105, Loyalty of Luffy. If he is my nemesis, then he must be eliminated. A fleeting dark thought crossed his mind, and a surge of malice enveloped him as he suddenly burst into laughter, though it did little to mask the murderous intent etched on his face. "You unfortunate little brats, you, and that insolent brat who dared spit at me shall perish here." With that, Inal advanced towards Luffy, his face a mask of lethal intent, clearly prepared to deliver a fatal blow. As Ace and Sabo collapsed under Inal's lightning assault, a flicker of fear ignited within Luffy. He and his companions had fought together for quite some time and had seldom faced defeat. Yet now, both of them lay incapacitated by the electric onslaught. "I will protect you, Ace, Sabo," Luffy declared defiantly, spreading his arms wide to shield the fallen duo, his voice ringing with determination. Despite the encroaching threat of Inal, fear coursed through him, and his legs trembled, yet he refused to retreat. "Why not flee?" the observing Satan inquired. "Knowing you are outmatched, why not escape?" Because, Luffy stammered, "If I run away, I will lose my important friends." His resolute shout echoed. "I refuse to be all alone." Warm sunlight cast gentle rays upon his youthful face, highlighting the tear streaks formed from fear, yet his obstinate expression was profoundly moving. After all, he was merely a 7-year-old child, already steadfast in his resolve to protect his friends. Truly, Luffy was a remarkable soul, inspiring all who crossed his path. Such was his undeniable charm. "Stop this, Inal." Satan, moved within, spoke softly. In a flash, he appeared before Luffy, crouching down to gaze into his eyes. "Caring for those dear to you is the true reason to fight with all your might. I have high hopes for you, young one. However, to safeguard your cherished companions, the most crucial factor is strength." Satan turned to Inal, who stood frozen in place due to his sudden halt, a sly smile gracing his face, resembling a beguiling little fox. He then inquired, "Do you wish to defeat him? Do you desire greater power? I can impart my knowledge to you. Are you stronger than he?" Luffy, not one to be easily deceived, regarded the youth before him, who appeared only slightly younger than himself, with skepticism, utterly unconvinced that Satan's abilities could surpass those of Inal. "Ha ha ha, Satan, how embarrassing for you. He does not believe in your strength." A voice of mockery emerged from Satan's shoulder. Indeed, it was the mischievous sprite, eager to sow discord and seizing every opportunity to undermine others. "Hey, watch closely." Satan chuckled as he rose to his feet, gently tousling Luffy's hair. With a clenched right fist, he struck the ground beside him, delighting in the thought of showing off before Luffy. Countless golden dragon phantoms spiraled around, their roars resonating through the air. The atmosphere, struck by Satan's powerful blow, seemed to conjure a tempest, accompanied by a thunderous sound of collapse. Before Satan, the ground suddenly caved in, creating a vast pit spanning 100 meters. A testament to the might of his punch. "Is this for real?" Luffy exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground, his eyes sparkling as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary treasure. "So, what do you think? Would you like to learn? I can teach you." Satan turned to Luffy, a sly smile reminiscent of a fox adorning his face. Luffy nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. "Then we are allies." With his objective achieved, Satan revealed a pleased smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Douglas Satan." Unbeknownst to him, as he journeyed across vast distances to the East Sea's Goa Kingdom and fortuitously encountered Luffy, there were eyes in the distant New World monitoring his movements. In the New World, at the stronghold of the Four Emperors, Big Mom's Cake Island, after several months of restoration following the devastation wrought by the dragon, Douglas Min, the island had regained its former splendor. The island was vibrant with life, adorned with lush greenery and exquisite pastry structures, while myriad homies wandered about, creating an enchanting atmosphere akin to a dreamlike realm. In the castle at the heart of Cake Island, the colossal Big Mom was voraciously consuming delicacies, surrounded by an array of homies singing melodious praises. Amidst the music and feasting, she appeared thoroughly content. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps approached, and Katakuri, one of the suite commanders, entered, holding several photographs. "What is it, Katakuri?" Big Mom inquired without raising her gaze. She knew him well. His calm demeanor and formidable strength made him her most trusted aide. His presence signaled an important matter. Mother, news has arrived from the underworld. The youngest son of the Douglas family, whom you instructed me to keep an eye on, has recently surfaced in the East Sea. Oh, the little mouse has finally shown himself. What are we waiting for? Bring me his head. Big Mom's furious roar echoed, revealing her ire. Though she harbored no deep-seated hatred for the Douglas family, the attack on Cake Island by Min had left the Charlotte family significantly weakened, igniting her animosity towards them. However, Min, being a high-ranking official of the world government, was beyond her reach, and thus her wrath was channeled solely towards Satan. It was no wonder she was so agitated upon hearing of his whereabouts. Mother, shall I go personally? Katakuri ventured cautiously. Better not, Big Mom replied after inhaling deeply. Her emotions slightly settling as she tossed a large piece of cake into her mouth. It's all that bastard Min's fault. More and more fools are foolishly challenging me. And our family's officers are overwhelmed. You must maintain order here. So what do you mean, Mother? Katakuri inquired. He's merely a little mouse. There is no need for you to take action. Spread the word. Whoever brings me the little mouse's head shall have my banner raised. There will be no shortage of hands willing to do the work for us. Understood, Mother. I shall take care of it. Katakuri replied before departing. With a single command from the Empress of the New World, the seas were poised to erupt in an endless storm of bloodshed and chaos. Chapter 106. Concerning barbecue in the jungles near the uncertain terminus of the Goa Kingdom, a campfire blazed brightly. Surrounding it were a few youths, expertly roasting portions of their recent hunt over the flames, the sizzling meat releasing an irresistible aroma. These were Satan and Luffy, alongside Ace and Sabo, who had swiftly recovered under Satan's life-giving care, now animated and vibrant, their previous despondency vanquished. In a display of camaraderie born from unexpected circumstances, they engaged in an al fresco feast. Is it ready yet? Is it ready? Luffy, the youngest and most fervent in his pursuit of food, fixated on the roasting meat. Drooling in eager anticipation, his fist clenched in readiness to pounce. Not yet, Luffy. Be patient. Ace, busy tending to the meat, admonished him softly. Feeling slightly irked by Luffy's impatience, Ace was not particularly distressed about being defeated. After all, one cannot always triumph in battle. Yet, he felt a lingering annoyance at Enel's incessantly arrogant demeanor. What was so commendable about winning just once? Thus, Ace remained somewhat taciturn, unable to bridge the gap with Enel, despite secretly admiring the formidable foe who had bested both him and Sabo. Hey, Luffy, look at this. The mischievous Zoro circled Luffy with a grin, teasing him with a piece of dried meat unique to Skypiea. Ever since their encounter, Zoro had taken to playfully tormenting the youngest member of their group, particularly enjoying Luffy's insatiable appetite. Meat. Luffy's eyes sparkled as he spotted the floating morsel. He stretched out his arm, attempting to grasp it. But the crafty Zoro evaded him with ease, flitting just out of reach. Come on, give it to me. Luffy leapt, vociferously demanding the meat, his arms elongating in a flurry of effort. Can't catch me. Can't catch me. Zoro taunted as he danced just beyond Luffy's grasp, relishing in the playful chase. Ace, feeling exasperated, stoked the flames of the fire, causing the flames to dance higher, illuminating his face with a warm glow, accentuating the freckles on his cheeks. But isn't this all rather enjoyable? Satan settled beside Ace, his mind echoing with Luffy's anxious shouts and the whimsical laughter of mischief. A warm smile involuntarily graced his face as he nudged Ace with his shoulder and inquired, You must find great joy in being with Luffy, do you not? Indeed. Ace replied, Though he often acts foolishly, he is an invaluable companion to us. As memories of their playful times with Luffy flooded back, a subtle smile crept onto Ace's lips. On the other side of the fire, Sabo nodded in agreement, clearly resonating with Ace's sentiments. Humph, merely a foolish child. Enel scoffed from his perch on a branch, disdain dripping from his voice. He took a vicious bite of the apple in his hand, as if to channel his discontent into the fruit, turning his head away to avoid the raucous antics of Luffy. You. Ace sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Enel. He could no longer tolerate Enel's haughty demeanor. So what if we lost to you today? We were merely careless. Let us have a rematch tomorrow. Fine, let us compete. You defeated one. Hey, it's mealtime. Can't we have a moment of peace? Satan tugged at Ace's sleeve, gesturing for him to take a seat. Then, with a mischievous glance at them, he whispered conspiratorially, Only those of a certain inclination would engage in such a tumultuous love-hate affair. What did you say, Master Satan? It seems I have caught wind of something quite extraordinary. Enel remarked, his gaze fixed intently on Satan, as if a chilling aura emanated from him. Beside him, Ace appeared on the brink of darkness, a palpable shadow rising around him. No, no, you must have misheard. I uttered nothing at all. Satan, with a sly smile, shook his head repeatedly, adamantly denying the situation. Yet his playful demeanor clearly indicated he was anticipating the unfolding drama. Suddenly, a shout from Luffy pierced the air, capturing everyone's attention. After a prolonged pursuit, Luffy finally had an epiphany regarding his elusive target. He crossed his hands, extending his fingers like a net, and with a swift motion, he ensnared the unsuspecting villain. "Ha! Got it!" Luffy exclaimed, clutching the hard-won meat stick and eagerly taking a bite, his face radiating satisfaction, while his other hand gripped the villain's wings, lifting him to meet his gaze. "What are you staring at? Have you never seen such a dashing sprite?" Despite being caught, the villain remained defiant, resembling a stubborn duck even when cornered. I could just take a bite." Luffy opened his mouth wide, raising a hand as if to stuff the villain into his maw. "Hey, are you serious, buddy?" As Luffy's gaping mouth loomed closer, the villain panicked, frantically clawing at the air, shouting, "Be careful. Sprite meat is sour and unpalatable. Let me go, help me, Satan. I'm about to be eaten." "Hey, Luffy. The meat is ready." Unable to bear the antics of these two troublemakers any longer, Sabo called out while waving the roasted meat. "I'm coming." Instantly captivated by the roasted meat, Luffy lost interest in the villain, tossing him aside as he rushed towards the fire. You little rascal, I'll break your bones." The villain's cries echoed behind him, filled with anguish and curses. Chapter 107. A toast to brotherhood. Days later, in the jungle of Coralbone Mountain. The morning forest was still shrouded in a light mist, appearing ethereal, like the gossamer of a dancing fairy. Gentle sunlight filtered through the verdant foliage, casting varying shades of green upon the lush leaves. The hillside was carpeted with vibrant grasses and clusters of unknown wildflowers basking in sunlight, their petals sparkling with morning dew, reflecting a myriad of colors. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by a thunderous roar of a tiger as the wind rustled through the trees, causing the vegetation to bow down. A magnificent white tiger emerged from the thicket, the sovereign of Coralbone Mountain. Its size was 5 to 6 times that of an ordinary tiger, adorned with striking white stripes and a regal king marking on its forehead. With a fearsome roar, the forest fell silent. Yet, at this moment, the tiger appeared frantic, devoid of its usual commanding presence, as it desperately fled, as if pursued by a malevolent demon. "You cannot escape. Prepare to meet your end." Just as the white tiger fled in panic, a voice rang out from a nearby tree. A young boy, wielding a metal pipe, leaped from the branches, spinning through the air like a whirlwind before delivering a powerful kick to the tiger's forehead. With a resounding thud, the white tiger staggered, its massive body collapsing under the force, shaking the very ground beneath it. "Well done, Ace," Satan exclaimed from a distance, impressed by the display of strength. Under Satan's guidance and Enel's encouragement, Ace and his companions had rapidly enhanced their abilities, and today, they had decided to hunt the mountain's dominant white tiger to test their prowess. "It's nothing remarkable," Enel smirked, feigning indifference. Recently, Ace and Sabo had challenged Enel daily, and their endurance against him had noticeably increased. Even Enel himself was taken aback by their rapid progress. Had it not been for his advantage with the rumble fruit, the outcome would have been uncertain. However, the more remarkable they became, the less praise he offered. Though Satan noticed a subtle shift in Enel's arrogance, as he seemed to begrudgingly respect Ace and his companions. Wait, has Ace already subdued it? Just then, Luffy and Sabo, who had been flanking from behind, burst forth from the jungle, having driven the white tiger out. "Not so simple. This is still the king of Coralbone Mountain," Sabo warned. Indeed, as soon as he spoke, the downed white tiger staggered back to its feet, shaking its massive head, its eyes ablaze with fury. Although it appeared somewhat unsteady, it wasted no time in swiping its enormous paw toward Ace, clearly intent on revenge. The tiger's paw was larger than Ace's entire body, and the impending strike was reminiscent of an elephant trampling a mouse, causing concern for Ace. Yet, Ace dismissed the attack with ease, rolling aside and springing upward. As the tiger's paw hit the ground, Ace rushed towards its head. "Foolish beast, lie down," he declared with a sneer, executing a backflip and delivering a powerful kick to the tiger's jaw. To everyone's astonishment, the massive creature was sent flying by Ace's single strike. Simultaneously, Luffy seized Sabo's leg, spinning him around before launching him toward the white tiger. "Now's the time for the final blow." Sabo soared through the air, channeling all his strength into his hands. As he approached the tiger, he swung the metal pipe down onto its forehead. With a sickening crunch, the sound of shattering bone echoed as the tiger's skull caved in, its colossal body crashing to the ground, shaking the earth violently. The once mighty king of Coralbow Mountain convulsed a few times before resigning to stillness, eyes closed in defeat. Congratulations. You've conquered a mere kitten. A flash of lightning illuminated Enel, who appeared atop the tiger's head, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Quit your boasting, long ears. Ace retorted, wiping his nose triumphantly. I'll surpass you one day. Hey, shouldn't we celebrate this victory? Suddenly, Satan emerged from behind Ace, tapping him on the shoulder. While I do not consider defeating this foe to be a noteworthy achievement, I am certainly inclined to celebrate the occasion. Wouldn't you agree, Luffy? Sabo, who had accompanied Luffy, nudged his arm and remarked, Indeed, celebrating is my favorite pastime, especially if it involves meat. Luffy replied without hesitation, smacking his lips as if he were already salivating. Soon, they cleared a pristine area beside the white tiger, and Xie Jian retrieved various outdoor cooking utensils from his storage space. It was evident that a camping feast was about to commence. Let us forge a brotherhood. Just as everyone was preparing for the banquet, Ace suddenly declared. As his voice reverberated, time seemed to stand still. The howling winds around them abruptly fell silent, leaving only Ace's voice resonating in the air. He raised the bottle of wine in his hand, exclaiming, I stole this wine from Dayton. Hurrah! Luffy responded eagerly. I am willing. Sabo beamed, scratching his head, his reply somewhat bashful. This truly is an opportunity one cannot miss. Satan gently touched his nose, the sunlight casting a slanting glow upon his profile, creating a kaleidoscope of hues around him. Before he could receive an answer from Enel, Ace turned to observe him, who had been sitting atop the head of the white tiger. I'll let it go for now. Enel tilted his head, declaring, I shall follow Master Satan always. Allow me to be your witness. Under the dazzling sun, glistening drinks were poured into 4 bowls, as Luffy, Sabo, Ace, and Satan each raised their cups. With this drink, we become brothers. Cheers, cheers, cheers. They downed their drinks in one go, a faint blush rising to their faces, while joyous laughter echoed through the serene morning of Kelpa Mountain. The wheels of history turned relentlessly forward, yet none could foresee the impending transformation of the world's landscape. Chapter 108. The hero carp. Time flowed like water, the sun and moon weaving through the sky, and in the blink of an eye, Satan had spent over 2 months in the Kelpa Mountain of the Goa Kingdom. These 2 months had been the most relaxed and leisurely days since his departure from the Kingdom of Babylon. Each day was filled with teaching Ace, Sabo, and Luffy the art of combat, as well as relishing their duels with Enel. Life couldn't have been more delightful. However, unbeknownst to him, such tranquil days were drawing to a close. In the outskirts of the Goa Kingdom lay a quaint little village known as Windmill Village. This small port town, situated at the easternmost fringes of the Goa Kingdom, was often graced by gentle easterly winds and splendid weather. Shielded from the central hub of the nation by a garbage hill and Kelpa Mountain, the village seemed like a forgotten haven. Yet, this isolation rendered it more serene and harmonious, exuding a sense of paradise untouched by the outside world. Thanks to the mild climate, proximity to the sea, and abundant winds, the townsfolk thrived in self-sufficiency. The village was characterized by its rustic charm and picturesque scenery, embodying beauty and tranquility. At that moment, a naval warship was slowly approaching the shores near Windmill Village. This was a high-ranking vessel, equivalent to that of a vice admiral, with a prow resembling a dog's head clutching a bone, exuding an air of authority. Ha ha, back to Windmill Village again. I wonder how my dear grandson is faring. Before the ship had fully docked, a man in his 50s eagerly leaped off the deck and onto the pier. With a mane of slightly graying short hair, piercing eyes, and an imposing demeanor, his muscular physique belied any signs of aging. He casually waved to the officer on deck and made his way toward the tranquil Windmill Village. Had Satan witnessed this scene, he would have been left utterly astonished, scurrying away from the Goa Kingdom with his tail between his legs. You may wonder who he is. He is none other than the naval hero Monkey D. Carp, celebrated by the world as the legendary Marine. His lifetime of heroic deeds is countless, having forced the pirate King Joel D. Roger into dire straits on multiple occasions, and alongside the current fleet admiral Sengoku, he captured the legendary pirate known as the Golden Lion Shiki. He has rendered innumerable services to the Navy, but has repeatedly declined promotions to admiral, preferring to remain a vice admiral at Navy headquarters. an indomitable pillar of strength, a superpower that overshadowed an entire era. Of course, all this had no bearing on his visit to the Goa kingdom. He had returned to Windmill Village because it was his hometown. Indeed, he was Luffy's grandfather. Having come back to the East Blue to visit his cherished grandson, Garp entered Windmill Village, exchanging friendly greetings with the villagers, his face perpetually adorned with a warm smile. As he headed towards the distant Kelpa Mountain, in the dense jungle of Kelpa Mountain, Ace and Satan, along with their companions, had just caught several crocodiles. Relishing a sumptuous meal of crocodile meat, they lay contentedly on the grass, basking in the serene afternoon. "Little brats, have you missed me?" Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted from the air as Garp materialized beside them. "Who goes there?" Satan and his companions were startled by the sudden sound, each springing to their feet, their expressions wary. "Who could it be that could approach us so easily? Has my vigilance truly waned? It seems these days have been far too comfortable." Satan murmured to himself, retreating swiftly while lifting his gaze. However, the moment he laid eyes on Garp, his eyes nearly popped out in shock. "Could it be that I am this unfortunate? Is that not the esteemed Garp? How could I possibly encounter him here? This is dire." Satan clenched his fists nervously, beads of cold sweat emerging involuntarily as he prayed silently, "Do not see me, do not see me," while he cautiously retreated, attempting to escape from Garp's gaze. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 2 more companions have joined Luffy. However, fortune favors the wicked. Garp chuckled heartily, scratching his head and counting them off, evidently including Satan and Enel in his tally. "Hey, it's you, Grandpa." Upon seeing Garp, Luffy did not rush into his embrace as most children would. Instead, he instinctively covered his head and stepped back repeatedly, for Garp had left a profound impression on him. It was said that in his efforts to train Luffy into the mightiest marine, Garp had once tied him to a hot air balloon and released him into the sky, thrown him into a valley teeming with ferocious beasts, and even made him spar with monkeys. Such reckless training had left a heavy psychological shadow on young Luffy. One might even wonder if Garp was truly his grandfather. It was no surprise that Luffy was ready to bolt at the sight of Garp. Stealing a glance, he noticed that, aside from the oblivious Enel, who stood there confused, Ace and Sabo were also hastily retreating, clearly having suffered at the hands of that old rascal. "Well, after all this training, have you become any stronger? Ready to receive Grandpa's loving iron fist?" Garp threatened, shaking his fist and twisting his neck, seemingly preparing to use them for some exercise. "No. Run." The moment Garp spoke, Luffy, as if receiving a signal, shouted and turned to flee. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Satan, Ace, and Sabo quickly followed suit, devoid of any spine, who would willingly test the terrifying strength of Garp's fists. "Hey, what is happening?" Seeing everyone else flee, Enel looked utterly bewildered, shrugging cluelessly as he glanced at Garp. "Old man, who are you?" True to form, Enel dared to confront Garp, and Satan couldn't help but chuckle at his audacity, silently mourning for him, hoping he could endure a bit longer under Garp's hands while he made his escape. Quite the cocky little brat, are you? Are you prepared to become a competent marine?" Garp advanced, his fist tightening, closing in on Enel. "What is a marine? Are you an idiot, old man? This is so boring." Facing Garp's advancing presence, Enel retorted defiantly, even raising his chin and digging at his ear, completely disregarding Garp's imposing figure. "Such a spirited young man. I shall teach you some manners." No sooner had Garp spoken than he vanished from sight, appearing beside Enel, delivering a thunderous punch to his head. "What, so fast?" Enel, having consumed the rumble fruit, was accustomed to overwhelming his opponents with speed. He had never encountered someone as swift as Garp. Before he could react, Garp's fist was already perilously close to his head. "Oh no, I can't dodge it." Under Garp's formidable pressure, Enel felt as if his blood had frozen. Unable to evade the approaching fist, he hastily transformed his upper body into a swirling mass of blue lightning, believing he could evade Garp's assault. Enel soon discovered the futility of his efforts as Garp's iron fist struck him squarely in the face, sending him hurtling like a cannonball, crashing through several trees. As a powerhouse capable of suppressing an era, Garp's mastery of Haki was unparalleled across the seas. Enel's elemental transformation was child's play in comparison. Chapter 109. Satan gets beaten. No wonder he is so arrogant. Turns out he is a Logia user. Garp stood still after knocking Enel away, waiting for him to rise. But if one believed that being a Logia user made one invincible, they were sorely mistaken. "You've gone too far, old man." Enel grumbled as he got back on his feet, rubbing his throbbing head, which now bore a noticeable bump. "Thunder God, lightning strike. Since you excel in physical combat, I shall keep my distance, Enel muttered, waving his hand as several massive azure lightning bolts surged toward Garp, daring to bruise my head. Let us see if you can withstand this. Garp stood immobile, allowing the thick lightning bolts to crash upon him. The blue energy crackled and flickered around him. Yet it seemed to have no effect whatsoever. He even stretched luxuriously, his joints cracking as if he were enjoying a delightful massage. Not bad, not bad. Really comfortable. You little lightning brat. Come on, give me 2 more. My old back could use some of your lightning therapy. Garp exaggeratedly patted his waist, speaking as if it were all too genuine, his rugged smile unwavering. Yet, to Enel, that smile resembled that of a demon. Good grief. Can you not belittle me this way? He finally grasped the true nature of the old man before him, realizing why Satan and the others had scurried away like mice fleeing a cat. Satan, I hate you, and Ace, Sabo, Luffy, you are all such cowards. How could you run without calling for me? No matter how much Enel lamented, it was futile. Garp had already vanished and reappeared beside him, unhesitatingly raining down punches on his head, eliciting blood-curdling screams from Enel as his head swelled with bump after bump. In truth, there was no need for Enel to complain. If Satan and the others thought they could escape Garp without facing the consequences, they were even more naive. Hearing Enel's anguished cries behind him sent a shiver down Satan's spine, prompting him to run even faster, repeatedly drawing crosses on his chest, hypocritically praying for his brother's safety. Yet, the next moment, he could no longer afford to gloat, as a shadow suddenly appeared before him, none other than Garp. Hello there, little brat. Why are you running? Why not try Grandpa's loving iron fist? Hello, old man. Satan forced a smirk, as if contemplating the prospect of attempting your beloved iron fist. It seems I have encountered you before. Little imp, how peculiar. Gazing at Satan before him, Garp scratched his head in confusion. No, old man. You must be mistaken. It's impossible, Garp firmly countered, struggling to recall the memory. Suddenly, a look of enlightenment crossed his face, and he exclaimed, so it is you. Little Satan, I have seen your bounty notice in Sengoku's office. You certainly know how to make a ruckus. No. Cold sweat trickled down Satan's face, as the thought struck him that misfortune seemed to loom. If the elder Garp before him harbored any intentions of capturing him, it would spell his doom today. And escape would be utterly impossible. Fear not, I am currently on leave and have no interest in apprehending you, Garp reassured, seemingly attuned to Satan's trepidation. That said, you are indeed the son of Denver. Garp's expression shifted to one of unprecedented gravity. It is worth noting that your father, in his youth, served in the Navy and undertook missions alongside me. He was a soldier of impeccable integrity and selflessness. Upon returning to his homeland to ascend the throne, he proved himself a noble king, unwavering in his vow to protect his people until his last breath. He was a respected and formidable figure, so do not tarnish his legacy. Indeed, I shall not diminish my father's esteemed reputation. Satan's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, realizing that his father had once been a soldier under Garp's command. This revelation, while shocking, was not entirely unexpected. For the Kingdom of Babylon was a member state of the world government, and it was customary for princes to undergo military training in the Navy. Then, are you prepared to become an exemplary sailor? What? Satan was caught off guard by Garp's sudden turn of events, repeatedly shaking his head in refusal. I am already a wanted criminal of the Navy. I have no desire to join them. With that, the moment for reminiscing came to an end. Garp revealed his trademark rugged smile, cracking his knuckles with a resounding pop. No matter how you became entangled with Luffy, let me assess your abilities. With that, Garp's figure flickered and appeared before Satan, delivering a powerful punch. As a superlative powerhouse within the Navy, he had mastered the 6 powers to an extraordinary degree, capable of achieving the speed of shaving with every movement without any deliberate preparation. In response to Garp's fist, Satan did not dare to underestimate the situation. His blood surged, and a faint sound of a dragon's roar resonated within him. Empowered by the might of the dragon, Satan summoned all his strength to collide with Garp's fist. With a thunderous explosion, the 2 fists met, unleashing a tempestuous gust that stripped the surrounding ground of its surface layer. After a moment of stalemate, it was ultimately Satan's power that faltered, as he was sent hurtling away by Garp's overwhelming force. Impressive. Truly, the strongest of the dragon bloodline in close combat. To exhibit such formidable strength at such a young age is commendable, Garp remarked, nodding in satisfaction as he acknowledged the force behind Satan's punch. Is this the pinnacle of power upon the sea? Truly terrifying. Satan rose to his feet, gently massaging his arms. feeling as though half of his body had succumbed to numbness. His heart continued to pound violently, as if startled by some unseen force. Karp's fist embodied not merely strength and dominance, it bore an overwhelming presence, a palpable aura capable of suppressing all in its path, fiercely unyielding. Again, Satan let out a thunderous roar, summoning every ounce of strength within him as he charged at Karp. His right arm was enveloped by countless illusory golden dragons. And with a resounding roar, his fist struck Karp with the force capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. This was a rare opportunity to witness the prowess of one of the ocean's most formidable warriors. After all, few could claim the chance to battle such a titan. Anyone fortunate enough to survive such a confrontation would undoubtedly reap immense benefits, especially since Karp was clearly mentoring him. Aha, this is splendid. Karp relished in the clash of brute strength. The more resolute Satan displayed himself, the greater Karp's delight. He eagerly raised his fist to meet the challenge. And the jungle reverberated with the sound of dull, metallic collisions. With each impact, Satan's body was sent flying like a tattered doll. Yet his indomitable spirit left no room for despair. Time and again, he would rise and charge once more, only to be sent reeling again. The earth-shattering sounds of their combat echoed through the jungle, causing even the birds to spiral above, reluctant to descend. Chapter 110. Prelude to Crisis. Since Karp's arrival at Corbeau Mountain, Satan and his companions' leisurely existence had been utterly transformed, living in a state of constant threat under Karp's iron fist. However, despite the relentless beatings, there were undeniable advantages. Under Karp's rigorous training, their strengths began to ascend rapidly. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the one who experienced the most significant boost was neither Satan, nor Luffy, nor Ace and Sabo, but rather Enel, who had previously scorned Karp. After enduring countless blows from Karp, Enel inexplicably awakened the observation Haki, granting him foresight of his adversary's movements. Additionally, being a user of lightning, he could eavesdrop on conversations through electrical waves, significantly amplifying his capabilities. Naturally, Karp could not remain in the Goa Kingdom indefinitely. A call from the Navy headquarters summoned him back, liberating the young ones from the looming threat of Karp's iron fist. However, returning to their previous carefree days was now impossible, for Satan had received two alarming pieces of information from the Grand Line. Before ascending to Sky Island, he had dispatched the organization known as Listening, which was dedicated to gathering intelligence exclusive to his family. Thanks to its exceptional capabilities and the abundant gold from Sky Island, Listening had established a modest yet functional operation within just 6 months. The first piece of news that reached Satan concerned his life as safety. It appeared that 2 months prior to his arrival in the East Blue, word of his whereabouts had reached the New World, and the infamous Big Mom pirates had issued a statement. Whoever could capture Satan's head would be welcomed into their ranks, flying their flag. Having the protection of a Yonko's pirate flag in the Grand Line would afford one a considerable degree of freedom, sparking a frenzy among the underworld factions. The moment the news broke, numerous eager factions began sending agents into the East Blue, while a few lowly